Shen Fan found himself reborn in his university years. On the very first day, he would share a desk with the campus beauty, Xia Qingxue. Armed with his system and the memories of his previous life, he gazed at the approaching Xia Qingxue, silently vowing, "Since I've been granted a second chance, I shall not let this fate with Xia Qingxue slip away." Xia Qingxue. Who is speaking? In an instant, Shen Fan noticed a peculiar expression on her face, as if she could hear his innermost thoughts. With a sly smile, he mischievously altered the atmosphere. "Ah, my little Xue, how delightful you are, Xia Qingxue." "So, it is him. I can hear his thoughts? In the future, we shall have many little monkeys." Xia Qingxue huffed. Chapter 1. Returning to 2001, sharing a desk with the campus beauty, Let's be mindful, it's the final year. Who still frequents internet cafes? I shall not name names, to spare you some embarrassment. Now, I will rearrange the seating. Xia Qingxue will sit with Shen Fan, and Wang Xiaoming will move to the back. In Class 8 of the senior year, the homeroom teacher was delivering a reprimand before the lesson commenced. Her words sparked a ripple of laughter throughout the classroom. It was evident she had caught Shen Fan and Wang Xiaoming at the internet cafe the previous day. If his instincts were correct, they had likely spent the entire night there. At that moment, Shen Fan, the center of attention, stared blankly at the teacher, his heart racing with disbelief. "I have actually been reborn." Glancing at the banners adorning the walls, the familiar faces of his classmates, and the textbooks on his desk, Shen Fan realized the truth of his rebirth. Just last night, he had been reminiscing about his youth over drinks with old friends. To awaken in this present moment was both surreal and astonishing. He reflected on the timeline. It was 2001, the beginning of their final year. Observing Wang Xiaoming, who was begrudgingly gathering his books, Shen Fan recalled their escapade to the internet cafe. Alas, they had not ventured there again since. Poor Wang Xiaoming, he thought, as he narrowed his eyes, suddenly reminded of the teacher's announcement regarding the seating arrangement. Seating arrangement? Indeed, today marked the day he would share a desk with the illustrious Xia Qingxue. His gaze shifted to the front, where she was organizing her books. Her elegant silhouette evoked a profound sense of tranquility within him. Memories of Xia Qingxue from his previous life flooded his mind. She was timid, burdened by academic pressure, and had a hint of depression. Though she never reached the depths of despair, she was known for her quiet demeanor. Beautiful and studious, she consistently ranked among the top 50 in her school, a testament to her diligence and introspection. Consequently, even after they became desk mates, their conversations were few and far between. Shen Fan harbored a quiet affection for her, but chose to bury his feelings deep within, unwilling to disrupt her studies. After graduation, they lost touch. Time passed, and 2 decades sped by. Just last night, old classmates had approached Shen Fan with news of Xia Qingxue. They revealed that she had become the most successful among their peers, ascending to the role of a senior executive at a state-owned enterprise before venturing into entrepreneurship by her 30s. However, her relentless pursuit of success had left her single, and it was only when her health declined that she realized it was too late to salvage her well-being. Before her passing, on her hospital bed, she expressed that the one person she wished to see most was Shen Fan. Upon hearing this, a sharp pain pierced Shen Fan's heart. She had harbored feelings for him as well, yet he had never forgotten her throughout the years. But now, the person he cherished was lost to him forever. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Shen Fan drank through the night with his friends, reminiscing about their youth. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn. As he pondered this, his heart ached once more. Since I have been granted a second chance, I must seize this opportunity to nurture a relationship with Xia Qingxue. No one and nothing shall keep us apart. She is mine. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A strong desire has been detected in the host. Thus, the perfect life system has been activated. Simultaneously, a panel appeared in his mind. Attribute panel asterisk. Host, Shen Fan. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 95. Cash, 70 yuan. Assets, 1 bicycle. Skills, none. Unfinished tasks, none. Other matters, awaiting activation. Upon reviewing this, Shen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A system. How splendid. He realized that he not only possessed information unavailable to others for the next 20 years, but also had a system to support him. Making money would be effortless, a guaranteed victory. The remaining time would be devoted to his blossoming relationship with Xia Qingxue. Just as he contemplated this, another system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. A beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Would you like to open it? I'll check later, Shun Fan thought, eager to inspect the contents of the gift pack. Yet he noticed Xia Qingxue approaching with her books, her gaze lowered. Shun Fan watched her intently. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue felt a sudden flutter of anxiety upon hearing the teacher announce their seating arrangement. A wave of dizziness washed over her, as if she were dreaming. She steadied herself, shyly bowing her head to conceal her flushed cheeks, fearful that others might notice her embarrassment. The reason for her unease was simple. She harbored an inexplicable feeling for Shun Fan. His laughter and antics had always captured her attention, and she had developed a habit of glancing at him whenever he entered the classroom. Now, as she faced the prospect of spending each day with him, a flicker of happiness surged within her, yet it was overshadowed by an underlying fear. The piercing gazes of their classmates intensified her discomfort. Oh no, my face feels so hot. I hope I'm not blushing. Xia Qingxue's mind raced with thoughts, prompting her to lower her head even further, feigning interest in the ground. Shun Fan, however, recognized her shyness. Just as in his previous life, she would always avert her gaze when facing him. This realization ignited a fierce protectiveness within him. Xia Qingxue was drawing ever closer to her seat. As Shun Fan continued to gaze at Xia Qingxue, he could sense the envious and resentful glances from the other male classmates in the room. Whispers floated through the air. It's over. A lamb has entered the tiger's den. What should we do? Oh no, why did the homeroom teacher seat them together? Such a fine cabbage has been taken. Please, my Fan, I want to sit with him too. The hushed murmurs persisted. Shun Fan pretended not to hear, his thoughts consumed with everything about Xia Qingxue. Observing her figure, it gradually overlapped with the image from his past life, solidifying his resolve. Since I have been reborn, I shall not let this connection with Xia Qingxue slip away in this lifetime. Xia Qingxue, who had been walking with her head down, appeared startled by the unexpected voices. Who was speaking? Chapter 2. My little snow, so fragrant. The sudden sound startled Xia Qingxue. How audacious could someone be to speak during the homeroom teacher's lesson? And even mention her, she discreetly scanned her classmates but felt puzzled when she found no one had spoken. What was going on? Who had said that? Unable to comprehend, Xia Qingxue hesitantly took her seat. As she settled down, a fragrant breeze wafted toward Shun Fan, invigorating him as if he were bathed in springtime. My little snow is so fragrant. Upon hearing this voice again, Xia Qingxue stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. She recognized it as Shun Fan's voice. She had always been attentive to him, especially his voice. However, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shun Fan hadn't spoken at all. How could this be? If Shun Fan hadn't spoken, how could she hear him? Could it be that she could discern his thoughts? The idea felt increasingly surreal and difficult to accept. Yet, the chilling realization of his earlier words, reborn in this lifetime, sent shivers down her spine. Was Shun Fan truly a reborn individual? Did such a phenomenon exist? A wave of goosebumps erupted as she involuntarily glanced at the only book in the desk hole, a palm-sized romance novel gifted by her classmate Myling. It was the current trend, designed for students to sneak a peek during class. Xia Qingxue only glanced at it occasionally during her moments of relaxation, and the protagonist within the pages was indeed a reincarnated person. With this thought, she discreetly pushed the novel further into the desk hole. At that moment, Xia Qingxue finally believed it. Shun Fan was a reborn individual, a person from the future returned to the present. Most astonishingly, she could hear his inner thoughts. Heavens, what is happening today? Am I still dreaming? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her emotions surged, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, revealing no cracks in her facade. Suddenly, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. At that moment, Shun Fan mirrored Xia Qingxue's disbelief, his eyes wide open. Frozen in place, he had noticed her unusual reactions, which were entirely different from when she had previously moved to sit beside him. In his past life, Xia Qingxue had seamlessly immersed herself in her studies without a hint of hesitation. But now, her actions were hesitant, as if she had been startled by something. Could it be? Shun Fan suddenly grasped the implication, not daring to contemplate further. Hearing the bell, he feigned a need to use the restroom and exited the classroom with deliberate steps. Once outside, he dashed toward a secluded corner of the playground, ensuring no one was around before allowing his true thoughts to surface. What had just transpired with Xia Qingxue? Why had her reaction been so pronounced when he thought of her? Could it be that Xia Qingxue could hear his thoughts? The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became, until he remembered he had a system. He tentatively inquired, "System, could Xia Qingxue hear my thoughts just now?" To his astonishment, the system replied, "Yes, host." Then, "Can I prevent her from hearing them? It can be shielded. Would you like to activate the shield now?" Realization dawned upon Shun Fan. It was indeed as he suspected. Just as he was about to request the shield, a bold idea struck him, and oh, system, let's embrace this situation. Can you set it up so that only Xia Qingxue can hear the thoughts I wish her to hear? Of course, host. It will require 100 points. Shun Fan felt a pang of difficulty at the mention of points, but recalled the new user gift package he had yet to claim since activating the system. System, I wish to open the new user gift package. Ding. You have received 1 learning card, 1 ordinary gene potion, and 100 points. The voice echoed in his mind. A system interface appeared, displaying a learning card and a gene potion in the storage compartment. Being an avid reader of web novels in his past life, Shun Fan understood their purposes and knew this was not the right moment to utilize them. He turned his attention back to the points, instructing, "System, use those 100 points for the setup." Ding! The setup has been completed as per the host's request. Soon as the system finished speaking, Shun Fan could distinctly perceive that any thought he concentrated on would manifest as a voice in his mind, one that Xia Qingxue would hear. Overjoyed, he chuckled inwardly. "Ha, my dear, wait for me. I'll be right back. Mua. When I see Xia Qingxue next, I'll express this thought to her. Most importantly, I'll end it with a kiss and see how my little Snow reacts." With a sense of determination, Shun Fan strolled back to the teaching building, his heart brimming with anticipation. Shun Fan, inherently handsome, possessed a chiseled visage, devoid of any blemish. Coupled with a stature exceeding 6 feet, he was unequivocally recognized as the heartthrob of the school. Presently, not only did he exude charm, but the hint of a mischievous smile graced his lips, captivating the passing female students, who gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, already envisioning the love letters they would pen. Yet, Shun Fan remained oblivious to their adulation. Eagerly, he approached the threshold of the classroom, pausing momentarily to suppress his smile. Adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness, he then stepped inside. Upon entering, he noticed Xia Qingxue engaged in lively conversation with her deskmate, smiling. The atmosphere was congenial, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Suddenly, Xia Qingxue seemed to sense Shun Fan's arrival and instinctively lifted her gaze. This fleeting glance resulted in their eyes locking momentarily. In the next instant, however, Xia Qingxue hastily averted her eyes, feigning ignorance of Shun Fan's presence. Chapter 3 He actually still. As Shun Fan observed Xia Qingxue hastily avoiding his gaze, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Nonetheless, he maintained a serious demeanor as he continued forward. In truth, Xia Qingxue felt a significant sense of relief the moment Shun Fan stepped outside. Having just moved in, his presence had instilled an inexplicable tension within her. Only after her mood began to lighten did she resume organizing her thoughts. Recalling their earlier exchange, she remembered the first thing Shun Fan had uttered, "Rebirth and my current life." Then, upon sitting down, she was taken aback by his second remark, which mentioned their little Xue and how fragrant she was. Was he referring to me? He actually called me Xue and remarked upon my scent, despite the fact that I hadn't even worn any perfume. What could he possibly be sensing? Oh dear, how embarrassing. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xia Qingxue felt herself blushing profusely, her feet fidgeting nervously, while the piece of calculation paper in her hands crumpled under her grip. Then, another thought struck her. Could it be that she had the ability to hear Shun Fan's innermost thoughts? Did this mean that in the future, she would be privy to whatever he was thinking? What could he possibly ponder on a daily basis? Gaming, fighting, or perhaps girls? She found herself intrigued. Was I truly the only one he referred to in such an endearing manner, or did he address all girls this way? When he returned, she resolved to listen intently. Determined to maintain her composure, Xia Qingxue reminded herself not to reveal any signs of her inner turmoil. Just then, her classmate Meiling turned around, beaming with excitement. "Shue, this is fantastic. I never imagined you would be seated behind me. We can chat frequently from now on. And of course, when it comes to the subjects I struggle with, you must help me out. Also, what is it like sitting next to the handsome guy in our class?" Meiling winked at her with an insinuating smile. At the mention of this, Xia Qingxue's previously calm demeanor faltered, and she felt a rush of shyness envelop her. "Meiling, don't say such things." Just as she was about to finish her sentence, she noticed Xin Fan walking in, leading to an unexpected encounter where their eyes met. As Xia Qingxue quickly lowered her head to evade Xin Fan's gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably. She was uncertain whether she could still hear his thoughts. If she could, what would he think about now? The more anxious she became, the closer he seemed to draw. He was approaching, he was coming closer, and she needed to maintain her composure. "Stay calm, Xia Qingxue. Do not reveal any flaws." To distract herself, she decided to feign writing her homework. She quickly retrieved her mechanical pencil from her pencil case and pretended to jot down notes in her notebook, though her attention remained fixated on Xin Fan. Meanwhile, Xin Fan was openly gazing at Xia Qingxue, and as he reached her desk, a triumphant smile crept across his face. Subsequently, she pretended to organize the books and adjust her chair. Leaning over and searching for a book in the desk's recess, she seized the opportunity to bend down slowly, extending her head towards Xia Qingxue. Simultaneously, she concentrated her thoughts on a singular phrase. "Xiaoxue, dear wife, I have returned, Muah." At last, Xin Fan focused his mind and crafted this statement. The most significant aspect, however, was the genuine affection encapsulated in that final kiss. This moment was pivotal. Xia Qingxue overheard him distinctly. In the next instant, the seemingly engrossed Xia Qingxue's pupils constricted, and her body shivered imperceptibly. The automatic pencil lead in her hand snapped with a sharp crack. Staring blankly at her workbook, her mind was a void, her eyes trembling with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What did he just call me? He referred to me as his wife. Furthermore, he concluded with that affectionate gesture. At this thought, Xia Qingxue dared not delve deeper, her expression drifting into a daze as she hastily rejected the notion, denying everything. Impossible. This must all be an illusion. Yes, Xia Qingxue, you must remain composed. Naturally, Xin Fan observed all of her reactions, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. A perfect girl, Xia Qingxue, has been detected as suitable for you. A perfect life cannot lack a perfect partner. Therefore, the perfect romance mission has been activated. For every completion, the system rewards 100 points. Mission, perfect romance progress. 0. Xin Fan gazed at the system interface in his mind, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of the perfect romance mission. Since that is the case, let us commence. At this juncture, Meiling, who sat in front, seemed unsatisfied with her previous conversation with Xia Qingxue and turned back to jest with Xin Fan. "Handsome, it appears the homeroom teacher is quite fond of you. She even had our little Snow give you a desk. She must believe you have potential, so you ought to strive for university entrance. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your striking looks." Xin Fan occasionally exchanged banter with Meiling, and they were quite familiar with each other. Listening to her half-teasing remarks, he simply smiled. After all, it is merely university. How difficult could it be? Is it really that challenging? "Handsome, when did you become so cocky?" In truth, Xin Fan and Meiling occasionally joked with one another, but it was all in good fun. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, who had been lowering her head, felt disoriented by Xin Fan's earlier heartfelt words, particularly the last part. Her mind raced, lost in thought. However, hearing Meiling and Xin Fan's continuous chatter now left her feeling somewhat unsettled, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirring within her. Could it be that Xin Fan refers to everyone in such an endearing manner? It was merely a coincidence that I could hear his innermost thoughts. Xia Qingxue awakened. How could someone who receives love letters daily possibly harbor affection for herself? It seemed that Xia Qingxue had come to a realization, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Unbeknownst to her, Meiling had shifted the conversation back to Xia Qingxue. "Handsome, sharing a table with our little Shue is a privilege. Please do not bully her." "Bully others? A law-abiding citizen like me has never persecuted anyone," Xin Fan remarked with a shrug. Yet, in his heart, he mused, "Especially not my little Shue. I cherish her far too much to ever mistreat her." Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, upon hearing Shen Fan's thoughts, felt her body stiffen once again. She had heard it. He referred to her as little Shui Shui once more. Moreover, it seemed that even while conversing with Meiling, his thoughts were also on her. Steady yourself. You must remain composed. Due to her anxiety, a fine sheen of sweat formed on the tip of Xia Qingxue's nose, prompting her to occasionally wipe it away with the back of her hand. Oh, a sip of water to alleviate the tension. In a moment of inspiration, Xia Qingxue picked up her cup and feigned calmness as she began to drink. Gulp, gulp. With the water sliding down her throat, her emotions indeed began to settle. However, all of Xia Qingxue's actions did not escape Shen Fan's notice. He nearly burst into laughter, his mind racing with thoughts. In the future, my little Shui Shui will be my wife. After graduation, we shall have many, many little monkeys. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue nearly dropped her cup. Chapter 4, 7 Monkeys? I cannot manage that. When Xia Qingxue heard Shen Fan's first declaration about wanting her to be his wife, her cheeks flushed instantly. Aside from the shyness, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart. Yet, when she heard Shen Fan mention having many little monkeys, it startled her. The cup in her hand almost slipped from her grasp. Did she mishear? Monkeys? Surely, he meant children, right? Why would they refer to children as monkeys in the future world? What then would real monkeys be called? Xia Qingxue pondered this, feeling as though she had strayed off course, and quickly pulled her thoughts back. Oh no. The crux of the matter was the prospect of having many monkeys. This, surely not. Would she not be utterly exhausted? Xia Qingxue had always possessed a vivid imagination. Suddenly, she found herself envisioning a scenario where countless little monkeys surrounded her, wailing and clamoring incessantly. It was too terrifying. Her pupils dilated in fear, and she quickly cast aside her chaotic thoughts. Just as Xia Qingxue was lost in her musings, she heard Shen Fan continue in his mind. Well then, let us go for 7. 7? Surely not. This is beyond my capabilities. In that moment, Shen Fan appeared increasingly engrossed, sitting there with arms crossed, stroking his chin as he continued to contemplate. The naming proved to be quite a challenge. Prompting a simpler approach, why not name them after the days of the week? The eldest shall be named Shinzhouyi, declared one. The second, Shinzhouer, followed another. The third will be Shinzhou-san, continued the pattern, as each sibling was assigned a name corresponding to their birth order. The fourth, Shinzhousi, the fifth, Shinzhouwu, the sixth, Shinzhoulu, and naturally, the seventh will be Shinzhouri. Yet, a sudden thought struck Shen Fan, who pondered aloud, but what if we accidentally have another child? There is no 8th day. Lost in contemplation, he seemed to be at an impasse. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, feigning to drink water, found her thoughts similarly ensnared by Shen Fan's conundrum. Indeed, what would the 8th be called? Shinzhouba? No, that sounds dreadful. As Xia Qingxue wrestled with this perplexity, Shen Fan's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Ah, I have it. The 8th shall be named Shinxiazhou. Just as he finished his thought, Xia Qingxue, in the midst of sipping water, erupted in a fountain-like spray, creating a dazzling rainbow in the morning sunlight. The spectacle was quite extraordinary, especially as Meiling turned to ask Xia Qingxue a question about her math paper at that very moment. The water that Xia Qingxue expelled landed squarely on Meiling's face, leaving her startled and shivering, her expression contorted in disbelief. The classroom, previously filled with laughter and playfulness, fell into a profound silence, all eyes drawn to Xia Qingxue. The first sight was of a drenched Meiling, followed swiftly by a chorus of laughter erupting from their peers. Meiling, feeling quite wronged, wiped her face vigorously and feigned a pout. Xiaoxue, what on earth are you doing? Xia Qingxue, taken aback, returned to reality upon hearing Meiling's voice. Oh, I'm so sorry, Meiling. I truly didn't mean to. I just have a cold and accidentally choked. As she spoke, she hurried to help Meiling dry off, all the while reflecting on Shen Fan's mischievousness. He was not merely infatuated, he was captivated. Yet, he had been thinking of her, even to the extent of devising names for their potential children. As she pondered Shen Fan's inner musings, a faint smile, tinged with sweetness, crept across her face. However, she soon found herself questioning her own thoughts. When he referred to her as his wife, did that mean he regarded every beautiful girl he encountered as such? Had he, in fact, thought of names for all their children? While Xia Qingxue wrestled with these thoughts, she was unaware that she had grown accustomed to the peculiar ability to hear Shen Fan's thoughts. Observing her reaction, Shen Fan could not contain his laughter. joining in with their classmates. It was, indeed, a delightful moment, filled with laughter and joy. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxue possesses such an adorable side. In an instant, Xinfan seemed to discover a newfound joy in life. After Xiaoqing's finished drying Miling's hair and face, Miling, still with a frown, turned to her and said, Xiaoxue, do you know how to solve this math problem? Teach me, or what will I do if the math teacher calls on me later? You know how he gets. He questions everyone regardless of their academic performance. Upon glancing at the paper in Miling's hand, Xiaoqing was taken aback. Miling, why didn't you say something earlier? I've been preoccupied with other assignments and completely forgot about this one. As she spoke, she began searching for the paper. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and pouted. Actually, I can't solve that problem either. I pondered over it for quite some time without success. You know I have no affinity for mathematics. It was well known among her classmates that Xiaoqing did not enjoy math. If she were not so academically inclined, she would not merely rank within the top 50 of the school. She could likely break into the top 10. The paper Miling held was the homework assigned by the math teacher 2 days prior. Xiaoqing had attempted it, but set it aside upon realizing she couldn't solve it. Now, with the commotion, she had only just remembered. The crux of the matter was that she had no idea how to handle it. After hearing this, Miling resignedly shrugged her shoulders. Well then, let whatever will be be. It's unlikely they will call on me. Perhaps they will ask you, Xiaoxue. Impossible, impossible. The math teacher has never called on me, Xiaoqing replied, recoiling in fright. She too dreaded being questioned in mathematics, especially given her inherent disposition. Thus, she resolved to hide behind Miling, believing that if she avoided the teacher's gaze, he would not notice her. Yes, that's the plan. Just as Xiaoqing had made up her mind, she suddenly overheard Xinfan's thoughts. Ugh, how tedious, how tedious. This problem is so simple I can hardly be bothered. Boring. I'd rather think about my dear Xiaoxue. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's pupils dilated as a realization struck her. Indeed, if Xinfan were truly a reincarnated individual, solving such problems would be a trivial task for him. If only she could eavesdrop on his thought process, that would be remarkable. In that moment, her interest in Xinfan intensified, as if she had unearthed a new frontier within him. Just then, the class bell rang. The math teacher, impeccably dressed in a suit, with a textbook tucked under his arm and a stern expression, entered the classroom. Upon witnessing the teacher's demeanor, the students felt a jolt of anxiety, knowing he was bound to erupt soon. Consequently, the room fell into a hushed silence. Xiaoqing, under Xinfan's watchful gaze, quietly edged behind Miling. Xinfan smirked inwardly. Darling, the show is about to commence. Chapter 5. Don't, please don't. Xinfan observed Xiaoqing, who was persistently evading the math teacher's gaze, and found her utterly adorable. He resolved to tease her a little, fully aware that he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the challenging problem at hand. In the fragments of his high school memories, this particular question had stirred quite the commotion, characterized by its twists and turns. Although Xinfan felt confident in his understanding, he decided to refrain from stealing the spotlight, choosing instead to grant Xiaoqing this opportunity. Perhaps it would help her regain her confidence in mathematics. With his mind made up, Xinfan glanced up at the math teacher at the podium. At that moment, the teacher, sporting a serious expression, began to speak. So how is it? Have you all managed to solve the math problem I assigned a couple of days ago? The question may be lengthy, but I provided ample time. If there are any who haven't completed it, that would be quite unacceptable, wouldn't it? Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. This particular math problem had been the final question on a previous examination paper, not only lengthy, but also encompassing nearly all the formulas they had learned, thus serving as a true test for the students. The math teacher, aiming to ensure that the entire class had a chance to review their prior knowledge, had decided to allocate time for everyone to work on it themselves. However, he had not anticipated that, even with the time afforded, none of the students would be able to solve it. Now, as the students observed the teacher's imposing demeanor, they instinctively understood that he might soon call upon someone to solve the problem at the front. It felt akin to drawing lots in class to see who would be the unfortunate soul to face the challenge. The tension in the air was palpable. As predicted, the math teacher continued. All right, initially I intended to select a few students to come up and answer, but upon reflection, I realized that it cannot always be me calling on individuals. Others should also have the chance to showcase their abilities, don't you think? Now, who among you would like to voluntarily stand up and tackle this problem for everyone? Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom. It seemed the teacher had altered his approach today. Nonetheless, as long as he refrained from calling on anyone by name, it was preferable to the alternative. The classroom atmosphere lightened once more, with whispers of conversation resuming among some students. However, despite the teacher standing at the podium with his hands clasped behind his back, not a single student among the 60-odd in attendance made a move to stand. The teacher's expression grew increasingly displeased. What had initially been a friendly demeanor gradually transformed into one of frustration. What is this? Are you reluctant to showcase your skills? Or is it that none of you can solve it? Surely, among over 60 of you, there must be someone capable of stepping up? The math teacher, employing a bit of motivational pressure, found that his tactics still yielded no results. With a stern countenance, he continued to address the class. Since that is the case, shall I call out names? Upon the utterance of the mathematics teacher's words, an immediate hush enveloped the classroom, rendering it utterly silent once more. Observing closely, Xin Fan noted that Xia Qingxue, who had been sitting upright, gradually retreated behind Xiao Mei. Subsequently, the teacher began to call out names incessantly. To his dismay, neither the diligent nor the less studious students ventured a response. None had even attempted their work. This only served to sour the teacher's mood further. Look at you all. At such a critical juncture, still so leisurely. Your class is, without a doubt, the worst I have ever taught. Others may write incorrectly, but at least they write with earnestness, while you lot have not even made an attempt. There is no ambition here, and the college entrance examination is just around the corner. With that, the teacher's frustration escalated, his voice resonating like a powerful tenor, audible even in the adjacent classroom. All the students bowed their heads in silence, not daring to utter a single word, fervently hoping the teacher would soon conclude his tirade and move on to the next segment. None were foolish enough to create a stir at such a moment. It would be akin to walking into the line of fire. However, Xia Qingxue was different from the others. Amidst the teacher's booming voice, she could also hear Xin Fan's thoughts, which resonated more clearly in her mind than the teacher's admonishments. Indeed, she found herself paying closer attention to his inner musings. Yet, Xia Qingxue remained unaware that being privy to Xin Fan's thoughts might not necessarily be a blessing. It could very well turn into a nightmare. At that moment, Xin Fan, though seated in tranquil stillness, was preoccupied with thoughts of Xia Qingxue. I will soon be sharing my days with my little Xue. Surely, we cannot remain silent with one another for long. Perhaps I should take the initiative to speak with her, to ease the awkward atmosphere. But what should I say? I know. I shall tell her a joke. I excel at humor. With this resolve, Xin Fan felt a sense of determination. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, touched by Xin Fan's evident care, felt a warmth in her heart, momentarily forgetting the teacher's ongoing tirade. She then heard Xin Fan continue to ponder. Which joke should I share? Let me think. I have it. The tale of a single young man meeting God. What exactly was the joke? Let me recall. If I remember it now, I can practice it to avoid mistakes later. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Throughout her life, only her parents had ever cared for her in such a way. Beyond that, no one had shown her this level of concern. Yet today, to her astonishment, Xin Fan was thinking of her even in the midst of class. Xia Qingxue was deeply moved by this thought, her heart warming inexplicably. However, as she pondered, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Wait, what had he just said? Practicing jokes? Now he was rehearsing jokes in his mind, and it seemed that only she and the entire class could hear him. The realization startled Xia Qingxue, almost making her eyes pop out in disbelief. What a ridiculous notion. My sense of humor is rather poor, after all. Even a silly joke from Xiao Mei and the others could leave me laughing for ages. What if I couldn't contain myself when I heard his joke and burst into laughter right then and there? Once clarity dawned on Xia Qingxue, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, prompting her to silently plead, "No, please, Xin Fan. Do not remember that joke. If you tell it, I am doomed." She fervently wished for him to forget the joke, her heart filled with desperate prayers. Yet, Xin Fan did not disappoint her. As he finally recalled how to tell the joke, "I remember now, I finally remembered," he began. The story goes like this. Once, a single young man encountered God. Xia Qingxue hid behind Miling, her head bowed in trepidation, though her face betrayed her discomfort, resembling one who had just tasted bitter melon. No, please, Xin Fan. I beg you, do not say it out loud. Chapter 6. I am doomed. Xia Qingxue continued her silent pleas, but to no avail. Shen Fan persisted, animatedly narrating the story of the young man's encounter with God. To Xia Qingshue's dismay, he was even able to conjure a vivid scene of their meeting. Most troubling of all was that Shen Fan had yet to finish, and Xia Qingxue was already recalling past jokes. There was no escaping the atmosphere. She resigned herself to the situation, preparing to stifle her laughter, her little fists clenched tightly beneath the table. And then Shen Fan began his tale. A single young man prayed every day, eventually moving God. So God appeared before the young man and asked, "Young man, I can grant you one wish. What do you desire?" The young man replied, "God, I wish for a dragon." God responded, "Be realistic, young man." The young man sighed. "All right, then I wish for a girlfriend." God asked, "What color dragon do you want?" Once Shen Fan concluded, Xia Qingxue reached her limit, her face flushed from the effort of restraint. Her small fists beneath the table had turned white from the pressure. Yet, Shen Fan's final question echoed relentlessly in her mind. "What color dragon do you want? What color dragon?" At long last, Xia Qingxue could no longer hold it in. With a soft snort, she burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, a chill swept through her heart, leaving her with but one thought: I am doomed. Subsequently, like a deflated balloon, she resignedly rested her head upon a stack of books. "Shen Fan, I utterly detest you." This was the second thought that crossed Xia Qingshue's mind. However, her laughter, seemingly innocuous, resonated throughout the previously silent classroom, magnifying the sound to a startling degree. Every student heard it distinctly. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed from silence to a profound stillness, as countless pairs of eyes turned in unison towards Xia Qingxue. What an absurdity! The teacher was in a rage, yet Xia Qingxue dared to produce such a sound? Was she truly laughing? Each classmate regarded her with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, utterly bewildered. Was this really Xia Qingxue? Who would have thought she possessed such audacity? Especially during a mathematics lesson? In that moment, admiration for her surged among her peers. In truth, the students had not heard Shen Fan's joke. They had only perceived Xia Qingshue's laughter, which to their ears carried an air of contempt, a derisive laughter that seemed to scorn all. Yet, what puzzled them even more was the thought that Xia Qingxue was not particularly adept at mathematics. What had emboldened her to laugh so freely? Surely, this marked the end for her. Ultimately, every student believed Xia Qingxue was doomed. Indeed, when the mathematics teacher finished addressing the class of 60, widely regarded as the most challenging group he had ever taught, he intended to continue speaking, only to be interrupted by a sudden, unexpected giggle. The teacher squinted, taken aback that a student would dare to disrupt his class with such an inharmonious sound. This was not merely a challenge, it was a deliberate mockery. Narrowing his eyes, he sought the source of the laughter, exclaiming, "Who dares to laugh in my class? Pray, share your good fortune with me." However, as his gaze fell upon Miling's position, he discovered that the source remained concealed. At that moment, Xia Qingxue had completely collapsed onto her desk, hidden behind Miling. "You there, behind Miling. Stand up and let me see which deity this is." The moment the teacher uttered these words, the entire class erupted into laughter. Realizing she could no longer remain hidden, Xia Qingxue reluctantly rose. Yet, within her heart, she had mentally chastised Shen Fan several times over. "Cursed Shen Fan, detestable Shen Fan, you have led me to ruin." But upon standing, the mathematics teacher recognized her and immediately found himself amused. The reason was simple. Xia Qingxue was known as the most obedient, diligent, and academically gifted student in the class. Little did he expect that this well-behaved child would engage in such antics during his lesson. The mathematics teacher, with arms crossed and a teasing tone, inquired, "Ah, it seems to be you, classmate Xia Qingxue. What brings forth that smile? Does it imply you comprehend the material?" "Xia Qingxue, oh Xia Qingxue, how is it that I had not previously discovered your hidden talent?" Upon the teacher's words, a wave of laughter erupted among the classmates. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue lowered her head, wishing fervently for a hole to burrow into. Yet, the mathematics teacher was undeterred. He picked up a piece of chalk and directed his gaze towards Xia Qingxue. "Since you appear so self-assured, why not come forth and elucidate the problem for us?" This statement startled Xia Qingxue. What? She could scarcely believe that the teacher expected her to solve a problem on the blackboard. She had struggled with this very problem on multiple occasions during assessments, and now, facing the class, the prospect was utterly daunting. Anxiety surged within her, her lips pressed tightly together. What should she do? What could she possibly do? In that moment of desperation, She inadvertently glanced at her deskmate, Shen Fan, recalling his earlier remark that the problem was trivial. "Oh, Shen Fan, you claimed it was easy. So why are you silent now? If you don't speak up, I might be doomed." Yet, in her peripheral vision, she noticed Shen Fan remained unmoved. As Xia Qingxue observed the teacher, chalk in hand, awaiting her response, she reluctantly set her paper aside and prepared to step forward. Just then, Shen Fan, having been keenly aware of the unfolding situation, decided it was time to intervene. He feigned urgency, as if fearing for her ability to respond, thinking to himself, "Oh no, I just realized my wife is in a predicament. What should I do? In my previous life, she struggled with this problem too. In truth, this problem is flawed." It was an error in the question itself. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Xia Qingxue, poised to take a step forward, heard him distinctly. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a spark igniting within her. Of course, how could I not have realized that the question was erroneous? Among her classmates, a few were indeed proficient in mathematics. Yet they too failed to solve it, which only reinforced the idea that something was amiss with the question. With this revelation, Xia Qingxue withdrew her foot, her previously hunched posture subtly straightening. Now, bolstered by the confidence Shen Fan had instilled in her, she felt empowered. However, as Xia Qingxue took a moment to gather herself, her classmates quickly grasped the implication. It was evident that she was unprepared, and even if she attempted to write, it would be futile. Nevertheless, the rest of the students sighed in relief, for if someone as academically adept as Xia Qingxue could not solve it, their own struggles were indeed justifiable. At that moment, everyone heard Xia Qingxue slowly declare, "In fact, this problem is flawed." Chapter 7. Let's go, my wife. It's time to eat. When Xia Qingxue announced that there was an error in the question, the classmates who had been foolishly laughing suddenly turned to stone, their gazes fixed on her in utter disbelief. They were not confused. Rather, they comprehended all too well. Moreover, an inexplicable feeling stirred within them, suggesting that Xia Qingxue was indeed correct. Indeed, one must ponder, if an entire class fails to solve a question, what other explanation could there be besides the question being erroneous? As the realization dawned upon them, their faces contorted into expressions of bitter self-mockery. Just moments ago, they had reveled in the misfortune of Xia Qingxue, only to discover that the true fools were themselves. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the classroom. How did Xia Qingxue perceive this? It was astonishing. Even though my mathematical prowess surpasses hers, I had scrutinized the problem for 3 days without recognizing its flaw. Yet she saw it instantly. Could this signify a disparity in capability? Goodness, Xia Qingxue has truly kept her brilliance under wraps. Not only the students, but even the mathematics teacher on stage shared this sentiment. Upon hearing Xia Qingxue's assertion, the teacher was struck by the same realization. He paused for a moment, then hurried to the lectern, opening the examination paper to investigate. It was not that the teacher lacked professionalism. It was merely that during a previous lesson, he had glanced at the question only briefly. He had intended to assign it for homework to gauge the student's abilities and planned to elaborate on it in today's class. Now, as he examined the paper, he regarded Xia Qingxue with newfound respect. Her standing in the teacher's eyes had risen significantly. Meanwhile, he continued to inquire, "Xia Qingxue, can you explain where the mistake lies?" Huh. Xia Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Why was the teacher asking her where the error was? How was she supposed to know? The once relaxed expression on her face shifted to one of bitterness. Yet at that moment, she heard Shen Fan's inner voice. "Wow, my little Xue is truly remarkable. I really needn't have worried." The mistake that the math teacher overlooked, my wife spotted at a glance. To put it in future terms, my wife is indeed a hidden academic prodigy. I, Shen Fan, have made no wrong choice. My wife is undoubtedly the best. Shen Fan continued to praise Xia Qingxue. Yet instead of feeling elated, she found herself at a loss for words. Couldn't he pause the flattery for a moment? She yearned to know where the mistake lay in the question itself. However, it seemed that her wish was about to be granted. Just as if Shen Fan had heard her thoughts, he began to recollect everything related to the problem. In fact, this question is from the past 2 years' college entrance examinations. The discrepancy arises from the reversal of the calculations within those 2 parentheses. Not only that, but an additional square root was added within the parentheses. Thus, it was not that the problem lacked an answer. Rather, it simply exceeded the capabilities of high school students, pushing beyond the syllabus. After pondering this, Xin Fan noticed that Xia Qingxue was also hastily lowering her head to examine the complex question. Although Xia Qingxue held little interest in mathematics, Xin Fan's remarks seemed to illuminate some understanding within her. Consequently, as the teacher and the class awaited Xia Qingxue's response, she exhaled softly and finally spoke up. In truth, I merely recognized this problem as familiar, as if I had encountered it before. After long calculations, I discovered that if the expressions within the two inner parentheses were reversed, the problem would become considerably more manageable. As Xia Qingxue articulated this, the teacher suddenly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "Oh right. It seems that square roots cannot be added this way either." Upon finishing, the teacher looked up at Xia Qingxue with an expression of approval, exclaiming, "Well done. When did your mathematics improve so remarkably? It is commendable to have the courage to answer. I hope you maintain this attitude towards learning and strive for excellent results in the college entrance examination." The students, witnessing their mathematics teacher's unexpected praise, were filled with envy and astonishment, given the teacher's notorious sternness, which they experienced daily. Thus, they regarded Xia Qingxue with newfound respect, engaging in hushed whispers. The sun appeared to rise from the west, as the mathematics teacher displayed a rare smile of approval. Xia Qingxue was indeed impressive, if memory served. She was the first among her peers to earn such recognition from the mathematics teacher. It was a pity, however, that she shared a desk with Xin Fan, as many lamented that such a promising flower had been overshadowed. Xin Fan, bewildered, wondered if he truly appeared that unappealing. Yet, at that moment, Xia Qingxue was transformed. She had straightened her posture and proudly lifted her chin, clearly rekindling her confidence in mathematics. After the teacher instructed her to take her seat, she cast a grateful glance at Xin Fan. Now, Xia Qingxue had shed any animosity towards him, instead finding him impressive. She silently reflected. All of this is thanks to Xin Fan. I never imagined I would encounter such a treasure. It seems I should pay more attention to his thoughts, as they may prove unexpectedly beneficial. Xin Fan, observing the faint smile on Xia Qingxue's face, realized that he had achieved his aim. From that moment forth, not only did Xia Qingxue regain her confidence in mathematics, but she would likely also become less sullen. Subsequently, Xin Fan chose not to say anything further. Soon, the noon bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Xia Qingxue, having performed exceptionally well in mathematics, radiated joy throughout the morning. As the dismissal bell rang, students eagerly rose from their seats and rushed to the cafeteria. Most students who live a bit farther from home choose to dine in the school cafeteria at noon. Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue are no exception. At this moment, as Xin Fan tidies up his books, he muses to himself, reflecting on my previous life. I was too shy to sit with my dear Xia Xue in the cafeteria. How I regret that. He continues, but now, it is indeed time to share a meal together. I must seize every opportunity to be with her. That's settled then. As Xin Fan contemplates this, Xia Qingxue is also packing her books. Upon hearing Xin Fan's thoughts, she momentarily freezes, and a slight twitch appears at the corner of her mouth. What? Eat with me. With so many people in the cafeteria, I would rather avoid drawing attention. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, her movements slow down. Xin Fan, having finished his packing, stands up and notices that Xia Qingxue has yet to rise. He calls out to her, "Are you coming, my dear? Time for a meal." Those who feast are truly exceptional. Xia Qingxue, upon hearing this, is rendered speechless. What sort of expressions has this future world conjured up? They sound quite peculiar. At that moment, Mei Ling stands up and turns her head, silently giving Xia Qingxue a mysterious nod. In turn, Xia Qingxue responds with a similarly enigmatic nod. Then, Mei Ling walks out alone. Xin Fan stands there, bewildered. What is happening? Aren't these two close friends inseparable? Why has Mei Ling chosen to leave alone this time? What about my wife? Is she not joining me for the meal? Chapter 8. It turns out. She has her menstrual cycle. Xin Fan is perplexed as to why Mei Ling left Xia Qingxue behind and went out alone. He recalls that on this day in his previous life, he had hurried out after class and paid little attention to such matters, leaving him utterly clueless. Just as he is lost in thought, someone lightly bumps into him from behind. He turns to find it is Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming pouts, gazing at Xin Fan with a sorrowful expression, then glances at Xia Qingxue. "Xiao Fan, I'm feeling a bit down. What should I do?" Xin Fan understands immediately. Wang Xiaoming is clearly expressing his frustration. "Look at you, living the good life, while I am stuck at the internet cafe all night. You get to dine with a beautiful girl." Xin Fan looks at Wang Xiaoming, then glances at the solitary desk at the back of the classroom, which belongs to Wang Xiaoming alone, feeling a pang of sympathy. He must feel quite lonely all morning. He recalls that he had encouraged Wang Xiaoming to visit the internet cafe overnight. He feels somewhat guilty, knowing that he is the instigator, while Wang Xiaoming bears the brunt of the consequences. With a slight cough, Xin Fan tries to lighten the mood. Cheer up. I'll treat you to some braised pork. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming's eyes light up instantly, grabbing Xin Fan's arm. Let's go. Thus, Xin Fan was unceremoniously dragged out of the classroom by Wang Xiaoming and into the cafeteria. However, Xin Fan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Xia Qingxue as he sought to unravel the mystery of her absence from the meal. The cafeteria was bustling with patrons, yet fortunately, there were numerous food counters, each offering a distinct array of dishes. As long as one possessed the means and a bit of audacity, one could indulge in delectable options such as guobao roe and hongxiao roe at will. Xin Fan glanced at the guobao roe counter and noticed it was not particularly crowded. After retrieving his utensils and tray, he joined Wang Xiaoming in line. The utensils could be stored in a row of small lockers on either side of the cafeteria, each equipped with a personal lock. While queuing, Xin Fan spotted Mei Ling nearby. He promptly handed the tray and meal card to Wang Xiaoming, instructing him to wait in line for a serving of hongxiao roe. Once he approached Mei Ling, he wasted no time getting to the point. Mei Ling, may I ask you something? Mei Ling, taken aback by Xin Fan's directness, smiled coyly. Go ahead, handsome. Do you know why Xia Qingxue hasn't come to eat? Upon hearing this, Mei Ling's expression shifted to one of realization, her gaze piercing into Xin Fan. Yet she remained silent. Xin Fan grew anxious. Come on, why are you staring at me? Speak. This is a secret among us women, you know? Mei Ling replied mysteriously, shaking her head with a teasing smile. However, Xin Fan quickly grasped the implication. Having experienced life, he understood the situation well enough. Xia Qingxue, or affectionately known as Xiaoxue, had her monthly visitor. Upon this revelation, Xin Fan's mind raced to recall everything he had learned in his previous life about alleviating menstrual discomfort. Without hesitation, he extended his hand towards Mei Ling. Give me that lunchbox. Mei Ling instinctively recoiled, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hey, handsome, are you inviting me to dinner? I think I'd rather not. It feels a bit awkward. Xin Fan forced a smile but quickly composed himself, responding coolly, You're misunderstanding. I meant the lunchbox you're holding belongs to Xia Qingxue. Please hand it over. Before Mei Ling could respond, Xin Fan snatched the lunchbox and dashed towards one of the counters, adding, If you want hongxiao roe, ask Wang Xiaoming to get it for you. Just mention my name. Left in a state of confusion, Mei Ling wondered, what does that even mean? Meanwhile, Xin Fan filled a lunchbox with steaming purple rice porridge, unmistakably intended for Xia Qingxue. Given her discomfort, it was essential she ate something light. He then approached Wang Xiaoming, who had just finished serving the hongxiao roe. As Xin Fan accepted his tray, he remarked, Xiaoming, your chance has arrived. I told Mei Ling to join you for hongxiao roe. Make the most of it. With that, he swiftly exited the cafeteria. Xin Fan and Wang Xiaoming are inseparable friends, well aware of Wang Xiaoming's affection for Mei Ling. At this moment, Xin Fan finds himself at a shop, inquiring directly with the proprietor if they have brown sugar. This method has been ingrained in Xin Fan's memory since childhood, as he has often heard that consuming brown sugar water is beneficial for women during their menstrual cycle. To his satisfaction, the shop indeed has it. After purchasing the brown sugar, he adds a hint of it to some congee and makes his way back to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, he discovers that apart from Xia Qingxue, there is no one else present. Xia Qingxue is reclining, seemingly asleep, but Xin Fan knows that she is merely too uncomfortable to move. He approaches her with the congee and his meal in hand. The sound of his footsteps immediately captures Xia Qingxue's attention, and she quickly recognizes it as Xin Fan's. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she hurriedly tidies her hair. When their eyes meet, her pupils dilate in shock as she notices that Xin Fan is holding her lunchbox. What is going on? How did this lunchbox end up in his hands? Where has that Mei Ling gone? She wonders. However, she cannot fathom that Mei Ling is indulging in braised pork. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, Xin Fan reaches his seat and places a steaming bowl of purple rice congee in front of her. In a voice imbued with masculine charm, he says, Mei Ling mentioned that you were particularly craving congee today. The crowd at the window was overwhelming, and she couldn't get any, so I took it upon myself to help you out. Enjoy it while it's warm. It's not good for your stomach when it cools. His magnetic voice and warm words instantly touched Xia Qingshua's heart, with her period causing her discomfort. She craved solace at this moment. She had thought she would simply endure for a couple of days, but unexpectedly, she receives this man's comforting gesture. Knowing that Shun Fan harbors feelings for her, a wave of emotion floods her heart. As she gazes at the kanji, her lips pout, and her eyes glisten with unshed tears. She quickly bows her head to conceal her vulnerability, instinctively picking up a spoon and taking a gentle sip. Is it sweet? She muses. He even added sugar for me? The overwhelming sensation of gratitude surges within her, impossible to suppress. Just then, she hears Shun Fan's inner thoughts. How is it, my dear? Tasty, I hope? I prepared it just for you. I had a hunch that you were on your period, so I specifically bought brown sugar, as I've heard it helps with blood replenishment and alleviates pain. See, am I not the best to you? For reasons she cannot comprehend, upon hearing that last thought, tears threaten to spill from her eyes. She hastily lowers her head and begins to eat slowly. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a seemingly carefree yet meticulous young man? Although Shun Fan cannot see Xia Qingshua's expression, he can easily guess her reaction at this moment. Thus, they picked up their bowls and began to eat. Although they were merely having a meal, the entire classroom was suddenly enveloped in a warm and sweet atmosphere. Of course, many classmates chose to buy snacks to enjoy in class during lunchtime. Just as Shun Fan and his companion were dining, a fellow student unexpectedly entered. Upon witnessing the scene of affection unfolding in the classroom, the student was momentarily taken aback. In the eyes of this classmate, amidst the sea of books, there was a pair of golden boy and jade girl silently savoring their delicacies. The image was both heartwarming and delightful, and it seemed as though Shun Fan and Xia Qingxua had known each other from a previous life. After a full 3 seconds of astonishment, the classmate finally regained composure. During the time Shun Fan and Xia Qingxua were eating, over a dozen classmates had entered the room. Each one, upon seeing the two, displayed expressions of utter surprise. The reason was simple. Shun Fan and Xia Qingxua had hardly exchanged a word before this moment. What could it possibly mean for them to suddenly share a meal together? Before long, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxua finished their meal, with Shun Fan taking responsibility for securing the utensils in the cafeteria's storage. Meanwhile, the classmates began to whisper amongst themselves, pondering the nature of the duo's relationship. Hadn't they just moved to the same table that morning? How could they be dining together by noon? Never mind, don't overthink it. I believe Shun Fan is merely trying to curry favor with her, one remarked. Yet, one must not forget the adage, the early bird catches the worm. Alas, it was truly baffling. Thus, the tale spread like wildfire, and soon the entire class was aware of the lunchtime occurrence. In no time, the classroom was filled with envious and spiteful glances, tinged with a hint of jealousy, until the afternoon classes commenced. Perhaps due to the brown sugar porridge Shun Fan had prepared, Xia Qingshua's stomachache had subsided. Moreover, today had turned out to be a rather splendid day for her. Particularly, the teacher's praise during mathematics class motivated Xia Qingxua to engage in her studies with newfound diligence. Shun Fan, naturally, did not disturb her. Thus, the afternoon swiftly passed. With the weekend approaching, there was only one evening study session scheduled, and no teacher would oversee it. Although they were all aware of the urgency of their studies, the students chose to indulge in merriment, laughing and playing, reveling in the joy of the moment. Mei Ling, seated in front, seemed to have an idea. Turning to Xia Qingxua with excitement. Xiaoxua, since tomorrow is a holiday, I'll take you out for some delicious food. I heard there's a new spicy hot pot stall at Hongqiu Walking Street that's authentic, and there's a queue of people. The moment Xia Qingxua heard Mei Ling's words, her mind conjured up images of delectable dishes, and she couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Although Xia Qingxua had a passion for learning, she believed that it was permissible to occasionally indulge in some leisure time with Mei Ling. Thus, she was inclined to agree to Mei Ling's invitation. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard Shun Fan's thoughts. Tomorrow, do you still wish to go out? I think it's better to reconsider. If my memory serves me correctly, the homeroom teacher will soon announce the rehearsal for the weekend. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxua instinctively retracted her words, pondering, what? There's going to be a rehearsal tomorrow? Could it be a mistake on Shun Fan's part? As she contemplated this, Shun Fan continued his internal dialogue. However, not all students will participate. The homeroom teacher will select a few based on height and appearance. In fact, taking part in this rehearsal is quite advantageous. It marks the final event of our high school years. Of course, Both I and our classmate Xia Qingxue have been chosen. After Shun Fan's confirmation, Xia Qingxue felt a surge of interest. She was eager to see whether the homeroom teacher would indeed appear. Yet, to keep her secret hidden, she maintained her agreement with Myling. Of course, I haven't gone shopping in ages. Upon hearing this, Myling gleefully rubbed her hands together in excitement. Meanwhile, Shun Fan secretly reveled in the situation, surprised by Xia Qingxue's cleverness. As for the previous information, it was deliberately shared by Shun Fan to pique Xia Qingxue's interest. He believed it essential to keep her engaged and intrigued by maintaining an air of mystery around himself, thus making life more enjoyable. Shun Fan's anticipations proved accurate. At the 10-minute mark before school ended, the homeroom teacher indeed arrived, just as Xia Qingxue had hoped. However, upon entering the classroom, the homeroom teacher did not immediately address the rehearsal. Instead, she first organized the weekend assignments and cautioned everyone to avoid becoming too lax. Xia Qingxue remained fixated on the homeroom teacher, eagerly awaiting the revelation that would confirm Shun Fan's words. Eventually, after addressing all necessary matters, the homeroom teacher stated, "Furthermore, there is one more announcement. The school will utilize this weekend for a rehearsal. It will primarily consist of a choral performance, so I will now call the roll. Those whose names are called are expected to return to school tomorrow for preparations. This may very well be the last event of your high school life, so I hope those selected will actively participate." Once the homeroom teacher concluded her announcement, the students expressed their excitement in hushed whispers, while Xia Qingxue felt distinctly different. Although it had been previously established that Shun Fan was indeed the reincarnate, when the homeroom teacher concluded his statement, Xia Qingxue was still profoundly taken aback. The handsome gentleman by her side, Shun Fan, seemed nothing short of a prophet, always managing to stay ahead of others in every endeavor. With his presence, did that not render her more formidable than those with extraordinary abilities to foresee the future? Subsequently, Xia Qingxue recalled how Shun Fan repeatedly referred to her as his wife, even going so far as to select names for their future children. In that instant, she felt enveloped by an overwhelming sweetness. As the homeroom teacher began to call the roll, Xia Qingxue discovered, just as Shun Fan had indicated, that both she and he were indeed listed among the names. Moreover, Myling and Wang Xiaoming were also among those selected. Once the teacher had completed the roll call and exited the classroom, the students were elated. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students exited the classroom in droves, and just as Shun Fan was preparing to bid a silent farewell to Xia Qingxue, Wang Xiaoming suddenly approached from behind, pulling Shun Fan aside and whispering, "Xiao Fan, could you do me a favor?" Shun Fan was puzzled. When had Wang Xiaoming become so bashful in speaking to him? "What is going on? Just say it if you need something." Wang Xiaoming chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "It's nothing much, just that I'd like to borrow your bicycle. Myling and I have already made plans to go to the pedestrian street tomorrow during lunch. But as you can see, we can't go tomorrow. So, I was hoping to borrow your bike for the trip. It would save time, and after we finish eating, I can ride Myling back home." Shun Fan understood, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. He had never imagined that his casual, impulsive decision to dine with Myling would lead to such rapid developments. Wang Xiaoming seemed to read Shun Fan's thoughts and quickly refuted, "Don't overthink it. We merely share a mutual love for food." "Oh," Shun Fan feigned comprehension. "Then why not just ride together with her? You could discuss your shared interests more closely." Chapter 11. Xia Qingxue's first taste of freedom. As Shun Fan spoke with delight, he and Xia Qingxue had already reached the mouth of the alley. Xia Qingxue discreetly glanced inside the alley at the plump chef's breakfast shop, reflecting on Shun Fan's earlier thoughts about wanting to chance upon her there in the morning. Xia Qingxue, who had never conversed with boys and had never experienced romance, instinctively felt a sense of resistance. Her mind began to spiral into conflict. Perhaps it would be best to avoid an encounter in the morning? If they did happen to meet at that shop, would she greet him? Would they sit together? If they did share a table, how would she respond if the owner inquired about their relationship? Instantly, countless questions flooded her mind. Each question loomed before her like an insurmountable chasm, rendering her hesitant. Ultimately, Xia Qingxue decided to retreat, thinking it best to let it go. At that moment, she remained stationary, her mind entangled in a web of chaotic thoughts. Meanwhile, Shun Fan observed her intently, having lived two lives. He perceived the inner turmoil of this young girl with clarity. Earlier, he had alluded to the breakfast shop and their serendipitous encounter, subtly planting a seed in Xia Qingxue's mind, now awaiting its eventual sprouting. watching her large eyes darting back and forth. He recognized that the seed had indeed begun to germinate. The prospect of another chance meeting at the breakfast shop the following day seemed promising. Thus, Shen Fan feigned ignorance of her conflicted gaze and directed his attention deeper into the alleyway. This alley, lined with a few houses at its entrance, soon gave way to towering walls on either side. Despite the presence of several streetlights, an eerie stillness enveloped the space, instilling a sense of oppression. The alley curved gently, seemingly lacking an endpoint. In such a desolate passage, how could Xia Qingxue dare to traverse it? Yet, it soon dawned on Shen Fan that she would have never ventured here before. Her current assertion likely stemmed from his earlier remarks that had unsettled her. Realizing this, he felt compelled to escort her. With that, Shen Fan turned and strode confidently into the alley, addressing Xia Qingxue as he did so. Come, I shall accompany you home. Though the alley was illuminated and appeared quite clean, its desolation was palpable. Xia Qingxue snapped back to reality, peering into the alley, regretting her previous statement. In the past, she had shied away from it, intimidated by its depths. Nevertheless, this alley ultimately led to the back entrance of her residential complex, quite close to home. Observing Shen Fan's tall silhouette ahead, she found herself following him almost instinctively. As they meandered through the tranquil alley, illuminated by the dim streetlights, their skin appeared even more flawless in the soft glow. Xia Qingxue had initially kept her head down, yet her attention remained fixed on Shen Fan. Finally, with a casual flick of her hair, she stole a glance at him. This fleeting gaze left her momentarily spellbound. How could Shen Fan's eyes shine so brightly? The reflection of the faint light within them sparkled more brilliantly than gems. In that instant, she truly felt enamored. Though reluctant, Xia Qingxue eventually averted her gaze, her heart heavy as they reached the alley's end, which opened to the community's rear entrance. I'm here, she announced softly. Shen Fan replied, halting his steps. Don't be late tomorrow. The rehearsal should be quite enjoyable. Faced with Shen Fan's concern, Xia Qingxue found herself at a loss for words and merely lowered her head as she entered the community gate. After walking for a while and turning back to discover that Shen Fan had also left, Xia Qingxue's small face blossomed with a sweet smile. All the moments related to Shen Fan from that day instantly flooded her mind. So, it turned out that Shen Fan liked me. He was filled with thoughts of me. Am I not dreaming? With this thought, Xia Qingxue realized that there was no one around, and she began to twirl and dance joyfully, laughing as she exclaimed, I must be dreaming. It's certainly a dream. But I adore it so much. I truly hope I never wake up. For the first time, Xia Qingxue unabashedly released the youthful spirit that belonged to her age. With the lightest touch of her toes, she pirouetted gracefully, returning home while dancing. Even as she opened the door, she hummed a tune. Upon stepping inside, she was met with the sight of her mother, Lu Wenhui, sitting on the sofa like a regal figure, observing her. Xia Qingxue chuckled and playfully gestured a cute yay to Lu Wenhui, saying, Mom, my stomach hurts. Lu Wenhui remained seated, watching her exuberant daughter with a slight huff. I truly didn't see that coming. After Xia Qingxue spoke, she disregarded Lu Wenhui's remarks and dashed into the kitchen to grab a watermelon, returning to the sofa to indulge in it. However, while sitting there, she noticed her mother still gazing at her. That look in her eyes seemed to see through everything, making Xia Qingxue feel a touch of guilt. In reality, Xia Qingxue was not mistaken. Earlier, when she and Shen Fan had exited the alley, Lu Wenhui happened to be on the balcony gathering laundry. Lu Wenhui had casually glanced downstairs and, by sheer coincidence, spotted Xia Qingxue with Shen Fan. To her astonishment, Lu Wenhui felt as though her eyes might fall out. Isn't that my daughter? Why is she walking with a boy, especially through the back door? At first sight of Xia Qingxue and Shen Fan together, Lu Wenhui's instinct was one of rejection, her immediate thought being that her daughter might be romantically involved with someone. Yet, after reflecting, she considered the possibility that there might be some special circumstance that had brought them together. Although the light was dim, she could still discern that the young man was quite tall, and his facial contours suggested he was rather handsome. In that moment, Lu Wenhui was unsure of her feelings, prompting her to cautiously probe her daughter, Xia Qingxue, to uncover the truth. However, Xia Qingxue remained blissfully unaware that her mother had witnessed the earlier encounter and continued to enjoy her watermelon while watching television. Feeling relaxed for the first time since school began. In the past, she would immediately retreat to her room to study after classes. Yet, after a few minutes, Xia Qingxue sensed something was amiss with her mother, who seemed to be watching her intently. Suddenly, it dawned on me that I have rehearsal tomorrow. Right. I also need to attend school. The institution is forming a choir and conducting rehearsals. Lu Wenhui remained silent, continuing to gaze at Xia Qingxue. Mom, when are we having dinner? I'm starving. Yet, Lu Wenhui still did not utter a word, her eyes fixed on Xia Qingxue. Eventually, Xia Qingxue realized that something was amiss. Though feeling somewhat guilty, she steadied her nerves, knowing this was her mother. She directly countered, Mom, why do you keep looking at me like that? Chapter 12. You feed me a bite of tofu pudding, and I feed you a bite of fried dough stick. Upon hearing Xia Qingxue's question, Lu Wenhui finally spoke. Just now, who brought you back? Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated, as if understanding something. She swiftly turned her head towards the balcony, realizing that her mother, Lu Wenhui, must have seen her with Shun Fan while collecting clothes earlier. In an instant, Xia Qingxue felt a wave of apprehension and began to employ her agile mind to explain. Oh, that was Shun Fan, a classmate of mine. His bicycle was borrowed by Miling, who went to the pedestrian street for snacks. However, Miling was worried about me returning alone, so she asked our classmate to escort me. After listening, Lu Wenhui feigned enlightenment and replied, then curiously inquired, what was that dance about? Xia Qingxue nearly choked on a piece of watermelon, feeling a surge of regret. It appeared the adage held true. One can only remain undetected if one does not engage in wrongdoing. Ah, that was for tomorrow's rehearsal. However, Lu Wenhui seemed more puzzled and pretended to ponder, a choir? And dancing? Your rehearsal content is quite diverse. At that moment, Xia Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Not wanting to fabricate any further, she hastily took a couple of bites of watermelon and set it down on the coffee table. As she dashed towards her bedroom, she declared, I need to study. There are still a few papers left unfinished. With that, she entered her room and shut the door behind her. Observing Xia Qingxue's reaction, Lu Wenhui had begun to piece things together. It was likely that this was the first time her daughter had returned home with someone else, and it seemed that their relationship had not yet progressed into romance. Sighing, Lu Wenhui resolved to pay closer attention in the future. Inside her room, Xia Qingxue first placed a set of papers on the desk. Then, she reached for the tape recorder and pressed play, the melodious and cheerful notes filling the air. I can hardly forget the first time I met you. A pair of enchanting eyes. Your figure lingers in my mind, never fading. Lost in thought and accompanied by the music, Xia Qingxue's mind wandered, particularly reflecting on the sweet moments of the day that refused to dissipate. She found herself smiling foolishly from time to time as these thoughts danced in her head. At last, thoughts of the earlier incident at the alleyway resurfaced, plunging him once more into a state of inner turmoil. Should he venture there tomorrow morning? It was one thing if he were absent, but what if he were present? What if the place were teeming with people? Contemplating this, Xia Qingxue quickly resolved, with firm determination, not to go. Yet, inexplicably, an image emerged in her mind. On a fragrant morning, she and Shun Fan sat at a table in a quaint breakfast shop, gazing affectionately at one another. You would feed me a spoonful of tofu pudding, and I would reciprocate with a piece of fried dough. How warm and comforting. As this thought crossed her mind, Xia Qingxue felt her cheeks flush and involuntarily uttered the words aloud. However, she soon felt a pang of embarrassment and vigorously shook her head, tousling her hair in an effort to regain her composure before returning to her studies. To fall in love with you was entirely beyond my control. For what reason could it be that I encountered you yet again? I truly wish it were not so. Thus, she found herself ensnared in the web of love. At that moment, Shun Fan hummed a tune as he exited the alley. The moment he stepped out, he was greeted by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the heart of the girl you cherish, increasing your favorability rating. Consequently, the progress of the perfect romance task has increased by 1. Reward, 100 points. Initially elated, Shun Fan's eyes sparkled even more brightly upon hearing this. Without a doubt, it seemed that Xia Qingxue was currently thinking solely of him. After glancing at the attribute panel reflecting the 100 points, he recalled that each increment in progress corresponded to a gain of 100 points. Thus, these points were indeed quite precious and would require careful consideration before use in the future. With a resolute mind, Shun Fan boarded the bus, heading homeward. On the way, he reflected on how many years it had been since he last saw his parents. In his previous life, they had always been preoccupied with planning for his future. Even when they earned money, they lived frugally, insisting on buying him a house. The thought brought a pang to Xin Fan's heart, and he dared not dwell on it further. Having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed never to let his parents endure the hardships they faced before. He would ensure they experienced what it truly meant to live without worries. As for earning money, one person sufficed. At that moment, the system chimed again. Ding. Detection indicates that the host harbors a strong desire for wealth. In a perfect life, how could one possibly lack financial resources? Thus, the tycoon task has been triggered. With the current progress at 0, each increment in task progress will yield 100 points. New task, tycoon. Task progress, 0. Another task? Upon hearing the announcement, Xin Fan remained in high spirits. For him, any task given by the system was one he would gladly accept. However, to accomplish the tasks of a wealthy magnate, one must engage in thoughtful contemplation. As Xin Fan pondered, he found himself standing at his doorstep. Skillfully extracting his key from a corner, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. It was the same familiar home, with the interior retaining its well-known layout. In the living room, his mother, Yang Shuhua, was busily knitting a sweater, while his father, Xin Jiangwo, was engrossed in the television. Upon seeing his parents, Xin Fan stood still, silent, simply gazing at them. He noticed, to his surprise, that strands of white hair had begun to appear at their temples. This revelation struck Xin Fan with unexpected sorrow. It was not that such changes had not occurred in his previous life, but rather that he had been so preoccupied with leisure that he had never truly observed his parents. They were not yet 40, a youthful couple indeed. Yet here they were with graying hair. This thought weighed heavily on Xin Fan's heart. At that moment, his mother, Yang Shuhua, lifted her gaze towards the entrance and, perplexed, called out, "Why are you standing at the door? Come on, dinner is ready." Her words instantly transformed Xin Fan into a child filled with a sense of grievance. How long it had been since he had heard such a familiar phrase. Following this, the comforting aroma of home-cooked dishes wafted into his senses. Approaching the dining table, he inhaled deeply, savoring the long-missed scent of home-cooked meals. In an instant, Xin Fan became the familiar child his parents knew, lifting his bowl and devouring the food voraciously. Unable to watch him eat so hastily, his mother brought a platter of dishes closer to him. "Slow down. It's as if you've been mistreated," she exclaimed. His father, Xin Jiangwo, merely chuckled from across the table. Xin Fan was well aware of his father's temperament. He was a man of few words and great deeds, with a remarkably gentle disposition. However, from the memories of his past life, he recalled that during this period, his father was not in high spirits, as the factory was undergoing layoffs. Yet, Xin Jiangwo worked diligently, ensuring he would not be among those let go. Nevertheless, as employees were dismissed, the workload for the remaining staff inevitably increased. His father was not one to voice complaints, and after several years, he eventually chose to venture into business due to the strain of his labor. However, the transition to entrepreneurship was fraught with challenges. After experiencing business failures, he resorted to setting up a small stall. As Xin Fan contemplated these matters, his mother, Yang Shuhua, inquired of Xin Jiangwo, "Has there been any talk of layoffs at your factory? Have you mentioned to your superiors about a pay raise?" Upon hearing Yang Shuhua's concerns, Xin Jiangwo responded with a sense of resignation. "You must understand, the fact that those leaders have allowed me to stay is already a testament to our relationship. What more could I possibly ask for?" This final remark elicited laughter from both Xin Fan and his mother. Though these scenes felt like a reenactment to Xin Fan, he found his father's humor as endearing as ever. Yang Shuhua ceased her discourse on the matter, letting out a deep sigh instead. "I had entrusted a friend with the task of assisting me in securing employment at the woolen mill, yet I remained uncertain about its outcome." Upon hearing his mother's words, Xin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was well aware of the situation. His mother, Yang Shuhua, had solicited a friend's help in seeking a temporary position at the woolen mill, yet at that time, the company was undergoing layoffs, making entry exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, it was only through monetary connections that she managed to gain employment. However, she would have to wait a month before receiving notification to commence work. It was only after she began at the woolen mill that Xin Fan realized the arduous nature of the labor. Not only did it involve dealing with wool, but washing it was also done with cold water. From that point forward, his mother, Yang Shuhua, began to exhibit numerous health issues. Reflecting on this, Xin Fan's resolve to earn money intensified. It appeared imperative for him to take swift action, ensuring that the task of the wealthy tycoon was set on the right course, thereby averting future calamities. Yet, The question remained, how could he amass his initial fortune? Firstly, investing in companies like Xiaoma was out of the question, as such enterprises, including platforms like CCPIN, were not accessible for public financing. Secondly, purchasing lottery tickets proved impractical, as he possessed a basic understanding of that industry. Not only would he struggle to remember the winning numbers, but even if he did, there was no guarantee that they would remain the same by the time he purchased a ticket. Thus, the only remaining option was stock trading. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had begun to delve into the stock market upon entering society. Not only was he well-versed in current stocks, but he had also studied historical market fluctuations. For instance, during the impending period, both domestic and international stock markets were projected to experience significant volatility. If navigated wisely, great wealth could be attained. Indeed, the task of wealthy tycoon would commence with stock trading. Resolute in his decision, Shen Fan soon found himself deep in contemplation. The challenge lay in acquiring the initial capital, as he was still a student with barely over 60 yuan to his name. In the realm of stock trading, the more substantial the starting capital, the better, especially given his foresight into future market trends. He pondered whether he could directly procure some funds from the system. Before long, Shen Fan finished his meal. After spending some time watching television with his parents, he completed his evening routine and retreated to his bedroom. He then initiated communication with the system. System, what is the purpose of the points you have provided me? Is there a system marketplace for shopping? Ding. Congratulations, host, for proactively exploring system functionalities. Consequently, the system marketplace has been unlocked for you. You may utilize your points to shop within the marketplace. Please check promptly. As the system spoke, a marketplace interface materialized in Shen Fan's mind. In an instant, he was dazzled by the array of merchandise before him. Categories such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment were meticulously delineated. After a cursory glance, he discovered that many items were not only exorbitantly priced, but also lacked practicality. Some products could be found in real-world stores, yet purchasing them here would incur a waste of points. Subsequently, Shen Fan discovered the interface for cash redemption. Upon reviewing the exchange rate, he felt a wave of discontent, as merely 100 points equated to 1,000,000 in currency, leaving him with a sense of loss, particularly since his points were limited. Consequently, Shen Fan hesitated and refrained from redeeming the money immediately. However, after some searching, he stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest immensely, a stock trading software labeled as a high-tech product. After scrutinizing the annotations, Shen Fan realized the software was remarkably intelligent, requiring only simple commands, after which he could sit back and relax. Delighted, he recognized that this was the type of managed software he desperately needed. Yet, a glance at the price dampened his spirits. The software demanded 200 points, while he currently possessed only 100, insufficient for the purchase. Nevertheless, he reasoned that he would soon earn the additional 100 points within a couple of days. Thus, after another glance, he decided to close the system's marketplace. He then retrieved from his storage compartment the ordinary gene enhancement potion he had acquired earlier in the day. Earlier, he had refrained from consuming it, uncertain of the potion's potential effects on his body. Now, with no one to disturb him in the solitude of his bedroom, it seemed the perfect moment to utilize the gene potion. Shen Fan first nestled into his blankets, feigning sleep, before downing the potion in one swift motion. Moments later, he experienced a dizzying sensation, his consciousness gradually blurring, until he succumbed to a deep slumber that lasted the entire night. The following morning, Shen Fan was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming stench. Upon abruptly opening his eyes, he began to seek the source of the foul odor. To his dismay, he discovered that his bedding was strewn with a dark, repugnant substance, utterly revolting. Without hesitation, Shen Fan surmised that this was related to the gene potion he had consumed the previous night. Lacking the inclination to examine the changes in his body, he swiftly leaped from the bed, hastily bundling the soiled sheets together and tossing them out the door. Aware that cleaning them was futile, he hurried off for a shower. After approximately half an hour of fussing about, Shen Fan emerged wrapped in a towel. At this moment, he appeared even more handsome than before, seemingly having gained a few centimeters in height. Most notably, his skin was not only flawless but also significantly smoother, with finer pores than previously. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a profound satisfaction with this transformation. Next, he was eager to test the extent of his physical enhancements. Thus, he quickly donned a new outfit, deciding to head out for a run. Breakfast was clearly off the table, as his priority was to chance upon the plump master at the breakfast shop he had visited the night before and to encounter Xia Qingxue. As Shun Fan prepared to leave, his mother, Yang Shuhua, emerged from the kitchen. "Son, it's time for dinner. Didn't you mention yesterday that you would be going to school for rehearsal today?" Yang Shuhua remarked, noticing that Shun Fan's hair was somewhat damp. "Why did you wash your hair so early in the morning?" Shun Fan did not respond but approached his mother, adopting a childlike demeanor. "Mom, could you do me a favor? Please ventilate my bedroom later." Yang Shuhua, momentarily puzzled by his request, was met with Shun Fan's swift departure without a backward glance. Determined to tidy up Shun Fan's room, Yang Shuhua entered, intending to change the bed sheets. However, upon opening the door, a foul odor assaulted her senses, causing her to cough uncontrollably. Ugh! Covering her nose in despair, she rushed out, shouting towards the door, "Shun Fan, did you make a mess in your room?" Meanwhile, Shun Fan had discarded the soiled bedding into the trash and found himself on a quiet street. He first accessed the system properties to check his physical attributes and discovered that his values exceeded those of an average person by more than double. Eager to test his newfound abilities, Shun Fan opted to run. To his astonishment, despite accelerating continuously, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Gradually, he came to a halt and attempted a vertical leap, only to realize that he could effortlessly achieve heights that would rival a slam dunk. Wow, incredible! Shun Fan marveled at the transformation of his physique, elated by the change. As he continued on his way, he stumbled upon a park filled with exercise equipment. Chapter 14. Arriving at the breakfast shop, preparing for a chance encounter upon spotting the exercise apparatus, Shun Fan's playful spirit ignited, particularly as he noticed a group of muscular young men clad in white t-shirts, practicing advanced moves on parallel bars. These individuals, resembling bodybuilders, regularly participated in competitions, earning accolades and monetary rewards. Shun Fan admired their physical prowess and felt inspired to join in. He approached a horizontal bar, leaping up lightly and gripping it firmly. With a slight exertion of his arms, he effortlessly hoisted himself upward, seemingly defying the pull of gravity. In the next moment, Shun Fan took a gentle step in the air, as if stepping onto invisible stairs. With further exertion, he propelled himself upward once more. He continued to ascend, pausing after each step, gradually elevating his body. At this point, relying solely on the strength of his arms, he had managed to balance himself horizontally on the bar. The muscles in his arms clearly defined, resembling iron castings. This is a manifestation of strength. Most importantly, Shun Fan felt no strain whatsoever, and soon began to perform a series of intricate movements. He twisted left, right, forward, and backward, at times revolving around the horizontal bar, at other times executing one-armed pull-ups. Before long, he captured the attention of the nearby onlookers. To the untrained eye, it was mere entertainment, but to those with experience, it was evident that Shun Fan was extraordinary. Consequently, murmurs began to circulate among them. "Goodness, brother, quickly take a look. Who is this fellow? His arm strength is formidable. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be under 20. How has such a young lad achieved this level of skill? Have you noticed how difficult his movements are? Even we might struggle to replicate them. Indeed, he is truly a talent. We must find a way to recruit him into our team. Are you suggesting that we invite him to compete with us?" As they spoke, they began to approach Shun Fan. At that moment, although he was engrossed in his routine on the horizontal bar, his enhanced senses, thanks to genetic modifications, allowed him to overhear their conversation from a distance. Upon grasping their intentions, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "Join your team? Engage in horizontal bar routines? No, thank you. For a long time to come. My schedule is fully occupied. Even if I had spare time, I must devote it to my wife, Xia Shui." With this in mind, before those individuals could reach him, he exerted himself, propelling his body into the air, followed by a flawless 720-degree backflip, landing gracefully on the ground. He then turned and dashed into the park. By the time they arrived at his previous location, Shun Fan's figure had already vanished. The group was left astonished by his speed. "This kid is incredibly fast, but it seems he's wearing a school uniform. Could he be a student from the first high school? That must be it. So what should we do? Should we search for him at the school? Yes, we must find him. With him, our team will surely grow stronger." Meanwhile, Shun Fan exited the park and traversed several streets, heading straight for the breakfast shop owned by the plump master. After all, encountering Xia Qingxue at the breakfast shop was of utmost importance. The rest would depend on whether Xia Qingxue could take that crucial step towards changing her character. Before long, Xin Fan arrived at the alley where the breakfast shop was located. Looking up, he noticed that the shop had already opened. With steaming stacks of buns displayed at the entrance, their aroma wafting through the air. Entering the establishment, he observed that the space was modest, with a few patrons dining inside. The owners, the plump master and his wife, were busily preparing breakfast. Seeing the owner's physique, Xin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the name Plump Master was well-deserved. The proprietor is rather portly, and one can see that walking is a laborious task for him. However, his demeanor is exceedingly pleasant, always adorned with a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Upon noticing Xin Fan's arrival, the rotund master warmly greeted him. "Welcome, young man. What would you like to eat? We have steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, and tofu pudding, everything you could desire." Xin Fan, smiling and nodding, found a seat to settle down. At that moment, the master's voice drew the attention of several patrons within the establishment. Upon glimpsing Xin Fan's handsome visage, both men and women alike couldn't help but privately commend his striking appearance. His looks surpassed those of many youthful celebrities, and he possessed an added air of gallantry. At this juncture, Xin Fan interjected, "Boss, please hold on for a moment. A friend of mine will be arriving shortly." "Of course," the master replied with his ever-present smile. Xin Fan soon realized that the proprietor was quite loquacious, continuing to chat while attending to his tasks. "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. You must have recently moved nearby?" "Not quite. I heard from a friend that your tofu pudding is exceptionally flavorful, so I came to try it," Xin Fan responded. The master's eyes sparkled with delight, his smile nearly squinting them shut. After all, who wouldn't he feel elated when their creations were praised? "Brother, you've come to the right place. The tofu pudding is made with my family's traditional brine recipe, passed down through generations. You must savor it and discover how it differs from others on the market." Thus, the two engaged in light conversation, while Xin Fan occasionally glanced toward the entrance, awaiting Xia Qingxue. As for Xia Qingxue, she had awakened before 5 o'clock that morning, fully alert, unable to return to slumber. Lying in bed with wide-open eyes, she furrowed her brow, pondering her early rise. "What on earth is wrong with me? Why am I awake so early? Am I getting old?" After a long wait, she finally managed to drag herself out of bed at 6 o'clock, devoid of her usual grogginess. She promptly began her shower, inexplicably compelled to freshen up at such an early hour. After a half-hour of preparation, Xia Qingxue emerged wrapped in a towel, only to find her mother, Lu Wenhua, busily preparing breakfast. However, upon glancing at the clock, she gasped in alarm. "Oh no, there's not enough time. I must hurry to school." With that, she dashed into her bedroom to get dressed. Just as she was about to leave, her mother Lu Wenhua halted her, puzzled. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I can't. I'm running out of time. I'll grab something on the way." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Lu Wenhui felt an unsettling sense that she had delayed dinner preparation, prompting her to hastily add, "Take 20 yuan with you, but do not squander it on trivialities." "I have." With that, Xia Qingxue swiftly exited, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 15. Xia Qingxue added 3 spoonfuls of chili oil for Xin Fan. Inside the room, Lu Wenhui remained perplexed long after Xia Qingxue had vanished. She could not fathom how her morning cooking could have been deemed late, especially when the timing seemed perfectly ordinary. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Wasn't today the weekend? A rehearsal for a choral performance could hardly necessitate such an early departure. As she pondered this, her eyes widened in alarm. Then, a memory of the young man beneath the street lamp from the previous night resurfaced. Are they going out to eat? Lu Wenhui had an inkling. Could it be that her daughter was dining out with that young man? However, once Xia Qingxue descended the stairs, she appeared far less hurried than before. She paused abruptly, scanning her surroundings for onlookers. For reasons unknown, Xia Qingxue felt as though she were a thief, apprehensive of drawing attention to herself. Upon confirming the absence of witnesses, she steadied herself, lowering her gaze, and proceeded cautiously forward. Yet her thoughts were consumed by Xin Fan, particularly the matter he mentioned regarding the breakfast shop. Despite her repeated assertions to quell her imagination, the closer she drew to the breakfast shop, the more her thoughts spiraled out of control. Could he truly be waiting for me at the breakfast shop? Or perhaps his mention of a chance encounter might not pertain to today at all. As Xia Qingxue mused, she arrived at the intersection of her community. She paused, contemplating her next move. To her left lay the alley she had traversed the night before, while to her right stood the familiar entrance to her neighborhood, the path she often took to school. At that moment, She hesitated, her mind wrestling with the decision. Should she venture left or right? If she chose the alley, it would be all too evident to others that she was seeking Shinfan. The thought made her feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to concoct excuses for herself. Perhaps I should take the alley. It would be a shorter route. Surely, walking through here during the day is safe enough. Besides, didn't I just declare my busyness upon leaving? If I'm busy, then this is the way to go. Yes, I'm busy, which justifies this path. Ultimately, after much indecision, Xia Qingxue found her rationale and stepped towards the left alley. The morning air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds. As she walked, her thoughts wandered, and before she realized it, she had emerged from the alley, standing before the very breakfast shop she had been contemplating. At that moment, she hesitated, feeling an involuntary urge to look inside. Upon doing so, her heart raced as she spotted Shinfan. Shinfan. It dawned on her that he truly was there. At this moment, Xia Qingxue gazed at the young man who had persistently appeared in her dreams the previous night, her emotions defying description. After a night filled with longing, fate had brought them together once more. It was akin to the bittersweet sensation of a cherished treasure that had been lost and found again. Yet, the concerns that had plagued her thoughts the night before surfaced, prompting a moment of hesitation. Throughout, she had insisted that she would not come. So how had she suddenly arrived here? Just then, Shinfan, who had been fixated on the outside, caught sight of Xia Qingxue. A wave of joy washed over him. She had finally taken that crucial step. This indicated that, under his subtle influence, Xia Qingxue's character was beginning to transform. However, upon observing the uncertainty in her eyes, he realized that he could not act too impulsively just yet. He recalled telling Xia Qingxue the night before that their meeting was merely a coincidence, and he needed to maintain that pretext. Thus, Shinfan cheerfully waved at Xia Qingxue, exclaiming, "Oh, Xia Qingxue, what a coincidence. You are here for a meal as well?" After speaking, he turned to the chef and called out, "Boss, I would like 2 servings of tofu pudding and 2 pieces of youtiao, please." "All right." While Shinfan greeted Xia Qingxue, the others in the room turned to see what was happening outside. Their eyes widened in astonishment. The girl outside was truly beautiful, resembling a fairy gathering dew in the morning light. Indeed, Xia Qingxue's hair was still slightly damp, complemented by her exquisite features and a hint of shyness. She was breathtakingly lovely. The onlookers were not oblivious. They quickly deduced that Shinfan had intentionally come to wait for Xia Qingxue. With this realization, they turned their attention back to Shinfan's appearance. Comparing the two, they couldn't help but feel envious. This pairing was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to a golden boy and a jade girl. As for Xia Qingxue, upon noticing Shinfan greeting her, she shyly averted her gaze, feeling a deeper flush of embarrassment. However, upon hearing him mention the word coincidence, she mustered the courage to step into the breakfast shop. When she reached Shinfan, she remained silent. Shinfan promptly gestured for her to sit across from him. Once seated, Xia Qingxue noticed that the others around them were still stealing glances her way, which made her feel somewhat self-conscious. Nevertheless, having chosen to enter this establishment and share a table with Shinfan, most of her previous reservations began to dissipate. Consequently, she felt less shy. Meanwhile, Shinfan rose to fetch their bowls of tofu pudding, not forgetting to sprinkle a mixture of scallions, ginger, and garlic atop them. Instantly, the delightful aroma of the tofu pudding wafted through the air. He then placed the bowls on the table, exclaiming, "This shop's tofu pudding is truly fragrant, living up to its reputation." As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful of chili oil from the table into a bowl. Although this small eatery was modest in size, it boasted a comprehensive selection of condiments. Each table, in addition to soy sauce and vinegar, was adorned with fragrant, fried chili oil. Once the chili oil mingled with the minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, an even more enticing aroma wafted through the air. This delightful scent was not only perceptible to Shinfan, but also to Xia Qingxue. Having skipped dinner the previous night, she found herself irresistibly tempted by the fragrance. Instantly, all her earlier shyness dissipated, leaving her completely at ease. Previously, she had been so preoccupied with Shinfan that her judgment had been clouded. However, now, as she began to regain her clarity, her sharp intellect reclaimed its dominance. She sensed that something was amiss. Observing Shinfan's unabashed joy, it seemed as though everything was orchestrated by him, particularly after he had suddenly claimed to have been reborn the day before, and that she could hear his innermost thoughts. It had been a constant feeling. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Realizing this, Xia Qingxue pouted, not out of anger, but rather a sense of defiance. At that moment, Shun Fan was oblivious to her reaction, as he was just about to reach for the soy sauce when the proprietress called out, "Young man, your youtiao is ready." "Coming," Shun Fan replied, rising quickly to fetch the youtiao. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue gazed at Shun Fan's retreating figure, suddenly recalling his intention to tell her a joke during yesterday's math class. This rascal nearly caused her embarrassment. With this thought, she couldn't help but smile mischievously, revealing her little tiger teeth. It was not genuine anger. Rather, it resembled playful teasing towards a lover. Then, Xia Qingxue's eyes fell upon the bowl of golden chili oil on the table, and an idea struck her. Seizing the opportunity while Shun Fan was momentarily distracted, she swiftly took a small spoon, scooped another spoonful of chili oil, and added it to Shun Fan's bowl. She chuckled to herself, "Humph. This rascal, this naughty boy. Let us see how he handles the heat." The vibrant hue of the chili oil was subtle, and feeling it was insufficient, Xia Qingxue took another small spoonful and added it to Shun Fan's bowl. "Hey, let us add one more." With that, the chili oil blended seamlessly with the scallions, ginger, and garlic, remaining inconspicuous. Still feeling it was not enough, Xia Qingxue finally added yet another spoonful of chili oil to Shun Fan's bowl, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, Shun Fan returned to the table, carrying the youtiao. As he placed it down, he intended to pour soy sauce into his bowl of tofu pudding, but suddenly halted. Chapter 16. Xia Qingxue, this bowl is yours. Shun Fan, poised to add soy sauce to his bowl of douhua, abruptly stopped. He subsequently set down the soy sauce bottle and directly placed the bowl in front of Xia Qingxue, while saying, "Oh, I almost forgot. Xia Qingxue, this bowl of tofu pudding is yours. I added less minced garlic intentionally." Shun Fan's intention was clear. The reduced garlic content would spare the young lady from any concerns about lingering odors. How considerate, indeed. This gesture drew envious glances from those around them. A perfect match, a harmonious affection. However, upon observing Xia Qingxue's expression, one could see her staring blankly at the tofu pudding, her mood utterly deflated. She could hardly believe that the bowl she had just doused with 3 spoonfuls of chili oil was, in fact, hers. Was this what they referred to as lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Shun Fan, you rascal. If you wish to take special care of me, why not say so earlier? As the bowl, laden with the hidden chili oil, was finally placed before her, Xia Qingxue felt as if she were a mute tasting bitter herbs, utterly speechless. How on earth was she supposed to eat this? To make matters worse, the surrounding crowd continued to cast envious glances, whispering amongst themselves. "Look at this couple. Could they be the fabled celestial pair? Not only is this young man handsome, but he also treats his girlfriend so well. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would consider it worth living a few fewer years." Sigh. As a 30-year-old singleton, witnessing their affection, even the tofu pudding lost its allure. With such remarks, Xia Qingxue felt even more embarrassed to speak up. At that moment, Shun Fan, undeterred, urged her. "What's the matter? Stop staring and eat up." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue managed a smile that was more painful than tears, slowly picking up her spoon. Before tasting it, she swallowed hard, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Shun Fan, eager to deepen their bond, poured forth his heart. "Dining with my little Snow is truly delightful. It instantly whets my appetite. From now on, I've decided to encounter my wife here every morning. This place shall henceforth be known as our sweet restaurant." Yet, Xia Qingxue paid little heed to his words. Holding her spoon, she gingerly pushed the chili oil to the sides of the tofu pudding and took a small bite. As soon as she did, her mouth felt as if it were ablaze, the spiciness nearly drawing tears from her eyes. In a moment of grievance, she inwardly lamented, "Whose chili is this? How can it be so fiery?" After that initial taste, she dared not take a second bite. Glancing up at Shun Fan, she noticed him devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. As he ate, he occasionally looked up at Xia Qingxue, only for her to quickly lower her gaze upon meeting his eyes. However, Shun Fan noticed that Xia Qingxue had not eaten, so he began to meticulously instruct her on how to enhance the flavor of the tofu pudding. With one hand holding a spoon, he stirred the tofu pudding while mumbling guidance to Xia Qingxue. "Why aren't you eating? Just mix the tofu pudding with scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili oil like I do. Once they are evenly combined, it will taste much better and be more aromatic." Xia Qingxue felt exasperated. She thought, "Stir it? I can hardly eat it as it is, and after stirring, it will be even less appetizing." Nevertheless, she found solace in the fried dough sticks. So they continued their breakfast in a state of contrasting moods, one joyful and the other disheartened. Even after leaving the breakfast shop, Xia Qingxue silently inhaled the cold air, unable to cope with the overwhelming spiciness. It was simply too intensely fiery. She felt as though the chili had made her head spin, leaving her somewhat dazed as she unconsciously walked ahead of Xinfan. Just then, a bicycle suddenly zipped out from a side alley, darting past Xia Qingxue with a whoosh. The unexpected event startled her, who had been walking with her head down. She exclaimed, instinctively leaning back. Everything happened so swiftly. Xia Qingxue was on the verge of falling when Xinfan, with his superhuman reflexes, sprang forward and caught her just in time. At last, Xia Qingxue was safe. Yet their position was undeniably intimate. Time seemed to stand still as they gazed into each other's eyes, the air thick with the scent of romance. Particularly for Xia Qingxue, who, upon being caught, was initially clear-headed, but when she looked up and saw Xinfan's handsome face hovering above her, illuminated by the morning sun, she was utterly captivated. For a moment, perhaps a minute, or maybe a year, she was lost in his gaze. However, Xinfan's experience was quite different. After catching Xia Qingxue, he quickly glanced down, and the sight startled him. He nearly stumbled, almost dropping her. To his shock, Xia Qingxue's lips appeared swollen and red, as if injured. What happened to her lips? Did she react to the chili? He pondered, though he found it unlikely. Despite his concern, Xinfan chose not to comment on her appearance to spare her embarrassment and gently helped her to her feet. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the pack of gum he had prepared earlier. He pulled out 2 pieces, offering one to Xia Qingxue, saying, "I enjoy chewing a piece of gum after breakfast each day. I wonder if you would like some?" Xinfan did not directly suggest that Xia Qingxue chew gum to freshen her breath. Rather, this was a subtle expression he had honed over years of striving in his past life. However, as he observed Xia Qingxue silently accepting the gum, he sensed that something was amiss. Thus, he conveyed his thoughts to her mentally. "What do you think, my dear? I truly am quite considerate, aren't I? In a moment, we shall head to school together, both chewing gum, leaving our classmates green with envy." Naturally, Xia Qingxue perceived Xinfan's silent words. At that moment, having just placed the gum in her mouth, she paused slightly upon hearing him mention heading to school together. It dawned on her that indeed, after breakfast, they would go to school side by side. But the thought of walking into school, shoulder to shoulder with Xinfan, a tall boy, made her uneasy. What would their classmates say if they saw them? Would it not stir a flurry of gossip? Xia Qingxue's mind began to race. Yet her body moved instinctively alongside Xinfan. However, she kept her head lowered. The more uncomfortable she felt, the more they resembled a couple. Thus, Xinfan and Xia Qingxue soon arrived at the school entrance. At that moment, several students gathered in small clusters, preparing for choir practice. When some of them suddenly noticed Xinfan and Xia Qingxue approaching, they were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 17. We can hold hands first and foremost. Several classmates recognized Xinfan, for he was well known in school due to his striking appearance. Then, as their curiosity shifted to Xia Qingxue, their jaws dropped in astonishment upon recognizing her. Yet, Xinfan and Xia Qingxue remained oblivious to the attention they were receiving, their focus entirely on one another. Xinfan, suddenly inspired to tease Xia Qingxue, recalled that the previous night in the alley, he refrained from communicating with her telepathically, fearing that such boldness might frighten her. However, the circumstances had changed, especially after their shared meal of tofu pudding, which he believed had lessened her resistance towards him. He also noticed that, unknowingly, as they walked together, their shoulders had nearly begun to touch. Xinfan felt a sense of joy as he admired the beautiful scenery around them. On such a serene morning, coupled with the relaxed atmosphere of the day, it would be a shame not to playfully engage with his dear wife. With this thought in mind, he knew precisely what he wanted to express. Therefore, he concentrated and began to project his thoughts. First, he attempted to emit a sound reminiscent of someone sniffing intently. Simultaneously, he turned his head towards Xia Qingxue, feigning interest in something behind them, and thought to himself, the fragrance wafting through the air is delightful. Reminiscent of the scent of my dear Xiaoxue, a scent I could never tire of. Although Xia Qingxue walks with her head bowed, her spirits have noticeably lifted during this journey. At this moment, she reflects on what Xinfan mentioned earlier during their meal, that they should serendipitously encounter each other at the breakfast shop every day. A wave of anxiety washes over her. Daily encounters seem utterly implausible. After all, She hadn't even informed her mother about her intention to dine out every morning. What would happen if her mother discovered this? Yet, the thought of Xin Fan waiting for her each morning, only to be met with her absence, fills her with concern. Ultimately, Xia Qingxue finds herself at a loss for a solution. Her mind drifts back to the moment Xin Fan had embraced her, perhaps a touch too forcefully, leaving a lingering sensation on her back. She vividly recalls his face illuminated by the sunlight. This thought makes her cheeks flush, and she gently presses her lips together. Just then, she suddenly hears Xin Fan's thoughts, which are evidently focused on inhaling something with great intensity. This surprises Xia Qingxue, prompting her to direct her attention towards him and inadvertently turning her head in his direction. At that very moment, Xin Fan also turns to look back at her, resulting in an unexpected face-to-face encounter, a proximity that quickens her heartbeat. However, Xin Fan's towering stature means that from Xia Qingxue's perspective, she can only see his enticing lips and the prominent Adam's apple characteristic of masculinity. Strangely, she finds the sight of his Adam's apple captivating, especially as it moves rhythmically with each swallow, making her desire to reach out and touch it. Undoubtedly, this close encounter sends her heart racing. Just as she becomes lost in this moment, she hears Xin Fan's thoughts once more, reminiscent of the first time she had heard his inner voice, expressing that she smells delightful and that he could never get enough of it. This revelation jolts Xia Qingxue back to reality, intensifying the blush on her cheeks. Naturally, Xin Fan observes her every reaction, seizing the moment to continue his musings. Yet, today's fragrance differs from yesterday's. It seems my wife has bathed this morning. What a coincidence, as I too bathed this morning. Truly, one cannot deny that we are not from the same family. Yet here we are, sharing similar routines. Xia Qingxue, feeling somewhat haughty, lifts her small head defiantly, thinking to herself, who says we are of the same family? It's merely a coincidence that we both bathed this morning. However, reflecting on the earlier embrace, she recalls the delightful scent that lingered on Xin Fan, causing her cheeks to redden further. The proud lift of her head quickly diminishes, reverting to a bashful demeanor. Meanwhile, Xin Fan continues to ponder. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the school. Seizing the moment, Xin Fan felt an irresistible urge to breathe in one last time. As he contemplated this, he unconsciously inched closer to Xia Qingxue. Her head hung low, her hair obscuring her profile. Sensing Xin Fan's approach, she instinctively felt a twinge of awkwardness. At that moment, she noticed a slender tree, about the thickness of a wrist, standing in their path. Without hesitation, Xia Qingxue swiftly sidestepped, using the opportunity to create distance between them. Internally, she scoffed, "Humph, as if I would indulge you." Xin Fan, on the other hand, had to dodge the tree as well, feigning distress at their separation. "No, my dear wife, do not leave me. I have yet to savor your presence fully," he mused, though he refrained from closing the gap again. After all, they were nearing the school entrance, and walking side by side might inadvertently pressure her, thwarting his intentions. However, as he thought about the upcoming rehearsal, a new plan formed in his mind. Perhaps it's best to let it be. We're almost at school, and I wouldn't want to embarrass my little Shui. But once rehearsal begins, we shall hold hands. Xia Qingxue, still attuned to Xin Fan's thoughts, felt her pupils constrict. What? No way. Are we really going to hold hands during rehearsal? Is this a directive from the teacher, or is he planning to sneakily grasp my hand? How audacious. Lost in her musings, she overheard Xin Fan's thoughts again, especially for the first performance, titled Hand in Hand, Spreading Love. Moreover, we'll line up according to height, and with our respective heights, standing together will be no issue. I recall that in my previous life, there weren't enough boys, and she was flanked by 2 girls. But this time, my wife's little hand must be mine. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue realized it was merely a necessity of the performance. Why does the program require hand-holding? Whose idea was this? She pondered. Before the thought struck her, he intends to hold my hand? A sudden wave of nervousness washed over her. What if someone else occupies the spot beside her? Would she feel anxious if they held hands? Would her palms sweat, leading to an awkward situation? Should his hand lead, or hers? In an instant, Xia Qingxue's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She discreetly lowered her gaze to check if her fingernails were clean. Unbeknownst to her, anticipation for the upcoming choir performance began to blossom within her. Chapter 18. The one who wins Xia Qingxue's heart is the true man. Upon observing Xia Qingxue's large, twinkling eyes, Xin Fan realized that he had successfully piqued her interest. His assumptions were indeed correct. Xia Qingxue now harbored a hint of anticipation. Consequently, the two found themselves, almost unconsciously, walking side by side to the school gates. Their classmates, who had previously noticed Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue together, were increasingly aware of the unfolding situation. Indeed, it was Xin Fan alongside the school beauty, Xia Qingxue, strolling together to class. Whispers began to circulate among their peers. Look, isn't that the school beauty, Xia Qingxue, next to Xin Fan from Class 8? I can't be mistaken, can I? No, you're right. This is quite the revelation. Someone has actually managed to win over the aloof Xia Qingxue. What a significant piece of news. To think that such an esteemed beauty could be pursued successfully. But wait, I heard through the grapevine that they only started sharing a desk yesterday, and now they're together? It appears that the school beauty is not as unattainable as she seems. Not as unattainable? You should try pursuing her. You'd be lucky to come out unscathed. Thus, the gossip spread like wildfire, and in the blink of an eye, students both inside and outside the school were aware of the burgeoning relationship. An increasing number of students began to cast their gazes upon Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue. Only at that moment did Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue realize the multitude of eyes upon them, especially Xia Qingxue, who, feeling the weight of so many stares, instinctively distanced herself from Xin Fan. As a girl, she dreaded the whispers of others, and recalling how her mother seemed to sense something the previous night, she grew even more cautious. Yet, regardless of how much they tried to separate themselves, to the distant observers, they remained within the same line of sight. Just as Xia Qingxue was at a loss for what to do, a bicycle bell suddenly rang behind them. Turning around, they discovered Miling riding Xin Fan's bicycle. Catching up to them, Xin Fan, thank you for lending me your bike last night. I'll return it to the bike rack now. You're welcome. I should be thanking you, Xin Fan replied. Thank me for what? Miling asked, puzzled. Sensing that further conversation might lead to misunderstandings, Xia Qingxue quickly interjected, Hey, Miling. Let us head inside. We might be late. Miling, oblivious to any underlying tension, cheerfully patted the back of the bike. Hop on, Xiaoxue. I'll give you a ride. Without hesitation, Xia Qingxue leaped onto the bicycle, and the two girls made their way into the school, leaving Xin Fan standing alone. All eyes eventually turned to him. However, Xin Fan remained unfazed. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered far grander spectacles. Thus, he nonchalantly strode through the school gates, making his way directly to the indoor basketball court. It had been several years since he last played basketball, and now, he felt a surge of anticipation. Moreover, after consuming the genetic potion last night and undergoing a transformation, I am left wondering how my basketball performance will fare, particularly in executing a slam dunk, a dream I have cherished since childhood. Just envisioning myself soaring high, gripping the basketball with one hand, and delivering a powerful dunk fills me with exhilaration. With this excitement in my heart, Xin Fan strides purposefully towards the indoor basketball court. In the distance, a group of students continues to murmur, their eyes reflecting envy and resentment towards him. Notably, when a few male classmates see Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue together, their expressions darken, as if they have lost something precious. Without uttering a word, they abruptly turn and dash towards the basketball court. These male classmates are subordinates of a wealthy heir named Zhang Hao, who is quite a notorious figure within the school. The Zhang family, led by Zhang Hao's father, owns a successful investment firm, amassing considerable wealth in recent years, and consequently, Zhang Hao has been indulged beyond measure. A student of the same grade, he has enjoyed a life of luxury at school, even choosing to repeat a year for 3 consecutive times. Thus, he is a well-known character in the institution. Particularly in matters of romance, he has pursued nearly every attractive female student, often with success. It is said that a charming rogue often captures the hearts of many. Some girls, however, have found themselves ensnared through orchestrated incidents with the help of his lackeys. Nonetheless, not every beautiful girl falls victim to Zhang Hao's advances. For instance, he dares not pursue someone like Xia Qingxue. The reason is simple. Xia Qingxue has a knack for making boys feel uncomfortable. She excels academically and is shielded by her teachers, which is a significant factor. Furthermore, Xia Qingxue harbors a strong aversion to boisterous boys who primarily seek to chase after girls. Despite her typically quiet demeanor, she possesses a fierce spirit. Should any boy dare to express interest in her, it is as if he has touched a nerve. In such instances, her gaze turns frigid and piercing, silent yet laden with an icy intensity. Those who have not experienced this firsthand may not understand the level of discomfort it induces. However, there was a brave boy who once confessed his feelings to Xia Qingxue, only to find himself ensnared in her unyielding stare. His embarrassment was palpable, leaving him trapped in a limbo of indecision, unable to leave or stay, attempting to mask his awkwardness with a smile that would not come. Speaking felt like trying to clear a stubborn obstruction from his throat. In that moment, he found himself floundering, caught in a web of sheer embarrassment, an experience that left him with a lasting psychological scar in the realm of romantic pursuits. Gradually, it became apparent to everyone that Xia Qingxue was not to be trifled with, let alone pursued. There was even a time when boys circulated a saying, "Whoever could win her heart was a true man." Zhang Hao, a wealthy heir, was well aware of Xia Qingxue's beauty and naturally considered her one of his potential conquests. However, he never took any action. The reason was simple. Zhang Hao valued his pride more than others and feared the cold indifference of Xia Qingxue. Furthermore, he believed that a girl like her was under the scrutiny of too many admirers, and before graduating high school, she was unlikely to have a boyfriend. Hence, Zhang Hao felt at ease. He had already devised a plan. After graduation, he would reveal his true financial prowess and effortlessly pursue Xia Qingxue, with the prospect of establishing a long-term partnership. Most importantly, after long observation, he seemed to have genuinely developed feelings for her. Thus, he decided that such a precious gem should be savored slowly. He refrained from approaching Xia Qingxue and opted instead to mingle with other beautiful girls first. At present, Zhang Hao was nearing the completion of his plan, having nearly acquainted himself with all the attractive girls in school. He was simply waiting for graduation to shift his entire focus onto Xia Qingxue. He had even inquired about her family background. Her father was a rather insignificant businessman, which Zhang Hao deemed manageable. This was the entirety of Zhang Hao's scheme. At that moment, he was playing basketball in the gymnasium. Surrounding him were not only his loyal followers, but also fellow students who came to watch the game, nearly elevating him to the status of a basketball star. Zhang Hao himself relished the attention and the opportunity to showcase his talents. Just as he was reveling in the game, a few of his underlings rushed in, disrupting the game to whisper something urgently in his ear. Zhang Hao, initially indifferent, suddenly changed his expression. "What? Repeat that. It can't be true." Upon hearing from his subordinate that Xia Qingxue was seen with someone named Xin Fan, Zhang Hao felt an immediate wave of betrayal. "Who? What did you say his name was?" Zhang Hao roared in anger, gripping his subordinate's collar and demanding further details. The student, taken aback by Zhang Hao's fierce demeanor, took a deep breath and recounted how Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan had shared a table the previous day and how they were spotted together today. The more Zhang Hao listened, the more his fury intensified. He could not believe that the girl he had been so fixated on was now with another boy, and he had been completely oblivious to it. It wasn't until his subordinates finished speaking that Zhang Hao recalled who Xin Fan was. As the visage of Xin Fan abruptly surfaced in Zhang Hao's mind, a surge of fury coursed through him. In his consciousness, Xia Qingxue had already become his possession. Now, it felt as though she had eloped with the handsome stranger. Zhang Hao could hardly contain himself, his face reddening with rage akin to a sunburnt field. Meanwhile, a few of his subordinates hastily attempted to placate him, saying, "Zhang Ge, don't be so irate. Perhaps the situation is not as we perceive it. Indeed, it's possible that Xin Fan is merely trying to ingratiate himself with Xia Qingxue," another chimed in. "I share that sentiment. Xia Qingxue is so aloof that, even if Xin Fan is exceedingly handsome, she would never acquiesce." Their words, rather than assuaging Zhang Hao's ire, only deepened his uncertainty. Ultimately, he resolved to confront Xin Fan, intending to assert his dominance. Xin Fan, is it? I've ignored him in the past, and he has grown too bold. I shall see just how formidable he truly is. Let us go." With a wave of his hand, he led his companions out to seek Xin Fan. However, just as they were about to exit, several individuals blocked his path. One of them pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, "Zhang Ge, there's no need. Look, he has arrived." Zhang Hao raised his gaze and, indeed, saw Xin Fan striding confidently into the basketball court, seemingly searching for a team in need of players. The more triumphant Xin Fan appeared, the more infuriated Zhang Hao became, even envisioning Xin Fan's playful approach towards Xia Qingxue. Unable to suppress his rage any longer, he took the lead, marching up to Xin Fan with his subordinates in tow, blocking his way with an air of aggression. Zhang Hao regarded Xin Fan with a condescending glare and coolly inquired, "Xin Fan, is it? The moment his words escaped, the entire basketball court fell into a hushed silence, the very atmosphere seemingly frozen. This was precisely the effect Zhang Hao sought. He aimed to establish dominance before any dialogue began. As for Xin Fan, he was taken aback by the sudden obstruction. He was well aware of the wealthy Zhang Hao, and with the added insights from his previous life's memories, he understood him even more thoroughly. In recent years, Zhang Hao's father had indeed thrived, yet the Zhang family had become excessively arrogant. It would not be long before they faced severe repercussions during an impending investigation, leading to their downfall. The family would be left destitute, with the patriarch facing a lengthy prison sentence. When the walls crumble, the crowd will turn against them. Zhang Hao himself would soon be exposed for bullying female students, with ample evidence against him, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Xin Fan vividly recalled the significant uproar that ensued. When the tempest rages, rain must follow. When individuals are reckless, calamity is inevitable. Thus, despite the aggressive demeanor of Zhang Hao and his entourage, Xin Fan remained unfazed, exhibiting not a flicker of concern. The expression on his face was not one of fear. Instead, it radiated an air of ease, with the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. "Do you have something to say?" To Zhang Hao, this demeanor of Xin Fan was nothing short of a provocation. Zhang Hao felt a surge of anger, almost as if his nose might bend from it. Throughout his life, he had always been met with politeness. Thus, he stepped forward once more, his followers mimicking his movement. "You were the one who sat at the same table as Xia Qingxue, right? You were just at school with her?" he demanded. "Let me make this clear. Xia Qingxue is not someone you can approach. In the future, know your place. Do you understand?" As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the basketball court plummeted to a freezing point. The crowd, initially eager for entertainment, anticipated Xin Fan to cower under Zhang Hao's imposing presence. However, instead of yielding, Xin Fan appeared contemplative, almost relishing the moment, as he responded. "Rules? I have always adhered to them. I merely escorted her home, shared a meal with her, and attended school together. Oh, and I did give her a hug and held her hand. Nothing more than that. So tell me, am I not quite respectful of the rules?" A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. They had expected Xin Fan to back down, yet he had uttered such audacious words. "Goodness, you've embraced her and held her hand, yet you claim to respect the rules? What would it mean not to respect them in your eyes?" This was a blatant challenge directed at Zhang Hao. However, the suddenness of Xin Fan's words left Zhang Hao momentarily bewildered, his mind a blank slate. It was only after 3 seconds that he regained his composure, and fury ignited within him, his eyes bloodshot. Each word Xin Fan had spoken pierced through him like a dagger, evoking vivid images that were painfully heart-wrenching. In Zhang Hao's mind, Xin Fan was usurping his affections, while Xia Qingxue was betraying him. He could almost envision a vast meadow above his head, a stark reflection of the reality of the privileged Zhang Hao's psyche. Since the day he learned to pursue romance, he had cultivated the belief that anything he desired belonged to him. If the other party did not reciprocate, it was a betrayal. Thus, the pampered Zhang Hao exploded with rage, his words spilling forth uncontrollably. "Xin Fan, you seek death. How dare you touch the woman I desire?" As he shouted, he charged towards Xin Fan, the situation spiraling out of control. Just then, the teacher responsible for the rehearsal called out from the entrance of the gymnasium. "All students, assemble for rehearsal immediately. Hurry, time is of the essence, and the task is substantial." At this command, the students scattered, rushing towards the exit of the basketball court. Zhang Hao shot a fierce glance at Xin Fan before resuming his practice with the basketball. The reason he refrained from joining the group was that the teacher had not selected him at that moment. Zhang Hao frequented the basketball court every weekend, a privilege afforded to him as he had always been the captain of the school's basketball team. Although he appeared to be focused on his shots, his heart seethed with animosity towards Xin Fan. He was determined to separate Xin Fan from Xia Qingxue. However, dealing with Xin Fan, who was merely handsome yet devoid of wealth or influence, would prove to be effortless. What good was his good looks? Without money or power, he would swiftly reduce Xin Fan to a pitiful state before Xia Qingxue, leaving him with no face to approach her again. As this thought crossed his mind, a plan began to form in Zhang Hao's heart, prompting an involuntary, wicked smile to creep across his face. Meanwhile, Xin Fan took note of Zhang Hao, aware that his time with Xin Fan's father was limited. Yet, since Zhang Hao had willingly presented himself as an adversary, Shen Fan saw no reason to refrain from making this father-son duo experience the trials of life prematurely. Moments later, Shen Fan and his classmates arrived at the cafeteria to begin their rehearsal. The school's cafeteria had been designed with the intention of also serving as a performance hall. Equipped with a stage, lighting, and changing rooms, everything one might need. Upon entering the cafeteria, Shen Fan immediately spotted Xia Qingxue. As he stepped into the cafeteria, he noticed Mei Ling and Xia Qingxue conversing animatedly in a corner of the stage, their faces alight with joy. Despite the throng of students surrounding them, Xia Qingxue stood out like a crane among chickens, her presence unmistakable. The oversized school uniform enveloped her slender figure, exuding a unique, alternative beauty. Her damp hair tips curled naturally, framing her lovely, large eyes. When she smiled, her lips sparkled in the morning light. A vision of exquisite beauty, she seemed to have stepped straight out of an anime. As Shen Fan gazed at Xia Qingxue, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of holding her hand later. He even contemplated testing the waters by gently brushing the back of his hand against hers to gauge her reaction, or perhaps lightly hooking his pinky around her fingers to see if she would shy away. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed these notions. Holding hands was something the teacher insisted upon. So he resolved to approach her directly and take her hand without hesitation. By the time Xia Qingxue realized what was happening, it would be too late to react. While Shen Fan mused over these thoughts, his gaze remained fixed on Xia Qingxue. At that moment, Xia Qingxue, unaware, lifted her head towards the entrance just as Shen Fan walked in, their eyes meeting in an instant. There appears to be no remedy. Xia Qingxue's perceptiveness seems to be effective solely in relation to Shen Fan. However, upon noticing that Shen Fan was still gazing at her, Xia Qingxue suddenly recalled his earlier remark about wanting to hold hands. Consequently, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She hastily lowered her head, averting her gaze from Shen Fan. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Moreover, it seemed that she was reminded of something else entirely. Ultimately, she involuntarily took a small step back, even curling her toes in the process. Shen Fan's physical constitution and capabilities were remarkably unlike those of ordinary individuals. Thus, Xia Qingxue's entire spectrum of reactions did not escape his notice. Yet, the more she acted in this manner, the more Shen Fan desired to draw closer to her. He contemplated advancing towards her when, all of a sudden, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he was taken aback to find it was Wang Xiaoming. "I've been searching for you for ages. It turns out you've been here all along," he remarked. "Of course," Shen Fan replied. As he and Wang Xiaoming moved further inside, Wang Xiaoming then cast a knowing glance at Shen Fan before inquiring, "Where did you take Xia Qingxue last night? What transpired between you two?" Shen Fan noticed the certainty in Wang Xiaoming's gaze, as if he were convinced of what had occurred between him and Xia Qingxue the previous evening. Shen Fan shot Wang Xiaoming a disapproving look. "I merely saw her back to her apartment complex. What else could have happened? What about you? I heard you had a special dinner with Miling last night. How did that go?" Wang Xiaoming chuckled at Shen Fan's question. "When we rode over, we happened to arrive when there were few customers. The place was hardly crowded, and we had a splendid time." After saying this, he began to reminisce fondly about the evening. Shen Fan, observing him, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thinking that Wang Xiaoming had misunderstood his inquiry, he pressed on, "Is that all? What happened next?" "Oh, next, we started eating. Guess how many skewers of lamb kidney I devoured? 5. And then?" Shen Fan's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask further. "Then I polished off a pound of raw oysters." Shen Fan was taken aback, his jaw dropping in astonishment, and he gave a thumbs up in praise. "Well done. You truly are something else. Do continue." "After that, I simply went home and went to bed." Just as Shen Fan was engrossed in the conversation, Wang Xiaoming's statement nearly caused him to pull a muscle in disbelief. He had anticipated that something more significant would unfold, only to hear Wang Xiaoming claim he went home to sleep. Shen Fan stared at Wang Xiaoming incredulously. "You went home to sleep? How could you possibly manage that?" Wang Xiaoming nodded in agreement with Shen Fan's skepticism. "Indeed, I found it impossible to sleep upon returning, so I played video games all night. And guess what? What? By morning, I felt absolutely invigorated," Wang Xiaoming replied, patting his chest. "I've decided that if I intend to pull an all-nighter in the future, I should prepare plenty of lamb kidneys and oysters in advance." After reading the passage, Shen Fan once again admiredly raised his thumb. "All right, you're impressive." At that moment, Shen Fan suddenly recalled something. He leaned in closer to Wang Xiaoming and whispered, "Xiaoming, I have a little secret to share. According to a rumor, during the rehearsal later, we will need to hold hands. You might want to position yourself next to Miling in advance." Wang Xiaoming, initially indifferent, suddenly brightened at the news. "Really? If that's true, that would be fantastic. Let me tell you, I hesitated to even touch her during dinner last night. I never expected that heaven would grant me an opportunity so soon." Shen Fan regarded Wang Xiaoming with a knowing look. "Indeed, my intel is quite accurate. Furthermore, I need you to do me a favor later." As Shen Fan spoke, he gestured towards the large piano on the side of the stage. "If my hunch is correct, many people will want to play it soon. When those teachers are not around, please help me usher them away, as I intend to perform a piece solo." As he spoke, an enigmatic aura emanated from Shen Fan, instantly inspiring admiration from Wang Xiaoming, who understood the significance of Shen Fan's piano performance. As the two conversed, they approached Miling and Xia Qingxue. Just then, the teacher entered and announced loudly, "All students, please gather immediately. We will commence the rehearsal. First, each class should line up, and then I will adjust their positions accordingly." Following the teacher's instructions, Shen Fan and Wang Xiaoming made their way directly to Xia Qingxue and Miling. Among the four, only Miling remained blissfully unaware of the forthcoming events. In fact, she greeted Wang Xiaoming, playfully challenging him to a height comparison, only to discover that they were nearly the same height. Thrilled, Miling insisted that Wang Xiaoming stand beside her. This gesture deeply moved Wang Xiaoming, as any future hand-holding would not be a desperate advance on his part, but rather an invitation from Miling herself. Conversely, Xia Qingxue remained apprehensive in Shen Fan's presence, appearing quite uncomfortable. She even avoided making eye contact with him, deliberately directing her gaze towards Miling and Wang Xiaoming. Despite this, there was an empty space beside Xia Qingxue, as none of the other boys dared to approach. Additionally, Xia Qingxue subtly nudged Miling towards Wang Xiaoming, creating that vacant spot. Shen Fan felt a warm sensation in his heart, and without hesitation stepped forward to stand beside Xia Qingxue. Chapter 21. An unexpected approach. As Shen Fan stood beside Xia Qingxue, she remained oblivious to his presence, her gaze fixed ahead. Neither moved. Yet Shen Fan was acutely aware that this was merely the first step. He anticipated that once Xia Qingxue relaxed, it would be the opportune moment for hand-holding. The thought alone prompted him to lean slightly towards her. Though Xia Qingxue remained unaware, her mind preoccupied with the notion of holding hands. Nervousness enveloped her, and she realized her palms were clammy, an unsettling revelation that she desperately wished Shen Fan would not discover. What if he noticed my anxiety when we finally hold hands? Yet, was it not a requirement to hold hands? After all, it was the teacher's directive, not her own initiative. With this realization, Xia Qingxue felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, she chided herself to remain composed. As long as she did not take the initiative to grasp his hand, even if he noticed her sweaty palms, the situation would not be embarrassing. Besides, how could she ever be the one to reach for Shen Fan's hand? The very idea was laughable. As she pondered, her tension began to dissipate. However, at that moment, Xia Qingxue inadvertently pushed Miling, causing her to lean almost entirely against Wang Xiaoming. Although Miling and Wang Xiaoming had yet to establish a romantic relationship, the proximity left Miling feeling quite flustered. She instinctively nudged Xia Qingxue aside, inquiring, "Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Why are you crowding me? Could you shift a little to the side?" Miling's gentle shove caught Xia Qingxue off guard, causing her to stumble towards Shen Fan. Realizing her lack of balance, she instinctively reached out for support. With no one else nearby but Shen Fan, her hands instinctively grasped for him. The sequence of events unfolded with alarming speed. By the time Xia Qingxue recognized that her hands were heading towards Shen Fan, it was far too late to retract them. In a swift motion, her hands latched onto Shen Fan's, leaving her in a state of shock. Just moments ago, she had assured herself that she would never initiate such a gesture. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had done exactly that. Clenching his hands with both of hers, a deep flush crept across Xia Qingxue's face, akin to a stinging slap. Was her own body betraying her? Indeed, it was Miling's earlier embrace that had catalyzed this unexpected reaction. Otherwise, she would not have reached for Shen Fan's hand. In that instant, Xia Qingxue found herself gripping Shen Fan's hands, her gaze lowered in disbelief. Yet Shen Fan, naturally, possessed a swifter reaction than Xia Qingxue. Upon realizing that Xia Qingxue was about to lean towards him, he intended to quickly support her. However, To his astonishment, Xia Qingxue unexpectedly turned around and reached out both hands toward him. Xin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, what a bold move. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to grasp Xia Qingxue's delicate hand, but now she was even more direct than he had anticipated. Her speed was nothing short of astonishing. Xin Fan perceived that Xia Qingxue appeared a bit dazed at that moment. However, since she had taken the initiative, it would be remiss not to respond in kind and allow her to withdraw without any action. With this thought in mind, he gradually tightened his grip around Xia Qingxue's small hand. Subsequently, Xin Fan began to close his eyes and savor the sensation. Indeed, it was delightful. Its color was pure. It melted in his grasp, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. Yet, inexplicably, Xin Fan found himself recalling the classic lines of domineering CEOs. His interest was rekindled, and he became wholly absorbed, projecting his thoughts towards Xia Qingxue. My dear lady, are you implying something? Upon hearing Xin Fan's inner dialogue, Xia Qingxue finally came to her senses, realizing she was still holding onto his hand. To her dismay, she discovered that Xin Fan had firmly grasped her hand. This was not ideal. Recognizing this, she hastily attempted to pull her hand away. However, Xin Fan's grip was too strong, and she found it difficult to break free. With no other option, she used her other hand to assist, eventually managing to extricate herself from his hold. Yet by that point, Xia Qingxue's face had turned a deep crimson. She wanted to explain to Xin Fan that it had not been intentional, that it was merely Miling who had pushed her into him, prompting the contact. However, having just overheard Xin Fan's thoughts, she realized that any attempt to explain would inadvertently expose her secret. Helplessly returning to her original position, Xia Qingxue began to seek solace in excuses. Just then, she suddenly heard Xin Fan's thoughts again. My lady, do you realize you were playing with fire just now? Should you dare to touch me again, I cannot guarantee what may ensue. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated, and her mind instantly conjured an unusual image of the two of them together. Then, glancing around at the multitude of onlookers, she swallowed hard. Surely, nothing absurd could transpire in such a public setting. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, she swiftly dismissed the wicked notion. She reassured herself that she had not acted intentionally. After all, it was merely Miling who had nudged her. There was no way she would willingly touch him again. That was utterly inconceivable. But little did Xia Qingxue know, due to her overwhelming embarrassment moments ago, she remained utterly engrossed in her thoughts, oblivious to the arrival of several boys at the entrance. These boys were students from Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan's class. They had anticipated a leisurely day and thought it permissible to arrive a bit later. However, upon their slow arrival, they discovered that everyone had already gathered, seemingly awaiting them. After hastily reporting to their teacher, the boys rushed over to their designated line, inadvertently disrupting the orderly arrangement that Xin Fan's class had established. The boys, occupying considerable space, caused significant movement among their peers, resulting in a cascade effect that ultimately brought them right in front of Xia Qingxue. Yet, she remained lost in her reverie, firmly resolved never to encounter Xin Fan again, especially as she was about to make an oath to that effect. Suddenly, Miling's body collided with her like an immovable wall. This jolt caused Xia Qingxue to emit a soft gasp, and she instinctively extended her arms, tumbling towards Xin Fan. The second collision jolted Xia Qingxue's mind awake. Yet she could not help but embrace Xin Fan. Given the proximity between them, her arms ended up wrapping around his waist. In an instant, Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated, and she internally screamed, "No?" Chapter 22. What is so hard? Xia Qingxue's thoughts screamed in protest, yet she could not halt her momentum. Her arms outstretched as she lunged towards Xin Fan. He, prepared to catch her, opened his arms wide. At that moment, Xia Qingxue crashed into him, tightly clasping his waist. In her world, time seemed to freeze, and her mind went blank. There she remained, dazedly clinging to Xin Fan, utterly motionless. When she finally regained her senses, Xia Qingxue lamented internally, "What a misfortune. I truly didn't mean to do this. Xin Fan, you must believe me." However, she found herself unable to utter an explanation. Reflecting on her earlier vow to never touch Xin Fan again, she realized the irony of the situation. Not only had she touched him, but she had also embraced him in the most awkward manner possible. Just as she was processing this embarrassing reality, she suddenly heard Xin Fan's inner voice. "Humph. Woman, if you intended to capture my attention in this manner, you have succeeded." Startled by Xin Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue involuntarily shivered, finally regaining her composure. Upon realizing that she was still holding on to someone, Xia Qingxue hastily attempted to rise. However, as she tried to stand and reached out to grasp something haphazardly, she suddenly felt something solid. What could it be? It seemed hard and segmented. In the next moment, Xia Qingxue quickly recognized what it was. Wasn't this Shun Fan's abdominal muscles? Her hand resting on Shun Fan's sculpted abs confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, after consuming a gene-enhancing potion the previous night, Shun Fan's physique had been transformed, his muscles now distinctly defined. Particularly in this season, a simple layer of school uniform sufficed for him to step outside, allowing Xia Qingxue to distinctly feel his 8-pack abs. Upon this realization, Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at the area her hand had touched, internally exclaiming, "Could it be that Shun Fan possesses such impressive abs? How remarkable!" For a moment, her shyness was forgotten, replaced by a flurry of inquisitive thoughts. Meanwhile, Shun Fan, although feeling a surge of confidence from Xia Qingxue's actions, began to find the situation increasingly intolerable. He swiftly communicated with her through his thoughts. "Ah, woman, you claim disinterest, yet your body reveals true intentions." Finally, upon hearing Shun Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue comprehended the gravity of her actions. The embarrassment was overwhelming, especially since she had initiated it, leaving her at a loss for words. As she hurriedly withdrew her hand, she noticed Shun Fan slowly lowering his head to gaze at her gently, inquiring, "Xia Qingxue, have you had enough?" At that moment, Xia Qingxue sprang to her feet. Yet Shun Fan's question compelled her to defend herself. "No, but she found herself at a loss for an explanation. Subsequently, she turned her head away to glare at the boys who had cut in line. This was a rare display of her fierce demeanor, as she, typically reserved and non-confrontational, exhibited such intensity for the first time. Meanwhile, the teacher at the front began to reorganize the students, addressing everyone loudly. "The positions you are currently in are quite satisfactory, and our first song will be a song for everyone. Therefore, pairs of adjacent students should hold hands while creating a half-step distance from their counterparts on the other side." As soon as the teacher spoke, a hush fell over the students. Except for Shun Fan, Xia Qingxue, and Wang Xiaoming, the rest were left in a state of bewilderment. They all pondered the same question. Why hadn't it been mentioned earlier that the chorus required hand-holding? Following the teacher's instructions, each pair of neighboring students exchanged glances. Feeling a bit shy, as the teacher had made an effort to balance the arrangement of boys and girls. Some even chuckled shyly, particularly the boys, who began to playfully tease one another from afar. However, from the teacher's perspective, their behavior was not merely embarrassment. It was a blatant display of unseriousness. Consequently, the teacher addressed the class with a stern demeanor, emphasizing the importance of taking this performance seriously, for they were not merely presenting in a school setting, but rather performing on a grand stage in the city. Thus, they must not falter, as one individual's failure could bring disgrace upon the entire school. Following the teacher's remarks, a wave of excitement coursed through the students, as they realized the performance would take place outside the school. Alongside their excitement, a tinge of nervousness also emerged, effectively dispelling any lingering shyness among them. In this manner, neighboring classmates took each other's hands, commencing their preparation for the rehearsal. At this moment, Shun Fan felt a sense of pride, for his earlier words had come to fruition. He even took the opportunity to boast silently to Xia Qingxue. "My dear, what did I say? Wasn't I right about the teacher asking me to hold your little hand?" He continued, "But don't be shy now. You already took my hand earlier, didn't you? This time, it should be my turn." Listening to Shun Fan's inner thoughts, Xia Qingxue, without even looking at him, could sense his smug expression. Consequently, feeling somewhat wronged, she internally scolded Shun Fan. After all, they had already shared a moment of intimacy, which relaxed her somewhat. Moreover, the more she reflected on it, the more indignant she felt. He had let her fall twice without offering a hand, and the last time, it was as if he was waiting with open arms. Now he wanted to hold her hand. Not a chance. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was unaware that she was gradually shifting from a passive and bashful mindset. She became fully attuned to Shun Fan's hand, and indeed, from the corner of her eye, she noticed his hand suddenly move, clearly reaching out to grasp hers. In a swift motion, Xia Qingxue hurriedly concealed her hands behind her back, successfully evading Shun Fan's advance. However, this left Shun Fan feeling dejected. He had anticipated that this would all unfold seamlessly. only to find that when he reached out, he could not find Xia Qingshue's hand after searching for a while. Unable to help himself, Shen Fan tilted his head slightly to glance at Xia Qingxue, only to discover that she had indeed hidden her hands. Instantly, he realized that she was deliberately avoiding him. What's the matter? My dear, don't you want to? Without your little hand, I might falter in my performance, he mused, observing her expression. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was biting her lip, her gaze reflecting a hint of stubbornness, as if she were lost in thought. Thus, Shen Fan could surmise that she was not angry. Rather, it was an act of retribution for the previous fall. Thus, Shen Fan resolved to extend his hand once more, seizing Xia Qingshue's delicate hand from behind. Xia Qingxue had long been aware of Shen Fan's intentions, and as he reached out, she hastily pretended to adjust her hair, deftly evading his advance with finesse. Once again, Shen Fan's grasp fell short, prompting him to feign lament in his heart. Oh, my dear wife, do you know what distinguishes you from the stars above? This sudden thought from Shen Fan left Xia Qingxue momentarily bewildered. What sets me apart from the stars? What difference is there? Chapter 23. Is this holding hands? Xia Qingxue found herself momentarily dazed by Shen Fan's heartfelt declaration, involuntarily following the thread of his words. What is the distinction between me and the stars? Before she could fully comprehend, Shen Fan's thoughts echoed again. The difference is that the stars reside in the heavens, while you dwell within my heart. At this, Xia Qingxue froze in place, as if struck by an unseen force. A wave of warmth enveloped her heart, rendering her limbs somewhat weak. It was simply that she had never encountered such a sentiment before. Shen Fan was certain that this was a line born of a more rustic charm. Only surfacing 17 years later, Xia Qingxue hesitated but soon found herself ensnared by Shen Fan's playful pursuit. As Shen Fan finished his thoughts and noticed Xia Qingshue's momentary stillness, he recognized the opportunity to grasp her hand. Yet, just as he reached out, Xia Qingxue reacted, raising her small hand above her head with a flustered urgency, murmuring softly, "No, please don't." Initially, she only intended to hold her ground, but unexpectedly, it morphed into an inexplicable stubbornness. Thus, Xia Qingxue raised her hand high. Shen Fan, observing her demeanor and hearing her faint voice, felt a surge of competitive spirit and stretched his hand upward to follow suit. Consequently, both of them raised their hands simultaneously, with Xia Qingxue seemingly dodging Shen Fan's larger hand, twisting her wrist in a bid to escape. However, Shen Fan's wrist proved to be even more agile than hers. The two engaged in this playful chase for a fleeting second, until suddenly, the entire stage fell into a profound silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the space, compelling all the classmates to lift their gazes toward the entwined hands of Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue. It was then that they both realized the gravity of their actions. Particularly for Xia Qingxue, the realization of what she was doing with Shen Fan rendered her completely frozen. Oh dear, how embarrassing. How did my hand end up raised? Yet, just as she pondered this, Shen Fan's large hand, like a cushion, he swiftly clasped Xia Qingshue's hand firmly in his palm. Xia Qingshue's pupils constricted, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. After all, such an action was undeniably conspicuous, and she felt a wave of regret wash over her. In the midst of their playful antics, this time they had gone too far. Just as she contemplated retracting her hand, the teacher in front suddenly pointed at the two of them and exclaimed, "Yes, just like that. When we sing hand in hand, we must raise our hands high like this." The classmates, initially astonished and filled with envy and jealousy, fell silent at the teacher's words. They began to murmur among themselves, bewildered. How did the teacher notice they were holding hands? They were clearly just entangled with one another. They were just shy of intertwining their fingers. Who would have thought they were a couple? Oh, this scene is so heartwarming. I wish my boyfriend would treat me like that. It seemed the rumors had solidified. Shen Fan had indeed captured Xia Qingshue's heart, shattering the dreams of first love for many. Isn't that our Fan? Why did he choose to be with Xia Qingxue? I'm not any less. Listening to the whispers around her, Xia Qingxue felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly tugged her hand away from Shen Fan. She thought that by withdrawing her hand and remaining silent for a moment, the situation would pass. However, to her utter astonishment, the teacher suddenly seemed to recall something and continued, pointing at Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue, "Wonderful. I almost forgot. This song requires a lead singer. You two seem perfect for it, Xia Qingxue and Shen Fan, right? Come on, step forward to lead the singing." The teacher chose Shen Fan not for any particular reason, but simply because he felt they looked quite compatible. However, Xia Qingxue was taken aback. What is happening? Lead the singing? Xin Fan never mentioned this to me. Should she go or not? The thought of standing in front terrified her. Xin Fan, too, was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he and Xia Qingxue had not been the lead singers. It had been a pair from another class, students specializing in vocal music. But now, what was going on? Could it be that his rebirth had altered the trajectory of the future? Having come to terms with everything, Xin Fan accepted the situation. Since he had been reborn and wished to live his own life, he was indeed changing the course of future developments. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he noticed Xia Qingxue hesitating. He took hold of her hand and, parting the crowd, strode confidently to the front. Caught in her thoughts, Xia Qingxue was suddenly pulled along by Xin Fan, unable to resist following him. Thus, hand in hand, they walked forward together, stepping into the spotlight before their peers. Having witnessed grand spectacles, Xin Fan was unfazed by the eager gazes of the students. In fact, he relished the fervent attention. However, the same could not be said for Xia Qingxue, whose naturally shy disposition made her acutely aware of the situation. It was imperative to devise a means to restore her confidence and ease her anxiety. As Xin Fan contemplated this, he suddenly recalled that although his voice was quite pleasing, his singing skills were lacking. It became evident that he must first strive for professionalism. Consequently, his thoughts turned to the system. He wondered if the system's marketplace contained any resources related to music. Without hesitation, Xin Fan summoned the system's marketplace. Having familiarized himself with the categories the previous night, he swiftly navigated to the arts section. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 talents available: singing and instrumental proficiency. The notes indicated that upon purchasing a talent, it would be instantly credited. In essence, acquiring these talents would enable him to master musical instruments effortlessly, reaching the level of a musician. However, both the singing and instrumental talents required 50 points each. While the total of 100 points was considerable, Xin Fan did not waver. Despite the scarcity of points, the present moment demanded investment, and he was confident that he would soon replenish his points. Thus, Xin Fan committed to his decision and expended 100 points to acquire both the singing and instrumental talents. Immediately after completing the transaction, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first purchase, earning a reward of 100 points. Numerous hidden tasks await the host in the future. Xin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated a reward for his initial purchase. Spending 100 points had yielded another 100 points, meaning he had essentially acquired the 2 talents for free. The more he reflected, the more elated he became, and he soon sensed a transformation within himself. Suddenly, his understanding of musical notes and singing crystallized, akin to the epiphany of solving a complex problem. Moreover, as he turned to the piano, he found himself effortlessly composing a beautiful melody in his mind. Now, it was time to instill confidence in Xia Qingxue. Recalling his past life, Xin Fan remembered that Xia Qingxue had a remarkably sweet voice. However, she struggled with rhythm, often singing out of turn, a grievous error in performance that could lead to embarrassment. He also vaguely recalled that the music teacher had recognized her talent. Yet, Xia Qingxue's propensity to rush the beat had hindered her. Unfortunately, she had been overlooked in favor of a pair of students who were professionally trained in vocal arts. Thus, during her last opportunity to lead, she had not been selected. Now, Xin Fan believes that as long as he offers a slight assistance to Xia Qingxue and soothes her anxious heart, everything will be absolutely fine. In fact, Xin Fan is convinced that in this lifetime, his collaboration with Xia Qingxue in leading the song will yield even better results than in the previous one. After making up his mind, he discreetly glanced at the tense Xia Qingxue, only to notice the teacher reorganizing the students behind them. Thus, he began to convey his thoughts to Xia Qingxue. I never expected to stand at the front with my little Xue to lead the song. Only I know that my dear Xue has a melodious voice. Her singing is even more enchanting than that of the other girls in school. At that moment, the anxious Xia Qingxue suddenly heard Xin Fan's thoughts, and her mood involuntarily calmed. It dawned on her that indeed, she could sing quite well, especially with this particular song, which had been played daily on television for the past few years. She had sung along so often that the lyrics had become second nature. Moreover, her parents and friends had praised her for singing this song beautifully. As these memories resurfaced, Xia Qingxue's tension dissipated. However, just then, she unexpectedly overheard Xin Fan's thoughts again. Actually, the last time the teacher tested her, it was just that she had a tendency to jump the beat, which led to her elimination. The moment Xia Qingxue, who was building her confidence, heard Shen Fan's remark, her lips involuntarily twitched, as if recalling the embarrassing moments of her past when she would always jump the beat. Instantly, her anxiety returned, and she imagined how awkward it would be if she were to sing prematurely during the performance. What should she do now? This is easily manageable. Shen Fan seemed to grasp Xia Qingxue's thoughts as if reading her mind. When she was at a loss, his reassuring voice echoed again. In fact, I am quite adept at keeping the rhythm and managing the tempo. One might even call me a professional. During the performance, I can hold your hand and tap the beat with my fingers. As long as you follow my lead, there will be no problem with jumping the beat. Xia Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by his words, while Shen Fan gently tilted his head towards her and softly said, "Classmate Xia Qingxue, I've heard that you sing beautifully. It's just that you struggle with maintaining the rhythm and tend to jump the beat. Don't worry, I'll be there. Before we start singing, I'll tap your hand 3 times. Just follow my rhythm, and you'll be just fine." Xia Qingxue stood there, momentarily speechless, but her heart was overwhelmed with gratitude. Shen Fan, though often unreliable, was incredibly considerate at crucial moments. Not only did he recognize her shortcomings, but he also offered effective solutions. With his support, what reason did she have not to strive to sing well? As Xia Qingxue contemplated this, her gaze became resolute, brimming with confidence. Unbeknownst to her, her small hand instinctively tightened its grip around Shen Fan's larger one. Shen Fan, acutely aware of this subtle gesture, felt a sense of gratification, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain. Soon, the teacher completed the arrangement of the students and returned to the front, preparing for the performance. Having taught this song during their second year, the music teacher decided to skip the familiar sections. "All right, class, we are about to begin. Xia Qingxue will sing first, followed by Shen Fan. When it comes to the chorus, everyone will join in." With that, the teacher gently waved the conducting baton in the air, and the music began to play softly. Shen Fan remained poised, maintaining the rhythm for Xia Qingxue. She focused intently, attuning herself to the cadence of his fingers. At last, Xia Qingxue managed to avoid singing offbeat this time. As she opened her mouth, her enchanting voice resonated throughout the hall, ethereal and harmonious, blending seamlessly with the morning bird song, a true delight for the ears. Even the teacher, who was conducting, gradually closed his eyes in appreciation. When it was Shen Fan's turn to sing, his rich and magnetic voice captivated everyone present. Thus, under the influence of these 2 remarkable vocalists, the students behind them also exceeded expectations, harmonizing flawlessly. After the final note faded, the hall fell silent for a moment before the teacher finally opened his eyes, joyously applauding. "Perfect, perfect, truly magnificent. In all my years of conducting, I have never encountered a team that collaborated so seamlessly." After expressing his delight, the teacher turned to Xia Qingxue, offering her special praise. "Especially you, Xia Qingxue. Your voice is exquisite, and your sense of rhythm is impeccable. Even I, as your teacher, am humbled by your talent. If you are interested in pursuing a degree in vocal performance, do not hesitate to seek my guidance." Xia Qingxue's moment of recognition sparked envy among her classmates, particularly the girls, who not only admired her singing prowess, but also the handsome companion by her side. They couldn't help but wish they were in her position. Not just her classmates, but Xia Qingxue herself felt elated. Although she had received praise from teachers in the past for her academic achievements, this moment felt distinctly different. Everything now revolved around Shen Fan, and unbeknownst to her, she had developed a sense of reliance on him. Shen Fan, too, felt a surge of happiness at Xia Qingxue's accolades. Yet, there was an even greater joy in the present moment. He was subtly and tenderly squeezing her small hand with his larger one. Whether Xia Qingxue was oblivious to this or simply accepted it, she showed no signs of resistance. Shen Fan's heart swelled with delight, realizing that this was just the beginning of something beautiful. Every day, holding hands while going to and from school presents no issues. Overall, all the students seem quite pleased. However, Zhang Hao, who secretly stands outside the window, wears a countenance as if he has just tasted something foul. His hands, gripping the basketball, tremble with suppressed rage. Earlier, Zhang Hao had resolutely decided to take action against Shen Fan in the basketball court, planning to collaborate with a few underlings to humiliate Shen Fan in front of Xia Qingxue. Based on countless prior experiences, dealing with a penniless and powerless youth should be a trivial matter. Yet, as he played, An unsettling sensation crept over him. Thus, he clutched the ball, intending to discreetly observe Xia Qingxue from the window of the cafeteria to gauge the current situation. Upon peering through the window, he was struck as if by a thunderclap, leaving his mind blank. Indeed, the unimaginable had occurred. Xia Qingxue stood alongside Xin Fan. Not only that, but he also noticed that their hands were intertwined. What was even more alarming was the sensation that Xin Fan's hand was in motion. Chapter 25, A Melody for You. Zhang Hao was not mistaken. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was indeed holding Xin Fan's hand, and they stood at the front, leading the song. Most crucially, Xin Fan's hand continued to move, albeit subtly, and Xia Qingxue seemed entirely unresponsive. Was this an implicit acceptance? The thought pierced Zhang Hao's heart with agony. He recalled Xin Fan's earlier words, realizing the truth in them. Zhang Hao's expression twisted with fury as he glared at Xin Fan, internally vowing, "Xin Fan, you are truly finished this time." However, he found himself unable to confront Xin Fan directly, having not yet attained the strength to defy a teacher. To spare himself further anguish, he resolutely turned away and returned to the basketball court, biding his time to cause trouble for Xin Fan after the rehearsal. Meanwhile, Xin Fan was reveling in the ongoing practice. Yet, time, as always, flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the students had successfully rehearsed 2 songs with remarkable coordination. Next, upon the teacher's command, the students were allowed a brief respite, especially those who had just sung. Advised to hydrate and recuperate, they were instructed to remain within the cafeteria, finding a spot to rest, as they would reconvene in half an hour. With that, the 3 teachers exited the cafeteria. Most students chose not to leave, but instead settled on the tiered steps to rest, having stood for 1 or 2 hours, feeling fatigued. At this moment, Xin Fan observed his classmates, some engaged in conversation, others playfully frolicking, each partaking in various activities. Certainly, among them were some students who rushed to the grand piano, striking keys haphazardly without any real skill, merely indulging in chaos. This reminded Xin Fan of his previous life, where he refrained from such foolishness, as he lacked the ability to play. However, now, a smile crept upon his face. He had just spent his points to acquire the talent for playing instruments. Consequently, the piano before him would yield melodious notes with just a few casual touches. With the piano at his disposal and newfound skills, along with the presence of his future wife, Xia Qingxue, it seemed the perfect opportunity to serenade her. Xin Fan glanced at Xia Qingxue, who was engaged in conversation with Mei Ling. To his surprise, he noticed that in the company of others, Xia Qingxue typically spoke with her head bowed, but now held it high, her face alight with joy and laughter. It appeared that the bond formed by their earlier hand-holding had liberated her spirit. Could this be the essence of belonging to someone, unafraid and unrestrained? Yet, Xin Fan did not dwell on this thought. Instead, he turned his attention to Wang Xiaoming, who was on the opposite side of Mei Ling. Upon his arrival, Xin Fan had asked Wang Xiaoming to help disperse the crowd around the piano, as he intended to perform a piece. As soon as Xin Fan glanced at Wang Xiaoming, he too turned to face Xin Fan. A subtle gesture towards the piano was all it took for Wang Xiaoming to understand. Wang Xiaoming then stood up and jokingly addressed the students fiddling with the piano. "What are you all doing? If there's nothing to do, please don't mess around. I'm not trying to scare you, but I overheard the piano teacher mention that if the tuning is off, it could lead to issues. If this beauty ends up damaged in your hands, do you have any idea how much it would cost to repair?" Indeed, Wang Xiaoming's approach proved effective. The moment money was mentioned, the students surrounding the piano dispersed quickly. They were not foolish, although they might not know the specific brand of this grand instrument. They were well aware that pianos with a round grand lid were undoubtedly expensive. One by one, they returned to their respective places, leaving Wang Xiaoming behind, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the piano with a click of his tongue. "Though I cannot play the piano, I know a thing or two. For those who cannot play, touching this instrument can lead to damage, but for those who can, playing it serves as a form of maintenance." After Wang Xiaoming spoke, Xin Fan noticed the approving glances from those around him. He found it amusing, but realized that no one dared to approach any longer. It was time for him to take the stage. Before making his move, he communicated silently with Xia Qingxue. "Dear Xia Qingxue?" As Xia Qingxue conversed with Mei Ling, she was suddenly captivated by Xin Fan's inner thoughts, momentarily lost in reverie. She then devoted her full attention to the echoes of his heart. The voice in her mind continued, "To be honest, in my previous life, I taught myself to play the piano out of longing for you. And I have now achieved level 12 proficiency. I never expected that the heavens would finally grant me this opportunity. Now, allow me to perform a song for you. Playing and singing simultaneously. I hope you can guess that this song is dedicated solely to you. With those heartfelt words, Shun Fan rose and confidently approached the piano. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue remained rooted in place, staring incredulously at Shun Fan's tall figure, momentarily dazed. What? He can play the piano? And he learned it specifically for me? She was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing how much he had done for her without her knowledge. As her heart swelled with feelings, she began to feel an exhilarating anticipation. Xia Qingxue understood that what she had gleaned from Shun Fan's thoughts could not possibly be a deception. Meanwhile, the other students, still fixated on the piano due to Wang Xiaoming's earlier remarks, each silently warned themselves to stay away from the instrument. Yet, at that moment, they noticed a tall, slender figure striding confidently toward the piano. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it was the handsome Shun Fan from Class 8. A buzz of conversation erupted among them. What is going on with Shun Fan? He was told not to touch it, yet he seems undeterred. Does he come from a wealthy family? I don't think so. Could it be that Shun Fan actually knows how to play the piano? Wow, he must, and it looks like he is going to perform for us. How exciting. Concerns were voiced. This guy is going to ruin everything. He feels so confident, but what if he breaks it? Dear Fan, please don't, it might get damaged. Amidst the mixed reactions, Shun Fan had already reached the piano. He discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Xiaoming, acknowledging his good work. Taking his seat, Shun Fan positioned his hands delicately above the keys. The moment he settled down, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As he began to play, his presence commanded attention. The students sensed an unmistakable aura surrounding him. It was clear that Shun Fan was not just a novice. He played with a level of expertise that left everyone in awe. The rehearsal space fell into an expectant silence, all eyes fixed on Shun Fan, eagerly awaiting his performance. Indeed, Shun Fan did not disappoint. As Shun Fan gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his hands gracefully descended upon the piano keys. Instantly, a cascade of enchanting notes filled the air, and the students quickly recognized the melody as "You, My Desk Mate." Indeed, Shun Fan was performing this beloved campus ballad, a heartfelt tribute to Xia Qingxue. He reminisced about his past life, seated beside her, and how his affection for her had grown. Yet, Xia Qingxue's brilliance made him feel unworthy as a wayward student, leading him to feign nonchalance, treating her presence as if it were mere air. Unbeknownst to her, he had always watched over her in silence. Even after entering society, he would occasionally listen to this song, reflecting on his imperfect memories of school days. As the prelude concluded, Wang Xiaoming unexpectedly placed a microphone before Shun Fan. With a slight furrow of his brow, Shun Fan earnestly began to sing. Will you remember tomorrow the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you think of the you who once cried the most? As he sang, his voice revealed a natural affinity for pop music, flowing like a clear spring beneath their feet. The classmates gradually closed their eyes, lost in the beauty of the song. Only Xia Qingxue continued to gaze at Shun Fan by the piano, aware that this song was meant for her. Yet, she could also sense the undertones of his lament for his past self. Sunlight bathed the piano and Shun Fan, rendering Xia Qingxue's view somewhat hazy, as if she were in a dream. Who will marry the melancholic you? Who has read your diary? Who has braided your long hair? Who crafted your wedding gown? At this moment, tears welled in Xia Qingxue's eyes. This song was a solitary serenade from a tender, caring, and charming young man. Why did I let him slip away in my previous life? Though the reasons eluded her, she was resolute that it would not happen again. As the final notes faded, Xia Qingxue seemed transformed, her gaze now steadfast and radiant, no longer evasive but filled with admiration and affection as she awaited Shun Fan's glance. It took a few moments for the other students to react after Shun Fan concluded his performance. Someone began to clap, and soon the entire class joined in, their faces alight with admiration for him. Shun Fan, ever the gentleman, stood and turned to face Xia Qingxue. Upon seeing her, he momentarily lost his train of thought. He discovered that at this moment, Xia Qingxue's gaze was bright, as if she had something to express to him. This girl possessed stars in her eyes. Most notably, Xia Qingxue did not shy away from his gaze. Upon realizing this, Shun Fan finally understood that Xia Qingxue had indeed undergone a transformation. Her change was not merely in character, but extended to her future trajectory in life. All of this was brought about by his influence. and the thought alone filled Shun Fan with joy. Suddenly, at that moment, Shun Fan heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the affection of your beloved daughter. Thus, you have completed the perfect romance progress level 2. You have earned 200 points. Please check promptly. After hearing the system notification, Shun Fan's happiness intensified. He had not anticipated receiving 200 points this time. It seemed that he could easily acquire that stock trading software. And in addition, he could appropriately exchange some funds as initial capital. For Shun Fan, this was indeed a dual triumph in love and career, a dream fulfilled for any man. As he contemplated this, Shun Fan had already approached Xia Qingxue, smiling as he gazed at her. Xia Qingxue, too, did not flinch, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands, seemingly applauding Shun Fan's earlier performance. The two stood facing each other, surrounded by many classmates who naturally took note of their actions. Instantly, a chorus of murmurs arose. Look, they are really in a relationship. Just see the way Xia Qingxue looks at Shun Fan. It's as if she could fall into his eyes. Well, regardless, they are indeed a perfect match. I'm so dejected. The one I've secretly admired. Why does he favor Xia Qingxue? I am not inferior to her. If you put it that way, I am no less than Shun Fan either. Why don't we date instead? Get lost. Fine. The classmates exchanged playful banter, each voice contributing to the lively atmosphere. Naturally, Xia Qingxue heard all of it, but her heart had already transformed, rendering her indifferent to the opinions of her peers. Just then, 3 music teachers entered the room. In fact, they had already heard Shun Fan's piano and singing from outside. Once they listened, they were instantly astonished. They realized that Shun Fan not only sang beautifully, but also played the piano exceptionally well. Furthermore, they could discern that his piano skills were of a high caliber. Concerned about disrupting Shun Fan's performance, they had chosen to listen from outside before daring to enter. Upon entering, the conductor among them joyfully exclaimed, "Student Shun Fan, I did not expect your musical talent to be so remarkable. Why did you not mention this sooner? I recall your academic performance being rather average. If that is the case, why not consider applying to a music academy?" The other 2 teachers echoed his sentiments. Indeed, we recommend that you consider applying to a music academy. With your innate talent, a promising future awaits you. Should you require guidance, we are always available to assist. Upon hearing this, the classmates collectively cast envious glances towards Shun Fan. They could hardly fathom that within just half a day, this young couple had both received accolades from their teachers. This left their ordinary selves feeling quite inadequate. Similarly, Xia Qingxue gazed at Shun Fan, initially filled with joy for him, yet subsequently feeling a tinge of sadness. After all, her thoughts had only just begun to shift, and now they were faced with the prospect of separation. Anyone in her position would feel disheartened. At that moment, it seemed Shun Fan sensed Xia Qingxue's gaze. He turned to look at her and then, with unwavering determination, addressed the 3 music instructors. Chapter 27. Shun Fan's Inner Yearning with Resolute Eyes. Shun Fan firmly declined the teacher's generous offer. He expressed his gratitude for their constant consideration for the students. Yet he clarified, "As for me, I have no intention of attending a music academy. I am preparing to apply to Qingbei." A stunned silence enveloped the room, especially among those familiar with Shun Fan. Disbelief washed over them. Could it truly be that Shun Fan, the underperforming student, aspired to attend Qingbei? How was that possible? Even Xia Qingxue, despite her knowledge of Shun Fan's reincarnation, found it hard to believe he would follow through. However, just as she looked towards him, she suddenly heard his heartfelt thoughts. "It is impossible for me to attend a music academy, for I intend to enter the same university as my beloved Xia Shui. The details of my wife's previous university are inconsequential. This time, with my assistance, we will surely attend Qingbei together. Trust me, my dear." Xia Qingxue gasped in astonishment. Such audacious and confident words left no room for doubt. Reflecting on Shun Fan's extraordinary circumstances, she pondered what else could be deemed impossible. Especially after the events in mathematics class yesterday, her faith in him solidified. Consequently, Xia Qingxue, who had initially planned to settle for a moderately prestigious university, felt a sudden surge of hope ignite within her. She was even so exhilarated that her breath became unsteady. What her classmates were discussing behind her was now of little importance. The 3 teachers, taken aback by Shun Fan's declaration, remained skeptical of his words. They urged him to reconsider, and the rehearsal continued. This time, as Shun Fan took Xia Qingxue's hand once more, he noticed that she was not shy at all. Rather, She instinctively raised her hand to meet his. As their fingers intertwined, both felt a profound sense of connection. Moreover, Shen Fan could sense Xia Qingshua's delicate hand gently squeezing his from time to time. The situation stirred a sense of anticipation within Shen Fan. Before long, the rehearsal concluded at noon. The teacher clapped, commanding silence among the students before addressing them. That will be all for today. However, do not leave just yet, as the school will provide lunch. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into cheers. Who wouldn't he be pleased by the prospect of a complimentary meal? Silence, please. One more thing. When we dismiss, refrain from lingering in the cafeteria. Wait until it's time to eat before entering. With that, the three teachers exited, and the students followed suit, resembling a herd of sheep. Shen Fan and Xia Qingxua lingered at the front, mindful of their relationship and the importance of maintaining appearances. Being jostled in the crowd was somewhat unbearable. Seizing the opportunity while waiting, Shen Fan turned to Xia Qingxua and suggested, "After we step out, shall we spend some time in our classroom?" He had his own motives for wanting to return to the classroom. It was evident from the morning's interactions that Xia Qingxua had shed all her reservations. Now was the moment to seize the day and solidify their relationship, ensuring that whatever they did together in the future would be above board. Sure, Xia Qingxua replied eagerly, her head gradually bowing, as if lost in thought. Though it was but a single word, her eyes sparkled with joy. Soon, all the students had exited the cafeteria, leaving only Shen Fan and Xia Qingxua behind. As they began to make their way out, they noticed that the distance between the cafeteria and the classroom was considerable, with 4 outdoor basketball courts nestled in between. At that moment, they observed a crowd gathered around, engrossed in a basketball game. Shen Fan, though fond of basketball, found himself preoccupied with how to initiate a conversation with Xia Qingxua once they reached the classroom and ultimately defined their relationship. As they ambled along, a sudden sense of urgency washed over Shen Fan. Simultaneously, he heard someone call out to him, "Shen Fan, come play around." It was then that he noticed a basketball hurtling directly towards him. Despite the ball's rapid approach, Shen Fan's athletic prowess and reflexes were exceptional. As the ball drew within an arm's length, he reached out and caught it with a resounding thud. The force with which the ball struck his hands startled the nearby students, causing them to recoil. Shen Fan could sense that such intensity was beyond the capability of an average person to catch. Only Zhang Hao, who had honed his strength through years of basketball, could throw with such force. Shen Fan lifted his gaze to the center of the court, confirming that the thrower was indeed Zhang Hao, who now stood, incredulous, staring at Shen Fan. The reason is simple. The ball he had just thrown with all his might was a testament to his strength. Zhang Hao had been convinced that if he could strike Shen Fan on the head, he would surely incapacitate him. However, to his astonishment, Shen Fan caught it effortlessly. What immense power must that be? Earlier, Zhang Hao had witnessed the tender moment between Shen Fan and Xia Qingxua through the cafeteria window. Enraged, he immediately abandoned his previous plan to confront Shen Fan. He resolved to take matters into his own hands and humiliate Shen Fan thoroughly, ensuring he could not hold his head high, especially in front of Xia Qingxua. When one is in a romantic relationship, any embarrassment or humiliation inflicted upon one party can lead to consequences far beyond mere loss of face. Thus, Zhang Hao decided to wait for Shen Fan at the outdoor basketball court. However, as he lingered, he was met with the sight of Shen Fan and Xia Qingxua gazing lovingly at one another. Watching Xia Qingxua, so obediently trailing behind Shen Fan, filled him with a deep sense of heartache, realizing that Shen Fan had completely won her over. The more affectionate they appeared, the more pain Zhang Hao felt. In a fit of rage, when Shen Fan finally approached, he unleashed his full strength, hurling the basketball towards him with a force of 120. This was a familiar tactic for Zhang Hao, exacting revenge on those he disliked. If he could knock them down or render them unconscious, he could always feign innocence by claiming it was a mere basketball throw, thereby humiliating them further. Those who had been struck could only endure the ridicule of their peers, becoming the subject of jokes henceforth. This method of bullying had proven successful time and again for Zhang Hao. But now, as he watched Shen Fan catch the basketball with ease, he was utterly taken aback. There was no doubt in his mind regarding his own strength. Ordinarily, no one could withstand such a blow. When Zhang Hao regained his composure, his first thought was that it was impossible. Yet, upon observing Shen Fan, anger surged within him as he remembered the classmates he had bullied in his past life. If Shen Fan wished to play this game, then let him play to his heart's content. Everything had transpired so swiftly. Shen Fan caught the ball and reacted in mere seconds. Without uttering a word, Shen Fan exerted force and sent the ball hurtling back along the same trajectory. His basketball skills were commendable, knowing precisely how to apply strength for maximum speed. Coupled with his physical prowess, which surpassed that of an average person by more than double, the moment the basketball was launched, it appeared to form a blur in the eyes of the onlookers. In an instant, it was upon Zhang Hao. Now, Zhang Hao found himself in a dire predicament. The speed at which Shen Fan threw the ball was so swift that not only could his classmates hardly discern it, but even Zhang Hao found it difficult to follow. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Hao's hands remained poised in the act of throwing. As soon as he noticed Shen Fan's hand move and the ball hurtling towards him, fear instinctively prompted him to shield his face with both hands. This reflexive action allowed him to catch the ball. However, its momentum remained unabated. Moreover, Shen Fan had employed a technique of high-speed rotation while throwing, causing the basketball to spin incessantly in Zhang Hao's grasp, gradually inching closer to his self-proclaimed handsome visage. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. It was only when the basketball, spinning ferociously, forced his hands apart and began to rub against his face that Zhang Hao truly comprehended the situation. The reason was simple. His face was in excruciating pain. It felt akin to having sandpaper grinding against his skin at an astonishing 2,000 revolutions per minute. Upon this realization, Zhang Hao's initial thought was that his face was doomed. Desperately, he attempted to seize the ball with both hands, but to no avail. The basketball continued to rotate vigorously, pushing both his hands and the skin of his face backward. As Zhang Hao became increasingly aware, a memory surfaced. He recalled the times he had wielded a basketball to strike others. A peculiar sense of role reversal washed over him. He had spent countless days using this very tactic against others, only to find himself on the receiving end today. Was this his comeuppance? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of indignation welled up within him, particularly since it was Shen Fan who had taken away Xia Qingxue. With a fierce shout, he summoned all his strength to push the ball away. Yet, by this point, the basketball had already propelled him backward by 3 steps. Upon reaching the 3rd step, Zhang Hao found himself unable to maintain his balance. In his fervor to focus all his attention and strength on dispelling the basketball, he lost his footing entirely and, with a loud thud, fell flat on his back. Anyone witnessing such a tumble would find it reminiscent of a turtle turned upside down, and Zhang Hao was no exception. As he lay there, limbs akimbo, laughter erupted from his classmates, who could no longer stifle their amusement. Disoriented from the fall, Zhang Hao struggled to rise, scanning for Shen Fan in a daze, utterly lost. However, as he stood and glanced around, the laughter intensified. The basketball, now caked in dirt from the outdoor court, had smeared all the dust onto the side of Zhang Hao's face during its tumultuous encounter. Moreover, as Zhang Hao engaged in basketball, he had already worked up a sweat. Consequently, he transformed into a visage of duality. The left side of his face was impeccably clean, while the right side was smeared with dark, grimy dirt. Coupled with his bewildered expression as he searched for Shen Fan, he resembled a comedic act reminiscent of Charlie Chaplin. Once Zhang Hao regained his composure, he realized he had lost all semblance of dignity. In a fit of rage and resentment, he directed all his ire toward Shen Fan, spinning around hastily. Upon locating Shen Fan, he pointed angrily and exclaimed, "Shen Fan, how dare you throw the ball at me?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Fan raised his hand, promptly interrupting him. "Same to you. Weren't you doing the same a moment ago? You're talking nonsense. I merely intended to pass you the ball and invite you to play basketball together," Zhang Hao protested. Shen Fan feigned enlightenment and continued, "Oh, so you wanted to play with me? I was simply returning the ball to you. However, it seems your skills leave much to be desired. If you can't even catch the ball I tossed to you, how do you expect to play with me?" Zhang Hao was left speechless with anger, unable to articulate a counterargument. Shen Fan's clever retort served as poetic justice for those classmates who had previously endured Zhang Hao's bullying. Indeed, they had been victims of his antics, receiving basketballs to the head unexpectedly, leaving them dazed for what felt like an eternity. When they attempted to reason with him, Zhang Hao's response mirrored his earlier words. He was merely being kind, wanting to play basketball with them. Now, the classmates in attendance found great satisfaction in the unfolding drama. Shen Fan's words rang true. After all, how ironic that someone who often threw balls at others was now on the receiving end. One student recalled being bullied by Zhang Hao merely for accidentally bumping into his girlfriend, feeling a sense of vindication. I should have thrown a couple more balls at him. They mused. The students continued their chatter, and Zhang Hao could hear their comments all too clearly. He realized, with dawning horror, that he had unwittingly incited public outrage. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such collective animosity. Though he could not rebut Xin Fan, he could see the latter growing increasingly irate. Fine, Xin Fan. You think you're so impressive. Since you're so good at basketball, let us have a competition, shall we? Xin Fan, who was about to turn away, paused at Zhang Hao's challenge and cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Compete with me? Someone who can't even catch a ball. Perhaps you should practice at home a bit more, he retorted before turning to leave. In the face of such provocative words and the piercing gazes of their classmates, Zhang Hao felt utterly humiliated. Truly, he had never experienced such a profound loss of face. Since the beginning of school, no one has ever treated me with such blatant disrespect, especially in a public setting. If I do not reclaim my dignity immediately, how can I continue to navigate the school environment? Therefore, I must retain Xin Fan and persuade him to engage in a basketball match with me. On the court, I will hold all the power. With the cunning tactics I possess, there is no move that cannot bring embarrassment to Xin Fan. Xin Fan, since you dare to offend me, you shall learn the repercussions of your actions. Zhang Hao's composure finally shattered as he shouted at Xin Fan, who was turning to leave. You're talking nonsense. I was merely caught off guard by your sneak attack. If anyone should be concerned, it's you. Weren't you quite confident just now? Let us make a wager. I have 10,000 in my wallet, and if you win, it's yours. Do you dare? As he spoke, Zhang Hao gestured for one of his lackeys to retrieve his genuine leather wallet, waving it enticingly at Xin Fan. Before Xin Fan could respond, a wave of astonishment swept through their classmates. The reason was simple. Zhang Hao was a bona fide rich heir. If he claimed his wallet contained 10,000, it undoubtedly did. Wow. It seems Zhang Hao is serious about this. He is actually putting 10,000 on the line. Zhang Hao would not make such claims lightly. And it seemed Xin Fan was finished. The sheer amount of money was likely enough to leave him speechless. This was becoming intriguing. It all hinged on whether Xin Fan would dare to accept the challenge. Just as the murmurs among the crowd intensified, Xin Fan calmly declared, "All right, I'll compete with you." Chapter 29. Only couples cooperate so harmoniously upon Xin Fan's acceptance of the challenge. His classmates stared at him in disbelief, momentarily frozen. Then, the entire basketball court erupted with excitement. In their view, the wisest course of action for Xin Fan would have been to turn away and ignore Zhang Hao. Yet unexpectedly, Xin Fan had accepted the challenge. Who was Zhang Hao? He was the captain of the school basketball team, a constant presence in the gym, and his skills were unparalleled within the school. And Xin Fan? He wasn't even a member of the basketball team, yet he wished to compete against Zhang Hao. It was akin to throwing a stone against an egg. Only Zhang Hao reveled in this situation, laughing inwardly. All right, Xin Fan, you've got guts. If you win, that wallet is yours. But what if you lose? Zhang Hao pressed, his true aim being Xin Fan's wager. Now he believed he had achieved his goal. Indeed, Xin Fan's next words filled him with even greater delight. Xin Fan simply replied, "If I lose, I will abide by whatever you decide." Are you certain? Zhang Hao's pupils constricted as he stepped closer for confirmation. He never anticipated Xin Fan would respond in such a manner. If he won, he could humiliate Xin Fan however he pleased. Yet Xin Fan remained unflappable, responding coolly, certain. At last, the tension in Zhang Hao's heart eased, and he cast a glance at Xia Qingxue. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Xia Qingxue, soon you shall witness the unfortunate fate of the man you have chosen. Furthermore, since you have so easily betrayed me, I will ensure that you regret it for a lifetime. However, when Zhang Hao turned his gaze towards Xia Qingxue, he was momentarily taken aback. A chilling sensation coursed through him, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. The reason was simple. Xia Qingxue was now fixating on him with a frigid stare devoid of any emotion. Compared to the shyness and bashfulness she exhibited when she was with Xin Fan, she now seemed entirely transformed. Under such a gaze, there were but two possible outcomes. One could either awkwardly retreat or confront her directly. Observing Xia Qingxue at that moment, he noted that when she discovered their eyes had met, her icy demeanor intensified. In truth, as she had exited the cafeteria with Xin Fan, her thoughts had been solely occupied with him, pondering what he might say or do once they returned to class. Abruptly, a loud thud jolted her back to reality. Turning to her side, she noticed that, unbeknownst to her, Xin Fan was now gripping a basketball tightly. Only after overhearing the ensuing dialogue between Shun Fan and Zhang Hao did Xia Qingxue comprehend the situation. Zhang Hao was targeting Shun Fan. Being as astute as she was, she quickly deduced that Zhang Hao's animosity stemmed from her association with Shun Fan. Previously, she had caught wind of rumors suggesting that Zhang Hao harbored feelings for her, which had left her feeling utterly repulsed. Fortunately, in reality, she had not been disturbed by him. Yet, it was unexpected that he would now direct his ire towards Shun Fan. This constituted a transgression that Xia Qingxue found intolerable. Thus, the culmination of these events rendered her gaze even more frigid. Consequently, upon witnessing the coldness in Xia Qingxue's eyes, Zhang Hao recalled the words of other suitors who had pursued her in the past. It was utterly embarrassing. There was no way he could engage in a contest of wills with a woman in such a public setting. With a disdainful huff, he turned and strode back to the center of the basketball court, awaiting Shun Fan. At that moment, Shun Fan glanced back at Xia Qingxue, his calm eyes reflecting a hint of warmth, which inexplicably soothed her troubled heart. He then removed his school uniform and handed it to her. To her surprise, Xia Qingxue found herself sharing a silent understanding with Shun Fan, accepting his garment without uttering a word. This simple act appeared exceedingly sweet to their classmates, who marveled at the seamless harmony that could only exist between true lovers. Consequently, a chorus of envious murmurs arose from the crowd. However, in Zhang Hao's perspective, the sight of Zhang Hao's performance was even more heart-wrenching, igniting a fiery rage within him. At that moment, Shun Fan had already shed his school uniform, revealing a hurdle vest beneath. Yet, this was not the focal point. The attention was drawn to his exposed arms, shoulders, and back, captivating the attention of his classmates. One by one, they gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. The reason was simple. Shun Fan's physique was extraordinarily muscular, akin to that of a bodybuilder. Especially when he moved, the definition of his muscles was almost suffocating. The girls, upon witnessing this, hurriedly covered their hearts, fearing that they might leap out of their chests. The exclamations crescendoed, as they had never realized that the handsome figure of Class 8, Shun Fan, possessed such formidable muscles. Not only them, but even Xia Qingxue felt the same. Although she had touched Shun Fan's abdominal muscles during rehearsals, discovering there seemed to be 8, it was only now, at such a close range, that she realized it was not just his abs. Goodness, he was a mass of muscle all over. Xia Qingxue suddenly felt an intense pressure, her legs weakening, nearly causing her to falter. Her face flushed, and she instinctively turned her head away. Shun Fan, without uttering much, handed his shirt to Xia Qingxue and turned to enter the basketball court. As she gazed at Shun Fan's graceful silhouette, she understood that all of this was for her. Yet, reflecting on it, how much had she done for him in return for all his efforts? Xia Qingxue, had you not always harbored feelings for him? Was it merely his initiative that necessitated a shift in your attitude? Would you forever remain like a child, waiting to be protected by him? No, not now, nor in the future. Upon contemplating this, Xia Qingxue seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes brimmed with emotion, while her posture grew ever more upright. It was only now that Xia Qingxue truly transformed. She resolved to do something for Shun Fan from this moment onward. Yes, she would fetch a bottle of water, as playing basketball would surely make him thirsty. When the time came for him to need water, she could conveniently offer it to him. With that thought, Xia Qingxue swiftly turned and dashed towards the shop. Meanwhile, upon reaching the center of the basketball court, Shun Fan suddenly heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your beloved girl has completely accepted you. Thus, the perfect romantic task has reached completion level 2, granting you 200 points. Please check promptly. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Shun Fan's lips. He had acquired another 200 points. This also confirmed that Xia Qingxue had wholly opened her heart to him. However, to Zhang Hao, this expression appeared as a provocation. Subsequently, Zhang Hao, gritting his teeth, spoke to Shun Fan. Best of 12 games. Are you ready to begin? Shun Fan, in response, merely snorted dismissively. Best of 12? Sorry, I'm in a hurry. If you wish to wager, let us settle it in a single game. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted in disbelief. He never anticipated that Shun Fan would insist on determining the outcome in a single round. Even the classmates surrounding them gazed at Shun Fan with incredulity. Chapter 30. Is this the legendary treasure? What a jest. He wishes to settle it all in one match. Indeed, he might struggle to win 3 times even across 12 rounds. Does he truly believe he can resolve it in a single bout? It seems he is eager to lose swiftly. He claims not to want to waste his own time, but it appears he is more concerned about wasting others' time. Alas, having spoken so audaciously, Shun Fan is sure to suffer a more humiliating defeat. However, Zhang Hao merely paused for a moment upon hearing Shun Fan's words. For him, the idea of a single round was rather advantageous. After all, his years of honing his basketball skills were not in vain. He was exceedingly confident in besting Shun Fan. Very well, Shun Fan, this is of your own making. Should you falter, you have no one to blame but yourself. With a smug expression, Zhang Hao approached Shun Fan to commence the rock-paper-scissors phase. The victor would serve first. Yet, Zhang Hao was indifferent to who would take the initial serve. As the rules had already been established, a one-on-one game of bullfighting, without three-point shots allowed. Thus, even if Shun Fan won the toss and served first, he would still need to surpass Zhang Hao's defenses. Ultimately, during the rock-paper-scissors, Shun Fan emerged victorious. The serve commenced, and with only one round in play, the onlookers were intensely focused. In truth, they were merely spectators to Zhang Hao's performance. At last, the moment arrived. Shun Fan steadied himself at the boundary line. Observing Zhang Hao, who had shifted from a seemingly careless demeanor to one of utmost seriousness. This was Zhang Hao's tactic. His earlier nonchalance was designed to lower Shun Fan's guard. Nevertheless, irrespective of the number of rounds, Zhang Hao approached the game with unwavering seriousness. Otherwise, he would not have dominated so many classmates on the basketball court. Now, Zhang Hao crouched slightly, adopting a defensive stance. His eyes fixed on Shun Fan like a ravenous wolf stalking its prey. In his mind, he vowed that once Shun Fan attempted to dribble towards him, he would ensure that Shun Fan regretted ever stepping onto this court. As Zhang Hao's focus intensified, an eerie silence enveloped the basketball court. Just as the audience held their breath, Shun Fan, who appeared relaxed moments ago, finally made his move. Yet, his action astonished everyone. To the spectators, it seemed he merely swayed in place before swiftly advancing toward Zhang Hao. Then, in a blur, he pivoted, maneuvering past Zhang Hao's right side and behind him. Shun Fan's series of movements were executed with such speed that most of the classmates could scarcely comprehend how he had eluded Zhang Hao. Not only the others, but even Zhang Hao himself felt his pupils constrict as he silently gasped in astonishment. How could this be? How could he possibly be so swift? It was so fast that even he struggled to discern Shun Fan's actions. Zhang Hao was taken aback, but as Shun Fan swiftly moved past him, he was jolted back to reality. The wager he had just placed, along with the onlooking classmates, flashed through his mind. If he were to lose, his standing among them would be irrevocably tarnished. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he quickly gathered his wits, turning to intercept Shun Fan. However, in the brief moment of distraction, pursuing Shun Fan became a daunting challenge. In desperation, Zhang Hao resorted to the final option, returning to defend beneath the hoop. In the face of a wager involving 10,000 and his own reputation, Zhang Hao's latent potential surged forth. With a fierce roar, he dashed to the basket, preparing to leap high and block Shun Fan's shot. Yet, when he turned back, he was utterly astonished. Shun Fan had, unbeknownst to him, already leaped into the air, clutching the basketball as if soaring. His feet ascended higher off the ground, and he drew closer to Zhang Hao with each passing moment. Just as Shun Fan was about to reach him, he executed a vaulting maneuver, gliding effortlessly over Zhang Hao's head. The spectators gasped in awe. Zhang Hao, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, was stunned by Shun Fan's effortless leap over him while holding the ball. However, the spectacle did not end there. As Shun Fan soared past Zhang Hao, the hoop came into view below him. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, grasping the basketball with one hand and delivering a powerful slam dunk. This was a feat of athleticism rarely witnessed outside the realm of television, an astounding dunk witnessed by all present. To them, it was nothing short of a miracle. And the architect of this marvel was none other than Shun Fan. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, mouths agape, replaying Shun Fan's remarkable move in their minds. Only Xia Qingxue, who had hurried to a nearby store to fetch 2 bottles of water, returned to find the contest underway. While she was well aware of Shun Fan's capacity to astonish her at any moment, she felt a surge of anxiety watching him dribble and break through Zhang Hao's defense. Her hands tightened around the bottles of mineral water, and beads of perspiration formed on her brow. Yet, in her heart, she fervently cheered for Shun Fan. Even vowing to glare daggers at Zhang, how should Shun Fan falter? Now, Xia Qingxue found herself unconsciously aligned with Shun Fan, considering him her own. Ultimately, her silent encouragement seemed to resonate within, amplifying Shun Fan's resolve. As she gripped the water bottle with increasing intensity, Shun Fan had already soared high into the air. When Shun Fan leapt towards the hoop, even Xia Qingxue was taken aback, her eyes wide as she watched him ascend. The water bottle in her hand had unknowingly fallen to the ground. In that moment, Shun Fan forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. With a resounding thud, Xia Qingxue, the first to regain her composure, was filled with exhilaration, not merely because Shun Fan had won this round, but because the person she admired was so extraordinarily capable, possessing such remarkable physical prowess. Could this indeed be the fabled treasure? Now that this treasure belonged to her, it felt like a divine blessing. Once she regained her senses, Xia Qingxue was the first to leap up, clapping her hands in jubilation. Oh yeah, we won, we won. Inspired by her enthusiasm, the other classmates soon followed suit, instinctively joining in the applause and cheers. Wow, Shun Fan from Class 8 is incredible. That slam dunk in midair is something I've never witnessed in person before. Amazing. I wonder if I still have a chance to pursue him now. Thoughts raced through the crowd. I knew it. The way he spoke earlier was so confident. He must have some skills. While Shun Fan took in the raucous celebration around him, he felt little emotional stir. Instead, he turned directly to one of Zhang Hao's lackeys, snatched the wallet from him, and upon inspecting its contents, confirmed that it indeed held no less than 10,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he extracted the money and tossed the wallet back. He then swaggered over to Xia Qingxue, showcasing his spoils and, in his mind, boasted, "What do you think, my dear? Was that aerial dunk impressive, or what?" Xia Qingxue naturally heard Shun Fan's thoughts. She wished to declare him the best, yet knowing it was his inner voice, she remained silent, gazing up at him with admiration. In her eyes, little stars flickered, embodying the essence of young love. At that moment, Shun Fan waved the 10,000 yuan in front of her. "Look, I've earned some money. Our breakfast is secured for the future." Finally snapping back to reality, Xia Qingxue didn't refute his claim about breakfast, but recalled the 2 bottles of water she had just purchased. She opened one and handed it to him. "Here, you've been sweating. Put on your shirt so you don't catch a chill." Her voice was gentle, filled with concern, akin to the tender reminders of a longtime partner before stepping out. This warmth stirred something within Shun Fan, making his heart swell. The classmates around them couldn't help but display expressions of envy for their single status. "Oh, how sweet this couple is. It makes me yearn for a partner as well. How blissful it would be to have a girlfriend like that." Shun Fan's girlfriend is truly considerate, and most importantly, exceptionally beautiful. Naturally, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue overheard the murmurs of the crowd. However, in this moment, their eyes were solely on each other, particularly Xia Qingxue, who no longer cared about what others were saying. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, standing foolishly beneath the basketball hoop, remained oblivious until Shun Fan emptied his wallet. Only then did he come to his senses, standing there muttering to himself. "Impossible, it can't be. How could he jump so high?" Yet, upon seeing Shun Fan take the money, he felt a pang of regret. He wanted to reach out and stop Shun Fan, but out of pride, he swallowed his words halfway. There was no denying that even for a wealthy heir, that 10,000 was no small sum. It represented months of pleading and saving from his family. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Shun Fan took it away. The most infuriating part was that Shun Fan flaunted his money in front of Xia Qingxue. Zhang Hao could no longer bear to watch and felt an urge to explode. However, having already spoken, he couldn't retract his words in front of everyone without losing face. Thus, his expression was a complex mix of emotions. It was not until a few of his friends approached him, inquiring about his next move, that he coldly scoffed. A mere 10,000, though considerable to those poor souls, was nothing but pocket change for him. It was of no consequence. With that, he pushed through the crowd and turned to leave. Once he found solitude, a look of resentment crossed his face, and he repeatedly cursed Shun Fan in his mind. "You bastard, Shun Fan. You dare to humiliate me like this? I will ensure you regret ever stepping into this world. But there's no rush. Let you bask in your glory for a few days while I wholeheartedly assist my father in overcoming this crisis. And then I shall return to settle the score with you." Although Zhang Hao spoke so defiantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, a feeling he had never experienced before. The reason was simple. Zhang Hao could no longer afford to create trouble. Recently, his father had warned the family to keep a low profile, as the authorities had begun to scrutinize his father's company. If his assumptions were correct, A comprehensive inspection of major corporations was imminent. Zhang Hao's father, along with the family, was entirely focused on this matter, hoping to navigate through it swiftly. Yet, they were acutely aware of the misdeeds they had committed, leaving the entire Zhang family in a state of anxiety. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao's father was investing all available resources into the stock market to turn the situation around. If they couldn't weather this storm, nothing would matter. If we can overcome this challenge, the entire Zhang family will soon evolve into a familial enterprise. Although Zhang Hao has been pampered, he is still capable of discerning what is truly important. Thus, this grand competition has come to an end, and the students have dispersed, each heading their own way. Meanwhile, Shen Fan, sipping water, walks alongside Xia Qingxue towards the academic building. Unconsciously, Shen Fan shakes the bottle of mineral water and expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue brushes her hair back and offers Shen Fan a gentle smile. This smile envelopes Shen Fan like a refreshing spring breeze. There is no need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude, she replies. If it weren't for your cues during rehearsal, I would have never grasped the rhythm. Naturally, Shen Fan feels elated to hear this, yet he cannot resist teasing Xia Qingxue with a playful thought. Indeed, my dear wife, given all I have done for you, merely saying thank you feels insincere, doesn't he it? Perhaps I should say, a humble girl has nothing to offer in return, except to pledge myself to you. Xia Qingxue nearly bursts into laughter, biting her lip and turning her head away. Nonetheless, Shen Fan maintains a serious demeanor as he continues. It's nothing really. During rehearsal, we were classmates and desk mates, so it was my duty to assist you. Furthermore, I am friends with Wang Xiaoming, who is friends with Meiling, and you are also friends with Meiling, which makes us friends as well. It is only natural for friends to help each other. With this convoluted reasoning, Shen Fan successfully establishes their relationship as friends. Xia Qingxue does not contest this. She seems to have awaited his words, lowering her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons. With this newfound connection, any future endeavors they undertake together will be completely justified. Indeed, Shen Fan solemnly adds, earlier, I triumphed over Zhang Hao, and I've heard he holds grudges. While I'm not particularly worried about him targeting me, I am concerned for my friends, especially you. Therefore, to ensure your safety, I will accompany you home after school from now on. In truth, Shen Fan's intention behind these words is simply to walk home with Xia Qingxue. It is true that Zhang Hao is vengeful, but Shen Fan vaguely recalls that in his previous life, just days before Zhang Hao's family faced misfortune, he was unusually quiet and unassuming, hardly seen at all. Thus, Shen Fan is confident that the retaliation he mentioned will not occur. However, even if it did, being by Xia Qingxue's side guarantees his safety. Hence, Shen Fan resolves to walk home with Xia Qingxue from now on. Xia Qingxue is naturally touched and understands that Zhang Hao's earlier actions towards Shen Fan were driven by ulterior motives. Therefore, she refrains from immediately discussing arrangements for after school, being more concerned about Shen Fan's safety. Exercise caution and refrain from visiting internet cafes unnecessarily, for such places often attract individuals prone to mischief. As for internet cafes, I shall certainly avoid them in the future, as I am committed to diligent study. However, should a holiday arise next week, a visit to the pedestrian street for some refreshments would be quite agreeable. I shall treat you then. Very well, but let us not linger too long. It is settled then. Thus, Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue walked side by side toward the academic building. From behind, they presented an ideal couple. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming came running up breathlessly from behind. Shen Fan, wait a moment. Chapter 32. A visit to the grove to study endangered species. Upon hearing the voice, both Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue halted simultaneously. Turning around, they confirmed it was indeed Wang Xiaoming, who had now arrived, panting heavily in front of Shen Fan. What happened? Shen Fan, I just heard that Zhang Hao was giving you trouble. Regrettably, I wasn't there. Otherwise, we could have confronted him together. It seems I must not stray too far from you in the future. Wang Xiaoming's words seemed to jog Shen Fan's memory, prompting him to inquire, but wait, where did you go after leaving the cafeteria? I haven't seen you around at all. Upon hearing Shen Fan's question, Wang Xiaoming's mouth twitched as if he intended to say something, but then refrained. He discreetly glanced at Xia Qingxue. Observing his action, Xia Qingxue realized that Wang Xiaoming's forthcoming words were likely intended to remain unheard by her. She thus addressed Shen Fan, I shall head to class now. Remember to call me when it's time for dinner. Oh, Shun Fan felt a curious warmth at Xia Qingshua's invitation to dinner, sensing their relationship had drawn a little closer. In that moment, it felt as though their hearts were intertwined, and he yearned to rush forward and embrace her. Eventually, both Xin Fan and Wang Xiaoming watched Xia Qingxue enter the academic building before Xin Fan turned back to Wang Xiaoming. Now speak up. What is it? Are you too shy to discuss it in front of others? Wang Xiaoming chuckled sheepishly, pointing toward a distant grove while saying, actually, just now. Miling and I strolled over there. As Xin Fan followed Wang Xiaoming's gesture and gazed at the grove, his pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You two actually went into the grove?" Wang Xiaoming, startled, quickly waved his hands in denial, fervently defending himself. "Don't misconstrue it. Miling and I merely went to the grove to study endangered plants. We were reviewing some biological concepts, you see." Upon hearing this, Shun Fan inhaled sharply and then gave Wang Xiaoming a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Ah, to venture into the grove in the name of learning? Xiaoming, your cunning is truly commendable." Xin Fan spoke from the heart, and to his surprise, having lived 2 lives, he had unwittingly learned a trick from Wang Xiaoming. In an instant, his mind began to wander, envisioning a scene where he and Xia Qingxue entered a small grove to diligently study together. However, upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, hastily placing a hand over Shun Fan's mouth. "Shoo, keep your voice down. You mustn't speak carelessly. If Miling hears me discussing this with you, I shall be doomed." Once his mouth was covered, Xin Fan looked at Wang Xiaoming and nodded heavily, signaling that he understood his intent. Only then did Wang Xiaoming release his grip. Curiosity piqued, Xin Fan leaned closer to Wang Xiaoming and earnestly inquired, "Xiaoming, how long did you two study in the grove just now?" "Not long, really. Only about 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoming replied. Upon hearing this, Xin Fan immediately took a tactical step back, scrutinizing Wang Xiaoming as he exclaimed, "Only 10 minutes? That simply won't do. It seems your indulgence in 5 skewers of kidney and a pound of oysters last night was in vain." Wang Xiaoming froze for a second, then suddenly comprehended Shun Fan's implication. "What the?" he erupted, advancing to seize Shun Fan by the neck. "Stop making wild claims. Miling and I merely went to the grove to chat." The two continued in this playful banter as they entered the teaching building. Once inside the classroom, they discovered several classmates had already arrived. Shortly thereafter, Miling returned to the classroom. However, after only a few exchanges, mealtime approached. The music teacher had previously announced that the school would provide lunch today, and from what was said, the fare promised to be quite delightful. Thus, when the lunch bell rang, students rushed to the cafeteria, Shun Fan, Xia Qingxue, and the others included. Yet, as the 4 of them joyfully descended the teaching building, Xin Fan suddenly recalled Wang Xiaoming's mention of their exploration of endangered species in the grove. A brilliant idea struck him. As he walked shoulder to shoulder with Xia Qingxue, he leaned slightly closer and whispered in a tone meant only for her ears, "Wang Xiaoming just told me that the grove is blooming with many flowers we've never seen before, rumored to be endangered species. Shall we take a look when we have the chance?" Xia Qingxue, a girl who adored flowers, clapped her hands in delight upon hearing Shun Fan's words about the unfamiliar blooms. Not only that, but she turned to Miling, who was trailing behind, exclaiming, "Miling, let us go to that small grove later. Xin Fan said Wang Xiaoming just discovered flowers there that we've never seen. Apparently they're endangered species." However, as Xia Qingxue turned to speak with Miling, Shun Fan's pupils dilated in alarm, realizing that this could spell trouble. He hurriedly attempted to intervene. Hey. But alas, it was too late. Xia Qingxue had already divulged the entire matter. What followed next was, aside from Xia Qingxue, Xin Fan, Wang Xiaoming, and Miling were all petrified on the spot. Embarrassment, fear, and anger intertwined within them, rendering the air around them nearly solid. After Xia Qingxue finished speaking, she noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 3 and turned back to Xin Fan, asking, "What is wrong with you? Did I say something incorrect?" No. Shun Fan slowly withdrew his hand, reluctant to continue explaining. The situation was exceedingly awkward, particularly in front of Wang Xiaoming and Miling. However, Wang Xiaoming's plight was even more tragic. He had been happily conversing with Miling, nurturing their budding romance. Yet, upon hearing Xia Qingxue's words, his expression soured into one of bitterness, internally lamenting his misfortune. Indeed, Miling, who had just moments ago been joyful, paused in shock after Xia Qingxue's revelation. Her face transformed instantly, and she turned to glare at Wang Xiaoming. Are you joking? How could you casually disclose such matters to others? It dawned on her that Wang Xiaoming was a veritable blabbermouth. Without uttering a word, she seized Wang Xiaoming by the ear, yanking him aside while grinding her teeth in fury. Wang Xiaoming, you're quite something. I'm eager to discover what else you've shared. Ouch, that hurts. Wang Xiaoming grimaced, following Miling as she dragged him away, casting a resentful glance at Xin Fan. Xin Fan, you've ruined me. Xin Fan, witnessing Wang Xiaoming's predicament, could only sigh helplessly, averting his gaze from his friend and shielding his eyes with his hand. He had never anticipated Xia Qingxue could be so naive. At that moment, Xia Qingxue remained blissfully oblivious, glancing back and forth. However, she was merely innocent, not foolish. As Wang Xiaoming was led away by Miling, Xia Qingxue quickly grasped the situation, her face reddening in embarrassment. She endeavored to lower her head, allowing her hair to shield her visage, trailing behind Xin Fan towards the dining hall. Yet, the more she pondered, the harder it became to suppress her laughter, until finally, she burst into giggles. Chapter 33. A glance that captivates 100 charms with a delightful chuckle escaping her lips. Xia Qingxue could no longer contain herself and began to laugh heartily. Covering her mouth, Xin Fan, observing her carefree demeanor, felt a twinge of helplessness but soon joined in her laughter. Together, they entered the dining hall, where a wave of the sumptuous aroma of braised pork enveloped them the instant they stepped through the door. Instantly, their stomachs rumbled in unison. Xin Fan, with keen eyes, spotted the serving window filled with platters of braised pork, intermingled with succulent braised ribs, an enticing feast for the senses. Subsequently, the two made their way to their lockers to retrieve their utensils, preparing to queue for their meal. Regarding the matter of whether there would be enough braised pork, Xin Fan held no concerns, for the school provided meals, and the notion of a shortage was simply unfathomable. Holding his bowl, he gazed at Xia Qingxue, who awaited him ahead, his heart brimming with joy. Not only was there an abundance of delicious food today, but soon he would also have the pleasure of dining alongside a beautiful companion. Such is life, what more could one desire? However, just as Xin Fan was about to join Xia Qingxue, Miling suddenly sprang forth from behind her. She reached out, clasping Xia Qingxue's arm, and shot Xin Fan a fierce glare, muttering something unknown as she whisked Xia Qingxue away. Come on, Xiaoxue. Let us not dine with these odious men. Remember, you must always protect yourself. After we fetch our meals, we shall eat at that small table over there. Xin Fan stood there, utterly bewildered. He surmised that Miling's outburst stemmed from their earlier discussion about endangered plants in the grove, and he understood her anger. Yet, what troubled him most was her decision to whisk away his dear Xiaoxue. This, without a doubt, dashed any hopes of sharing lunch together. Nevertheless, as Miling walked away, she exchanged a few words with Xia Qingxue, who turned back with a smile, casting a glance at Xin Fan. The moment he beheld her radiant smile, his heart soared. There was no denying it. She was simply enchanting, as her long hair cascaded to one side, revealing her exquisite visage. It was as if her smile conjured 100 charms. While Xin Fan stood lost in contemplation, savoring that fleeting moment, he was suddenly jostled by someone. Without needing to glance, he recognized it was Wang Xiaoming, for this had become his habitual approach. When Xin Fan turned to face Wang Xiaoming, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His friend bore a gaze reminiscent of a spurned lover, directed squarely at him. Xin Fan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was the cause of his friend's recent misfortunes, having inadvertently led him into trouble twice in just a few days. Feeling remorseful, Xin Fan resolved to find a way to make amends. Clearing his throat, he placed an arm around Wang Xiaoming and offered words of comfort. Xiaoming, it's quite common for girls to be upset. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let us not dwell on anger. How about this? If we have a holiday next week, you invite Miling, and I'll invite Xia Qingxue. The four of us can head to the pedestrian street for some delightful food, and I'll treat you. Really? Wang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirits lifted. Indeed, Xin Fan knew his friend well. When it came to food, he would forsake anything. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? With this reassurance, Wang Xiaoming's earlier gloom dissipated, and he eagerly dragged Xin Fan to join the fray for food. As they shared their lunch, Wang Xiaoming relished every moment, while Xin Fan's experience was markedly different. As I dined, my gaze was drawn to the distant figures of Xia Qingxue and Miling, engaged in light-hearted conversation. instantly diminishing my appetite. Soon, it was time for the afternoon rehearsal. However, due to the solid foundation laid in the morning, the afternoon practice progressed increasingly smoothly. All the classmates regarded the rehearsal as a genuine event, filled with unrestrained joy. Xia Qingxue was no exception when it was their turn to lead the singing. She instinctively reached for Shunfan's hand. When their fingers intertwined, their grip tightened, a posture where their fingers and palms were intimately pressed together, reflecting an unwillingness to let go even for a moment. Over time, the classmates behind them took notice. Nevertheless, following the events of the morning and noon, only envy lingered in their eyes. Shunfan and Xia Qingshue's cooperation grew ever more harmonious. At times, a mere shift of movement from one was enough for the other to discern their intentions. Now, aside from envying Shunfan and Xia Qingxue, the classmates found themselves unconsciously influenced by their connection. The rehearsal continued to flourish. Before long, the day came to a close. When the three teachers announced the end of school, Shunfan and Xia Qingxue lingered at the back, waiting for their classmates to exit the cafeteria before they leisurely stepped out. Although they remained silent, their thoughts were aligned, revolving around the notion of returning home together. Shunfan pondered whether the day's standing rehearsal had fatigued everyone, including Xia Qingxue, and considered that riding a bicycle to take her home might be a better option. Yet, as the saying goes, good things should not be kept hidden. He believed it essential for Xia Qingxue to know how much he cared for her. Thus, Shunfan focused his thoughts, initiating a silent conversation with her. I had intended to walk home with my little Xue, but after a day of rehearsal, you must be quite tired. I should ride my bike to take you home. See, I treat you the best, don't I? After contemplating, he told Xia Qingxue, please wait for me at the entrance. I will ride my bicycle to take you home. Upon glancing at Xia Qingxue, he noticed her gaze lowered, lost in thoughts about their homeward journey, reminiscing about the sweet moments from the previous night. However, upon hearing Shunfan's silent thoughts, she instinctively rejected the idea of him biking her home before she could even feel touched. No, Xia Qingshue's refusal caught Shunfan off guard, leading him to mistakenly believe she had suddenly changed her mind about his offer. What's wrong? Didn't we agree at noon? As friends, I have a responsibility to ensure your safety. However, upon uttering those words, Xia Qingxue immediately regretted her decision. In truth, she had become quite enamored with the enchanting experience of walking home together the previous night. She longed to relive that dreamlike scenario, which compelled her to instinctively decline the offer. Yet, after speaking, she pondered the implications. Since Shunfan was accompanying her home, what would he do afterward? Their homes were certainly not on the same route. More importantly, Shunfan had already misconstrued her intentions. This misunderstanding loomed large. What if he thought she was being fickle and became upset? In a moment of urgency, Xia Qingxue confessed her true feelings. No, what I meant was, walking home like we did yesterday feels rather delightful. But then I remembered, you're walking me home. What about you? Shunfan, observing her flustered explanation, couldn't help but smile. It appeared this girl was genuinely concerned about his misinterpretation, revealing her innermost thoughts. Reflecting on the previous night's ambience, he too recognized his fondness for it. How many opportunities in life does one have to stroll through the streets with someone they cherish? You needn't worry, didn't you just receive over 10,000 today? That amount could easily cover daily bus rides, or even a taxi home, he reassured her. Nonetheless, Xia Qingxue still felt the urge to clarify further. Yet, Shunfan took the lead and stepped out of the school gate. Chapter 34, Stop. It's a robbery. Xia Qingxue followed Shunfan as he exited the school grounds. They continued walking along the familiar road, surrounded by scattered classmates hurrying home, with only Shunfan and Xia Qingxue leisurely strolling. In an instant, Xia Qingxue rekindled the enchanting feeling from the previous night. However, at this moment, she shed her shyness and bashfulness, frequently seizing the chance to gaze at Shunfan's profile. His handsome face, illuminated by the warm orange glow of the streetlights, appeared ethereal and exquisite. As Xia Qingxue was lost in admiration, she unexpectedly spotted Meiling and Wang Xiaoming across the street. For reasons unknown, she became startled and hurriedly moved closer to Shunfan, attempting to lower her head and bend down, seeking to conceal herself behind him to avoid being seen by Meiling. Meanwhile, Shunfan was savoring this sweet and tranquil moment, only to be taken aback by Xia Qingshue's sudden action. Looking down at her as she seemed to be hiding from something, he curiously inquired, "What's wrong? You seem to be avoiding something." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Qingxue quickly raised her index finger in a shushing gesture. Don't move, just keep walking. I saw Miling over there. Huh? Shen Fan responded, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Wasn't he Miling someone they encountered daily? Why did she seem as terrified as if facing her mother upon seeing her? Thus, Shen Fan turned his head, gazing across the street with confusion. To his astonishment, Wang Xiaoming and Miling were seen together, with Wang Xiaoming riding a bicycle, seemingly intent on escorting Miling home. What left Shen Fan even more bewildered was the feeling that Miling had noticed them as well, in a manner strikingly similar to Xia Qingxue. Miling hurriedly concealed herself behind Wang Xiaoming. Indeed, Miling's actions left Wang Xiaoming equally perplexed, as he was about to inquire why when Miling urgently commanded him, "Hurry, turn around. I spotted Xia Qingxue. We must take another route." Wang Xiaoming's confusion deepened. How could their daytime camaraderie transform into such an avoidance at night? Miling, what is the issue with seeing Xia Qingxue? Before he could finish his sentence, Miling's expression turned icy. She fixed her gaze on Wang Xiaoming and sharply retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Do you still want to take me home? Turn around now." Understood. Wang Xiaoming complied without a hint of protest, swiftly changing direction to lead Miling down an alternate path. Shen Fan observed this entire exchange, drawing upon his experiences from a previous life. Understanding that this was typical behavior for young women, it seemed that the two had made some fervent promises during the day, only to find themselves contradicting those sentiments by night, hence their hurried attempts to evade one another. Women often engage in inexplicable actions and utter peculiar words, but it's merely a matter of acclimatization. Thus, Shen Fan refrained from probing further. The two continued along the route they had taken the previous night. Before long, they arrived at the very alley they had visited. When Xia Qingxue cast her gaze upon the alley once more, she felt no fear. Instead, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, though she could not pinpoint its source. This inexplicable feeling quickened her heartbeat and rendered her breath somewhat shallow, a sensation mirrored by Shen Fan. With his seasoned insight, Shen Fan recognized that this alley was undoubtedly a locale ripe for romantic encounters. He pondered whether it might be an opportune moment to further deepen their relationship, albeit aware that any overt advances would be inappropriate before graduation. Thus, the two ambled leisurely into the alley, each lost in their own thoughts. As they ventured deeper, Xia Qingxue's sense of anticipation intensified. At some point, she began to tremble slightly. Shen Fan, ever observant, noted this change and resolved to proceed in a way that felt natural. Just as he intended to pause and speak with Xia Qingxue, they were suddenly met with a series of metallic clashing sounds emanating from the alley ahead, an unmistakable rhythm. Swift and deliberate, experienced as he was, Shen Fan instantly recognized the source. Someone was skillfully wielding a butterfly knife, commonly referred to as a flick knife. It is indeed curious that someone is brandishing a knife in such a dim alley. Could it be a robbery? As Shen Fan pondered this, Xia Qingxue also caught the sound and similarly contemplated its implications. Simultaneously, they heard a voice from a shadowy corner in the distance, coldly declaring, "Halt, it's a robbery." When Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue raised their gazes forward, they found their suspicions confirmed. In the indistinct light, a man donned in a hat and mask leaned against a tall wall, skillfully manipulating a butterfly knife. The blade glimmered with a sharp sheen, reflecting the streetlight's glow and occasionally flashing with a chilling brilliance. There was no doubt, this individual was indeed a robber. Consequently, Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue instinctively halted in their tracks. Before Xia Qingxue could fully react, she heard Shen Fan's inner thoughts. "Ah, how intriguing. It seems I've truly stumbled upon a robbery. Yet this robber appears to be rather unfortunate, encountering me. Isn't this clearly a chance for me to play the hero and rescue the fair maiden? Ha ha, my dear, today you shall witness the prowess of your man." Xia Qingxue, initially tense and contemplating their next move, found her attention diverted entirely to Shen Fan. Past experiences had consistently demonstrated that Shen Fan's inner musings were never deceptive. Could it be that Shen Fan truly possessed the courage to confront a villain? At merely 18 years of age, had he perhaps studied martial arts? As Xia Qingxue pondered this, though she had never seen Shen Fan practice any martial discipline, an inexplicable calm washed over her. Ultimately, she stood alongside Shen Fan, her demeanor as composed as his, both watching the robber skillfully wielding the butterfly knife. Meanwhile, after finishing his thoughts, Shen Fan promptly accessed the system's marketplace. Just yesterday, He had perused the martial arts section, noting that it required 50 points to redeem a particular style. At that time, he had refrained from making the exchange. Now, with points accumulated and a robber present, the moment had come for him to acquire a martial art for self-defense. With this in mind, he swiftly navigated to the martial arts section and fixed his gaze upon the option for Bajiquan. Bajiquan is regarded as one of the most formidable martial arts in practical combat. When it strikes, it delivers lethal force. Moreover, each movement of Bajiquan is executed with precision and vigor, embodying the essence of masculinity. Thus, Shen Fan resolved to redeem Bajiquan. He promptly expended 50 points to acquire the master-level skill, and in an instant, the principles of Bajiquan resonated within his mind like the booming of a great bell. Within literature, Taiji establishes the cosmos. In martial prowess, Bajiquan secures peace for the realm. Bajiquan, internally possessing 8 intentions, externally exhibiting 8 forms, with power emanating from all directions. Guided by intention, driven by energy, the interplay of hardness and softness, the coexistence of void and substance. The force is as explosive as a bowstring, and the release akin to thunder. The world trembles as one shakes their shoulders and stomps their feet, reverberating across the 9 continents. The first stance, the heart's elbow. Moreover, before him stood golden figures, each demonstrating a sequence for Shen Fan. Every move was etched into Shen Fan's consciousness. Chapter 35. Has the progression been too swift? Within Shen Fan's mind, the profound essence of Bajiquan was rapidly absorbed. In a brief moment, his aura transformed. His eyes deepened like the vast cosmos. Standing tall and unwavering, his posture exuded an enigmatic presence, despite his stillness. At that moment, concealed in the shadows, the robbers observed that Shen Fan and his companion had genuinely halted, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, a peculiar sense lingered. It felt as though Shen Fan and his companion were overly synchronized, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, enlightenment struck the robber. There was something amiss with Shen Fan's demeanor. According to past experiences in robbery, the victims in such situations should exhibit sheer terror, even trembling with fear. Yet, in front of him, this couple appeared remarkably composed. The girl's gaze was particularly striking. It was devoid of fright and instead held a tender affection as she looked at the boy beside her. This, indeed, was an affront to a professional robber's dignity. Unable to tolerate this, the robber began to twirl his knife while stepping out from the shadows, locking his gaze onto Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue, incredulously stating, "I believe you may have misheard. I am here to rob you. Do you understand?" Following this, he shot a hopeful glance at Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue. However, Shen Fan simply responded with a nonchalant utterance. With the mastery of Bajiquan at his disposal, he had no fear of robbery, not even of murder and arson. The robber, taken aback by Shen Fan's response, shifted his focus to Xia Qingxue. At that moment, she too involuntarily echoed a soft "oh" after hearing Shen Fan's words. Their responses only served to further vex the robber. "Oh," he exclaimed, hands thrown up in exasperation. "I said I am robbing you, and you two just respond with a no? Do you realize how insulting your behavior is to our profession?" With a sense of urgency, he reiterated, "Please, can you take this seriously? I am robbing you. Are you not afraid?" Yet, Shen Fan remained as serene as a tranquil lake, unperturbed by the threat of robbery. He began calculating the distance between himself and the robber, contemplating which technique would swiftly subdue him. However, while Shen Fan was unfazed, he was uncertain of Xia Qingxue's feelings at that moment. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Xia Qingxue. The robber, much like Shen Fan, eventually directed his attention toward her as well. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was lost in contemplation of Shen Fan's heartfelt words about heroes rescuing damsels in distress. Simultaneously, a myriad of heroic poses flashed through her mind, such as being swept off her feet, soaring through the air in a dramatic rescue, or being tenderly embraced after the ordeal. Ultimately, it all culminated in the notion of being held close. Despite having opened her heart to Shen Fan, the youthful and inexperienced Xia Qingxue felt a twinge of shyness. There was no other reason for her embarrassment. After all, they had only held hands in the morning and had just become friends in the afternoon. Now, the prospect of being held together in the evening seemed to escalate far too quickly. However, as she pondered this, time slipped away, and the robber grew increasingly impatient. "What are you doing? I'm asking you, are you scared?" The robber's inquiry jolted Xia Qingxue back to reality. In truth, she was not frightened, yet. Faced with the robber's question, she felt compelled to respond. With a bashful lowering of her gaze, she replied, "Oh dear, I'm so scared." The robber, observing Xia Qingshue's demeanor and listening to her insincere words, felt a headache coming on. If she was afraid, then why the coyness? Nevertheless, Xia Qingshue's behavior ignited the robber's obsessive tendencies. After all, every habitual criminal harbors a kind of pathological fixation, whether it be an aversion to imperfections, a severe sense of cleanliness, or even paranoia. In truth, beneath the surface of every robber lies some form of psychological ailment. This particular robber, having engaged in such criminal activities for an extended period, had developed an obsession with perfection. Consequently, witnessing Xia Qingshue's passive attitude only heightened his agitation. He brandished the butterfly knife in his hand and pressed on. "Is that it? You simply say you're scared? Aren't you going to do something about it?" The robber's words left both Xia Qingxue and Shun Fan in a state of bewilderment. Then, the robber gestured with his hand and continued, "What I mean is, since you're scared, aren't you seeking a bit of comfort? Perhaps you could lean a little closer together?" Xia Qingxue responded, her expression one of perplexity. She could not fathom the meaning behind his words. Why was he so concerned with the victim's reactions amidst the robbery? Yet, faced with a robber, Xia Qingxue had no choice but to glance at Shun Fan and inch closer to him. Nevertheless, the images of heroic rescues continued to fill her thoughts, causing her to keep her head down in shyness. Thus, while she leaned toward Shun Fan, she still refrained from fully pressing against him. The sight of this made the robber momentarily lose his composure. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his ideal, he patiently directed Xia Qingxue. "Just a bit closer, move forward a little more." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue found herself in a dilemma. Closer? Isn't that inappropriate? If I move any closer, I'll be right up against him. Her hesitation only heightened the robber's urgency, prompting him to brandish the butterfly knife in his hand. "I'm here to rob you. Do you see the knife in my hand? I expect you to comply, understand?" Ultimately, with no other option, Xia Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, and slowly inched closer to Shun Fan. It was only when they were nearly pressed together that she halted. Shun Fan, looking down at Xia Qingxue, then glancing at the robber from a distance, was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Initially, it was a straightforward robbery. Why did it suddenly feel like the dynamics had shifted? Meanwhile, the robber observed how Xia Qingxue was gradually closing the distance to Shun Fan. He noted that she appeared not only shy but also somewhat reserved, devoid of any semblance of fear. This unexpected behavior irritated the robber, causing him to scratch his head in frustration. "Is this it? Could you take this seriously? Keep going." The robber's words left Xia Qingxue equally perplexed, unsure of his intentions. Embarrassed yet with a hint of bitterness, she asked, "What am I supposed to do then?" Upon realizing that Xia Qingxue was genuinely confused, the robber began to offer some psychological guidance. "Consider this. When a girl feels frightened, her instinct is to seek comfort from the nearest boy. Isn't that the most natural reaction?" Xia Qingxue hesitated at this insight. In contrast, Shun Fan's expression shifted from one of deep contemplation to one of gratitude towards the robber. As they entered the alley, he had been contemplating whether to progress further with Xia Qingxue, perhaps even embrace her. Now, the robber seemed to be facilitating that very moment. Who would have thought? This isn't just a robber. This is my bro. Chapter 36. Even robbery turns into a romantic moment. Shun Fan, filled with gratitude towards the robber, felt a twinge of reluctance to act harshly. On the other hand, Xia Qingxue, upon hearing the robber suggest that she take the initiative to embrace Shun Fan, felt an overwhelming shyness. How can a robber be encouraging me to hug Shun Fan? Even a normal embrace feels embarrassing, let alone in front of others. Xia Qingxue now understood that this robber was rather peculiar. Not only did he enjoy robbing, but he also relished in witnessing such intimate moments. Reflecting on the day's events filled her with frustration. She had resolved not to take the initiative to hold Shun Fan's hand, yet here she was. Just moments ago, she thought it impossible to embrace Shun Fan, and yet she found herself doing just that. How was it that everything she had intended to avoid today had come to pass? However, in the end, she found herself contemplating the imminent embrace of Shun Fan, her heart inexplicably fluttering with excitement. Yet, Xia Qingxue was confronted with a more pressing dilemma: how to embrace, where to hold. After the embrace, where should her head rest? Where should her gaze wander? Having never embraced anyone since her childhood, she felt utterly perplexed. In a moment of indecision, she hesitated, her hands poised to reach out, only to retract them once more. With tightly pressed lips, it seemed her body began to betray her will, trembling slightly. Beside her, Shen Fan could easily discern Xia Qingshua's unease, for he understood her better than anyone else. Observing her slight shivers, he could only surmise that she was overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, she resembled a forlorn little kitten, evoking a deep sense of compassion. It was precisely the time for him to protect her. If he did not step forward now, when would he? With that thought in mind, Shen Fan gently turned to face Xia Qingxue, extending his hands to softly cradle her elbows. With a tender gaze, he spoke softly, "Qingxue, do not be afraid. Look at me." His magnetic voice compelled Xia Qingxue to lift her gaze, and under the lamplight, she discovered his extraordinarily handsome face gracing her with a smile. His eyes, deep and vast like a boundless galaxy, captivated her. She felt as though if she continued to gaze, she would fall hopelessly into their depths, especially as his warm hands, even through her clothing, radiated an inviting warmth. Instantly, her heart surged with warmth, and she sensed that the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them locked in a gaze, drifting through a dazzling expanse of stars. This was a sense of security she had never known before. In that moment, Xia Qingxue fell in love. Gradually, she found herself instinctively leaning towards Shen Fan, drawn by his gentle guidance. They held each other's gaze, feeling as though this moment could stretch into a day, a year, a lifetime. Finally, a sweet smile graced Xia Qingshue's lips, mirrored by Shen Fan. When she looked up at him, illuminated by the soft light, and with her cheeks flushed, he realized that she was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Each glance she cast his way felt like a graceful dance, deeply enchanting him. At that instant, even the air seemed suffused with sweetness. Thus, Shen Fan, unable to resist, reached out with his large hand, slowly pulling Xia Qingxue closer. Gradually, he opened his arms to envelop her in a warm embrace. They continued to gaze into one another's eyes, an unprecedented wave of happiness surging within them. This moment felt like an eternity, a lifetime of bliss. Finally, a sweet smile emerged on Shen Fan's face as well. Hey, TSK. The robber nearby could no longer endure the sight of such public displays of affection. With a stern voice, he interrupted the tender scene. "No, I ask you both, have you forgotten about me? Have you forgotten the matter of the robbery?" The robber was undeniably frustrated. He had resorted to robbery due to his lack of a girlfriend. Yet, here he was, even during the act of robbery, subjected to a display of affection between the two, leaving him utterly perplexed about how to proceed. Upon hearing the robber's words, Xia Qingxue snapped back to reality and hastily extricated herself from Shen Fan's embrace. She took a step back, yet dared not meet Shen Fan's gaze again. Shen Fan, too, regained his composure, and with his initial objective achieved, he turned to face the robber formally. At that moment, the robber's unease grew. "Goodness, I came here to rob. And instead, I inadvertently facilitated your romance. Do you realize the extent of the harm your public display of affection inflicts upon me?" As his frustration mounted, the robber's temper flared. He pointed a finger at Shen Fan, brandishing his knife menacingly, and declared, "Leave the money and this young lady, and then you can be on your way." Only then did Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue perceive the gravity of their situation. They were indeed confronted by a true robber. However, upon hearing the robber's intent to keep Xia Qingxue, Shen Fan's previously calm demeanor swiftly transformed into one of icy resolve, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. The very air around them seemed to grow frigid. Shen Fan had initially found the robber somewhat amusing, believing he was inadvertently assisting his relationship with Xia Qingxue, and had even contemplated letting him go. But he could never have anticipated that this robber would harbor ill intentions towards his woman. Anyone who dared to threaten his beloved would face the most ruthless consequences. With this thought, Shen Fan's sympathy vanished entirely. Meanwhile, the robber sensed an increasing chill in the atmosphere, prompting him to glance around, realizing he was utterly alone. A wave of unease washed over him, compelling him to hasten his actions and flee. Once more, he brandished his knife, creating a flurry of glimmering steel, and barked at Shen Fan, "Hurry up! Do you want to die?" Shen Fan too sought a swift resolution to the conflict, yet the robber remained too cautious. Keeping a safe distance, an idea struck him. He adjusted his tone to a more conciliatory one and pulled out the earlier sum of 10,000 from his pocket, waving it enticingly. "I have over 10,000 here. If you want it, come and take it." As Shun Fan brandished the cash, the robber's eyes gleamed with avarice. It was evident he had stumbled upon a wealthy target. 10,000 was no trifling sum. Driven by greed, the robber issued a warning to Shun Fan. "All right, don't move. I have a knife. If you dare to shift even slightly, I will end you." As the robber brandished the knife in his hand, he cautiously approached Shun Fan. Eventually, he managed to close the distance to a mere 2 meters. Sensing that the time was ripe, the robber reached out with his left hand to seize Shun Fan. Meanwhile, Shun Fan remained acutely aware of the space between them. Upon realizing that the robber had entered striking range, Shun Fan's previously calm demeanor was suddenly transformed as a radiant golden light erupted from his eyes. In an instant, he sprang into action, silently invoking the technique of the 8 extremes. In the blink of an eye, Shun Fan vanished from sight, his elbow drawn back, and he charged directly toward the robber's heart. To the robber's astonishment, he found that Shun Fan had seemingly disappeared. "What?" he exclaimed. But by the time he sensed the impending danger, it was too late. In the next moment, a muffled thud echoed through the air. The 3 onlookers simultaneously heard the sound as the robber was sent careening away by Shun Fan's strike. The force and speed of Shun Fan's blow propelled the robber sideways into the wall, where he tumbled several times before crashing to the ground, unconscious. The unfortunate robber remained oblivious to how he had been struck until he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, as Shun Fan's attack connected, the sound of shattering bones resonated. Based on the experience of a martial arts master, it was evident that the robber had sustained multiple compound fractures to all his ribs, and his internal organs were likely damaged as well. This meant that the robber's life was now in grave danger. Even if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly be incapable of engaging in such physically demanding work as robbery in the future. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue stood frozen in shock, her small hands covering her mouth. Just moments before, upon hearing the robber's intention to take her as a hostage, she had been filled with rage. Although she was a delicate girl, her anger was palpable. She glared coldly at the robber, yet he paid her no heed under the cover of darkness. Xia Qingxue then witnessed Shun Fan brandishing the 10,000. Understanding his intent to lure the robber closer before subduing him. While she was aware of Shun Fan's martial prowess, her heart remained tense during this critical moment. She even contemplated picking up a stone to assist him if the conflict escalated. Thus, Xia Qingxue resolved to remain calm and wait for the opportune moment. Little did she know, as she caught a glimpse of Shun Fan's figure fleeting before her eyes, the robber was sent flying, crashing into the wall and rolling several times before coming to a halt. The actions that defied reason left Xia Qingxue utterly astonished. Consequently, this astonishment transformed into her current state. With wide eyes and a hand covering her mouth, she gazed at Shun Fan in disbelief. Shun Fan, fearing that his demeanor might frighten her further, approached and began to offer comfort. "It's all right, we are safe now. However, this robber is in a precarious situation." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue's lips twitched. She was well aware that the man had already been killed, and it was indeed dangerous. At this moment, Xia Qingxue finally believed that Shun Fan possessed formidable martial arts skills. His inner thoughts had never deceived him. Nevertheless, Xia Qingxue, still anxious, inquired, "What should we do next? He won't die, will he? Perhaps we should call the police?" As she spoke, it seemed she reached a sudden resolution, hastily suggesting, "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that no one is around and bury him?" Shun Fan, who intended to approach her, was taken aback by her words. Goodness, he had never realized that this seemingly delicate girl harbored a little demon within her. Instead of responding directly, Shun Fan gently wrapped his arm around Xia Qingxue's shoulders, maneuvering around the motionless robber on the ground. He led her to the back gate of the community, softly assuring her, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. The robber will be fine. You should head home now and leave the rest to me. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me, and we will figure it out together." Xia Qingxue trusted Shun Fan, yet her eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. Ultimately, after Shun Fan's repeated insistence, she left, frequently glancing back as she made her way home. Watching her retreating figure filled Shun Fan with warmth and a sense of solace. Through this incident, he realized that Xia Qingxue was not someone who shirked responsibility in the face of adversity. Afterward, Shun Fan turned back to the robber's side. He examined the scene briefly before exiting the alley. Rather than straying far, he stopped a passerby with a mobile phone to call the police. Such matters certainly warranted police involvement, but when they arrived, it would be his account that prevailed. Soon, The officers arrived and, upon encountering Shun Fan at the alley's entrance, entered with him. The moment the two officers beheld the robber's appearance, their spirits soared. Excellent. This is the habitual offender we've been searching for. Who would have thought we would find him here? One officer, brimming with excitement, approached Shun Fan, pulling out a notebook and asking, "Young man, what exactly transpired? Please tell us." Shun Fan then recounted the carefully crafted narrative he had prepared, explaining that after escorting a classmate home, he had passed through the alley and discovered the robber lying unconscious. He had anticipated this scenario, confident that no matter how the investigation unfolded, he would not be suspected. The injuries sustained by the robber were beyond what one would expect from an 18-year-old, let alone a fully grown adult. Throughout his account, Shun Fan exhibited the demeanor typical of his age, at times becoming incoherent and gulping nervously. The two officers, upon concluding their interrogation, furrowed their brows. One of them proceeded to inspect the robber's wounds, noting that his chest bore signs of being struck rapidly by a blunt object. To be precise, it was not he who had collided with the object, but rather the object that had struck him. The other officer pondered for a moment while surveying the vicinity. Could it have been a vehicle? Such a notion seemed implausible in this narrow space. After deliberating, they tentatively concluded that the robber had sustained his injuries elsewhere before fleeing to this location. Consequently, they did not impose any further difficulties on Shun Fan, and the matter was swiftly resolved. The robber in question was notorious within the city, infamous for various robberies and assaults against women, making his current state a fitting consequence of his misdeeds. Thus, this tumultuous incident came to an end, while Shun Fan whistled cheerfully as he boarded the bus, leisurely making his way home. Upon returning home, Xia Qingxue appeared disengaged as her mother, Lu Wenhui, attempted to converse with her. She merely consumed a mouthful of food before retreating to her bedroom. It would be disingenuous to claim that Xia Qingxue was not concerned about Shun Fan. Thoughts of whether the robber had survived and how Shun Fan would handle the situation plagued her mind. What if someone discovered the truth? However, possessing an inner strength, Xia Qingxue quickly regained her composure, only to be overtaken by a fierce expression. She reassured herself that if the truth were to emerge, she and Shun Fan would face it together. As she contemplated, vivid memories of their recent embrace flooded her mind, and an involuntary smile of happiness graced her face. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of outsiders earlier, the intensity of that moment had almost faded from her recollection. Determined to relive the experience, Xia Qingxue found herself inhaling the scent lingering on her clothes, a reminder of Shun Fan's presence during their embrace. After taking a deep breath, she blissfully closed her eyes and collapsed onto her bed, instinctively wrapping herself in the comforter. At that moment, however, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Chapter 38. Xia Qingxue praises Shun Fan. Leaving her mother astounded, while Xia Qingxue savored the warmth of the comforter, her mother, Lu Wenhui, called out from the other side of the door. "Xiaoxue, I'm coming in." Wait a moment." Startled, Xia Qingxue hastily set the comforter aside and straightened herself before responding. "Come in, Mom." Lu Wenhui finally opened the door, her expression warm and concerned as she approached Xia Qingxue. "Why did you ignore me when I was speaking to you just now?" Xia Qingxue was taken aback, recalling that her mother had indeed spoken to her moments earlier. However, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of the recent robbery incident. Gathering her composure, Xia Qingxue chuckled lightly. "Mom, if you have something to say, please just go ahead." Seeing her daughter lower her guard, Lu Wenhui's mind began to whirl as she contemplated how to broach the subject. In truth, Lu Wenhui had come to inquire about whether Xia Qingxue was in a romantic relationship. Throughout the day, she had been preoccupied with this question. That evening, to confirm her suspicions, she had discreetly observed from the balcony to see if her daughter returned with that young man. To her surprise, she witnessed Xia Qingxue being escorted home by him once again. Now, Lu Wenhui felt certain that, whether or not they were officially dating, their relationship was undoubtedly progressing in that direction. Nevertheless, in order to avoid misunderstandings, she decided to probe her daughter further. "Xiaoxue, who brought you back just now?" At that moment, Xia Qingxue was playfully tossing a pillow, but upon hearing her mother's question, her pupils constricted. She realized that her mother must have been keeping a watchful eye on her from the balcony. Feeling vexed with herself for forgetting this fact, she feigned calmness. Pouting slightly and dismissively responded, "Oh, you mean him? It's still that guy from yesterday, Shun Fan, my classmate." "Another classmate, Shun Fan?" Lu Wenhui feigned a sudden understanding and continued to subtly probe. So, you and Shen Fan seem to have a good relationship, him bringing you home every day. Xia Qingxue, ever vigilant, immediately sensed something amiss upon hearing this. Sitting up straight, she firmly corrected, Mom, don't overthink it. There's nothing between us. He is not just my classmate. We share a desk. Today, during our choir rehearsal, we were the ones leading the singing. However, as Xia Qingxue continued her explanation, she suddenly fell silent, feeling that the more she explained, the more precarious the situation became. Lu Wenhui, upon hearing her daughter's words, quickly grasped the implications. Goodness, with their constant companionship, it was only natural for feelings to develop. Yet, as her daughter was now an adult, such matters needed to be approached with calmness and understanding. Thus, Lu Wenhui adopted a different tone. I mean no harm. My only concern is that you don't get distracted by a relationship and neglect your studies. In response, Xia Qingxue asserted with conviction, Mom, Shun Fan and I are not in a relationship. We are just friends. And let me tell you, despite his appearance as the lowest performer in class, in truth, I have discerned that he excels in his studies, yet he persistently conceals his true prowess. Oh, are you certain? Lu Wenhui felt quite astonished upon hearing this. I am unequivocally certain. Ever since we became desk mates, I have overheard and secretly observed him. Particularly in mathematics, while the entire class struggled with certain problems, he solved them all effortlessly. Moreover, in English, his pronunciation is so impeccable that it seems as if he has just returned from abroad. At this moment, Xia Qingxue grew increasingly elated, lost in her own admiration. Just thinking about the miracles Shun Fan has achieved in recent days made her eyes sparkle with delight. Furthermore, during our rehearsal today, he played a piano piece that garnered praise from the music teacher, who even encouraged him to apply to a music academy. And let us not forget his remarkable ability to leap high while playing basketball, executing astonishing dunks. I have uncovered the hidden talents he possesses. He is truly extraordinary, virtually invincible in the universe. After expressing this, Xia Qingxue gazed upon him with admiration. However, Lu Wenhui, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless. Goodness, what a revelation. If one were to claim that the two were merely friends, Lu Wenhui would not believe it for a second. Yet, she found herself perplexed, grappling with the notion that her daughter could praise Shun Fan so highly. Was she truly blinded by infatuation, or was Shun Fan genuinely that remarkable? In that moment, Lu Wenhui conceived a plan to carefully observe this young man, Shun Fan. With this thought, she felt she had gleaned sufficient information, and thus there was no need to continue listening to her daughter extolling Shun Fan's virtues. After exchanging a few more words, she exited Xia Qingxue's bedroom. Upon leaving, Lu Wenhui let out a sigh, which was promptly noticed by Xia Xiong, who had just entered the house. Xia Xiong, Xia Qingxue's father, began his career as a contractor and now runs a small wholesale building materials company. He is quite proactive and adept in his dealings, often bending his principles. However, when it comes to his beautiful daughter, his standards are exceedingly high. First and foremost, he forbids her from dating. Thus, when Xia Xiong entered and saw Lu Wenhui emerging from their daughter's room with a sigh, he immediately sensed something amiss and rushed to inquire, "What is the matter? Why the sigh? Is our daughter seeing someone?" Lu Wenhui found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by Xia Xiong's almost pathological caution. However, the matter of Xia Qingxue and Shun Fan must remain a secret from Xia Xiong, otherwise it would escalate before it even had a chance to begin. Consequently, Lu Wenhui quickly refuted his assumption. "How is it possible? Do not overthink. Rest assured, my daughter will not be involved with anyone." "That is good to hear." After listening, Xia Xiong finally felt relieved, even smoothing his chest with his hand. "Truthfully, I fear nothing but my daughter getting into a relationship. To be honest, sometimes I wake up startled from dreams where I discover my daughter is dating." Lu Wenhui twitched her mouth upon hearing this. What a peculiar pair they are, father and daughter alike. Subsequently, Lu Wenhui hastily changed the subject. For Xia Xiong, this matter was considered settled. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue remained in her bedroom, embracing her blanket, savoring the lingering fragrance on her clothing, relishing the happiness of the moment. At that time, Shun Fan had also returned home. Without uttering a word, he went straight to his room, reflecting on everything that had transpired in the alley. Recalling those sweet moments, a smile of contentment graced Shun Fan's face. He even felt as though the scent of Xia Qingxue lingered on his clothes. Thus, he involuntarily picked up his garment and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was the fragrance of my dear Xia Shui. Subsequently, Shen Fan stood on his bed, reminiscing for a while before finally rising to open the system. Ready to attend to business. Chapter 39. The lingering fragrance on the clothes. Shen Fan sat up on the bed and officially accessed the marketplace interface within the system. He accurately located the stock trading software section. Without hesitation, he spent 200 points to redeem it. Now that the stock trading software was obtained, all that remained was to install it on the computer. After some contemplation, he remembered that there was indeed a computer at home. However, it had merely served as a decorative piece until now. Apart from himself, his parents had no idea how to operate it. Furthermore, as he was currently in high school, his parents had firmly stipulated that, aside from occasionally searching for study materials, gaming on the computer was strictly prohibited. Nevertheless, after installing this stock trading software, he had no concerns about parental objections. The software's description clearly stated that it was an ultra-intelligent program capable of being managed autonomously. Resolute in his decision, Shen Fan rose and made his way back to the living room. He adeptly powered on the computer and began to instruct the system. System, I wish to install the software. Moments later, a small icon suddenly appeared on the computer desktop. This icon appeared quite ordinary, without a careful glance at its pinion. One would not discern the nature of the software. Shen Fan was quite pleased with it and clicked on the software, revealing a system dialog box. This dialog box was exceedingly simple, manifesting as a standard black window. While Shen Fan was engrossed in his examination, a series of Chinese characters suddenly appeared on the black window. Master, welcome to use the 001 ultra-intelligent stock trading software. This software has implemented complete automation. It requires only simple commands to operate and address any inquiries. Now, what would you like to know, Master? Please type your question. Shen Fan pondered for a moment, recognizing that there was little left to inquire given the software's intelligence. He promptly conveyed to it the anticipated tumultuous moments in both domestic and international stock markets. After approximately 3 seconds, the software responded, affirming that it had stored the timestamps provided by its master. In the future, it would be capable of generating maximum value based on these specified times. Satisfied, Shen Fan nodded and proceeded to input a few more lines. Now, I wish to view the trading interface. Beep. Connecting to the domestic and international exchange windows for you, Master. Moments later, a remarkably simplistic trading interface materialized on the screen. Beep. Once you enter your account name and deposit funds, you may entrust everything to me. Upon reading this, Shen Fan realized he would indeed need to establish an account with a brokerage firm and link a bank card to deposit funds. He reflected that he currently had the necessary capital, specifically the 10,000 yuan gifted by the wealthy Zhang Hao during the day. All that remained was to open a brokerage account. For Shen Fan, this process was second nature, having begun trading stocks in his previous life. Ultimately, he resolved to visit the brokerage firm during lunch the following day to set up the account and deposit funds. However, he anticipated that the process might take some time, so he planned to request leave from his music teacher during the morning rehearsal. He estimated that by 3 p.m., everything would be settled. With his decision made, Shen Fan clapped his thigh and affirmed his plan. He then informed the software to await his message the next day. The following morning, Shen Fan rose early once again. After freshening up and donning his school uniform, he prepared to leave. His mother, Yang Shuhua, called out to him, "Son, why are you leaving so early again? Aren't you rehearsing these days?" Turning to face his mother, Shen Fan wore a hint of pride on his face. "Mom, I'll likely be going out for breakfast with my classmates every morning from now on." Upon seeing the glint in her son's eyes, Yang Shuhua seemed to comprehend something. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly pressed on, "Going out to eat? With classmates? Male or female?" Yet, Shen Fan merely cast another proud glance at Yang Shuhua before stepping out. At this point, Yang Shuhua fully grasped the situation, if she was not mistaken. Her son must be pursuing a romantic relationship. Her heart swelled with joy. She knew all too well how poorly her son performed academically. His exam scores were dismal, and he had never harbored hopes of attending university. However, perhaps this meant that after graduation, he might bring his girlfriend home. Despite his setbacks on the battlefield of academia, he found success in the realm of love, a fortunate turn of events for her son. "Wow, I never expected my son had such capabilities." As Yang Shuhua spoke, she joyfully pinched her nose and prepared to open Shen Fan's bedroom door. There was no avoiding the vivid memory of the events from yesterday morning. Fortunately, the foul odor that had plagued the room was no longer present. At that moment, Xin Fan had exited and made his way briskly to the breakfast shop run by the plump master, eagerly awaiting a meal with Xia Qingxue. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, just as she had the previous morning, awoke early at around 5 o'clock, her large eyes wide open as she pondered various thoughts while clutching her blanket. Particularly, she was preoccupied with the incident the night before. When Xin Fan courageously confronted a robber, she wondered how it had all turned out. She resolved to check the breakfast shop shortly. If he were there, it would signify that all was well. By 6 in the morning, Xia Qingxue, feeling refreshed, rose from her slumber and began her morning routine. Her mother, Lu Wenhui, had already prepared a freshly laundered school uniform for her. Xiaoxue, don't forget to change into the new outfit shortly, she reminded. After finishing her washing, Xia Qingxue emerged to inspect the new clothes. She couldn't resist picking up the outfit she had worn the previous night, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and cautiously held it to her nose. Xia Qingxue felt that the lingering scent of Xin Fan from the previous day had yet to fade, although she was reluctant to wash it away. She set the freshly cleaned uniform aside. This action did not go unnoticed by Lu Wenhui, who was approaching. "What's the matter? Why aren't you wearing the new clothes?" she inquired. Caught off guard, Xia Qingxue quickly fabricated an excuse. "Oh, I think this outfit isn't dirty yet. I could wear it for another couple of days." Lu Wenhui's expression turned peculiar. Normally, Xia Qingxue would complain about clothes after just 2 days, insisting they were dirty and smelly. Yet today, she claimed she could wear this outfit for a 3rd day. Although Lu Wenhui was puzzled by her daughter's reasoning, she sensed it was somehow related to her classmate, Xin Fan. However, Lu Wenhui chose not to press the issue. Instead, she grew increasingly curious about Xin Fan. While Lu Wenhui was lost in thought, Xia Qingxue had already donned her school uniform and dashed out the door. Hey, Lu Wenhui exclaimed, realizing what was happening and hurriedly called after her daughter. "Where are you going? Aren't you having breakfast?" But Xia Qingxue had already disappeared from sight. Without needing to ask, Lu Wenhui could easily guess that Xia Qingxue was off to have breakfast with Xin Fan. As she contemplated this, Lu Wenhui suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that they were headed to the plump master's breakfast shop in the alley? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it became, given its proximity to their home. Determined to learn more about this Xin Fan, Lu Wenhui decided to act swiftly. Without hesitation, she donned her clothes, put on a hat, and then slipped on a mask and glasses before quietly exiting the house. Chapter 40. Last night, the affair between us. After Lu Wenhui observed Xia Qingxue leaving, she discreetly followed her. Lu Wenhui surmised that Xia Qingxue had taken the alleyway. To avoid being noticed by her daughter, she opted to exit through the main gate of the community and detoured to the breakfast shop. It would be disingenuous to claim that Lu Wenhui was not anxious. At times, she fervently wished that her daughter would encounter that young man at the breakfast shop, allowing her a closer look at Xin Fan and his character. Conversely, she also hoped that her daughter would not dine there, or, better yet, that Xia Qingxue was not with a boy at all. Such a scenario would certainly alleviate her concerns. As Lu Wenhui emerged from the community's main entrance, she adjusted her sunglasses and tightened her mask, cautiously making her way toward the Fat Master breakfast shop. Meanwhile, Xin Fan had already arrived, having jogged to the establishment. Upon entering, he glanced around and recognized the familiar faces of yesterday's patrons. They, in turn, noticed him, their expressions brightening with recognition. The rotund proprietor greeted him warmly. "You're here, brother." Xin Fan responded with a smile. "Yes, your tofu pudding is simply delightful. I'm addicted after just one taste yesterday." The patrons, overhearing Xin Fan, exchanged knowing glances. Secretly amused, they mused that the young man was not merely addicted to the tofu pudding, but rather to the charming young lady he had fortuitously encountered. Just as they pondered this, Xin Fan called out, "Oh, what a coincidence, Xia Qingxue." The crowd turned in unison, and indeed, it was that extraordinarily beautiful girl from the previous day. Xia Qingxue entered the breakfast shop with a bashful demeanor, taking a seat alongside Xin Fan. The onlookers could not help but divert their gazes, reveling in the moment while enjoying their meals. It appeared that their assumptions were correct. This pair of golden boy and jade girl was indeed intriguing. As Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue settled in together, the small breakfast shop suddenly filled with an air of romance. However, Xia Qingxue, though initially shy, was preoccupied with thoughts of the robber from the previous night. As the saying goes, concern breeds confusion. Eager to learn how Xin Fan had dealt with the robber, she leaned in and quietly inquired about what happened between us last night. At her words, An immediate hush fell over the room. The diners froze, their movements stilled as if time had paused. Yet, all ears perked up, brimming with curiosity. What transpired last night between them? It appeared that this young couple's relationship was advancing rather swiftly. Could it be something indescribable? Oh dear, the young girl has only spoken half of her thoughts. Hurry and continue, it's exasperating. Everyone internally pondered, while attentively listening for the continuation from Xia Qingxue. However, as Xia Qingxue had only articulated half of her statement, she suddenly felt that her voice had been rather loud. Promptly, she fell silent, yet realized it was too late. She could sense that those nearby had misconstrued her words, and she regretted it so much that she wished to pinch herself. Xin Fan was also nearly choked by Xia Qingxue's unexpected remark. Fortunately, only half of the sentence was uttered. It was inconsequential if others speculated about what the two had done the previous night. Thus, after exchanging a knowing glance, Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue hastily shifted the subject and turned to order their meals. Subsequently, everything returned to normal. The other patrons, having missed the context, felt quite disappointed. It was not until they finished their meal and Xin Fan settled the bill that the two exited the breakfast shop. Xia Qingxue finally let out a sigh of relief. Xin Fan then produced a piece of chewing gum, unwrapped it, and offered it to Xia Qingxue. She, with remarkable ease, accepted the gum and placed it in her mouth. Their synchronized motion was observed by Lu Wenhui, who had just arrived outside the breakfast shop. In fact, Lu Wenhui had successfully reached the entrance earlier. But due to the shop's small size, she could not discern Xin Fan's features from within. It was only upon their exit that she finally beheld his appearance. Not having looked before was inconsequential, but now, after seeing him, Lu Wenhui silently nodded in approval. Xin Fan's appearance was indeed exceptional. He was not only tall and handsome, but also exuded a certain charm. Even the young male stars on television paled in comparison. At that moment, it could be said that Lu Wenhui had taken an immediate liking to her future son-in-law. Moreover, any prior inexplicable concerns vanished in an instant. Furthermore, upon witnessing Xin Fan unwrapping a piece of gum and offering it to Xia Qingxue, she surmised that this young man must possess a warm and considerate nature. However, seeing Xia Qingxue adeptly take the gum, their remarkable rapport sparked a twinge of worry within her. She couldn't shake the feeling that her daughter might unwittingly give her heart to Xin Fan one day. As someone with experience, Lu Wenhui understood that some handsome men, despite appearing gentlemanly, could be quite shallow at heart. Once they had what they desired, they often ceased to cherish it. While Lu Wenhui was lost in her concerns, she observed Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue strolling side by side towards the school. Thus, she decided to follow them. Just then, Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue arrived at the mouth of an alley, the very spot where a bicycle had unexpectedly surged forth the previous day, nearly colliding with Xia Qingxue. Consequently, Xin Fan approached cautiously, prepared for any eventuality. Sure enough, as the two were walking, Xin Fan suddenly heard a sharp whoosh followed by the piercing sound of bicycle wheels. In the blink of an eye, a bicycle sped past, narrowly missing Xin Fan and his companion. Having been on high alert, Xin Fan instinctively extended his arm to shield Xia Qingxue, successfully averting the potential danger. Xia Qingxue was safe, and Lu Wenhui witnessed Xin Fan's gallant gesture. Observing his composed actions, Lu Wenhui silently nodded in approval. Xin Fan was not only handsome, but also remarkably sincere. When faced with peril, he chose not to simply protect himself, but rather to shield her daughter. Such instinctive behavior undoubtedly reflects one's true character. Lu Wenhui felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without a doubt, Xin Fan was the type to safeguard her daughter. Moreover, she believed that before entering university, he would hardly engage in any inappropriate conduct. This thought led Lu Wenhui to recall the numerous commendable qualities her daughter had mentioned about Xin Fan the previous night. If her daughter spoke truthfully, then this young man was indeed commendable in both character and academics. Lu Wenhui was confident that he would achieve great things in the future. Standing there, her heart swelled with happiness, even eliciting a faint smile upon her lips, before she turned to head home. Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue, engrossed in their own conversation, remained oblivious to Lu Wenhui's actions. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was attentively listening to Xin Fan recount the events of the previous night. Xin Fan, having nothing to hide since Xia Qingxue was present, shared every detail of his conversation with the police. Hearing this, Xia Qingxue felt reassured. By that logic, the police officer should award you You are indeed a hero who captured a habitual offender." They exchanged laughter and soon arrived at the school entrance. Chapter 41. Xia Qingxue follows Shun Fan. Upon reaching the school gates, they found a throng of students gathered both inside and outside the campus. As these students noticed Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue walking side by side, a wave of whispers erupted. However, Xia Qingxue paid no heed to the onlookers. Soon, it was time for rehearsal, which proceeded smoothly, just as it had the day before. During a break, Shun Fan approached the music teacher to request some time off in the afternoon, intending to open a securities account and recharge his bank card. Yet, he refrained from disclosing his true intentions. To his surprise, the music teacher was quite accommodating. "No problem, Shun Fan. You won't need to lead the singing today. Just be back by 3 o'clock. Shun Fan felt a sense of joy. After the rehearsal concluded in the morning, as noon approached, he did not offer any explanations to Xia Qingxue, but rather departed directly. He sensed that their relationship had not yet reached a stage where he needed to inform her of every matter. However, Shun Fan underestimated his significance in Xia Qingxue's heart. Just as he was about to exit the school gate, Xia Qingxue, who had been observing him from behind, furrowed her brows and was beset by a whirlwind of thoughts. Where could Shun Fan be headed? Was the situation from the previous night truly resolved? Had he merely been deceiving himself? Or could it be that he sneaked off to an internet cafe? That seemed unlikely, as he wouldn't brazenly request leave from a teacher. Was he perhaps meeting another girl? Given Shun Fan's handsome appearance, it was certainly plausible. Could it be related to the conversation he had on the bus last night? Xia Qingxue pondered, yet remained perplexed. What troubled her more was that Shun Fan was on the verge of leaving. What should she do? Should she follow him to ascertain the truth? As she stood there, anxious, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but pout, fiddling with her fingers, torn between the agony of indecision regarding whether to pursue Shun Fan. Suddenly, an adrenaline rush surged through her, igniting impulsiveness within her. Resolutely, Xia Qingxue lifted her head and made up her mind. She would follow him to see what he was up to. At that moment, Miling approached, calling for Xia Qingxue to join her for lunch. "Xiaoxue, let's eat. There's braised pork." "Miling, I need to step out for a moment. If I return late and the teacher inquires, please excuse me," Xia Qingxue replied without waiting for Miling's reaction, swiftly turning and dashing out of the school gate. Miling stood there, bewildered, her hand outstretched in confusion. Huh, what does that mean? Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue had already exited the school premises and spotted Shun Fan getting into a taxi bound for the city center. Without hesitation, she signaled for a taxi of her own. Once inside, she instructed the driver, "Please follow that taxi behind us and don't lose sight of it." The driver, upon witnessing Xia Qingxue's fervor, quickly grasped her intentions. This young girl must believe her boyfriend was up to no good and was determined to gather evidence. Reflecting on this, the driver realized it was the first time he had encountered such a scenario since becoming a driver, and he felt intrigued. "Don't worry, miss. As long as he's in the city, he won't escape my watchful eye." However, glancing at Xia Qingxue's youth and her school uniform, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nowadays, young people are so open-minded, yet one should refrain from making hasty judgments. Thus, he began to converse with Xia Qingxue while driving. "Excuse me, young lady, if I am not mistaken, the individual seated in the front of that vehicle is your boyfriend, is he not?" At this moment, Xia Qingxue remained fixated on the rear of Shun Fan's car, her silence unbroken by the driver's inquiries. The driver, observing her demeanor, sighed and continued, "Ah, the youth of today truly live in comfort, free from worries of sustenance. They can grasp at their desires with ease. In our time, however, it was quite different. By the age of 20, we were still like fools, utterly oblivious to the concept of romantic relationships." It was only when the driver reached this point that Xia Qingxue regained her composure. Clinging to a hint of stubbornness, she retorted, "He is not my boyfriend. He is merely my friend and classmate." "Oh," the driver feigned enlightenment, suppressing a chuckle at her tone, which unmistakably suggested a deeper connection between the two. Yet, finding Xia Qingxue's situation amusing, he adopted a counseling approach, primarily to convey that such clandestine following was inappropriate. "My dear, in matters of romance, the essence lies in mutual trust and honesty." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue cast a disdainful glance toward the driver. "What do you know? You are simply speaking without understanding the situation." Nevertheless, the driver persisted, "Only through candor and sincerity can misunderstandings be avoided. Should your boyfriend discover your pursuit, it would be best to speak the truth. The notion struck Xia Qingxue with an unexpected wave of guilt. What if Xin Fan did uncover her tracking? Wouldn't that imply a lack of trust in him? Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought, reassured by her own skills in surveillance and counter-surveillance. How could he possibly discover my actions? I am far too clever for that. As she bolstered her confidence, Xia Qingxue suddenly noticed Xin Fan's taxi coming to a halt outside a towering building. All right, please stop here, she instructed the driver, who complied. She promptly paid the fare and prepared to exit. The driver, having taken the money, reminded her, "Do not forget my words, young lady." Xia Qingxue scoffed at this, thinking, how could someone as meticulous as I be caught? With this thought in mind, she concealed herself behind a pine tree, cautiously observing Xin Fan as he emerged from the taxi. At that moment, Xin Fan glanced up at the sign of the securities company before striding purposefully inside. Upon entering, he was approached by a stunning female staff member, who, upon recognizing his youthful appearance, brightened. "Hello, are you here to see someone?" Given Xin Fan's youth and school uniform, her assumption was understandable. "No, I am here to open an account." Upon hearing the conversation, the beautiful staff member displayed a momentary expression of surprise. Having worked here for nearly a year, she had never encountered a freshly minted adult clad in school uniform seeking to open an account. It dawned on her that such a young individual engaging in stock trading must hail from a wealthy family. Consequently, her demeanor shifted to one of greater politeness as she extended her hand towards a nearby counter, saying, "My name is Xiaoli, sir. Please follow me. The procedure is quite simple and will not take long." Xin Fan followed Xiaoli to the counter, fully aware that she was right. The account opening process would be swift. However, a particular matter was bound to consume time, negotiating the commission structure, as Xiaoli and her colleagues would also require their share. Utilizing his eloquence, Xin Fan aimed to minimize their cut. Having frequently engaged in stock trading in his previous life, he found this task manageable. As Xin Fan settled down to follow Xiaoli's guidance step by step, outside, Xia Qingxue stealthily edged closer, peering inside. To her surprise, she spotted Xin Fan's figure. Chapter 42. Xia Qingxue's Jealousy. Xia Qingxue discreetly observed Xin Fan entering a large building, which turned out to be a securities company. Her mind began to race with questions. What could Xin Fan possibly want here? Does he have relatives in the area? Unable to fathom the situation, Xia Qingxue resolved to linger a bit longer to ascertain Xin Fan's true purpose. After glancing at Xin Fan, who had yet to exit, she surveyed her surroundings and, noticing no one was paying her any mind, she crouched down and stealthily moved behind the next tree. From this vantage point, she could peer through the glass facade of the securities company and catch sight of Xin Fan. However, the moment she looked in, she was taken aback to find Xin Fan engaged in cheerful conversation with a mature and attractive woman, whose figure was striking. Not only was the woman animatedly conversing, but Xin Fan was equally engrossed. In Xia Qingxue's eyes, he no longer resembled a mere student. Rather, he appeared as a seasoned socialite, exuding sophistication and charm. A young man of ambition. Instantly captivated by Xin Fan's demeanor, Xia Qingxue felt a pang of jealousy as the air around her thickened with an unmistakable scent of envy. Yes, the uninformed Xia Qingxue was indeed consumed with jealousy. Even as she covertly observed Xin Fan, her small canines peeked out in discontent. That insufferable Xin Fan. What could they possibly be discussing? Skipping school to come here and chat. And look at that smug smile. He's never smiled at me like that. As her gaze lingered, she noticed Xin Fan and the beautiful woman moving further inside. Xia Qingxue, already feeling the sting of jealousy, was driven by curiosity and found herself unable to resist. She cautiously stepped out from behind the tree, trailing Xin Fan's figure, as if on the brink of uncovering his secret. However, after gazing for a considerable time, Xia Qingxue could see nothing at all. This was because there were no floor-to-ceiling windows where Xin Fan and Xiaoli were situated. Thus, Xia Qingxue resolved to move a little closer, taking refuge behind a tree near the entrance. Flustered by her concern, she failed to conceal her presence effectively. At that moment, Xin Fan had just completed the account opening procedures. He set down his pen and took a seat, facing the beautiful woman before him, his expression devoid of any eagerness. "Sister Xiaoli, could you please inform me about the commission rate?" he inquired. Opposite him, Xiaoli was utterly captivated by Xin Fan, her gaze unwavering since the moment she signed. Upon hearing Xin Fan's question, Xiaoli's eyes twinkled as she responded in a formal tone, "Oh, The commission is 0.5%. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan's demeanor shifted, as he was aware from his previous life that commission rates varied. Sister, that seems rather high, doesn't it? I recall there being discounts here, perhaps 0.3%? He replied, feigning innocence. Xiao Li's smile brightened even further at his words. She first adjusted her attire, then lifted her head to playfully toss her hair. This simple gesture alone was enough to render any ordinary man utterly defenseless. Following this, she propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin in her hands. Leaning closer to Shun Fan as she teased, "Really handsome? I cannot perceive you as a child." With this, their conversation took an unexpectedly flirtatious turn, particularly for Xia Qingxue, who was observing from outside. She was taken aback to witness such behavior from the woman, her heart racing in agitation. What is happening? What is that woman doing? Her gaze seems to be enticing Shun Fan. Now, Xia Qingxue's mind was in turmoil, rendering her oblivious to her concealment. In that moment, Xiaoli caught sight of her. After finishing her conversation with Shun Fan, Xiaoli subtly gestured towards the outside and continued, "That person out there, is she your girlfriend? If you already have a girlfriend, how could you still be considered a child?" Initially, Shun Fan intended to argue against Xiao Li's assertion of him not being a child. However, upon hearing her mention his girlfriend, his pupils dilated, as if a realization struck him. He quickly turned to glance outside, discovering Xia Qingxue peeking from behind a tree. Her large, innocent eyes wide as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. The furrow in her brow suggested a serious demeanor. Upon recognizing Xia Qingxue, Shun Fan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that she would personally chase after him after he took a day off. What did this signify? Had he truly underestimated his significance in Xia Qingxue's heart? If she were indifferent to him, how could she have followed him so stealthily? Subsequently, Shun Fan gazed at the expression on Xia Qingxue's face, finding it somewhat amusing. He turned back to Xiaoli, gesturing slightly as he spoke. "I apologize. Please wait a moment." With that, Shun Fan rose and exited the hall to seek out Xia Qingxue. The reason was simple. The weather remained quite hot, and Xia Qingxue, in an attempt to evade him, was basking in the sun. What if this little girl succumbed to heatstroke after a prolonged exposure? Soon, Shun Fan found himself standing outside, observing Xia Qingxue, who was hidden behind a tree. He chuckled helplessly before calling out, "Come out, classmate Xia Qingxue." Upon noticing Shun Fan's glance, Xia Qingxue was startled and hurriedly retreated behind the tree, her mind racing with anxious thoughts. Would Shun Fan discover her? How could he, when she had hidden so well? Alas, it was her haste that had caused her to forget to conceal herself. What would she say to Shun Fan upon returning? As she pondered these thoughts, she suddenly heard Shun Fan calling her name. Xia Qingxue froze in place, unsure of how to respond. Shun Fan, noticing her lack of movement, continued, "Dear Xia Qingxue, don't you find it rather hot beneath that large tree?" It was only after Shun Fan's reminder that Xia Qingxue became aware of the sun beating down on her, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead and nose. Gradually, she began to accept the reality of being discovered, yet an inexplicable sense of grievance stirred within her. Pouting, she stepped out from behind the tree, using the back of her hand to dab at the sweat on her nose, all the while resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Her eyes cast downward, unable to meet Shun Fan's gaze. Seeing the sweat on Xia Qingxue's face and her pitiful expression tugged at Shun Fan's heartstrings. He softened his tone and beckoned her, "Come on, hurry over. Don't just stand there. It's cooler here." The slight grievance Xia Qingxue felt seemed to dissipate upon hearing Shun Fan's words, sensing his concern for her well-being. Instantly, warmth filled her heart. Glancing at Shun Fan, who was waving her over, she unconsciously fidgeted with her fingers and approached him. Perhaps due to the heat, Xia Qingxue was also sweating. As she walked closer to Shun Fan, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, bringing with it an intoxicating scent that made him inhale deeply, feeling as though he were wrapped in a gentle spring breeze. Moreover, Shun Fan had already devoted his full attention to Xia Qingxue, finding every little action of hers irresistibly adorable and delightful. As the fragrant breeze enveloped her, he instinctively reached out to wrap his arm around Xia Qingxue's waist. At that moment, Xia Qingxue stood just a step and a half away from Shun Fan, pouting and shyly fiddling with her small hands, unable to meet his gaze. Consequently, Shun Fan seamlessly succeeded in drawing her closer. With a gentle pull, he brought her nearer, yet Xia Qingxue seemed oblivious to the action, moving forward another couple of steps under the gentle force he exerted. The two were nearly as close as they had been during their embrace the previous night, and the fragrance emanating from Xia Qingxue became more vivid, as though it were melting Shun Fan's heart. He lowered his head, gazing earnestly at her face, and softly inquired, "Silly girl, when did you arrive? Why didn't you let me know? Look at you, all sweaty from the sun. Why didn't you come find me?" As he spoke, he took out a tissue and tenderly wiped the sweat from her forehead. This gesture was so warm and intimate that it melted the apprehension Xia Qingxue felt, reminiscent of a child caught in a misstep. Her previously pouted lips transformed into a blissful yet bashful smile. In a soft voice, she replied, "I came out when you did, Shen Fan. You're not angry, are you?" Understanding her meaning, Shen Fan looked at her with affectionate eyes and reassured her, "How could I possibly be angry? If it weren't for the fear of what the teacher might say, I would have let you take the day off too, so we could be together." With his confirmation, Xia Qingxue beamed with a sweet smile. "Really? But I've already had Miling request leave for me. I want to be leading the choir this afternoon. So it's all fine." Of course, Shen Fan chuckled, realizing that the carefree and joyful Xia Qingxue was indeed more delightful to behold. Yet, as their conversation flowed, they seemed unaware that they had remained intertwined throughout, never once parting. Eventually, Shen Fan took her small hand in his and gestured towards the hall. "Come, let us go inside. It's cooler in there." Xia Qingxue glanced inside, noticing the quietness and the sparse crowd, and asked in bewilderment, "Me? Am I really allowed to go in with you?" Unable to resist her adorableness, Shen Fan playfully pointed to the signs at the entrance and replied, "Of course. It doesn't say anywhere that cute little ones and puppies are prohibited." "Oh." Falling into a sweet reverie, Xia Qingxue instinctively responded. However, realizing something was amiss, she promptly raised her small fist and playfully began to poke Shen Fan in the chest. "Hey, you're so annoying." They frolicked for a while, and Shen Fan once again clasped Xia Qingxue's hand. As they walked in, quietly conversing with Xia Qingxue, he mentioned, "Let us proceed. I am in the process of opening a stock trading account. However, their commission rates are exorbitantly high, at 5/10,000ths. It would be prudent for us to discuss this matter together." Upon hearing Shen Fan speak of business, Xia Qingxue's spirits were instantly lifted. The reason was simple. She equated business discussions with her shopping experiences, akin to haggling with a vendor. Bargaining was, after all, one of her favorite pastimes. For instance, she could negotiate the price of a modest piece of lingerie down by half. With a serious demeanor, she leaned closer to Shen Fan and whispered, "No problem. I am quite adept at bargaining. Leave it to me." Shen Fan raised an eyebrow at her declaration, but without further thought, they continued hand in hand towards Shaoli. Since the moment Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue reunited at the entrance, Shaoli had been observing them intently. Witnessing their flirtatious exchanges filled her with envy. Even when Xia Qingxue and Shen Fan settled across from her, she couldn't resist complimenting them. "Mr. Shun, is this your girlfriend? She is truly stunning. Fit to be a star." After delivering her praise, Shaoli turned her attention to Xia Qingxue. "I genuinely envy you for having such a handsome, business-savvy boyfriend. It appears you are not only beautiful, but also possess remarkable discernment." Shaoli's compliments not only delighted Xia Qingxue, but also flattered Shen Fan. Just as Shen Fan was about to lose himself in the flattery, Xia Qingxue switched to her conversational mode, gazing at Shaoli with starry eyes and showering her with admiration. "Sister, you are incredibly beautiful as well. When I caught a glimpse of you outside, I was utterly captivated. I believe you are far more attractive than I, especially when you are here conducting business. You exude an aura of a powerful woman. And truly, your makeup skills are exceptional. You look even better than those stars on television." After finishing her praise, Xia Qingxue pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with her own appearance. "I, on the other hand, struggle with makeup. I own cosmetics, yet I always end up looking like a little raccoon. Sister, would you be willing to teach me sometime? I find you truly remarkable." Following this, Xia Qingxue continued her effusive compliments, rendering the composed and capable woman somewhat shy. As she averted her gaze and playfully tossed her hair, Shen Fan watched in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Xia Qingxue possessed such a talent. She had managed to make the elegant woman across from them glow with delight. Eventually, after this exchange, their rapport had developed to resemble that of close sisters. After a bit more conversation, Shaoli finally turned to Shen Fan and declared, "Handsome fellow, I have decided to reduce the commission to 3/10,000ths. However, you must remember that this concession is not out of consideration for you, but rather for the sake of my sister. Do not dare to bully her in the future, or I shall not spare you." Upon hearing this from Xiao Li, Shun Fan's lips twitched, while internally he exclaimed, "Impressive, my dear wife. You have managed to resolve such a significant business matter. It appears that you are indeed a commercial prodigy. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure." Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue, whether influenced by Xiao Li's words or Shun Fan's thoughts, found herself momentarily speechless, her beauty illuminated by a radiant smile. Thus, the matter was concluded satisfactorily. Once all procedures were completed, the enchanting lady rose, extended her hand towards Shun Fan, and said, "Everything is settled now. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Wishing you prosperity, handsome." Clearly, Xiao Li intended to politely shake hands with Shun Fan, who naturally reciprocated the gesture. However, just as their hands were about to meet, a small hand appeared beside Shun Fan with astonishing swiftness, seizing Xiao Li's hand. Chapter 44. Huh? I knew you were deceiving the little girl. As Xiao Li prepared to bid farewell with a handshake, Xia Qingxue's hand darted out like lightning, intercepting Xiao Li's before Shun Fan could grasp it. With a beaming smile and crescent-shaped eyes, she chimed, "Sister, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. You carry on with your business. We shall take our leave." Xiao Li, realizing that the clever Xia Qingxue had preempted her, instantly understood the implication, nearly bursting into laughter. Shun Fan, too, was taken aback by Xia Qingxue's boldness. With her words complete, Shun Fan reluctantly withdrew his hand. After bidding farewell to Xiao Li, he took hold of Xia Qingxue's small hand and exited the hall together. As they walked a short distance, Shun Fan observed that Xia Qingxue no longer bore the expression of grievance she had earlier. Instead, she held her head high, striding confidently forward, seemingly pleased with her declaration of dominance. "Xia Qingxue, I never anticipated you were so formidable, truly a master negotiator," he complimented. Flattered by Shun Fan's praise, Xia Qingxue lifted her chin even higher. Once she freed her hand from Shun Fan's grasp, she took 2 steps forward, turned, and extended her hand towards him once more, proudly declaring, "Simply saying thank you is insufficient. You must show some sincerity." Shun Fan halted, surprised by Xia Qingxue's animated demeanor, which he had not expected. Thus, he inquired cautiously, "What is it that you desire? Speak freely." What took Shun Fan by surprise was that, after listening, Xia Qingxue still held her head high and said nothing. Clearly, she intended to gauge the extent of Shun Fan's sincerity today. Noticing her desire to hear what he would offer, Shun Fan contemplated for a moment. "Let us address the commission first. Since you just assisted me with a 2,000th share, that portion belongs to you." Although Shun Fan expressed this verbally, he glanced around, realizing there were no acquaintances nearby, and that they were enjoying a sweet, intimate moment together. Thus, it would be a pity not to tease his beloved wife a little. After speaking, he conveyed his thoughts to Xia Qingxue. "You are to become my future wife. What is mine is also yours. Not only my earnings, but my very being is yours. Is this not sufficient sincerity?" Before Xia Qingxue could respond to Shun Fan's words, she heard his inner voice. While the revelation of his thoughts brought her joy, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely indulging in sweet talk, leading her to silently scold him. "Humph, I knew he was just trying to deceive a little girl." However, regarding the commission, she was puzzled. She did not grasp what that 2,000th share truly represented. Not genuinely seeking anything extravagant, she playfully approached Shun Fan and asked, "Hee, how much is that 2,000th share worth?" 2,000th is indeed 100,000, which means you get 200. Oh, upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue believed she understood and generously waved her hand. "Only 200? Then forget it. Just treat me to breakfast from now on." Shun Fan, amused by her charmingly carefree demeanor, chuckled but did not forget to remind her, "Breakfast? With that 2,000th share, you could likely afford a presidential breakfast." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue abruptly halted, sensing something amiss in Shun Fan's statement. Curiously, she turned back to him and inquired, "What do you mean?" The so-called 2,000th commission implies that a fraction is deducted from each transaction. Each transaction? Xia Qingxue scratched her head, as if she were beginning to comprehend. "So, how many transactions occur in a month? How often is there a transaction?" "Every other day at most." "Oh, that is only 15 times. I thought it would be a significant amount." Yet, she cautioned, "You must be careful. I've heard that stock trading leads to losses. It's akin to gambling. You never know the trends." As she spoke, she began to skip joyfully ahead. However, halfway through her sentence, a sudden realization struck her, causing her to freeze in place. Yes, the reincarnator. How could she have forgotten that Shun Fan was a reincarnator? Had he returned from the future to engage in stock trading? As Xia Qingxue contemplated this, her eyes widened in astonishment. Although she did not fully comprehend the intricacies of stock trading, she grasped the general idea. One could hardly expect an 18-year-old student, engrossed in their studies, to possess such profound insights into the future fluctuations of the stock market. That must surely imply a guaranteed profit, she mused. This thought led her to recall Shun Fan's earlier heartfelt sentiments, and an overwhelming sense of sweetness surged within her. Shun Fan observed Xia Qingxue standing motionless, her profile reflecting sheer astonishment. He could easily surmise her thoughts. Thus, he approached her deliberately and gently embraced her. "What troubles you? Have you lost your wallet?" Startled by Shun Fan's sudden inquiry, Xia Qingxue gasped. "Oh, no. I'm not one to keep money in my wallet." Shun Fan, captivated by Xia Qingxue's adorable demeanor, nearly succumbed to the urge to pinch her cheek. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that his hands might tarnish her delicate skin. Instead, he leaned down, gazing into her large eyes, his hands hovering in the air as if to cradle her face, and affectionately remarked, "It seems you ought to prepare a wallet after all." Xia Qingxue, taken aback by Shun Fan's intimate gesture, found herself momentarily dazed. In that instant, she realized just how remarkable he was, so considerate and thoughtful towards his girlfriend, especially knowing that in the future, Shun Fan would undoubtedly acquire greater wealth. Could she truly be worthy of someone as exceptional as him? The moment this thought crossed her mind, an unfamiliar wave of insecurity surged through her heart. Xia Qingxue believed her concerns were not unfounded. She had often heard the adage that a man with wealth tends to stray. If Shun Fan treated her with such kindness now, would he continue to do so once he entered the workforce? If not, what would she do? With her vivid imagination, she envisioned a scenario in which Shun Fan callously abandoned her for another beautiful girl. Instantly, her mood soured. Meanwhile, Shun Fan, who had been gently supporting Xia Qingxue's face, noticed the sudden shift in her expression. Thinking he might have overstepped, he withdrew his hands. "What's wrong? Why do you look so upset?" Xia Qingxue hastily sought an excuse. What a ridiculous notion. How could she possibly share her inner thoughts with Shun Fan? A spark of inspiration struck her, and she shyly declared, "I'm hungry." In truth, Xia Qingxue's claim of hunger was not entirely a pretext. She genuinely felt famished, having rushed out without partaking in the braised pork provided by the school at lunchtime. Upon hearing her, Shun Fan turned to glance at the clock in the ancient building. Realizing it was already past noon, it was indeed time to eat. The remaining task was to deposit money at the bank. However, given the simplicity of the task, there was no rush. The priority now lay in securing a meal. With such a stunning campus beauty accompanying him, it would be remiss to neglect dining. Thus, Shun Fan resolved to take her hand in his. As he signaled for a taxi, he remarked, "Let us head to the pedestrian street for some delightful food." In truth, Xia Qingxue had anticipated that Shun Fan would invite her to dine together. Yet, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for openly admitting her hunger in front of someone she admired. Wasn't that a tad undignified? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she shyly fidgeted with her fingers, pouting slightly. To her surprise, at that moment, Shun Fan unexpectedly grasped her hand. This sudden gesture stirred an unusual feeling within Xia Qingxue. Perhaps she was overly sensitive about holding hands. She initially contemplated retracting her hand. However, noticing Shun Fan's demeanor, seemingly casual and devoid of malice, she decided against it. To avoid appearing overly reactive, she obediently followed him into the taxi. The pedestrian street Shun Fan mentioned was located in the West City. Upon their arrival, they were met with a bustling crowd, likely due to the weekend. As they stepped out of the taxi and observed the throngs of people, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue felt an inexplicable sense of ease, akin to thieves concealed in the shadows. Particularly for Xia Qingxue, witnessing others engrossed in their pursuits allowed her to relax, oblivious to the fact that she was holding hands with Shun Fan. Even at this moment, Shun Fan had yet to release her hand, guiding her toward a snack shop previously frequented by Wang Xiaoming and Meiling. After all, they had vouched for it as the finest establishment on the pedestrian street. Upon arriving at the shop, they noted that while its facade was modest, a steady stream of customers flowed in and out. Just as Shun Fan was about to enter with Xia Qingxue, they were startled by a large banner hanging above the entrance, proclaiming, "Weekend Special. Couples dining before midnight receive half off." Both Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with surprise. What had initially been a simple meal turned into an unexpected opportunity for a delightful discount. Neither of them were particularly finicky when it came to food, and the chance to pose as a couple for such a benefit was too good to pass up. Thus, they shared a knowing look, silently communicating their shared excitement. Xin Fan continued to lead Xia Qingxue toward the entrance, but suddenly, they noticed a rather portly staff member standing at the door, vocally halting a couple attempting to enter. "Stop right there, both of you." Although the store clerk was not addressing Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue, the two instinctively halted, curious about the unfolding situation. The plump clerk pointed at a couple in front of him, his gaze penetrating as he declared, "You two are not genuinely a couple." Upon hearing this, the exposed couple appeared quite embarrassed, with the man perplexedly inquiring, "How did you figure that out?" The clerk chuckled lightly, "Your clothing is utterly mismatched. You must have hastily chosen this girl from the street, am I right?" After being unmasked, the faux couple awkwardly parted ways. Xin Fan, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary to be so serious over a simple meal and an event? However, the clerk's demeanor suggested he was earnestly serious. Then Xin Fan turned to glance at Xia Qingxue and then at himself. Upon inspection, it was clear that, dressed in school uniforms, they were far from resembling a couple. At the very least, they ought to wear attire with some semblance of harmony. Just as Xin Fan pondered this, he suddenly heard a distant stall enthusiastically advertising clothing. "Massive sale. Every item for just 15 yuan. Buy one get one free." The announcement sparked a glimmer of hope in Xin Fan. Fortune seemed to favor him at this moment. Without hesitation, he beckoned Xia Qingxue to follow him to the stall. The proprietor, spotting the duo, greeted them warmly. "Welcome. My friends, feel free to choose. Each piece is only 15 yuan, with a buy one get one free offer." Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue approached the stall, discovering a rather substantial selection. Piles of clothing were haphazardly stacked together, yet this disarray seemed to attract more customers, with people crowding around the stall. Xia Qingxue quickly grasped Xin Fan's intention, and they both began sifting through the garments to expedite their selection. Fortunately, within 2 minutes, they each selected a large, white pullover hoodie. These were of a non-mainstream style, resembling oversized sacks, yet they were incredibly convenient to wear. After a brief inspection, noting their matching colors, Xin Fan eagerly produced the money. As he paid the proprietor, he was taken aback when the owner regarded them with a hint of envy, exclaiming, "Very nice. You two have impeccable taste. This clothing truly compliments you." Due to the throngs of people, Xin Fan refrained from replying. However, as they departed the stall, Xia Qingxue remained puzzled. It was just a simple piece of clothing. What did he mean by it being complimentary? Wouldn't he know the purpose of our clothing purchase? After leaving the stall, the two of them immediately donned the newly acquired hoodie. Xia Qingxue, while speaking, was scrutinizing her new attire. Xin Fan, oblivious to the earlier remarks of the vendor, suddenly noticed the large characters emblazoned on the back of Xia Qingxue's shirt and instinctively voiced them. "Your shirt seems to bear the words Noon Sun on the back." Upon hearing Xin Fan's observation, Xia Qingxue appeared intrigued and promptly turned to inspect the back of Xin Fan's shirt. "Yours has words too, it says weeding." This phrase was initially uttered by Xia Qingxue without much thought. However, once she finished reading it, she became momentarily stunned. Then, grasping Xin Fan's shirt, her eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated, "Weeding? Oh, weeding." Xin Fan was taken aback by Xia Qingxue's sudden reaction, leading him to echo, "Weeding?" This time, Xia Qingxue's voice rose in volume, as if she was beginning to grasp the significance. Indeed, weeding. Xin Fan found himself utterly bewildered by Xia Qingxue's enthusiasm. Noticing that Xin Fan seemed puzzled, Xia Qingxue pointed at her own back. "Noon?" In truth, Xin Fan was not entirely oblivious. He simply had not focused on that detail until Xia Qingxue prompted him once more, and then it dawned on him. Goodness, after all that choosing, they truly ended up with a couple's outfit. I am weeding, and Xia Qingxue is Noon's son, which means. Chapter 46. Brother, I can only help you this far. Xin Fan, now understanding the meaning behind the words on their garments, felt invigorated. He was bewildered by their fortuitous luck, or perhaps it was destiny, that led them to select such a couple's outfit. What astonished Xin Fan even more was that Xia Qingxue comprehended the phrase as well. It appears I have yet to fully understand this campus belle. Nevertheless, Xin Fan felt a delightful warmth in his heart, knowing they were now clad in matching attire. Given that their situation had evolved to this point, he seized the opportunity to tease Xia Qingxue. Thus, he communicated silently with her. My wife is so clever in this couple's outfit. I am weeding, and my wife is noon Sunday, weeding under the noon sun, than I. But on another note, my little Xia Shui is quite perceptive. She even knows this. After sending his silent message, Shun Fan observed Xia Qingshue's expression. He always relished watching her reactions during their silent exchanges. However, at that moment, after articulating the meaning, Xia Qingxue realized that Shun Fan had just grasped it too, and she felt as though she had misspoken. How could she have been the first to express such an idea? She should have discerned it and remained silent instead. Upon reflecting on this, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but wish to slap herself. Oh, Xia Qingxue, how utterly thoughtless you are. Yet, just then, she perceived Shun Fan's inner thoughts. Initially filled with regret, she was taken aback by the directness of his sentiments. This only deepened her embarrassment, compelling her to cover her face and crouch down, immobilized. The intensity of her shyness was overwhelming. The mere thought made her wish to burrow into the ground. Seeing Xia Qingxue in such a state, Shun Fan felt a pang of anxiety. He realized he had erred. Internally, he lamented, oh no, I must have been too forceful and misjudged the situation. This jest has escalated beyond measure, and that is certainly troublesome. It was highly likely that the small hand he had hoped to hold would be withdrawn from him in the future. Thus, Shun Fan hastily endeavored to rectify his mistake. He squatted beside Xia Qingxue and, with a tone of earnest reassurance, inquired, what troubles you? It's merely a piece of clothing. The words it bears are inconsequential. What truly matters is that we can enter and enjoy our meal. Aren't you hungry? Just take a whiff. The aroma of the dishes is wafting out. Xia Qingxue, who had been drowning in her embarrassment, found her stomach audibly protesting at Shun Fan's words. Moreover, the allure of the delectable offerings within the establishment was simply irresistible. Reluctantly, she rose to her feet and followed Shun Fan, albeit without lifting her gaze to meet his, maintaining a distance of 5 meters between them. Shun Fan refrained from any inappropriate gestures, leading the way back to the entrance of the restaurant, where the plump attendant still stood guard. With a gesture signaling Xia Qingxue to follow, Shun Fan addressed the attendant, stating, we are a couple. After saying this, he intended to stride inside. But the attendant raised a hand, effectively blocking his path. Hey, wait a moment. What's the matter? Shun Fan, slightly displeased by the interruption, was met with the attendant's piercing gaze as he replied, I doubt you two are actually a couple. Taken aback, Shun Fan protested, using their attire as evidence. Who says we aren't? Look, we're dressed identically. Upon hearing the mention of clothing, Xia Qingxue grew increasingly self-conscious, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. Nevertheless, the attendant remained unconvinced, shaking his head with skepticism. You are definitely not a couple. If you were, why are you standing so far apart? Shun Fan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the distance between him and Xia Qingxue was rather significant. He turned to glance at her, and Xia Qingxue, standing at the entrance, had already ceased to dwell on the words emblazoned on her clothing. Her mind was now solely focused on entering the restaurant to savor the delicious food awaiting them. Under the gaze of Shun Fan's pleading eyes, Xia Qingxue gradually closed the distance, eventually positioning herself behind him. Upon noticing Xia Qingxue's approach, Shun Fan cast a triumphant glance at the chubby shop assistant. Surely, this would suffice? Yet, the rotund assistant shook his head once more, indicating his persistent disbelief. Shun Fan, feeling somewhat dejected, pointed to their matching couple-esque attire. Look, our outfits are identical. It is impossible for us to wear this if we are not a couple. The assistant, however, continued to shake his head, clenching his fists and bringing his thumbs together in a gesture that nearly left Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue wide-eyed in astonishment. What could this gesture possibly signify? Seeing their confusion, the assistant hastily clarified, you have misunderstood. What I mean is, if you are indeed a couple, why does your girlfriend not link her arm with yours? Shun Fan's eyes lit up at this unexpected requirement. However, Xia Qingxue's lips twitched, feeling that the assistant's demands were rather excessive. Nevertheless, Shun Fan considered that persuading Xia Qingxue to link her arm with his might be quite a challenge. If she truly embraced him as a couple would, it would undoubtedly be a first, and he felt a flutter of anticipation. Turning his head, Shun Fan cast a hopeful glance at Xia Qingxue. As their eyes met, she shyly lowered her gaze, seemingly deliberating. Slowly, She extended her hand, wrapping it around Shun Fan's arm, resembling a bashful bride. The previously silent Xia Qingxue now displayed a hint of impatience, addressing the assistant. This should be sufficient, right? Yet, the assistant shook his head once again. Still skeptical of the bashful Xia Qingxue. I still do not believe you. If you are a couple, why not rest your head on your boyfriend's shoulder? Shun Fan's expression turned peculiar at this remark, while Xia Qingxue fell silent, questioning whether the stringent requirements were the result of the manager's orders or the assistant's own whims. However, contemplating their current situation, Xia Qingxue reasoned that they had donned couple S outfits, and she had linked her arm with Shun Fan. Leaning her head against his shoulder seemed a small concession. Thus, with lingering shyness, she gradually laid her head on Shun Fan's shoulder. In that moment, this pair of golden boys and jade girls nestled against each other, radiating sweetness. Even the air around them felt imbued with a sugary essence, drawing envious glances from passers-by. The chubby assistant, witnessing their intimate embrace, wore a maternal smile, eventually nodding in approval. Well, now I believe you are indeed a couple. You may enter. I wish you both a delightful dining experience. By this point, both Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue harbored suspicions that the assistant had been deliberately testing them, yet they were relieved to finally gain entry. As Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue were about to enter, they suddenly noticed the plump shop assistant discreetly winking at Shun Fan, followed by a thumbs-up gesture. The assistant silently mouthed, "Brother, I can only assist you up to this point." Upon witnessing this, Shun Fan's pupils constricted as he comprehended everything. Chapter 47. Perhaps we should enjoy the kidney and oysters together. Indeed, he grasped the entire situation. The shop assistant was evidently aware of his relationship with Xia Qingxue and seemed to recognize that she was still in the bashful phase. Thus, he sought to facilitate their connection in this subtle manner. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shun Fan felt a profound appreciation for the assistant. It appeared he had misjudged the assistant's intentions, having mistakenly assumed base motives. However, Xia Qingxue felt somewhat disheartened, sensing that in pursuit of delectable cuisine, they had embraced, leaned on each other, and engaged in affectionate gestures. She pondered whether there might be further developments post-meal, particularly considering the modest cost of the meal itself. When Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue entered the establishment, they were taken aback. Though the exterior appeared unremarkable and the entrance narrow, the interior was lavishly decorated and spacious. The establishment was bustling with patrons. After a considerable search, they finally secured a couple's table and began selecting their ingredients. Indeed, the ingredients here were entirely self-service, boasting a vast array of options across various price ranges, including an assortment of fresh produce and seafood. Consequently, no matter one's social standing, everyone could find joy in dining here. Xia Qingxue was particularly elated. Once inside, she forgot all previous concerns and wandered ahead like a curious child, exploring the surroundings. Meanwhile, Shun Fan trailed behind her, gently reminding her not to focus too much on the prices, as he still had sufficient funds. In that moment, they transformed into a genuine couple, effortlessly attracting the attention of most patrons in the restaurant. Oblivious to their surroundings, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue laughed and began selecting various ingredients. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in front of a freezer filled with neatly arranged, round ingredients. It was evident at first glance that these were kidneys. At that moment, Xia Qingxue spoke up, "Oh, isn't this the kidney that Xiao Mei and Wang Xiaoming had during their visit?" Though her voice was soft, the surrounding patrons heard her clearly. And instantly, all attention shifted to Xia Qingxue. Yet, Xia Qingxue remained oblivious, continuing to converse with Shun Fan. She mentioned that Wang Xiaoming had consumed copiously last time, and Miling added that the delicacy was delightful, suggesting he should partake as well. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan's lips curled in a grimace as he hurriedly waved his hand in rejection. "No, no, no, I truly do not require this." To Xia Qingxue, it appeared as if Shun Fan was merely being modest, prompting her to insist. "Then let us have more, let us say 10 skewers." Shun Fan, overwhelmed by her words, once again shook his head in refusal. "No, no, no, I genuinely do not need this." At that moment, those surrounding Xia Qingxue, having overheard the exchange, could hardly suppress their amusement. Just then, Xia Qingxue suddenly noticed a large pile of oysters beside the big kidney, her excitement bubbling over as she pulled Shun Fan along, pointing at the oysters while exclaiming, "Look, these are oysters." Miling said Wang Xiaoming also devoured many last time. She mentioned they are even better if they are truly delightful. You ought to eat more. They are soft and take up little space. Shen Fan, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I need this even less. Before Shen Fan could respond, the crowd could no longer stifle their laughter and began to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, is she treating her boyfriend like a mule? This young lady is truly adorable. How can her boyfriend endure such a feast? She is so innocent. That young man is quite fortunate. Listening to the whispers, Shen Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The crux of the matter was that Xia Qingxue was still rambling on about the big kidney and oysters. Why not eat both the big kidney and oysters like Wang Xiaoming did? Miling said Wang Xiaoming enjoyed both. Observing Xia Qingxue's relentless chatter, Shen Fan could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the curious gazes around him, he stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Xia Qingxue's waist. Drawing closer, he softly whispered, Dear Xia Qingxue, as your boyfriend, I implore you, please refrain from discussing the big kidney and oysters any further. The once animated Xia Qingxue was momentarily stunned by Shen Fan's unexpected action. As Shen Fan leaned in, she instinctively turned her head towards him, resulting in yet another close encounter. Gazing intently at Shen Fan's flawless visage, she felt the warmth of his breath upon her skin. The sensation was so palpable that it sent a tremor through her being, rendering her momentarily speechless and unsure of how to respond. Yet, her mouth betrayed her, stammering, Okay. Thus, Xia Qingxue finally ceased her mention of the big kidney and oysters. However, Xia Qingxue remained oblivious to the reason behind Shen Fan's reluctance to allow her to mention those two items. The customers at the table nearby were still secretly reveling in their delight, not out of mockery, but rather with expressions of envy. Eventually, Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue selected their ingredients and handed them to the staff. Approximately 10 minutes later, the attendant presented a steaming pot of dishes. As soon as Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, their eyes instinctively narrowed in pleasure, savoring the fragrance. The delightful scent was overwhelmingly appetizing, especially after their prolonged wait, leaving Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue quite famished. Thus, before Shen Fan could utter a word, Xia Qingxue eagerly grasped her chopsticks and began to indulge. Yet, with her long hair cascading down, Xia Qingxue found it slightly bothersome as she bent to eat. At that moment, she paid little heed to such trivialities, continuously brushing her hair aside while relishing her meal. Shen Fan watched her delightful antics, finding her irresistibly charming. Wasn't she the epitome of a genuine foodie? When he noticed Xia Qingxue pushing her hair back, he spotted an elastic band around her wrist, likely forgotten by her in the heat of the moment. Without hesitation, Shen Fan reached out and gently took hold of her hand. Instantly, Xia Qingxue, who had been voraciously eating, froze and looked up at him in confusion. Shen Fan, while removing the elastic, softly reassured her, It's all right, continue enjoying your meal. Obediently, Xia Qingxue returned to her feast, thoroughly engrossed in her food. Shen Fan then moved to her side, slipping the elastic onto his right wrist, and deftly gathered her hair together. With practiced ease, he secured it with the band, and upon releasing his grip, he noted that her hair no longer interfered with her enjoyment. This gesture was profoundly heartwarming and sweet. Though Xia Qingxue was engrossed in her meal, she was acutely aware of Shen Fan's actions, instantly feeling the warmth of their romantic connection. In that moment, her hands trembled slightly with excitement. Shen Fan then took his seat, joining her in the culinary delight. Though Shen Fan's actions appeared simple, they evoked a wave of envy from the surrounding patrons. Chapter 48. Observe that boyfriend of yours. Shen Fan's tender gesture elicited admiration from onlookers, as all the diners in the establishment that weekend were couples. Consequently, other couples found themselves inadvertently comparing Shen Fan to their own partners. This comparison proved to be quite revealing. Look at her boyfriend. How considerate he is. My partner has never treated me like that. How fortunate she is to have such a boyfriend. Dear, you ought to learn a thing or two. Let's visit a jewelry store later. I must have been blind to have chosen you. You clearly lack any sense of tenderness. The girlfriend incessantly complained, and there were even more serious issues at hand. Not far from Shen Fan's table sat a couple, and the girl's eyes lit up upon glancing at Shen Fan. She began to compare him with her boyfriend. The girl's boyfriend appeared to be the kind of man who, while not particularly handsome, exuded a reliable charm. However, it seemed that the girl had grown weary of such a man. Regardless of where they went or what he did, She was consistently irritated by him, especially this time. As she looked at Shun Fan's handsome face and then at her boyfriend's simple, rather dull demeanor, she found her boyfriend exceedingly repulsive. As they dined, she expressed her discontent, saying, "Look at him. He even knows how to braid his girlfriend's hair. And you're like a pig, only concerned with eating. When have you ever cared about me? You don't love me at all." Upon hearing himself referred to as a pig, her boyfriend visibly trembled, struggling to contain his immense anger. Yet, his expression remained as endearingly naive as ever, and he continued to eat. This only emboldened the girl further. "All you know is to eat, eat, eat. When are you going to buy me that ring I want? I'm telling you. My mother said that if you don't buy me that ring, she won't approve of our marriage." Finally, her boyfriend could no longer hold his tongue. He set down his chopsticks and looked at her earnestly, saying, "Darling, I will buy you the ring. But could you please stop constantly bringing up your mother? I'm marrying you, not her. Li Dazhuang, in situations like this, just call me by my name." "No need for darling," she replied, her impatience evident as she glanced at him. She continued, "My mother also said that we don't need to buy a house for the wedding. We can just buy a commercial space in the new district, a 2-story place. It's perfect since my brother is getting married. We can let him use it first." Her boyfriend continued to endure her tirade, though he was clearly struggling to contain his frustration. After a long, deep breath, he exhaled heavily. Unfortunately, the sound of his exhale was rather loud, causing a ripple of annoyance to reach the girl across from him. She erupted in disdain, throwing her chopsticks aside and berating her boyfriend. "What was that deep breath for? Are you trying to ruin my meal? Did you even brush your teeth? You've ruined the flavor of the food. Look at you, you don't bother to dress well. How am I supposed to go out with you? You work. But you're not as good as him, and you're certainly not as considerate. How on earth did I end up with you?" Her voice grew louder, seemingly determined to continue her tirade for hours, relentlessly belittling her boyfriend. Even the couples around them frowned at the spectacle. At long last, her boyfriend could no longer contain himself. His formerly amiable gaze turned icy in an instant, and with a resounding clap, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Rising abruptly, he pointed at the girl and declared loudly, "Have you had enough?" His voice, piercing through the restaurant, startled all the diners, who turned their attention to the couple. The once naive young man continued, "I am not considerate? I do not care for you? Who then do I hand over my monthly salary of several thousand yuan to? Is my appearance unkempt? If you were to return all the money I earned, I would see how many expensive outfits I could buy. You insist I purchase rings and properties, yet what do you contribute? Do you believe a man should simply endure? You claim to be blind, but I might as well say the same about myself. If you wish to be together, so be it. If not, do not forget to return my salary card. Not a single cent should be missing." At last, the boyfriend erupted, pouring forth all the thoughts that had been pent up inside him. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, instantly sympathizing with the earnest young man. Their gazes towards the girl took on a semblance of suspicion. Conversely, the girl, now confronted with his assertiveness, immediately wilted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, she found herself unable to refute his words, for they were undeniably true. With no retorts left, she looked at the boy with an expression of grievance and muttered, You are being harsh." Indeed, it was this very phrase, a common tactic employed by women when they feel overwhelmed by their partners, accusing them of being unkind. Nevertheless, the kind-hearted boyfriend genuinely cherished her. Thus, upon hearing her pitiful accusation, his anger deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving him speechless. This tempestuous episode seemed destined to pass. Even as the spectators recognized the unfolding drama, they hesitated to voice their thoughts, choosing instead to resume their meals while murmuring amongst themselves. "Why do I feel that woman is nothing but a fraud?" One remarked. "Don't speak nonsense. They both consented to this arrangement. It is none of our business." Another chimed in, and in that moment, the notion of a femme fatale emerged, reminiscent of the tale of Jean Lian. The crowd continued to speculate, and the entire scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue. Particularly Xia Qingxue, after witnessing the quarrel, seemed to have gained some insight, letting out a sigh. Why, she pondered, did she remain with someone she clearly did not love? Why engage in such unreasonable behavior? Shun Fan understood the underlying reasons for the girl's attachment to her seemingly simple boyfriend, but chose to remain silent. Perhaps she sought to validate her own significance. However, the man evidently harbors deep affection for his girlfriend. Why then? Is she unable to perceive the extent of his tolerance towards her? Is it because of true love? After listening to this, Xia Qingxue finally set down her chopsticks and, for the first time, regarded Xin Fan with earnestness, inquiring, "What, then, constitutes true love? How can one demonstrate their love for another?" Xin Fan did not hasten to respond. Instead, he pondered for a moment. "Love? To the world, you are but a single individual. Yet to me, you embody my entire universe. Authentic love is not merely liking every facet of you. It is embracing all of your myriad forms. To truly love someone is to cherish their entirety. Being together does not necessitate urgency for any specific outcome. Even gazing into your eyes brings a sense of bliss." As Xin Fan articulated this, he too fixed his gaze intently upon Xia Qingxue's eyes. Chapter 49. A significant event at Xia Qingxue's home. This meal was one of great joy for both Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan. After they finished dining, they proceeded to the bank to make a deposit before hailing a taxi back to campus. However, prior to their return to school, both Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue wisely removed the couple's outfits they had purchased, placing them into a bag which Xin Fan took responsibility for. Soon, they arrived at the school entrance, where Xin Fan noted it was precisely 3 o'clock, just in time to meet the music teacher's expectations. Thus, they entered the rehearsal hall directly. At that moment, their classmates were engaged in practice, and upon seeing Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue together, the 3 teachers said nothing. However, the sight of the two walking in side by side astonished all the students, leaving them bewildered about their whereabouts, and their minds began to wander with speculation. After greeting the teachers, Xin Fan returned to the group and resumed rehearsal. Yet, once back in line, Mei Ling leaned closer to Xia Qingxue and whispered inquisitively, "Xiaoxue, where have you been? Why did you return with Xin Fan? You didn't go out just to meet him, did you?" Xia Qingxue was well aware of Mei Ling's penchant for digging deeper into matters. She knew she could not divulge the truth, for Mei Ling would relentlessly pursue questions until every detail was unearthed. Therefore, Xia Qingxue opted for a simple response, stating that she had merely returned home and coincidentally entered school together, deftly sidestepping the inquiry. Unbeknownst to her, Xin Fan was surprised by Xia Qingxue's discretion at such a crucial moment. It seemed that future events would remain concealed from others. Pleased with this thought, Xin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He then reflected on the fact that he had successfully completed all his errands for the day. Now, he merely awaited the evening to log into his account on the software, ushering in a period of effortless victories. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, and he could not help but turn his attention to the enchanting Xia Qingxue beside him. Contemplating a heartfelt conversation with Xia Qingxue, Xin Fan found himself suddenly yearning to hold her delicate hand. The sensation was truly exquisite, warm and smooth as jade. Thus, he discreetly glanced at Xia Qingxue's hand, which remained motionless, and gradually, inch by inch, he inched his own hand closer to hers. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently and, in an instant, with swift precision, grasped her small hand firmly. Xia Qingxue, caught off guard while singing, nearly faltered in her melody. Yet, Xin Fan's grasp had already enveloped her hand. In this unexpected moment, devoid of any formal context, Xia Qingxue felt a twinge of discomfort at being suddenly seized. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Xin Fan's strong grip held fast. However, their familiarity had reached such a level that Xia Qingxue's lively spirit was now laid bare before him, causing her to swiftly cast aside her initial shyness. Determined not to let Xin Fan prevail so easily, Xia Qingxue lifted her proud little chin and, with her exposed thumb, began to gently press against the back of Xin Fan's hand, preparing to exert her strength. With her long nails, the moment she applied pressure, Xin Fan felt a sharp sensation. His pupils constricted in realization. If she truly dug in, the consequences could be dire. To divert her attention, Xin Fan hastily began to praise Xia Qingxue in his thoughts. "My wife is the best. Earlier, she kept her lips sealed about our outing before her friends. My little Xue will undoubtedly be a supportive partner in the future. I can trust her completely with any significant matters. Once I earn a fortune, I shall promptly propose to my wife. Even if my future father-in-law disapproves, I believe my wife will stand by my side." Thus, under the relentless barrage of Xin Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue's focus began to shift. Gradually, he sensed the pain in his hand subsiding. Yet, Xia Qingxue's nails remained poised on the back of his hand, ready to dig in at the slightest provocation. Indeed, as Xin Fan had surmised, upon hearing his admiration. Xia Qingshue's heart swelled with delight. However, when he mentioned earning money, her thoughts wandered to his stock trading endeavors. She had previously pondered this while hungry, wondering if, in the future, should Shen Fan become wealthy and remain as handsome as ever, would he still hold affection for her? Even if she clung to him insistently, would he remain devoted? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Xia Qingxue recalled Shen Fan's mention of her father's disapproval, which instantly brought to mind her father's stern visage, adamant in his opposition to her dating. Thus, she resolved to set aside such matters for now and consider them at a later time. As a result, Xia Qingxue momentarily set aside the matter concerning Shen Fan. However, Shen Fan, determined to ensure that Xia Qingxue would not feel threatened by his presence, sought ways to divert her attention. It was at this juncture that he recalled a significant event from his previous life. During these very days, Xia Qingshue's father was likely to face a catastrophic business failure, one that would lead to utter ruin. This calamity would be the gravest trial for Xia Qingshue's family. Consequently, Xia Qingshue's spirits would plummet, as the prospect of selling their residence to settle debts loomed ominously over her. Such a monumental occurrence not only cast a shadow over her mood, but also adversely affected her studies. When the time for the college entrance examinations arrived, Xia Qingxue underperformed, failing to secure a place in the university of her aspirations. The reasons behind her father's business downfall were distressingly straightforward. He had been deceived. Originally, Xia Qingshue's father was the proprietor of a modest construction materials company, possessing some financial resources and a wide network of contacts. However, in the course of these few days, he became acquainted with a purportedly top 10 real estate company in the country, which was eager to tender for a lucrative project. The allure of such an enticing opportunity left Xia Qingshue's father entranced. He began to lavish gifts without restraint, ultimately securing a stake in the project. Just as he was rejoicing after signing the contract and paying various deposits to commence material procurement, the devastating news struck. It turned out that the real estate company was a scam. Having secured the funds, they vanished without a trace the very next day. As a result, not only did Xia Qingshue's father lose the gifts he had bestowed, but he also found himself unable to fulfill the contracts with the material suppliers, leading to penalties for breach of contract. In the end, he accumulated debts exceeding 500,000 yuan, leaving him utterly defeated. Shen Fan, aware of the unfolding events, understood how the pressure would eventually drive Xia Qingshue's father to contemplate suicide, an incident that would become common knowledge throughout the city. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Fan as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, he had recalled this in time and hoped that by conveying his thoughts to Xia Qingxue, she could avert this impending disaster. Nevertheless, he remained anxious, for he was uncertain of the exact day her father had been deceived. It was entirely possible that he had already fallen victim to the fraud either a couple of days prior or even at that moment. Regardless, prompt action was essential. With this in mind, Shen Fan dared not delay further and began to communicate with Xia Qingxue through his thoughts. By the way, I just recalled something terrifying. It concerns my wife's family. Xia Qingxue, who had been lost in her own thoughts, felt her pupils constrict upon hearing Shen Fan's mental voice. Chapter 50. The situation unfolded in a most unfortunate manner. Upon hearing Shen Fan's ominous prediction about her family, Xia Qingshue's pupils dilated in alarm, and her entire focus was drawn to the depths of Shen Fan's thoughts. An immediate tension enveloped her. For ever since she had gained the ability to hear Shen Fan's inner voice, she had yet to discern any falsehoods within his words. Thus, if Shen Fan proclaimed that calamity would befall her family, it was an inevitability. What could possibly happen to my family? Shen Fan, do speak up. The suspense is unbearable. As Xia Qingshuo anxiously awaited Shen Fan's elaboration, her mind raced with countless scenarios of disaster. Meanwhile, Shen Fan noted her sudden silence, realizing she was intently listening, prompting him to continue. However, at that moment, Wang Xiaoming abruptly tugged at Shen Fan's arm. Let us go, Shen Fan. I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer. Shen Fan was startled by Wang Xiaoming's pull. It dawned on him that it was indeed break time. The absurdity of Wang Xiaoming requesting his company in the restroom left him speechless. Can't you go by yourself? Aren't you old enough? Do you expect me to wipe for you? Oh, come on, let us hurry. Wang Xiaoming insisted, dragging Shen Fan along. This was a peculiar habit of Wang Xiaoming. He always needed Shen Fan to accompany him to the restroom. However, the most disconcerting one was Xia Qingshuo. She had been engrossed in listening to Xin Fan's thoughts, only to have Wang Xiaoming disrupt the moment. Frustrated, she stamped her foot but refrained from voicing her annoyance, knowing she was privy to Xin Fan's inner voice. Watching Xin Fan and Wang Xiaoming vanish from sight left Xia Qingxue in a state of agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan, her mind spiraling through various disaster scenarios once more. After being pulled to the restroom, Wang Xiaoming revealed his true intentions. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned closer to Xin Fan and whispered, "After school, let us go to the internet cafe. I haven't logged into my game account for 2 days. If I don't practice, I'll lose my edge." Xin Fan immediately waved his hand in refusal, devoid of any interest in gaming at that moment. No, I must accompany Xia Qingxue home. Let Meiling and the others go back instead. There's a new internet cafe offering a discount of 1 yuan per hour, with no time restrictions. I'm not going, really not going, he insisted, making to leave. However, halfway through his exit, a sudden realization struck him, causing his pupils to constrict. That newly opened internet cafe. He remembered all too well that in his previous life, he and Wang Xiaoming had frequented such establishments for the meager discounts, only to be caught by the police for being students. The very next morning, the authorities had come to the school to admonish students against visiting internet cafes. As a result, early in the morning, both I and Wang Xiaoming found ourselves embroiled in a grand school announcement. This incident, once it reached our parents, left them utterly furious. Indeed, this was the moment that Xin Fan regretted the most regarding his internet cafe escapades. From that point on, not only did he refrain from visiting internet cafes, but even the frequently online Wang Xiaoming also reduced his visits. Thus, as Xin Fan contemplated this, he swiftly turned back and seized Wang Xiaoming by the collar. His eyes widened, not with aggression, but with fear. This caused Wang Xiaoming to be utterly terrified. Xin Fan, what are you doing? Don't frighten me." Xin Fan disregarded his protest and reiterated his question with deliberate clarity. "What is the name of that newly opened internet cafe you mentioned?" "I think it's called something like the Return of the King." "Yes, it's right at the entrance of West Street," Wang Xiaoming replied, still bewildered. "What's wrong, Xin Fan? Have you changed your mind?" Upon hearing this, Xin Fan felt a sense of certainty wash over him, and he released Wang Xiaoming. "Change my mind. You have no idea what I overheard when I went out this afternoon." "What? No discounts anymore?" Upon hearing Wang Xiaoming still pondering the discounts, Xin Fan was momentarily speechless. "I passed by a few police officers and happened to overhear them discussing the crackdown on new internet cafes every night for the past few days. Do you understand now? If you dare to go, I guarantee you'll be in serious trouble." After Xin Fan finished speaking, Wang Xiaoming's expression turned to one of disbelief. Yet, upon seeing Xin Fan's earnest demeanor, he realized he was not being deceived. This left him drenched in cold sweat. "Oh my goodness. The city is currently prohibiting students from visiting internet cafes. If we really get caught, it would be disastrous." "Exactly. You'd better lay low for a while." After saying this, Xin Fan glanced at Wang Xiaoming, who was shaking his head helplessly, and walked away, leaving Wang Xiaoming trembling in the restroom. Xin Fan then chose to hasten back to Xia Qingxue's side to inform her about her father's situation. He had a feeling that she must be anxious since their conversation had been abruptly interrupted. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the cafeteria, he spotted Xia Qingxue anxiously waiting by the entrance. When Xin Fan finally appeared, her excitement was palpable, though she quickly masked it with an expression of calm. This time, Xin Fan did not keep her in suspense. He approached her and spoke softly. "What was I thinking earlier? Ah yes, it seems that something significant is about to happen in my wife's family. If I recall correctly, her father is going to be swindled in a recent investment." However, upon hearing Xin Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue did not feel anxious at all. Instead, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had been imagining various dire scenarios regarding her family's health, only to discover that her father was merely the victim of a fraudulent investment. Although Xia Qingxue did not comprehend her father's profession, she felt that issues related to financial losses in engineering projects were not particularly concerning. However, the subsequent revelations from Xin Fan caused her pupils to constrict in shock. He disclosed, in reality, being deceived is not the worst. The critical point is that this time, it was by a company named Missouri Real Estate, leading to utter ruin. He continued, "This Missouri Real Estate claims to be among the top 10 in the nation, yet all their certificates are mere forgeries. This fraudulent group was remarkably powerful, managing to ensnare Xia Qingxue's father. Ultimately, contracts were signed, various deposits were paid, and her father had already begun procuring materials from various regions. Yet, this swindling organization vanished without a trace. Consequently, Xia Qingshua's father not only faced financial ruin, but also incurred substantial penalties for breach of contract regarding the materials. Thus, he not only lost everything, but also fell into crippling debt. At first, Xia Qingxue was taken aback and filled with dread upon hearing Xin Fan's thoughts. Nevertheless, she reflected, in business, losses are commonplace. It is merely a matter of making a comeback. As long as her parents remained in good health, that was of paramount importance. Money, after all, was but a fleeting entity. However, just as she finished reassuring herself, she heard Xin Fan's thoughts once more. To be fair, many individuals face bankruptcy and debt due to failed ventures. The crux of the matter was that Xia Qingshue's father could not withstand such a blow. Ultimately, he chose to leap from a building, ending his life to alleviate the burden on his family. This tragedy transpired during the winter, a truly heartbreaking occurrence. Xia Qingxue nearly stumbled upon hearing this news. Her fears had indeed materialized. In that moment, she wholeheartedly believed Xin Fan's thoughts. Consequently, her heart raced in turmoil, as if overgrown with anxiety. During rehearsal, they had been merely lip-syncing. Finally, the teacher announced the end of the school day. Chapter 51. A chilling revelation. The school day had concluded, yet Xia Qingshue's mind was entirely consumed with family matters. As she walked, her pace quickened, leading her to walk ahead of Xin Fan. She yearned to return home swiftly to inquire with her mother, Lu Wenhui, whether her father was currently negotiating a significant business deal. However, as she walked, she suddenly heard the ringing of a bicycle bell behind her. Startled, she quickly stepped aside and turned to look. To her surprise, Xin Fan had appeared on his bicycle, having stopped just behind her. Without exchanging pleasantries, Xin Fan gestured toward the back seat of his bicycle. "Come on, I'll take you home today." Xia Qingshuo felt immense gratitude for Xin Fan's timely assistance. She promptly hopped onto his bicycle, internally urging him to hasten. Strangely, it seemed that both Xin Fan and the bicycle sensed her urgency, as they sped along faster than usual. In the blink of an eye, Xin Fan had escorted Xia Qingshuo to the rear entrance of their community. Xia Qingshuo swiftly leaped from the car, exchanged a simple wave with Xin Fan, and hurried towards her home. The duration of her run to the doorstep was but a few fleeting minutes. Upon opening the door, her first exclamation resonated loudly in the air, "Mom?" At that moment, Lu Wenhui was seated on the sofa, engrossed in knitting a sweater. Upon hearing her daughter call out, she retorted, somewhat irritated, "You come home all day calling Mom, as if you've misplaced me." Disregarding her mother's tone, Xia Qingshuo approached Lu Wenhui with an air of urgency, inquiring, "Mom, has Dad mentioned to you whether he has recently taken on any significant project? Something that sounds substantial and lucrative?" Lu Wenhui, perplexed by her daughter's sudden interest, set aside her knitting and half-teasingly responded, "Goodness, when did you start caring about your father's business? Are you already fretting over your dowry?" Xia Qingshuo, nearly at a loss for words, reiterated earnestly, "Mom, I am not jesting. This matter is of utmost importance. Can you recall if Dad has mentioned anything along those lines in recent days?" Observing her daughter's seriousness, Lu Wenhui thought for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Indeed, he did mention it. Just last night, he said he had made connections with a renowned real estate group. They have a bidding project in the neighboring city that he is supposed to handle. It seems our family is about to prosper, and you, my daughter, are set to become a wealthy heir. Lu Wenhui concluded with a satisfied smile. However, Xia Qingshue's reaction was akin to a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. When Lu Wenhui had not confirmed her suspicions, a flicker of hope had remained in Xia Qingshue's heart that perhaps Xin Fan had erred. Yet, the current revelations indicated otherwise, suggesting that her father was indeed in peril and their family was at risk. Striving to maintain her composure, she pressed her mother further. "Did Dad mention when he intends to finalize this business deal?" Lu Wenhui paused to gather her thoughts. "I remember him saying last night that he would discuss it further today or tomorrow, and if all goes well, he would sign the contract." However, after speaking, she gazed at Xia Qingshuo with confusion. "Wait, dear, your father is about to strike it rich, yet you appear terrified. What does that signify?" Xia Qingshuo, feeling a surge of urgency, decided against further trivialities and revealed the truth. "This is dire, Mom. Dad is being deceived. He has encountered fraudsters." "What? Fraudsters?" Lu Wenhui was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's abrupt declaration. Yet, Upon observing Xia Qingshue's anxious demeanor, it was evident she was not jesting. Mom, the project Dad is negotiating is with a fictitious company, part of a fraudulent syndicate. If he signs the contract and pays them, he will be completely swindled. As Xia Qingxue began to explain, she simultaneously picked up the phone in an attempt to call Xia Xiong. This action startled Lu Wenhui. What? That's impossible. How could we encounter so many scammers? Where did you hear that? Lu Wenhui's inquiry caused Xia Qingxue to hesitate. After a moment's thought, she realized she couldn't simply admit to having overheard Xinfan's thoughts. Thus, Xia Qingxue resorted to a casual response. It's a classmate's family. They were swindled quite badly not long ago. Lu Wenhui, already unfamiliar with such matters, felt a wave of fear wash over her upon hearing this. Quickly, call your father back and ask him properly. At that moment, Xia Qingxue successfully connected with Xia Xiong on the phone. As soon as Xia Xiong answered, Xia Qingxue anxiously inquired, Dad, where are you? Hearing his daughter's urgent voice tightened Xia Xiong's heart, prompting him to ask, I'm on my way home. What's wrong? Is everything all right? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue felt a slight sense of relief. Everything's fine at home, Dad. Hurry back. I have important information to share with you. With that, she hung up the phone. Subsequently, Xia Qingxue and Lu Wenhui anxiously awaited Xia Xiong's return on the sofa. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xia Xiong finally walked through the door. The moment he saw Xia Qingxue, he asked, What was that all about? Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Xia Qingxue wasted no time and got straight to the point. Dad, are you negotiating a major business deal these days? Is it a project commissioned by a real estate company? Xia Xiong's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing her words. How did you know, my girl? Did your mother tell you? He had intended to share the news with her in a couple of days to surprise her. As he spoke, he walked toward his study. By the way, you all should eat without waiting for me. I'm about to have dinner with the head of Mo's group. If all goes well, we'll sign the contract right away. After speaking, he couldn't resist the urge to boast to his daughter. Once I secure this project, I will truly be a big boss. You can look forward to being a wealthy second-generation heir. Hearing her father's words, Xia Qingxue felt a wave of relief, knowing that her father had not yet invested any money. With this knowledge, everything would be manageable. She quickly began to explain, Dad, wait. You need to listen to me. That Mo's group you mentioned is nothing but a scam. Xia Qingxue's words were indeed effective, causing Xia Xiong, who was about to enter his study, to halt in his tracks. He turned around, regarding Xia Qingxue with a peculiar expression, clearly skeptical of her statement. After all, Xia Xiong had watched his daughter grow up, and in his mind, she was still a child. How could one believe the words of a child? Children should refrain from making baseless accusations. How can you ascertain that someone is a fraud? You are not even aware of what this company does. However, the subsequent words from Xia Qingxue sent a chill down Xia Xiong's spine. Chapter 52. The dream still revolves around Xun Fan. Xia Qingxue, observing her father's disbelief, recounted in detail all the matters concerning the Mo group. Dad, you must believe me. Recently, a classmate of mine fell victim to this Mo group's deceit, losing a substantial sum of money. It was truly tragic. If you doubt my words, then allow me to ask, has the Mo group not, perhaps inadvertently, revealed to you that they are among the top 10 real estate companies nationwide? Are they not presently employing various pretexts to request that you pay deposits prematurely, or enticing you to spend money on unnecessary purchases, all in an effort to curry favor? In truth, all their certificates are fabricated, mere forgeries. You simply have yet to discern the reality. Xia Qingxue exhaled as she laid bare the truth of the situation. Upon hearing her words, Xia Xiong nearly stumbled in shock. The claims made by his daughter were, for the most part, accurate. Furthermore, the dealings with the Mo group were matters he had never disclosed to anyone else. Thus, a seed of doubt began to blossom within Xia Xiong as he gazed at Xia Qingxue in disbelief. How do you know all this? Did your classmates inform you? After Xia Qingxue affirmed her claims, she proceeded to share additional detailed accounts she had gathered from Xinfan. Essentially, she explained that once the contract was signed and payment rendered, those swindlers would vanish. Xia Xiong not only stood to lose the money he had already disbursed, but would also incur penalties for breach of contract concerning materials. The technical jargon she employed sent another shiver down his spine. Moreover, Xia Xiong was now certain that Xia Qingxue's assertions were indeed correct. Finally, regaining his composure, Xia Xiong reflected upon the troubling nature of the Mo group. He even recalled that throughout their dealings, important qualifications and certifications had always been shrouded in excuses. preventing him from gaining any clarity, while alluring benefits diverted his attention. The more he pondered, the more he felt the gravity of the situation, and he drew in a sharp breath. Have I truly been deceived? He mused, uttering these words merely to deny the truth of his own gullibility. Feeling a deep sense of shame after years of navigating this industry. Seeing that her father was now in a better state of mind, Xia Qingxue quickly reassured him, Dad, you have yet to be duped, right? My classmate's family suffered immensely, and it was fortunate that I learned of this in advance. Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui, listening intently, felt a surge of anxiety and, unable to contain her emotions, turned to her husband. In that case, we must urgently contact the authorities and have them apprehend these fraudsters. Xia Xiong appeared somewhat disheartened, seated on the sofa with a sigh, subsequently waving his hand dismissively. In such circumstances, reporting to the authorities proved futile. They possessed a far greater understanding of legal matters than we did. Xia Qingxue and Lu Wenhui were equally uninformed regarding these issues, thus refraining from further comments. The mother and daughter duo soon discerned Xia Xiong's profound sense of disappointment, his expression steeped in melancholy. After all, even if Xia Xiong had not fallen prey to the scammers, he had still been deceived, which cast a shadow over his mood. In fact, reflecting on the bravado he had displayed before his daughter only moments earlier struck him as somewhat humorous. The atmosphere in the room grew decidedly somber. Xia Qingxue and her mother, Lu Wenhui, were acutely aware of Xia Xiong's turmoil. They exchanged glances, each considering offering him some words of comfort. However, just as they approached him, Xia Xiong suddenly erupted into laughter without any prior indication. This unforeseen shift startled the mother and daughter. To their astonishment, Xia Xiong, while laughing, remarked, Ha ha ha, it appears fortune is still on our side. Although that project was a sham, my daughter's timely warning has spared us a significant loss. Is this not luck? Indeed, Xia Xiong's swift adjustment of mindset was characteristic of a seasoned businessman. Upon realizing he was genuinely all right, both Xia Qingxue and Lu Wenhui breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wenhui, with a gleeful smile, added, Truly, we owe this fortunate turn of events to our little Xue. Did you not hear what he said earlier? His classmate's family not only went bankrupt, but was also left drowning in debt. It's a terrifying thought. Xia Qingxue could only chuckle at this, acknowledging that the so-called classmate was fictitious, yet the deception was indeed real. Xia Xiong approached his daughter, admiring her and showering her with praise. I always knew our daughter was my good fortune. Your contribution to our family this time has been monumental. Since we've saved on the dinner expenses for those scammers, let us treat ourselves to a family outing tonight. Upon hearing her father's words, Xia Qingxue instantly realized that dinner would undoubtedly be a lavish affair. Elated, she leapt up in celebration. Approximately half an hour later, the Xia family found themselves in a luxurious private dining room at a restaurant in the city, indulging in a feast of exquisite delicacies. Xia Qingxue savored the meal with delight, yet she also took the opportunity to remind her father, Dad, once this investment matter is behind us, what do you plan to do with that money? Xia Xiong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It was not that he lacked ideas. Rather, the saying once bitten, twice shy resonated with him. He was decidedly hesitant about haphazard investments for the time being. Recognizing her father's sentiments, Xia Qingxue suggested, Dad, do you know how to invest in stocks? I've heard that some of my classmates' families are making a fortune in the stock market. Perhaps you could consider it as well. After listening, Xia Xiong's hand trembled, nearly causing his chopsticks to clatter onto the table. He then cast a furtive glance at Lu Wenhui beside him. At that moment, Lu Wenhui was glaring at Xia Qingxue with a murderous gaze. What stocks are you trading? Are you so eager for your father to leap into the abyss? Do you even understand what trading stocks entails? It's akin to gambling. Only those who neglect their duties engage in such activities. Clearly, Lu Wenhui was resolutely against Xia Xiong trading stocks. Upon noticing Lu Wenhui's demeanor, Xia Xiong quickly averted his gaze and busied himself with his meal. Xia Qingxue, witnessing her mother's reaction, chose to remain silent, for she was still a girl without familial standing. No matter how eloquently she spoke, she could not alter her mother's convictions. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved. Nonetheless, Xia Qingxue relished the dinner, particularly feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Xin Fan. Had she not overheard Xin Fan's thoughts, she could scarcely fathom the calamities that her family might face in the future. Thus, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Xin Fan, and she slept soundly that night, her dreams filled with visions of him. Lu Wenhui, too, was in high spirits and retired early. However, Xia Xiong was different. After ensuring Lu Wenhui was fast asleep, he stealthily approached the computer desk and powered on the computer. Gazing at the stock trading software on the desktop, he chuckled to himself, reflecting, "That wretched girl nearly thwarted my grand plans during dinner. Fortunately, my stock trading endeavors remain undiscovered by my wife." He then opened the interface to scrutinize the day's earnings, only to clench his fist in frustration upon seeing the losses. Chapter 53. You said we couldn't hold hands. Is that so? To his dismay, he had incurred losses once again, yet Xia Xiong was not disheartened. Instead, he smiled in amusement. Ultimately, it mattered little, as the real estate venture had fallen through, allowing him to focus entirely on stock trading. As he contemplated his future plans, Lu Wenhui and her daughter Xia Qingxue remained oblivious to Xia Xiong's true secret, his clandestine stock trading activities. Meanwhile, after dropping Xia Qingxue off at the back gate of the community, Shun Fan hurried home, eager to explore the stock trading software following his account registration that day. He swiftly rode his bicycle home, and after dining and freshening up, he immediately opened his computer to access the trading software. Inputting his account details, he deposited 10,000 yuan into the account. Thus, the stock trading software was officially activated. While he was aware of the future market trends, he still harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding his potential profits. Considering the software's advanced capabilities, he mused, "Why not inquire about tomorrow's earnings? I have already conveyed to you the general trajectory of future stocks. Can you predict how much we might earn tomorrow?" "All right, my master, I shall commence the analysis." Beep. The optimal financial allocation plan has been determined. Invest in futures. Beep. The results are being calculated. My master, the outcome is in. The best method is futures, which, with reasonable allocation, could yield between 50, 100, 000. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan inhaled sharply. He never anticipated that this software would indeed be so formidable, capable of transforming 10, 000 into a staggering 50, 100, 000. He also had faith in the software's predictions. Reflecting on it, he felt immensely grateful for this software. If he relied solely on his own stock trading skills, even with foresight of future trends, achieving such a seamless and reasonable profit of 50, 100, 000 would be implausible. As this thought coursed through his mind, Shun Fan grew increasingly exhilarated. All that remained was to await the good news of tomorrow, which would be Monday. However, the anticipation of this promising news left Shun Fan restless, unable to sleep. After fiddling with the software for a while, he suddenly remembered those stock trading forums. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had frequently perused such forums to learn from the experiences of the masters. Now, with his newfound understanding, it was time to revisit those forums. Thus, Shun Fan opened the forum. Yet, his mood while browsing was markedly different from his previous life. The current Shun Fan exuded an air of profound mystery. Upon registering a username, he instinctively reminded himself to remain low-key. Opting for discretion, he chose the name Nameless. After naming himself, he entered the forum and perused the stock-related threads. The traders were animatedly discussing the recent fluctuations in the stock market. The enthusiasm among the traders stemmed from rumors that the government was about to implement regulations on the stock market. In the absence of clarity regarding the policy's content, the general sentiment was pessimistic, resulting in widespread panic selling. However, Shun Fan knew that the impending policy would ultimately benefit these traders. In fact, starting tomorrow, all stocks would likely rise rather than fall, heralding a new spring for the investors. Shun Fan was aware that even if he were to inform them now, they would remain skeptical. Yet, with the prospect of imminent wealth, he felt an irresistible urge to share his thoughts, primarily regarding the stock trends for tomorrow. After composing his post and submitting it to the forum, it barely stirred any reaction. Shun Fan was well aware of this outcome. For his post to gain visibility, the market would need to align with his predictions in the following days. Thus, he tinkered with his computer for a bit longer before retiring for the night. The next morning, Shun Fan, as per his routine, rose early, freshened up, and rode his bicycle directly to Master Pang's breakfast shop. However, Shun Fan noticed that there were considerably more patrons at the breakfast shop this time than usual. He was uncertain as to why this was the case. In truth, the influx of visitors from the vicinity was drawn by the rumor that a particularly beautiful couple frequented the establishment in the morning. They came to catch a glimpse of Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue's exquisite appearances. When the onlookers beheld Shun Fan's handsome visage, Their eyes lit up in admiration, confirming the tales of his striking good looks. Meanwhile, Shun Fan settled in, awaiting Xia Qingshue's arrival. At that moment, Xia Qingxue, as was her routine, had risen early to freshen up. However, when she stepped outside, Lu Wenhui refrained from urging her to have breakfast, likely due to Xia Qingshue's success the previous night in averting a familial disaster. Additionally, Lu Wenhui had seen Shun Fan, a fine young man, which contributed to her newfound openness. As long as her daughter did not act foolishly and willingly surrender herself, there was no harm in them sharing a meal and engaging in conversation. Thus, Xia Qingxue joyfully departed, meeting Shun Fan at the breakfast shop. As the couple gathered, the curious patrons gazed upon them with envious eyes. Xia Qingxue, seated across from Shun Fan, directed all her attention towards him, completely indifferent to the surrounding gazes. After their meal, Shun Fan rode his bicycle with Xia Qingxue towards the school. As they approached the school gates, Xia Qingxue suddenly requested that Shun Fan stop. Despite Shun Fan's nonchalance towards the opinions of their classmates and his desire to accompany Xia Qingxue inside, she was more concerned, knowing that the teachers monitored students as closely as parents would. When Shun Fan halted the bicycle, he looked at her, puzzled. "What's wrong? Did you forget something?" Xia Qingxue wore an embarrassed expression, glancing at the school before softly replying, "You should go in first. I'll follow afterward. Today is Monday, the official start of classes, and it would be disastrous if the teachers saw us together." Shun Fan nodded in agreement, understanding her perspective, but he also wanted to protect her, thus he consented. He intended to enter the school gate first. Just then, Xia Qingxue called out to him once more. "Wait, I have something else to say." What is it?" Shun Fan stopped and looked at her, sensing something unusual about her demeanor today. Xia Qingshue's speech became hesitant. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, avoiding his gaze. "About holding hands yesterday and the day before, that was for the rehearsal. But could we refrain from holding hands starting Monday? What if someone sees us?" Her voice was barely a whisper, yet Shun Fan heard her clearly. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, surprised at how much Xia Qingxue was overthinking the situation. Indeed, if today in school I were to hold Xia Qingshue's hand, and it were discovered by the teachers, it would certainly spell trouble. Thus, Shun Fan had never entertained the notion of holding Xia Qingshue's hand within the school premises. However, to his surprise, Xia Qingxue took the initiative to bring up the matter herself, and seeing her bashful demeanor was utterly endearing. Shun Fan, unable to resist, felt an urge to tease her a little. He halted his vehicle, feigning ignorance as he approached her, inquiring, "Huh? What did you say? Don't do what at school?" Shun Fan's overt actions only rendered Xia Qingxue more reticent, as she nervously fiddled with her fingers, wishing to repeat herself, but feeling too shy. She softly murmured 2 words, hold hands. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan was suddenly enlightened. He promptly seized Xia Qingshue's delicate hand, seemingly to demonstrate, asking her if he had understood correctly. "You said we shouldn't hold hands like this, right?" Chapter 54. My Little Snow's fragrance, initially shy and with her head bowed. Xia Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise upon their hands interlocking. The result was a dazed stare at their joined hands, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly scanned the surroundings for onlookers, attempting to free herself from Shun Fan's grasp. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shun Fan's grip remained steadfast. Ultimately, Xia Qingshuo had to use her other hand to push against Shun Fan's firm hand to extricate herself. Still, with her lips pursed, she gently nodded. "Yes, we really shouldn't do this. It would be disastrous if a teacher saw us." Shun Fan inhaled the lingering fragrance on his hand and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I know my limits. If you remain uneasy, please feel free to supervise me." Seeing Shun Fan's earnestness, Xia Qingshuo too adopted a serious demeanor, furrowing her brow as she nodded resolutely. "All right, I will keep an eye on you." It settled then. In that moment, the two unwittingly brought their hand-holding dilemma into the open, oblivious to the absurdity of their discussion. As it happened to be a Monday, the school held its customary morning assembly. Once all the classes had gathered on the playground, the director of the teaching office, dragging 2 forlorn male students behind him, approached the podium to announce a significant matter. Before the director could speak, Shun Fan exchanged a glance with Wang Xiaoming, instantly comprehending the situation. The 2 students on stage had undoubtedly been caught at an internet cafe the previous evening. Indeed, the director began, "I must report a matter concerning the school. The two students before me have shown a lack of diligence in their studies and were caught sneaking off to an internet cafe last night. They were apprehended by law enforcement and personally returned to school. Such behavior is a blatant attempt to tarnish the school's reputation, and thus, I have decided that each student shall have 6 points deducted. Moreover, tomorrow, parents will be summoned to the guidance office. Upon the conclusion of the guidance office director's announcement, a cacophony of discontent echoed throughout the school. Wang Xiaoming, feeling a wave of trepidation, turned to Shun Fan and whispered, "Shun Fan, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not intervened, it would undoubtedly be us standing on that podium today." Shun Fan nodded, recalling the harrowing experience from his previous life when he and Wang Xiaoming were publicly reprimanded. A shiver ran down his spine. "You are indeed correct. Perhaps we should frequent the internet cafe less often and allocate our time towards diligent study, striving earnestly for success." Wang Xiaoming, after contemplating this, nodded in solemn agreement. Shun Fan was well aware that in his previous life, Wang Xiaoming had attended a vocational school, often dismissed by the masses as the least desirable option. Yet, contrary to common belief, Wang Xiaoming thrived there, leveraging his eloquence to secure a position at a reputable factory, ultimately advancing to the role of factory manager, leading a remarkably prosperous life. Thus, with knowledge of Wang Xiaoming's promising future, Shun Fan refrained from further discussion on the subject. The first class was about to commence. Xia Qingxue and her female classmates entered the classroom ahead of time, taking their seats. Only then did Shun Fan arrive, albeit fashionably late. Upon entering, Xia Qingxue instinctively sensed Shun Fan's presence and glanced up at him, a habit that had seemingly become second nature. After meeting his gaze, she hurriedly averted her eyes. Shun Fan, having noticed her reaction, felt a surge of competitive spirit and proceeded to his seat. As was his custom, he pretended to organize the books on his desk before feigning to rummage through his backpack, leaning slightly to catch a whiff of Xia Qingxue's signature fragrance. Silently, he conveyed to her, "My dear, after a 2-day break, we can finally sit together again. Ah, how delightful. My little Xue still carries that enchanting scent. I can never get enough. My love, I shall be seated now. Please inch closer to me. The distance makes my heart uneasy." Upon hearing Shun Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue couldn't help but cast him a discreet glare. Just 2 minutes before class commenced, Meiling turned to Xia Qingxue, her expression fraught with anxiety. "What should we do?" "Xue, there's a math test coming up. What if we perform poorly?" Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated in shock, drenched in cold sweat at Meiling's words. "What? A test is imminent." And I was unaware. Since she began to hear Shun Fan's thoughts, she had been utterly captivated by him, completely forgetting the math teacher's announcement regarding the exam. It was only after a brief moment that the reality of the situation dawned upon her, and she began to wear a frown of dismay as she faced the impending challenge. The reason is simple: I am not proficient in mathematics. Furthermore, last week, due to Shun Fan's influence, I managed to put on a show. Although I basked in the admiration of my classmates at that moment, I am well aware of my own limitations. If I were to perform poorly in the upcoming exam, wouldn't my true self be revealed? With this thought, Xia Qingxue suddenly lost all interest in listening to Shun Fan's musings. However, what is meant to come will eventually arrive. Shortly after, the class bell rang, and the math teacher entered the classroom, clutching a hefty stack of papers. She began to announce, "Class, as we discussed last week, we will conduct a small test during these 2 periods. Let us distribute the papers." As the papers were passed around, when they reached Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue, Shun Fan noticed that although Xia Qingxue appeared somewhat troubled about the math exam, her demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness the moment the paper was in her hands. Observing her focused expression, Shun Fan was suddenly reminded of a saying: "A man's serious demeanor is the most handsome, but truly, a woman's earnestness can be equally beautiful." Shun Fan then redirected his gaze back to the paper. Although he had completed it in his previous life and had listened to the teacher's explanations afterward, his memory could not retain such detailed information. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. The novice gift pack included a study card. Yes, he had yet to utilize that card. Now seemed the perfect moment. After contemplating, Shun Fan summoned the system interface in his mind and confirmed that the study card was indeed resting quietly in his inventory. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to use the card. In an instant, the card vanished, and Shun Fan felt a refreshing coolness, as if a spring of clear water had been poured over him. As he began to ponder various problems, everything felt clearer than before. In addition, every fragment of knowledge from his previous life regarding studies resurfaced. Xin Fan's heart swelled with joy as he glanced at the math paper. Realizing not only did he remember how to solve the problems, but he had also learned various methods to tackle them. The study card had endowed him with such remarkable abilities. At that moment, Xin Fan could hardly contain his excitement and felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and exclaim with joy. However, he restrained himself and picked up his pen, diligently beginning to work through the problems. Xia Qingxue found Xin Fan's studious behavior rather unusual. Consequently, she instinctively turned her head to glance at him. This brief look left her momentarily speechless. Chapter 55. A peculiar scene unfolded before Xia Qingxue's eyes as she beheld Xin Fan earnestly engrossed in solving problems. Instantly, she found herself captivated, recalling the saying that a boy appears most handsome when he is serious. It seemed that this adage held truth. If Xin Fan could dedicate himself so fervently to his work, what reason did she have to be less diligent? With this thought, Xia Qingxue redirected her focus entirely to the examination. Time slipped away unnoticed. After a considerable period of concentration, Xia Qingxue finally paused her efforts. Through her diligence, only the final, major question remained unanswered. However, this particular question posed the greatest challenge for her. In her moment of exasperation, she inadvertently cast her gaze towards Xin Fan's paper. To her astonishment, she noticed that he was just about to complete the last significant problem. Xia Qingxue could hardly believe her eyes. Xin Fan was on the verge of finishing the entire exam, and upon calculating the time, she realized he had taken less than 30 minutes. This was astonishingly swift. Moreover, the neatness of his handwriting led her to an inexplicable conviction that his answers must be correct. Coupled with his previous performance in mathematics class, Xia Qingxue was increasingly convinced of his competence. It dawned on her that a hidden genius resided beside her, and remarkably, this genius harbored feelings for her, which she reciprocated. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Xin Fan abruptly stood up, taking his paper and striding towards the podium. Xia Qingxue's heart raced, her pupils dilating in surprise. Was he truly submitting his exam? Was he not even going to review his answers? The teacher had emphasized the importance of utilizing the 2 class periods for the test. Not only was Xia Qingxue astonished, but the entire class turned to watch Xin Fan. However, they could not see his paper and assumed he was resigning himself to failure, handing in a blank sheet. A ripple of muffled laughter spread through the room. Some anxious students found their spirits inexplicably lifted, reassured by the notion that with Xin Fan at the bottom, they were surely not the last. At this moment, Xin Fan reached the podium, disregarding the whispers around him, and neatly placed his paper on the desk. Then, amidst countless gazes, he turned and strode out with an air of nonchalance. Impressive, Xin Fan was indeed remarkable, daring to approach the mathematics teacher's exam with such audacity. After all, he was already at the bottom. No matter how hard he tried, he would remain there. Thus, submitting a blank paper seemed a better option. With Xin Fan being the first to submit, the rest of the class thought they could follow suit in 10 minutes and then enjoy themselves. It made perfect sense. A casual attempt would surely yield a score higher than what Xin Fan would achieve. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue continued to gaze at Xin Fan's departing figure, lost in contemplation, seemingly attuned to the murmurs of her classmates. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze to the daunting questions on the paper that she could not answer. After an indeterminate period of internal struggle, Xia Qingxue's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. She silently resolved, indeed, inability is simply inability. Even if she were to sit here until the very last moment, the answers would remain beyond her grasp. Now that she recognized it, Xin Fan was undoubtedly the true expert. Perhaps it would be better to submit her paper now and seek out Xin Fan, allowing him to tutor her in mathematics. He surely would, wouldn't he? She recalled his heartfelt promise during the chorus rehearsals, expressing his desire to assist her in attending the same university. With this thought, Xia Qingxue finally made up her mind. After carelessly attempting 2 substantial problems, she set her pen down and stood up. Without lifting her head, she grasped her paper and walked forward. Her classmates were equally astonished at Xia Qingxue being the second to submit her paper. Being from the same class, they were well acquainted with one another. In the past, it would have been unthinkable for Xia Qingxue to submit her paper so early. She was known for her meticulous examination of the questions and repeated attempts at solving them. She would only submit her paper when the teacher urged the class to do so. But what was going on with Xia Qingxue today? She appeared even more anxious than Xin Fan. As some classmates recalled the moments shared between Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan during the chorus rehearsals of the previous days, a sudden understanding seemed to dawn upon them. At that moment, Xia Qingxue had already approached the teacher's desk with her paper in hand. First, she glanced down at Xin Fan's paper, which was densely covered with neat, orderly handwriting. Strangely, his handsome face and tall, slender figure flashed through her mind. With this thought, Xia Qingxue gently placed her paper atop Xin Fan's. However, the image of his tall, lean silhouette lingered in her mind, and she felt a peculiar sensation as if her paper rested upon him, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Yet, feigning composure, Xia Qingxue quickly chastised herself. Xia Qingxue, when did your thoughts stray so far? Stop it. You must control yourself and have faith in your abilities. At last, Xia Qingxue reined in her errant thoughts. She lightly pressed her hands upon her paper and was about to turn away when her pupils dilated. Wait, why did I press my hand down on the paper? The thought triggered a bizarre image in her mind, leaving her embarrassed as she hastily lowered her head and rushed out of the classroom. Once outside the teaching building, a refreshing breeze swept over her, bringing clarity to her thoughts. She then began to search for Xin Fan. Soon, Xin Fan spotted Xia Qingxue on the basketball court. Without uttering a word, she approached him directly. At that moment, Xin Fan was oblivious to the fact that Xia Qingxue had submitted her exam early. He was searching for anyone playing basketball, only to find the court completely deserted. Strangely, the entire playground and surrounding areas were enveloped in an unusual silence, save for the teaching building. As Xin Fan pondered what to do next, he turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Qingxue walking in his direction. Could it be that she had submitted her paper early just to find him? Regardless of her intentions, the thought warmed his heart. He hadn't anticipated such a swift opportunity for solitude with her. It seemed that love could not be hindered. However, Xin Fan remained cautious and glanced around to ensure no one, including teachers, was observing them. After confirming their privacy, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his position was perfectly shielded from view by the side of the teaching building. Subsequently, Xin Fan deliberately struck a captivating pose, awaiting Xia Qingxue's approach. As she drew nearer, Xia Qingxue suddenly noticed how striking Xin Fan appeared. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, and the sunlight accentuated his charm and confidence, utterly captivating her, to the extent that she forgot the words she had planned to say. Chapter 56. Fighting, Fighting, Fighting? Xia Qingxue, enchanted by Xin Fan, stood before him, her lips pressed together and a smile illuminating her face. Xin Fan, too, was drawn in by her adorable expression. Yet, to spare her any embarrassment, he chose to initiate the conversation. What brings you out so early? I remember you used to be the last one to submit your paper. Yes. Xia Qingxue nodded before her expression turned serious, her gaze dropping as she fell into a moment of contemplation. The reason I submitted early is that I realized what my classmates said made a lot of sense. If you don't understand it, you simply don't. No amount of extra time spent will change that. My habit of being the last to submit stemmed from the belief that perhaps with more thought or another attempt, I might grasp it. But in math class, I never truly listened. So no matter how much I practiced, I still couldn't get it right. Xin Fan nodded in agreement, reflecting on his own past experiences and acknowledging the validity of her words. After she finished speaking, Xia Qingxue lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling with admiration. But I've noticed how impressive you are, finishing the exam so quickly and seemingly answering everything correctly. Sometimes, I wonder if you're a hidden genius. Xin Fan could discern that Xia Qingxue's admiration was genuine and heartfelt. With a gentle smile, Xin Fan reached out and affectionately patted Xia Qingxue's small head. When his hand rested upon her hair, the innocent girl instinctively recoiled, though it merely manifested as a brief closing of her eyes and a slight tensing of her body. Then, Xin Fan spoke, Xia Qingxue, please do not doubt my abilities next time. A single exam paper is truly trivial for me. His candid admission only deepened Xia Qingxue's admiration for him. She longed to directly request that Xin Fan tutor her in mathematics. Yet for some inexplicable reason, those words remained lodged in her throat. However, Xin Fan, a man of vast experience, discerned her unspoken thoughts through the glimmer in her eyes. Understanding the delicate nature of her predicament, he resolved not to put her in an awkward position. Thus, he looked directly at her and continued, So, Xia Qingxue, as classmates and friends, if you don't mind, I can assist you with your studies. Really? Xia Qingxue could scarcely believe her ears at Shun Fan's words. Once she comprehended the offer, joy surged within her. Not only would she have someone to help her with mathematics, but that someone was Shun Fan himself. Overwhelmed with excitement, she clapped her small hands together. Yes, that is wonderful. I'm willing, of course, and I will certainly put in the effort, she declared, raising her small fist in determination. Shun Fan nodded in approval. I believe in you. After all, you are already among the top 50 students in the school. With your current foundation, a little diligence will surely allow you to catch up. At this point, both felt a surge of exhilaration, unconsciously inching closer together. As they drew near, their gazes locked, and it seemed they could perceive a flicker of shared ambition in each other's eyes. At that time, your grades will undoubtedly place you in the top 10 or even the top 5 of the school. We can apply to the same university together, shall we? Xia Qingxue, captivated by Shun Fan's earnestness, felt her excitement swell with every word. When he posed the question, she nodded vigorously without hesitation. Yes, definitely. We will attend the same university in the future. Thus, they leaned even closer, their breaths mingling in the air. Suddenly, Xia Qingxue realized the impropriety of the moment. After all, they were at school. She quickly lowered her head and took a step back. However, Shun Fan's demeanor shifted to one of solemn seriousness as he addressed her again. Xia Qingxue, given this, we must make the most of every spare moment to focus on your mathematics tutoring. Time is of the essence in our final year. We cannot afford to waste it. Xia Qingxue, gazing into Shun Fan's suddenly serious eyes, recognized the wisdom in his words and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Xia Qingxue continued to listen intently. For instance, during breakfast in the morning and the midday break, including the second evening study session, these were all our free moments, entirely suitable for supplementary mathematics tutoring. As Shun Fan spoke, Xia Qingxue envisioned each time segment spent diligently solving problems alongside him. However, a nagging feeling of discontent lingered in her mind. Wouldn't that mean she could be with Shun Fan day in and day out? She could even hear his innermost thoughts. As this realization dawned upon her, a slight blush crept onto Xia Qingxue's face. Yet, while she pondered with her head lowered, she was unaware that Shun Fan had leaned in, gently bringing his face closer. In a teasing tone reminiscent of an older brother next door, he remarked, Xia Qingxue, it seems you've drifted off in thought. Startled, Xia Qingxue abruptly lifted her head, taken aback by the proximity of Shun Fan's gaze. It was true that her mind had wandered, and the thoughts she entertained were certainly not suitable for sharing. Shun Fan then adopted a more serious demeanor. It appears that Xia Qingxue enjoys daydreaming. After all, we are privately studying here. Without rewards or penalties, I doubt you would find any motivation. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at Shun Fan. She had never imagined that he would consider implementing a system of rewards and punishments. Curiosity piqued, she blurted out, rewards and penalties? What would the rewards be? How would the penalties work? Shun Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully before breaking into a satisfied smile. As for the rewards, there is no need to inquire further. Once you demonstrate progress in your studies, you may request any reward you desire. Xia Qingxue's eyes sparkled with interest, although Shun Fan had not specified the rewards. The mere notion was enticing. However, the subsequent words from Shun Fan made her feel as though she wished to disappear into the ground. After finishing his statement with a smirk, he continued with an air of confidence. The rewards are set, but the penalties must not be too lenient. Otherwise, they serve no purpose in motivating you. Logically, Xia Qingxue would have agreed with Shun Fan's assertion. Yet, as he continued, an unsettling feeling grew within her. Shun Fan elaborated. Thus, I have already devised a penalty. After reviewing with you for a period, I will conduct a small test. Should you fail, the consequence will be a slap on the thigh. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Xia Qingxue felt as though time had frozen, momentarily caught in disbelief. It wasn't that she hadn't heard him. Rather, her mind struggled to process the words. Until the next moment, Xia Qingxue reacted as though she had stepped on a tail, exclaiming in shock, Huh? Chapter 57. The temptation of breaking the rules. Upon hearing Shun Fan's suggestion of a punishment, Xia Qingxue instinctively took a step back. You can't be serious about this punishment. Can you? She stammered. What does it entail? Is it merely standing there, or perhaps lying across a stool? More importantly, where would this occur? Surely, it wouldn't be in front of the entire class? Or would we sneak away to a secluded spot? As these thoughts raced through her mind, bizarre images flooded her imagination. causing her expression to sour significantly. Perhaps it's best to avoid this altogether, she concluded. Xin Fan, however, appeared quite pleased with her reaction, nodding in approval. If it's to be a punishment, it ought to be substantial, otherwise, it holds no value. Nevertheless, I have faith in your learning capabilities. You're unlikely to face any punishment at all. With that, Xin Fan swiftly redirected the conversation, stating earnestly, I believe our primary focus should now be to find a tranquil location to meticulously craft an unwavering study plan. Xia Qingxue, inspired by Xin Fan's earnest demeanor, nodded and began scanning their surroundings. Xin Fan followed suit, and together they surveyed the area until their gazes settled on a distant grove of trees. In an instant, both of their pupils dilated, particularly Xia Qingxue's. The two were quite familiar with that grove, as it had been the site where Wang Xiaoming and Meiling had previously studied endangered species. Xia Qingxue recalled the awkwardness that had ensued after her slip of the tongue that Sunday, causing an uncomfortable atmosphere among the four of them. The mere thought caused her lips to twitch in irritation. What troubled her most was the peculiar imagery that resurfaced in her mind upon seeing the grove. Her cheeks flushed crimson, amplifying her embarrassment. It wasn't just Xia Qingxue. Xin Fan too felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Ultimately, it was Xia Qingxue who averted her gaze first, clearing her throat lightly as her mind raced to devise a way to avoid the grove. We absolutely cannot go there. After all, this is school, and it's a Monday. If a teacher were to discover us, it would lead to a significant misunderstanding. In a moment of clarity, an idea sparked in her mind. Xin Fan, to express my gratitude for your tutoring, allow me to treat you to some corn-flavored ice cream. It's my absolute favorite. It's simply delightful. Come, let us head to the shop. Sure, that sounds great, Xin Fan replied, secretly relieved at the change of topic. As they strolled towards the shop, discussing their future tutoring plans, the earlier embarrassment faded, replaced by a focused seriousness regarding their studies. Unbeknownst to them, they walked side by side into the shop, their study goals and all pertinent details slowly taking shape. The delightful presence of Xia Qingxue brought joy not only to herself, but also to Xin Fan. As the duo stepped into the shop, Xin Fan waved to the proprietor. Boss, I would like 2 corn-flavored ice creams, please. The owner of the shop was well-liked, always wearing a smile and endearing himself to the students. At that moment, he was seated, engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue's arrival, he rose to greet them. Yet, to their surprise, he stood frozen. His gaze transfixed on a spot between Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue, utterly motionless. This unusual behavior immediately piqued the curiosity of both Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue. They were puzzled about what had captured the owner's attention. Following his line of sight, they turned to look at each other and were equally taken aback. Unbeknownst to them, they had been walking side by side, with Xia Qingxue's delicate hand firmly held in Xin Fan's. Indeed, their hands were intertwined, and Xia Qingxue found herself in a state of bewilderment as she stared at their clasped hands, unable to recall when it had happened. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Earlier that morning, she and Xin Fan had made a pact outside the school gate. After Monday, they were not to hold hands on campus. Xin Fan had even asked her to keep an eye on him, and she had promised with utmost sincerity. Yet, astonishingly, less than half a day had passed, and they had already broken their vow. What on earth was happening? However, both soon regained their composure and swiftly withdrew their hands, instinctively taking a small step away from one another to create some distance. They then glanced up at the owner, offering awkward smiles. The proprietor, equally embarrassed, recognized both Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue, particularly Xin Fan. Yet, he was clueless as to when they had become a pair. Nevertheless, he understood the rules of the school and decided to feign ignorance. With a sheepish smile, he redirected the conversation. What kind of ice cream would you like? Feel free to help yourselves. At this point, there was little left for Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue to say. Without concern for whether they chose corn or potato flavors, they selected their ice creams, paid, and hastily exited the shop without a backward glance. Following this incident, both Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue were determined to be more cautious. Xia Qingxue, though silent, maintained a deliberate distance of approximately 45 centimeters from Xin Fan. Indeed, throughout the morning, they adhered to their unspoken agreement, and nothing untoward occurred. By noon, Xin Fan's intention of sharing a meal with Xia Qingxue at the same table had also evaporated. In the cafeteria, everything remained as it once was. Xia Qingxue and Meiling sat at a table, engaged in lively conversation and laughter while Shun Fan occupied a nearby table with Wang Xiaoming, who incessantly spoke of Miling. However, Shun Fan consumed his meal quickly, for he had previously arranged with Xia Qingxue to utilize the lunch break for supplementary lessons. Soon, both Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue arrived at the classroom, which was nearly empty at that moment. Upon returning to his seat, Shun Fan's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and seriousness. He then turned to Xia Qingxue and calmly stated, "Let us begin." When Xia Qingxue turned to face Shun Fan, she was momentarily taken aback by his earnest expression, instantly captivated by his charm. Without uttering another word, she quietly retrieved a mathematics paper from her desk. This paper was riddled with problems she couldn't solve. Many answers were hastily scribbled. Xia Qingxue hoped that Shun Fan would first elucidate the questions she struggled with. However, as Shun Fan took the paper and examined it, his brow furrowed in dismay. My goodness, he thought, there are hardly any correct answers on this entire sheet. It dawned on him just how weak Xia Qingxue's mathematics skills truly were. Unable to bear the sight, he slowly closed his eyes and exhaled gently. Then, he reached into the desk drawer, and when he withdrew his hand, he held a slender wooden stick over a foot long. It appeared to have been meticulously crafted. Its bark completely stripped away, revealing a fresh, pristine surface. Upon seeing the stick, Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated, and she recalled Shun Fan's earlier mention of using a switch. Was this stick, then, a teaching rod? Realization struck her, and she nearly leapt from her seat as if her tail had been stepped on. Chapter 58. You look so handsome when you study earnestly. Xia Qingxue was startled by the sight of the teaching rod in Shun Fan's hand. Pointing at it, she stammered. Why you can't be serious. You wouldn't strike me now, would you? Shun Fan couldn't help but find amusement in Xia Qingxue's frightened expression, her face pale. Yet, to spare her from any lasting anxiety, he spoke candidly. Of course, I'm not going to strike you now. It's just that I can see from this paper that you have made far too many mistakes. Your foundation is weaker than I had anticipated. So, I prepared this teaching rod as a sort of deterrent. Upon hearing Shun Fan's explanation, Xia Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. However, his subsequent words tightened her chest once more. But, Xia Qingxue, if you fail the small test we discussed, I shall show no mercy. Hearing Shun Fan's unyielding declaration, Xia Qingxue pouted, feeling a twinge of regret for having sought his assistance. However, these were merely fleeting interludes. When it came time to be serious, Xia Qingxue exhibited no hesitation. Shun Fan, too, set aside all distractions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to elucidating each problem for her. Given Shun Fan's current comprehension abilities and problem-solving methods, there was no doubt he could articulate the concepts to Xia Qingxue with clarity. As he was explaining a problem, Xia Qingxue instinctively lifted her gaze to observe Shun Fan's face. This glance proved to be captivating. Shun Fan's handsome features appeared exceptionally earnest, particularly as he furrowed his brow, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. In that moment, Xia Qingxue realized that it was this very earnest man who was striving for her benefit, and she felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. Shun Fan continued to explain diligently, while Xia Qingxue listened attentively, only feeling a sense of relief as the class approached. However, after they collected the test papers, Xia Qingxue heard Shun Fan casually remark, "We'll continue tonight." A wave of bittersweet frustration washed over her, her lips forming a slight pout. Yet, as she lowered her head, concealing her face behind her hair, a sweet smile involuntarily emerged. During the afternoon class, both of them maintained their focus. It was essential for Shun Fan to take time to recall the lessons from his previous life. Soon, the second evening study session arrived, and they adhered to their previous agreement, dedicating the entire period to Xia Qingxue's mathematics tutoring. Shun Fan remained as earnest as ever, while Xia Qingxue reveled in her blissful state. In fact, even after the evening study session concluded and it was time to return home, Xia Qingxue felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire for more. Perhaps they had lingered a bit too long, as their classmates had already departed when Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue finally exited the classroom building. However, upon stepping outside, Xia Qingxue discovered Shun Fan was nowhere to be found. As she searched for him, she spotted Shun Fan riding his bicycle, holding a corn-flavored ice cream. As he approached her side, he handed her the ice cream and, with a quick toss of his head, said, "Come on, get on." Xia Qingxue realized that Shun Fan's earlier disappearance had been to procure ice cream for her, and it was, quite delightfully, her favorite corn flavor. gazing at the ice cream. Her heart swelled with joy. She had not anticipated that Shun Fan remembered her preference. Overwhelmed with happiness, she instinctively pressed her lips together, but, fearing Shun Fan might notice her expression, she gradually lowered her head. This made her action of accepting the ice cream somewhat bashful. Observing Xia Qingshue's adorable demeanor, Shun Fan couldn't help but reach out to gently pat her head. Considering your dedication to studying today, this is your reward. Now, let's get on the bike and enjoy it as we ride. Under the overwhelming wave of happiness, Xia Qingxue found herself less resistant to Shun Fan's affectionate gesture. Instead, she hopped directly onto the car, enjoying her ice cream while defiantly arguing. Who says I only take today seriously? In fact, I dedicate myself to my studies every single day. As Xia Qingxue retorted to Shun Fan, her little feet kept bouncing playfully. Her adorable demeanor even captivated passers-by. Shun Fan escorted Xia Qingxue home along the familiar streets, with the same streetlights illuminating their path. He found himself involuntarily slowing down, relishing this delightful moment. At that point, Xia Qingxue had finished her ice cream and gazed happily at Shun Fan's silhouette, prompting her to speak up. Shun Fan, can we always be like this? Hearing her, Shun Fan glanced sideways, noticing that Xia Qingshue's shadow under the streetlight seemed to be gazing up at him. A smile crept onto his lips as he gently inquired, "What?" Xia Qingxue turned her gaze into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about Shun Fan's earnestness during class. "You were always so serious. I find you incredibly handsome when you study diligently." Shun Fan silently chuckled, mistakenly thinking Xia Qingxue was referring to her desire for him to buy her ice cream every evening after school. Realizing the truth, he simply replied, "All right." Before long, Shun Fan had escorted Xia Qingxue to the back entrance of her community. As she approached the corner of the building, she waved goodbye to him, then skipped away humming a tune, heading home. Meanwhile, her mother, Lu Wenhui, was in high spirits, pleased that her daughter had helped mitigate the family's financial losses. It appeared that Xia Qingxue was growing up, and it was time for her to learn to handle certain matters independently. The first issue at hand was the relationship between Xia Qingxue and Shun Fan. Thus, Lu Wenhui resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with her daughter that evening to uncover her true feelings. Lu Wenhui was well prepared for the discussion. When Xia Qingxue returned home, brimming with joy, Lu Wenhui approached her with a fond smile. "Welcome back, dear. But why are you so late today?" "Mom, I missed you," Xia Qingxue replied at first, then remembered her tutoring session. "Oh right, I had extra classes today, so I was a bit late." "Extra classes? Who's tutoring you?" Lu Wenhui asked, puzzled, as she hadn't heard anything about it from the teachers. By then, Xia Qingxue had changed into her comfortable clothes and slippers, and she approached Lu Wenhui with a proud expression. "It's Shun Fan from my class, the one I told you about, my deskmate. He is incredibly talented, absolutely unbeatable." As Xia Qingxue spoke, her excitement became palpable, her hands gesturing animatedly. However, Lu Wenhui felt a slight headache at her daughter's exuberant praise for Shun Fan. She reached out to gently grasp Xia Qingxue's flailing arms, quickly saying, all right, I've already heard enough about him." After Lu Wenhui finished speaking, she sat down in front of her daughter and added with an air of mystery, "So, Shun Fan is giving you extra lessons? It seems he holds you in high regard." Hearing this, Xia Qingxue instantly recalled the delightful moments she had spent with Shun Fan earlier that day, and a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Of course, we are friends, and we are still desk mates." Lu Wenhui, noticing the smile on Xia Qingxue's face, seized the opportunity to press further. "I doubt that's all there is to it. He treats you so well. Could it be that he has feelings for you?" Chapter 59. To capture a man's heart. First, capture his stomach. Upon hearing her mother's words, Xia Qingxue felt as though she had inadvertently revealed something. She quickly wiped the blissful smile off her face and vehemently denied it. No, we are just good friends." Although she spoke those words, her eyes betrayed her true feelings, which Lu Wenhui could easily discern. Observing Xia Qingxue's evasive glances, Lu Wenhui realized her previous suspicions were indeed correct. Approaching Xia Qingxue like an old confidant, Lu Wenhui gently inquired, "What is the matter? Have you not been honest with your mother? Did we not agree to share the truth with one another? Do you no longer consider me your good friend?" With that, Lu Wenhui began to extol Shun Fan's virtues. "Honestly, I find Shun Fan to be quite a remarkable young man, tall, handsome, and exceptionally considerate. Especially when you were nearly hit by that bicycle. He willingly put himself in harm's way to protect you. refusing to let anything happen to you. What a blessing it would be to have a boyfriend like that. As Lu Wenhui spoke, Xia Qingxue recalled the myriad moments of the past few days. Indeed, aside from teasing her in her thoughts, Shun Fan was genuinely attentive in reality. Embracing a cushion, Xia Qingxue began to reminisce. However, as she pondered, an unsettling thought struck her. Her mother had mentioned that Shun Fan would rather be hurt himself than let anything happen to her. Wasn't that after breakfast? How could her mother possibly know? Had she been following them? Realizing this, Xia Qingxue sat up straight, her heart pounding. Could it be that she had inadvertently exposed her feelings? Lu Wenhui had, by now, discerned her daughter's sentiments. The two had begun to open their hearts to one another. Seizing the moment, Lu Wenhui continued their conversation as if they were true friends. Encountering such a wonderful young man, I think you must have feelings for him, don't you? If you don't like him, then it suggests something might be amiss with either your heart or your mind. With that simple yet profound statement, Xia Qingxue could no longer keep her feelings hidden and finally opened her heart. Although she tacitly acknowledged her affections, she was no fool. She understood the answer her mother sought. Thus, Xia Qingxue solemnly declared, "In truth, it is merely affection. After all, we are still students, and our primary focus should be on our studies." Lu Wenhui, upon hearing these words, nodded in satisfaction. "I harbor no objections to my daughter liking such a boy. I merely fear it may impede her academic pursuits. It appears, however, that my concerns were unfounded, as I firmly believe you can manage your own affairs." At this juncture, Xia Qingxue and her mother, Lu Wenhui, had thoroughly expressed their thoughts. Xia Qingxue then began to speak animatedly. "Mom, you have no idea. Today, Shin Fan and I have decided to apply to the same university. However, I struggle with mathematics, which is why Shin Fan is tutoring me." "I see." Lu Wenhui nodded in approval. "Since both of you are so ambitious, I feel much more at ease. Are you two still planning to visit the breakfast shop tomorrow morning?" "Yes." Having shared everything, Xia Qingxue instinctively nodded. However, upon answering, she suddenly felt a twinge of unease. How did her mother know that she and Shin Fan frequented the breakfast shop daily? Once she realized this, Xia Qingxue understood she had inadvertently let slip too much information. Nevertheless, it was too late. Xia Qingxue could only pout adorably, burying her face deeper into the pillow. Seeing Xia Qingxue concede, Lu Wenhui said nothing further but made a decision. "Since Shun Fan dedicates his personal time to tutor you, it is only fitting that you treat him to breakfast. Dear, I hope these past few days' breakfasts weren't all paid for by Shin Fan, were they?" With her head still buried in the pillow, Xia Qingxue nodded helplessly. "When I was about to pay, he insisted I let him treat me next month." In truth, Xia Qingxue intended to pay for breakfast, but Shin Fan had outright refused. Yet, she instinctively wanted to insist, though the thought of a little girl arguing with Shin Fan over who should pay made her feel embarrassed. Moreover, when Shin Fan had firmly rejected her offer, his voice was so loud that they quickly became the center of attention in the breakfast shop, prompting Xia Qingxue to wish for a swift exit. Later, when they were alone, Xia Qingxue attempted to slip the money to Shin Fan, only to have him mistakenly think she was trying to get closer to him. In that moment, Shun Fan's actions made Xia Qingxue feel like a sheepish little lamb. However, upon hearing this, Lu Wenhui exclaimed in disbelief at her daughter's naivety and then said earnestly, "That simply won't do. He tutors you, and you shouldn't let him bear the expenses. That's not how one should conduct themselves." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue sensed the gravity of the situation and felt as though she were being steered by her mother's authority. She quickly lifted her head, eager to divert the conversation. "Mom, I understand my mistake. From now on, I will pay for everything." After hearing this, Lu Wenhui felt a surge of irritation and gently tapped Xia Qingxue on the head. "You silly girl, do you think you are wealthy? Moreover, when in the presence of a boy you admire, you must strive to present yourself in a favorable light. At the very least, he should recognize that you possess the wisdom of frugality and the ability to manage a household." Manage a household? Xia Qingxue swallowed hard, rendered speechless. They had yet to declare their relationship, and here they were, already contemplating domestic life. Yet, what truly overwhelmed Xia Qingxue was what came next. With a decisive slap of her thigh, her mother Lu Wenhui declared, "A meal at the breakfast shop must cost several dollars, at the very least. How about this? I'll prepare breakfast for you two in the morning, and you can take it to school to share with Shin Fan." Upon hearing these words, Xia Qingxue felt as if she had turned to stone. After so many years of schooling, She had never witnessed a handful of students bringing breakfast to school. Even those who ate on the way seldom did so. The mere thought of it was embarrassing. She would rather go hungry than partake in such a scenario. Mom, really? There's no need for that. If so, I might as well tell him we should just eat at home. Lu Wenhui shot her a disapproving glance. Dear, you fail to grasp the essence of this. Not only does this demonstrate your thriftiness, but there's an even greater advantage. Xia Qingshue's eyes lit up as she perked up her ears, listening intently. For the next few days, I will prepare breakfast for you too. Once Xin Fan becomes accustomed to enjoying your home-cooked meals daily, I will teach you how to make breakfast yourself. You can serve him your creations, allowing him to savor your culinary skills. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue envisioned herself as a food blogger, creating dishes that were not only delicious but visually appealing, leaving Xin Fan longing for more. However, she vigorously shook her head and promptly declined. No, Mom. You know I've never cooked breakfast before. It certainly won't taste good. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenhui nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. It was my responsibility that you never learned to make breakfast. However, from now on, you will join me each morning to learn the craft. With my guidance, you will surely excel. Xia Qingxue was rendered speechless. What was happening? During the day, Xin Fan had earnestly arranged their future tutoring sessions, and now, in the evening, her mother was similarly serious about planning her mornings. It felt as though she was unwittingly ensnared in a series of constraints. Mom, please, I really don't enjoy cooking. No, starting tomorrow, you will learn. My daughter will surely be the best. Haven't you heard the saying? To capture a man's heart, one must first captivate his stomach. As Xia Qingxue hesitated, she ultimately nodded in uncertainty. All right, I'll give it a try. Meanwhile, Xin Fan, after seeing Xia Qingxue off, felt an overwhelming urge to return home, primarily to check how much money the software had generated for him. Upon arriving home, Xin Fan hurried to his computer, filled with excitement as he powered it on. He closed his eyes momentarily while softly murmuring to himself. Only after fully launching the stock trading software did he open his eyes wide. In the top left corner of the software window, his account balance was displayed. The first thing Xin Fan saw upon opening his eyes was a plethora of zeros followed by an 8. His pupils constricted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Although he had excellent mathematical skills, he still approached the numbers with the meticulousness of a child, carefully extending his finger to count the zeros one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, and finally, upon reaching 100,000, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. He silently grinned and clapped his hands in delight. This is amazing. Just as the software indicated, I earned 800,000 in a single day of futures trading. With such a trajectory, it appeared that his wealth would multiply exponentially like a snowball rolling downhill. His parents would no longer need to toil for a living, and he could indulge in lavish meals with Xia Qingxue daily. What a splendid prospect! As Xin Fan gazed at the figure of 800,000, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. However, having lived a previous life, he quickly regained his composure despite the initial euphoria. Although he had never amassed such wealth before, he had handled considerable transactions in his previous job. The real dilemma now was how to convey to his parents that he had earned such a substantial amount. Indeed, the first thought that crossed Xin Fan's mind was to inform his parents, rather than keeping it a secret. After all, his primary motivation for making money was to spare them from the burdens of labor. However, he could not simply spring the news on them that he had dabbled in stock trading and earned 800,000 overnight. There were far too many inconsistencies that would complicate the explanation. Next, Xin Fan transferred 100,000 from his account to his bank card, shut down the computer, and fell into a contemplative silence. It wasn't until his mother, Yang Shuhua, called him for dinner that he devised a compromise. He resolved to subtly stir his parents' emotions beforehand. With this determination, Xin Fan sat at the dining table, maintaining an air of silence that suggested he was troubled. Naturally, Xin Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua noticed their son's unusual demeanor but chose not to comment. Just as the couple lifted their bowls to eat, Xin Fan quietly spoke up. Mom, Dad, I need to tell you something. The two individuals who had initially been attentive to Xin Fan inexplicably sensed that what he was about to share might not bode well. Consequently, they ceased their activities and directed their gaze towards him. However, just as they awaited his revelation, Xin Fan unexpectedly declared, "Never mind, let's not discuss it now. Please, enjoy your meal first. We shall converse afterward." Instantly, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Xin Fan's statement, rather than alleviating their concerns, only deepened the gloom felt by Shun Jiangwo and his companion. What a jest! You present a somber demeanor and indicate that you have something significant to discuss. Yet you wish for us to dine first? Under such circumstances, who could possibly find their appetite? Shun Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua were momentarily taken aback, staring at Xin Fan, who was engrossed in his meal. After a brief pause, Yang Shuhua could no longer contain herself. With a resounding thud, she placed her bowl and chopsticks on the table. Pray tell, what is it that you must share? Have you landed yourself in trouble at school again? How are we expected to eat under such conditions? Yet, as soon as Yang Shuhua uttered her question, she noticed that Shun Jiangwo had already picked up his bowl and chopsticks, intent on eating. This only intensified Yang Shuhua's frustration as she seized Shun Jiangwo's utensils. Are you not concerned? Your son just said something alarming, and you can still eat? Stop it. She then pointed at Xin Fan. And you, put down your food as well. You must tell me what transpired at school today. I can handle it, no matter what it is. Shun Jiangwo, being a man of few words and naturally straightforward, scratched his head helplessly upon seeing his wife take his bowl away. And he too turned his gaze towards Xin Fan. Xin Fan, pretending to eat, found amusement in the situation. His intent was not to tease his parents, but rather to prepare them mentally for what was to come. However, he never anticipated that after Yang Shuhua's inquiry, her pupils would dilate as if she had a sudden realization. Leaning in towards Xin Fan, as if fearing eavesdroppers, she whispered, "Son, it isn't that girl Huayan. Is it?" At this, Xin Fan could not contain himself, sputtering his food and breaking into a fit of coughs. Goodness! His original plan to gently prepare his parents for the news of his newfound wealth had backfired spectacularly. Now, his mother's words had utterly astonished him. How could she have conceived such a notion? Mother, can we not be a bit more optimistic? Do you truly perceive me in such a dismal light? Yang Shuhua reflected on Shun Fan's words, realizing perhaps she had overstepped. Well, I do not believe you would ever harm an innocent girl. Just as Xin Fan managed to reassure Yang Shuhua, he was suddenly startled by his father Xin Jiangwo's exclamation. What? You're dating someone? Xin Fan gazed at his father. Xin Jiangwo, with an expression that teetered on the brink of tears. Was this truly the fabled consequence of one's own actions? He had indeed messed things up this time. In a bid to steer the conversation back on track, he swiftly raised his hand and declared, I want to say, I have made some money. This proclamation left Xin Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua momentarily stunned. However, it wasn't long before they seemed to grasp the implications of his words. Yang Shuhua narrowed her eyes, her jaw tightening as if she were conjuring a tempest of emotions. Made money? Where have you been working? Instead of focusing on your studies, you've gone off to earn a wage? Upon witnessing his mother's expression, Shun Fan felt a pang of despair. This was not at all what he had anticipated. While he had foreseen a strong reaction from his parents, he had not expected it to veer so far off course. Thus, he quickly gestured for a pause. Hold on. Mom and Dad, it seems I must now disclose the truth. This matter actually traces back to my previous visits to the internet cafe. During my weekend visits to the cafe, I encountered an elderly gentleman sitting beside me who exuded an air of sophistication. Yet, instead of indulging in games, he was engaged in an activity I did not recognize. My curiosity piqued. I glanced over, and he revealed that he was trading stocks. He insisted on teaching me when he noted my apparent intelligence. Initially, I was reluctant to learn, but upon trying it, I discovered, to my surprise, that I was making a profit. However, I recalled your previous disapproval of the stock market, hence my earlier hesitation to share this with you, fearing it would incite your anger. Once Xin Fan had laid his cards on the table, Shun Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua did not exhibit the expected level of astonishment. Instead, they exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern. Chapter 61. This is your allowance upon hearing their son's foray into stock trading. Yang Shuhua and Xin Jiangwo appeared more worried than shocked, dismissing it as mere folly. Yang Shuhua furrowed her brow and inquired, stock trading? How much can you possibly earn? I've heard that very few succeed in that realm. It's akin to gambling. We have ceased to expect you to attend university, but we cannot bear witness to you descending into such a path. Xin Jiangwo, in agreement with Yang Shuhua, nodded solemnly. Your mother is correct. Our family has never been blessed with immense wealth, nor do we aspire for you to hold lofty positions. However, we have always prided ourselves on our integrity and values. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave, and he slowly reached into his pocket, where a piece of paper resided, densely scrawled with indecipherable notes. Yet, just as Shen Jiangwo was about to produce the paper, Shen Fan sensed the moment was ripe and hastily added, "You are right, but I assure you, I have made money, and quite a considerable amount at that." In the end, Shen Fan emphasized the words a lot with considerable weight. As expected, this immediately captured the attention of Shen Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua, though both exhibited a hint of disdain in their responses. "A lot. How much can a student like you earn?" "Indeed, son, you must not let a few hundred yuan blind your judgment." Shen Fan, upon hearing his parents' remarks, refrained from retorting. Instead, he simply sat there, casting a gentle smile at them. His posture was as steadfast as a mountain, complemented by such an easygoing grin, which instantly put his parents on alert. They exchanged glances, for they knew their son best. Whenever Shen Fan displayed this expression, it signified that he was brimming with confidence. Finally, unable to contain herself, his mother, Yang Shuhua, was the first to inquire, "Son, do tell us, when you claimed to earn a lot, just how much was it?" Shen Fan maintained his gentle smile and shrugged at his parents. "I didn't tell you directly before because I feared you might not accept it. How about you take a guess before I reveal the actual amount?" "Humph." Shen Jiangwo, upon hearing his son's arrogance, felt his authority challenged. He then disdainfully recalled his own heroic deeds, thinking, how much can this little brat earn? If he is lucky, maybe 1,000 yuan a month. Let me tell you, I was once a businessman too. Partnering with friends to sell sand, it was not unusual to have a monthly turnover of 18,000. After Shen Jiangwo finished his tale, he believed he had subdued his son. However, when he turned his gaze back to Shen Fan, he was taken aback. Shen Fan remained seated, as unwavering as before, with an even more assured smile adorning his face. Instantly, Shen Jiangwo felt a twinge of uncertainty, a sentiment echoed by Yang Shuhua. "Son, you haven't earned 10,000 during this period, have you?" "Guess again," Shen Fan replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Yang Shuhua and Shen Jiangwo exchanged incredulous looks. "Not 10,000. Then is it 30,000? "Guess again," Shen Fan reiterated softly. At this, Lu Wenhui and Shen Jiangwo's pupils dilated, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. 50,000. "Guess again." The two gasped in disbelief, their brows furrowed, their faces etched with shock. "How is this possible? Our son has managed to earn over 50,000 in such a short span?" Even as they contemplated this, doubt crept in, leading them to question whether Shen Fan was merely pulling their leg. "Son, you're not joking with us, are you? This is no laughing matter." Shen Fan, still smiling, waved his hand dismissively and said with ease, "Rest assured, I wouldn't joke about something like this. I fear you might beat me to a pulp." Upon hearing Shen Fan's words, Yang Shuhua and Shen Jiangwo were left utterly astonished. "It is indeed true. My son has earned over 50,000 during this period." After a brief moment of contemplation, they seemed to have made a resolute decision. Finally, Yang Shuhua tentatively articulated a figure. "Is it 100,000? At that moment, both Yang Shuhua and Shen Jiangwo were fixated on Shen Fan. Upon hearing his mother mention 100,000, Shen Fan instinctively raised his gaze towards them. His primary intention was to gauge his parents' reactions, to discern how much they could psychologically bear at that moment. If he were to recklessly declare 800,000, the consequences might mirror those of a lottery win in a Zhao Binshan skit, and that would be quite troublesome. However, Shen Fan's glance at Yang Shuhua and Shen Jiangwo was immediately misconstrued. To them, his upward glance signified that he had indeed guessed correctly. This misunderstanding prompted them to leap to their feet, wide-eyed, exclaiming in unison, 100,000? Are you certain you earned 100,000? Their exaggerated reaction startled Shen Fan, nearly causing him to tumble off his chair. The reason for his fright was simple. Their current demeanor closely resembled the past instances when they had reacted to his mixed doubles matches. The memory was still vivid in his mind. Nevertheless, Shen Fan discerned that, for the time being, his parents' psychological threshold seemed to be set at 100,000. The rationale behind this was straightforward. In this era, while households earning 10,000 have become quite commonplace, 100,000 remains a rarity for an ordinary family. Even if a typical family managed to save 100,000, it would likely be the result of scrimping and saving. For Shen Fan, that sum held an entirely different significance. From what he understood, his parents had similarly managed to save approximately 100,000 which they had previously mentioned was intended for his future marriage and home purchase. This underscores the immense value of 100,000 for an average family today. Yet, here was Shun Fan, casually proclaiming that he had earned 100,000, a declaration that inevitably stirred excitement in his parents. Thus, Shun Fan resolved to initially claim that he had earned 100,000. As for the subsequent amounts, he would allow his parents' emotions to settle, and they would naturally come to accept this reality. With this thought in mind, he resumed his seat and nodded in affirmation. You guessed correctly. I indeed earned 100,000. Moreover, as he spoke, he retrieved his bank card from his pocket and handed it directly to his mother, Yang Shuhua. I understand that 100,000 is substantial, which is why I hesitated to share it with you earlier. I feared it might be too much for you to bear. However, it appears you have accepted the reality now. This card contains the 100,000 I earned. Despite his reassurances, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo remained utterly astonished. As Yang Shuhua gazed at the bank card handed to her by her son, she scrutinized it closely and inquired, Son, are you certain there is 100,000 yuan in here? At that moment, Shun Fan had already resumed his meal, mumbling indistinctly, Yes, tomorrow you can transfer the money to your card. This is your pocket money. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo gasped in astonishment. What? Chapter 62. Parents finally accept this reality. Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo were taken aback when their son Shun Fan revealed that the 100,000 yuan was, in fact, intended as their pocket money. What a jest! For ordinary families who scrimp and save, it takes years to accumulate such a sum. Yet here was their son, effortlessly presenting 100,000 yuan, claiming it was for their discretionary spending. In that instant, a thought struck them. Could this be what they had often referred to as other people's children? And now, it was their own child who embodied this notion. As the realization dawned upon them, both parents stood up in shock, wide-eyed as they stared at Shun Fan. This sudden movement startled Shun Fan, who was still haunted by the shadows of past struggles. He quickly began to soothe his parents with the gentlest of words. Mom, Dad, you heard me correctly. This is indeed your pocket money. Did I not just say? I am a veritable prodigy in stock trading. While I cannot speak for others, I assure you that I will not suffer their fate. I possess ample discernment. Even with their son's reassurances, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo remained somewhat dazed. Once seated again, they began to scrutinize both the bank card and Shun Fan with keen interest. Ultimately, it was Yang Shuhua who made the decision. This money cannot be squandered. Son, you are still young and do not yet grasp the significance of money in the future. I will save this for you, so you may have it when you seek a bride. Shun Fan, in the midst of his meal, suddenly found himself amused, yet profoundly touched. No matter the circumstances, his parents always prioritized his well-being, thinking of him first when it came to money. Mom, you needn't worry about spending. If all goes well, there will be just as much tomorrow. So, Dad, you two should go shopping and get yourself a big gold chain or a diamond ring. Oh, and by the way, didn't you mention our washing machine was broken? Just replace it. And our television seems too small. Let us get a bigger one. As Shun Fan spoke, his parents regarded him with admiration, perceiving their son as truly extravagant, indeed, exceedingly so. At long last, Yang Shuhua began to accept this new reality. Watching her son filled her heart with comfort, her eyes glistening with tears. It seemed her son had truly matured, prospered, and yet still remembered his mother. Observing his wife's emotional state, Shun Jiangwo picked up his utensils and remarked, You are right. Our son has grown up and achieved success. We should be celebrating this. Earning money is beneficial. The more our son earns, the less burden we shall bear in the future. This statement from Shun Jiangwo suddenly stirred Shun Fan's consciousness. By the way, Mom, I almost forgot to mention to you. I think you should no longer work at that woolen mill. And Dad, you ought to resign as well. You both should take some time to enjoy yourselves. If life becomes exceedingly dull in the future, we can always open a shop. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. However, in their minds, it was essential to remain composed at this juncture. After all, whether their son would truly be able to make money was still uncertain. Hence, they did not initially embrace Shun Fan's proposition. Nonsense, how can one live without working? Shun Jiangwo was the first to voice his dissent. Nevertheless, he turned to persuade Yang Shuhua not to seek employment, but to stay at home, caring for Shun Fan's daily needs. Indeed, in their eyes, Shen Fan had become not only their cherished child, but also a golden prospect. Eventually, Shen Fan managed to lead his parents to accept this new reality. Yet, he did not forget to caution them about the elderly gentleman who had taught him stock trading, describing him as a recluse of remarkable skills, who only wished to impart knowledge to Shen Fan and shunned the limelight. Thus, Shen Fan earnestly instructed Shen Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua to keep his stock trading ventures strictly confidential, for the sake of their son and the future. Shen Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua naturally vowed to remain tight-lipped. That evening, as they lay in bed, Shen Jiangwo and Yang Shuhua still found it hard to believe. However, it was clear that Yang Shuhua had regained her composure and was brimming with excitement. "Dear, our son truly is making money, isn't he?" "Indeed. Do you think there really are 100,000 yuan in that account? What if we go to the bank tomorrow and find there's not a single penny?" Shen Jiangwo sighed in response, his silence piquing Yang Shuhua's curiosity. "What is the matter with you? Our son has earned so much money. You should be joyful, not frowning." Eventually, Shen Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He sat up abruptly, scratching his head. "You have no idea how close I came to feeling embarrassed at dinner. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." Noticing Yang Shuhua's bewilderment, he continued to explain, "It's just that, with our son now in his final year of high school, I was worried about his lack of ambition, spending all his time in internet cafes. I've been pondering how to properly educate him. However, you know I'm not the most articulate, so I spent several days preparing a speech and even wrote it down." Yang Shuhua looked at her husband with a bemused expression. "And then, during dinner, I was ready to seize the opportunity to present that draft and admonish our son. But to my astonishment, despite his poor academic performance and lackluster behavior, he has managed to earn so much." Shen Jiangwo felt a wave of dread wash over him, followed by a deep sigh. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly earlier and refrained from reprimanding his son. Just imagine if he had scolded him, only for his son to mention earning money afterward. How awkward that would have been. Ultimately, Shen Jiangwo spoke the truth, and upon hearing it, Yang Shuhua nearly burst into tears from laughter. "Is it really that serious? So what if it's awkward? What is wrong with teaching your son a lesson? If we're talking about awkwardness, you've certainly scolded him plenty in the past." Shen Jiangwo immediately took offense and retorted, "Hey, those past instances were not solely my doing. It was a joint effort, all right?" Yang Shuhua found this even more amusing. Consequently, the little obsession that Shen Jiangwo had clung to was effortlessly alleviated. The two of them, filled with joy, found themselves unable to sleep, beginning to praise their son to one another. The next morning, Shen Fan rose early as usual to freshen up. His mother, Yang Shuhua, also woke up bright and early, her face radiant with a smile and humming a tune. The reason was simple. Her son had earned a substantial amount of money. At the very least, she no longer needed to consider going out to work, which made her feel significantly more at ease. When a person feels relaxed, they appear remarkably youthful and beautiful. Just as Shen Fan was about to step out to meet Xia Qingxue, his mother, Yang Shuhua, suddenly stopped him. "Son, wait a moment. What's the matter, Mom?" Shen Fan thought his mother might have something else to discuss. However, he soon realized that Yang Shuhua began to advise him earnestly. "When you go out to eat with that girl, be sure to treat her well. Since she likes you, you mustn't shortchange her." Upon hearing these words from his mother, Shen Fan felt a warm glow in his heart. He was pleasantly surprised that his mother had fully accepted his future daughter-in-law even before meeting her. With a beaming smile, Shen Fan turned around and embraced his mother. "Mom, you're the best." Chapter 63. Look, your wish has come true. After expressing his gratitude to his mother, Yang Shuhua, Shen Fan rode his bike straight to Master Pang's breakfast shop. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue had promised her mother, Lu Wenhui, the night before that she would bring breakfast to enjoy with Shen Fan. However, she found herself unable to sleep that evening, constantly pondering whether she should bring breakfast. What if Shen Fan didn't like it? Even if he didn't voice any complaints, where would they go to eat? A myriad of questions kept Xia Qingxue awake through the night. Come the next morning, Xia Qingxue rose early to freshen up. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a delectable meat aroma wafting from the kitchen, instantly invigorating her. Following the enticing scent to the kitchen door, she was taken aback. There was her mother, Lu Wenhui, busily preparing rujiamo, meat sandwich. Indeed, it was rujiamo. Furthermore, Xia Qingxue noticed that the sandwich was not only filled with generous portions of meat, but also contained a braised egg. After reading, Xia Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of trouble. This sentiment was likely a shared thought among introverted girls. Nonetheless, Xia Qingxue found it exceedingly bothersome. Mom, you didn't go out of your way to make those meat sandwiches for our breakfast with Shinfan, did you? She exclaimed, startled by the suddenness of it all. Liu Wenhui glanced back at Xia Qingxue and proceeded to carefully place 2 large meat sandwiches in his separate plastic bags, wiping her hands afterward. Of course, dear. After all, he willingly sacrificed his time to tutor you, so it's only fitting that you show some appreciation. You must learn this as you prepare to enter society. Understanding human relations is crucial. Every time Xia Qingxue endured her mother's incessant nagging, she felt exhausted and sighed heavily. However, at that moment, Liu Wenhui extended her hand and commanded, "Child, go fetch those 2 cups from the coffee table. I'm going to prepare soy milk for both of you." Upon hearing that her mother had also prepared soy milk for the two, Xia Qingxue felt even more burdened, her gait becoming somewhat languid. When she finally spotted the 2 thermos cups on the table, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. One thermos was shaped like a cute kitty cat, complete with adorable little ears, while the other resembled a robotic cat, sporting a bright red nose. The 2 thermoses appeared utterly charming. In disbelief, Xia Qingxue picked up a cup and approached Liu Wenhui. "Mom, why did you use my collection of adorable thermoses?" she inquired. Liu Wenhui smiled at her response, asking, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to let Shinfan use your cherished items?" Xia Qingxue pondered for a moment, and an image of the 2 of them sitting together, sipping soy milk from her beloved thermoses, filled her mind. How heartwarming it seemed. "Well, not really. I was just curious. I'll help you pour the soy milk," she offered, having come to terms with her feelings. The 2 busied themselves for another couple of minutes before finally preparing breakfast. "Dear, when you sit down to eat with Shinfan, be sure to ask him how it tastes, and if there's anything he dislikes, let me know, and we can make improvements." Suddenly, Xia Qingxue recalled the possibility of Shinfan waiting for her at the breakfast shop as he had done before. It would be quite improper for her to bring breakfast inside. With that thought in mind, she hastily finished her morning routine, grabbed the breakfast, and dashed outside. Seeing this, Liu Wenhui feared that Xia Qingxue might drop the food. "Be careful, don't let it fall to the ground. This child has always been so clumsy." However, Xia Qingxue had already exited the community and was waiting by the alley for Shinfan. As expected, when Shinfan arrived on his bicycle, he spotted her immediately. Instead of entering the breakfast shop, he paused beside Xia Qingxue, teasingly remarking, "Is the sun rising in the west today? Why are you up so early, Xia Qingxue?" Xia Qingxue remained silent for a moment, appearing somewhat bashful before finally speaking. "Shinfan, I wish to discuss something with you." Shinfan's lips twitched as he recalled how he had similarly broached a subject with his parents the previous night. Thus, he tentatively inquired, "What is it? Have you come into a fortune?" Xia Qingxue, who had been uncertain about how to express herself, couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. "No, it's not that. Last night, my mother learned that you were tutoring me and that we shared breakfast this morning. Consequently, she decided that she would prepare breakfast for us every morning from now on." This unexpected news caught Shinfan off guard. The truth was, in his previous life, he had never received any information regarding Xia Qingxue's mother. Therefore, he found himself unable to ascertain her personality or true intentions. However, the mere fact that she was willing to prepare breakfast for both Xia Qingxue and himself suggested that she at least did not harbor any dislike towards him. While Shinfan was lost in thought, Xia Qingxue assumed he might find the situation troublesome. Thus, she cautiously asked, "Are you feeling burdened by this? If so, I can ask my mother to stop." No. Shinfan quickly waved his hands. Understanding Xia Qingxue's character, he knew he needed to clarify his feelings at this moment. "I don't find it troublesome at all. In fact, it brings me great joy. I never expected your mother to be so kind. I can't help but want to express my gratitude to her in person." Shinfan's earnest words immediately convinced Xia Qingxue. Nevertheless, she cautiously probed again. "Really? Are you certain?" Half believing, she thought Shinfan was merely accommodating everything around him because of his feelings for her. Just then, Xia Qingxue caught a glimpse of Shinfan's inner thoughts. "I am truly fortunate to have such a beautiful and understanding wife in the future, and a mother-in-law who treats me so well. What a blessing that must be from 3 lifetimes of merit. I do wonder, though, what culinary skills my future mother-in-law possesses. But considering how lovely Xia Qingxue is, her mother's skills must surely be exceptional." Listening to Shinfan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue felt a twinge of logic in the last remark that seemed flawed, yet it filled her with happiness. causing her to smile shyly and lower her head. Observing her demeanor, Shun Fan realized that Xia Qingxue had genuinely come to trust his words. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Qingxue was hiding something behind her back, as if she were holding on to something. Suddenly, it dawned on him that what she was concealing must be the meal her future mother would prepare for him. Indeed, he was correct. At that moment, Xia Qingxue lifted her head again, her smile particularly endearing, yet she still cautiously inquired, "So, if my mother prepares breakfast now, will you eat it?" "Of course I want to eat. In fact, I was already feeling hungry when you mentioned it earlier." "Really?" "Indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness. I hope we can indulge right away." After Xin Fan finished speaking, Xia Qingxue swayed slightly, displaying a charming expression as if lost in thought. In the next moment, Xia Qingxue suddenly revealed her hands, which had been hidden behind her, and extended them toward Xin Fan. She held 2 food bags and 2 thermos cups. "Look, your wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 64. A difficult journey. As Xia Qingxue spoke, she directly presented the breakfast prepared by her mother, Lu Wenhui, to Xin Fan. The moment the breakfast appeared before him, the aroma of braised meat wafted through the air. Xin Fan focused his gaze and was pleasantly surprised to find 2 meat sandwiches. The buns were golden, and the braised meat within was predominantly lean, making it all the more appetizing. Xin Fan was not merely pretending to be delighted. He was genuinely taken aback by the effort that Xia Qingxue's mother had put into the breakfast. "Did your aunt make this? It looks so professional. Are you sure she didn't buy it from somewhere?" Seeing Shun Fan's reaction, Xia Qingxue's earlier feelings of annoyance and embarrassment dissipated completely. Listening to Xin Fan praise her mother filled her with pride, causing her to raise her chin slightly. "Of course it's not store-bought. My mom's specialty is meat sandwiches, but she rarely makes them for others. You're the exception." Xin Fan was astonished, wondering if Xia Qingxue's words implied that her mother was aware of their relationship or had accepted the reality of them being together. However, the enticing aroma of the meat sandwiches proved too irresistible, and Xin Fan couldn't help but lean forward, inhaling deeply from the bags. "Ah, it smells so good. I can't resist the urge to eat. Huh, it's too inconvenient on the street." This was also the reason Xia Qingxue was reluctant to let her mother bring breakfast. Naturally, Xin Fan couldn't simply eat on the roadside. Such a delicious breakfast deserved a more formal setting. He then shook his head, signaling Xia Qingxue to get in the car, saying, "Let's go to that little park up ahead to eat. We have plenty of time." "Okay." Xia Qingxue agreed eagerly and hopped into Xin Fan's car. In their previous encounters, Xia Qingxue had always held onto the bicycle, avoiding any physical contact with Xin Fan. However, this time was different, as one hand was occupied with the breakfast. Consequently, her other hand naturally draped gently around Xin Fan's waist. This position was the only way for her to maintain her balance. Yet, this simple gesture caused both of them to tense up simultaneously, as it was the first time they had experienced such contact. Xin Fan felt the sensation vividly. Indeed, Xia Qingxue's hand had reached his abdominal muscles. In that instant, the essence of being a couple enveloped them. Similarly, when Xia Qingxue's hand made contact with Xin Fan's firm abs, it dawned on her what she was doing. Each defined muscle was incredibly hard, offering a delightful tactile experience. This inadvertently reminded Xia Qingxue of the time she had playfully lunged at Xin Fan during a group performance. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, and she contemplated withdrawing her hand, yet realized that doing so would disrupt her balance. Thus, her hand remained in contact with Xin Fan's abdomen, motionless. Although Xia Qingxue herself was still, Xin Fan pedaled his bicycle, causing her hand to glide up and down his abs with his movements. Unbeknownst to her, this action caused her awareness to concentrate entirely on her hand. This was a moment of discomfort for Xin Fan, as the journey ahead was arduous. Eventually, he discovered an empty bench in a small park and came to a halt. Turning back to glance at Xia Qingxue, he noticed her face was flushed with an intense crimson hue. "Well, it's quite serene here. I recall seeing elderly gentlemen practicing Tai Chi in this spot. Let us dine here." Xia Qingxue promptly dismounted her bicycle, and the two settled on the park bench. Observing her meticulous nature, Xia Qingxue first wiped the exterior of the food bag containing the meat sandwich with a tissue before handing it to Xin Fan. Hungry as he was, Xin Fan eagerly accepted it, opened his mouth, and took a hearty bite. A wave of savory braised meat flavor instantly delighted his palate, even evoking memories from his previous life, as he had traveled extensively. He had tasted several authentic meat sandwiches before, and this one compared favorably. As he chewed enthusiastically, he gave Xia Qingxue a thumbs up. Delicious. Truly exquisite, just as good as those made by professional chefs. However, after expressing his delight, Shunfan suddenly recalled something important. Qingxue, your aunt didn't prepare this braised meat for our breakfast ahead of time, did she? That would mean extra work for her, which seems rather inconsiderate. Xia Qingxue, who had been basking in Shunfan's compliments, felt a surge of happiness upon realizing his thoughtfulness. Her eyes sparkled with joy as they squinted into crescent shapes. Instead of answering directly, she playfully countered, "So, is it tasty?" "Indeed, it's delicious. If you like it, then eat more. If it's not enough, feel free to finish mine as well. That's quite enough. You should eat too." Shunfan mumbled as he continued to devour the sandwich with fervor. As Xia Qingxue gazed at Shunfan, who was indulging in his food, a look of tender affection graced her face for the first time. Suddenly, Shunfan paused mid-bite, intently scrutinizing the meat sandwich before him, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. With delight, he pointed at the sandwich and exclaimed to Xia Qingxue, "Look, there's a marinated egg. Auntie even added a marinated egg inside. How wonderful. This is my absolute favorite." At that moment, Shunfan radiated pure joy, akin to that of a child. Xia Qingxue, observing his elation, felt her affection for him blossom even further, to the point that she unconsciously shifted closer to him. Of course, the egg is cooked along with the marinated meat. "Oh dear, eat slowly, don't choke." As she spoke, she opened a thermos shaped like a robotic cat, revealing a cup of warm soy milk, which she promptly handed to Shunfan. "Try this. It's my mother's 5-grain soy milk, something I often drink at home." As Shunfan was devouring his food, he suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards the thermos, a wave of emotion washing over him. How thoughtful. Xia Qingxue's mother was truly considerate. Without hesitation, he accepted the soy milk and took a sip, discovering it was pleasantly warm. He surmised that Xia Qingxue's mother must have cooled it to a comfortable temperature, anticipating they might drink too hastily. With the warm soy milk soothing his insides, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled that such 5-grain soy milk from street vendors only became popular years later. At this moment, Shunfan was nearly moved to tears. Looking at Xia Qingxue with a beaming smile, he declared, "You must extend my heartfelt gratitude to your mother. I truly envy your happiness in having such a wonderful mother." Their exchange was genuine. One offered sincere praise while the other felt a heartfelt touch. Xia Qingxue, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, had not anticipated that her mother preparing breakfast for her would evoke such a profound effect. Though Xia Qingxue felt elated, she humbly replied, "Thank you, but I'm sure your mother is wonderful too, right?" "Absolutely. Just before I left, my mother mentioned she would buy you something delicious, insisting I shouldn't let you go without." "Really?" Xia Qingxue's face lit up with happiness, but the next moment, her pupils dilated in surprise. "What?" Chapter 65. Compared to you, I seem to fall short. Hearing Shunfan's words, Xia Qingxue reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, gasping in astonishment. This outburst startled Shunfan, who had been engrossed in his meal, causing him to cough. Seeing that her reaction had frightened him, Xia Qingxue felt a pang of guilt and quickly reached out to pat him on the back. "What did you just say? Your mother told you not to shortchange me? Does that mean she is already aware of our relationship?" Being a naturally introverted girl, Xia Qingxue was particularly sensitive to such matters, especially regarding her mother, the person she cared for most. The mention of her mother made her feel a bit more constrained. At this moment, Shunfan had finished coughing. However, after observing Xia Qingxue's reaction, he felt a pang of regret. It seemed he had misspoken. It was all due to that damned sentimentality that had thrown him off balance, causing him to speak without thought. Thus, Shunfan hastily clarified, "You misunderstood. I did not mean it that way. My mother inquired why I wasn't eating at home, and I merely mentioned that I was dining with classmates at a breakfast shop, although she is aware that I have been tutoring my deskmate, especially since I returned home later than usual yesterday." Despite Shunfan's explanation, Xia Qingxue remained skeptical, as there were too many inconsistencies. "Really, are you certain?" "Of course," Shunfan replied. "By the way, you mentioned something about us. What exactly do you mean by us?" In an effort to allay Xia Qingxue's concerns, Shunfan took the initiative to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue's face flushed. She understood precisely what was implied, as she had long accepted the mutual affection between them. However, Shun Fan's inquiry made her suddenly realize that her previous statement might have been somewhat inappropriate, prompting her to hastily deny it. Our matter refers to tutoring and sharing meals together as classmates and friends. Finally, Xia Qingxue articulated her defense, to which Shun Fan seized the opportunity. Oh, so that's what you meant. Isn't that quite normal? Xia Qingxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, yet felt something was amiss in her heart. Shun Fan, on the other hand, deftly diverted the conversation, taking a sip from his thermos. Oh, this soy milk is absolutely delightful. You must thank your mother on my behalf. You are too polite. By the way, do you find this cup appealing? Indeed. It features Doraemon. Yes, it is a cup I have meticulously collected. The two continued to converse while enjoying their meal. When Xia Qingxue heard Shun Fan compliment the deliciousness of the Rujiamo once more and express gratitude for her mother's culinary skills, an unexpected thought crossed her mind about her mother's suggestion for her to cook for Shun Fan. Thus, she inexplicably turned to Shun Fan and said, "Actually, I can cook breakfast too." Shun Fan was taken aback by this revelation. In his previous life, he had never heard that Xia Qingxue possessed such culinary skills. What? You can make breakfast? I never would have guessed, Xia Qingxue. You are quite impressive. However, internally, Xia Qingxue was in turmoil. The moment she uttered those words, she wished she could slap herself. Xia Qingxue, what possessed you to say that? You can barely manage anything in the kitchen. This was merely a suggestion from my mother last night. How could you admit to being able to cook? Yet, seeing the surprise and delight in Shun Fan's eyes made Xia Qingxue bashfully tuck her hair behind her ear. But with her statement already made, she felt compelled to continue the conversation. Certainly, if you wish to sample my culinary skills, I shall prepare a meal for you in the future. That sounds wonderful, Shun Fan exclaimed, nodding fervently, overwhelmed with joy. Setting aside other considerations, one could only surmise that with a mother like Xia Qingxue, an exceptional cook, her own culinary talents must surely be commendable. I eagerly anticipate your cooking. Given your mother's prowess, I am confident yours will be equally impressive. When shall you prepare a meal for me? Xia Qingxue, however, hesitated upon hearing this. She never anticipated that Shun Fan would corner her like this. How should she respond? To declare that she would cook for him the following morning was certainly out of the question, as she had yet to begin her culinary training. Left with no alternative, Xia Qingxue could only provide a vague answer. If possible, within the next few days, I shall make something for you when I find the time. Great. I shall eagerly await it, Shun Fan replied before diving back into his meal. Meanwhile, a bittersweet feeling washed over Xia Qingxue, as she silently resolved to learn some cooking skills from her mother that very evening. Before long, Shun Fan had devoured an entire meat sandwich. He then began sipping soy milk while patiently waiting for Xia Qingxue. At that moment, a young couple approached from behind them. The slightly older man, noticing the ample space on the long bench where Shun Fan was seated, took a seat at the opposite end. The girl, clad in traditional attire, moved forward to an open area and began practicing her martial arts. Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue found themselves directly facing the girl, watching her intently. Although they were merely chatting and casually observing, Shun Fan suddenly sensed that the girl was extraordinary. Just standing there, the aura she exuded indicated she was a martial artist. Xia Qingxue seemed to discern something as well. Look at that girl. Is she about to practice Tai Chi? As she spoke, the girl indeed began to move, her form flowing like the wind, her punches powerful and precise, leaving Xia Qingxue starry-eyed with admiration. Shun Fan, look at her. She is incredible. Her movements are so agile, and her form is beautiful. However, compared to you, she seems to fall a bit short. Xia Qingxue's words were directed at Shun Fan, as she considered him to be akin to family. Little did she realize that at the other end of the bench, the man was listening intently. He was the elder brother of the girl practicing, and they frequently came to this park to train, as it was the most serene among the nearby parks. Initially, he had been observing his younger sister's practice while inadvertently eavesdropping on Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue's conversation. Hearing Xia Qingxue praise his sister brought a swell of pride, despite having heard such compliments many times before. However, he could never have anticipated that Xia Qingxue would claim that her junior sister was merely slightly inferior to her boyfriend. The young man immediately felt a surge of indignation. It is important to note that just a couple of days prior, he and his junior sister had triumphantly secured the championship in a provincial martial arts competition. Without delving into further details, it is well known in the martial arts community who the two of them are. There is scarcely anyone unfamiliar with their names. In recent days, Practitioners from various regions had sought out their master, requesting to spar with both him and his junior sister. Even among their peers who had participated in the competition, none dared to assert that his junior sister was even slightly inferior. To his astonishment, his junior sister was being belittled by these elementary school students. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, the martial artist had not yet descended to the level of debating with ordinary passersby. Thus, he took a deep breath, choosing to endure it and pretend he had not heard. However, when the man heard Xin Fan's words, he could no longer contain himself. Chapter 66. Not a family. Not entering the same door initially, the young man had no intention of engaging with Xia Qingxue, but upon hearing Xin Fan's remarks, he could truly bear it no longer. The reason being that Xin Fan had audaciously interpreted Xia Qingxue's words as a veiled compliment towards himself, as her boyfriend. If he did not seize this moment to showcase himself, when would he? Moreover, demonstrating in front of his girlfriend was far from pretentious. Rather, it was a duty of manhood. Consequently, Xin Fan gazed at the martial arts girl and candidly shook his head. Qingxue, you are mistaken. She is not merely a little inferior to me. She is significantly behind. Her movements may appear vigorous, yet the power emanating from her feet dissipates by the time it reaches her elbows. Hence, her punches do not harness the full explosive force of her body. Xin Fan's assertion was undoubtedly accurate, for he was already at the level of a grandmaster warrior. Although he had not sparred with the girl, his wealth of experience and keen observation had revealed her flaws. However, the young man beside them furrowed his brow upon hearing this, feeling increasingly displeased. This youth exhibited an arrogance that bordered on the extreme. He then turned to look at Xin Fan, noting that Xin Fan's physique was not particularly robust. How could he dare to make such grandiose claims? Surely, this was the behavior of an online troll or keyboard warrior. With this thought, the man could no longer restrain himself. Having just achieved victory in the martial arts competition, he was at a peak of pride, unwilling to tolerate any dissent. Consequently, he resolved to admonish Xin Fan. Humph. The man first let out a cold snort, attempting to capture the attention of Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan. Indeed, he succeeded. Both turned their heads towards him involuntarily. Yet, Xin Fan and his companion were left bewildered, unsure of the man's intent behind his seemingly unprovoked huff. Just as they pondered this, the man began to speak. Dear classmates, martial arts is a national treasure, rich in history and profound in its legacy. Casual remarks do not signify one's prowess. The man stated that those students who engage in fights do not equate to martial arts and cannot be compared to it. Upon hearing this, Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue realized that this individual had been eavesdropping on their conversation. What was most perplexing was not merely the act of eavesdropping, but the audacity with which he refuted them. As Xin Fan and Xia Qingxue felt their displeasure rising, the man continued. To speak ill of others without understanding is quite disrespectful. Have your parents not instilled such basic manners in you? At that moment, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Even Xia Qingxue felt a twinge of frustration. She had merely spoken the truth, yet to him, it appeared as a breach of etiquette. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that while the man's eavesdropping was inappropriate, comparing others to her boyfriend was equally unwarranted. Thus, after calming herself, Xia Qingxue gently addressed the man. I apologize, sir. Her demeanor was amiable, and the irate man, taken aback by her quick concession, especially coming from a young woman, found little cause to escalate the situation. Yet, what he did not anticipate was Xia Qingxue's subsequent remark, which nearly infuriated him further. She continued in her soft tone, however, I stand by my earlier statement. The man, upon hearing this, visibly seethed, turning sharply to stare at Xin Fan. He was aware that Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan were a couple and, in his experience, it was customary for the more outspoken partner to be tempered by the quieter one. Thus, he awaited an apology from Xin Fan. Meanwhile, Xin Fan, sipping on his soy milk, felt puzzled by the man's intense gaze, as if he were seeking an explanation. He nodded earnestly, affirming her statement. The man, noticing their unusual synchronicity in conversation, was left nearly speechless with rage. It seems that truly, one cannot expect good manners from those who lack them. His comment caused Xia Qingxue's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, while Xin Fan, recognizing the man's unexpected acknowledgement of their bond, sincerely expressed his gratitude. Really? Thank you. The man was left utterly speechless, taken aback by such peculiar individuals who seemed devoid of any upbringing. It became apparent that correcting them verbally would be futile. Since their parents had failed to teach them properly, he felt compelled to take on the role of their educator. The man, contemplating this, desired to showcase the true prowess of his apprentice to Xin Fan. Narrowing his eyes, he addressed Xin Fan, stating, "Indeed, young brother. Your earlier remarks regarding my apprentice hold merit. I can see that you possess remarkable potential. You must be a practitioner of martial arts. How about this? I shall have my apprentice demonstrate a few techniques for you." After speaking, he adhered to the customs of martial arts, adding politely, "Oh, my apprentice is still inexperienced and youthful. Should she engage in a contest, I hope you will show her mercy and refrain from inflicting harm." "Huh?" Xia Qingxue exclaimed in astonishment. "What nonsense is this?" That night, Shun Fan delivered a single elbow strike that nearly incapacitated the robber. I witnessed it myself. A brute of such strength was brought down by him with ease. It's utterly ruthless. And now, this seemingly frail girl from a distance. If Xin Fan were to strike her with even a fraction of that force, could she possibly survive? Recalling her worry for Xin Fan that night, Xia Qingxue, fearing he might acquiesce to the man's challenge, hurriedly urged Xin Fan. "Perhaps it would be best to refrain from this match. Let us take our leave." Before Xin Fan could respond, the man across from him found amusement in the scene. Youthful bravado indeed. They talk a big game, but when it comes to action, they falter. However, as the man reveled in his triumph, Xia Qingxue's next words ignited his fury. "Xin Fan, let us not compete. If you were to accidentally harm her, that would be illegal." The man was instantly incensed. His fists clenched tightly, nearly popping from their sockets. He could hardly believe that this delicate-looking girl could be so audacious, even suggesting that her own apprentice might be harmed. What a jest! Just based on your sister's current abilities, even several adult men would struggle to contend with her, let alone you, a mere student. Young lady, your arrogance is astounding. Do you realize that your words could endanger your boyfriend? Yet, after a moment's reflection, the man decided it was unwise to engage with a woman. His focus remained on ensuring his apprentice taught the lesson to Xin Fan. He turned back to Xin Fan, saying, "Young brother, based on your girlfriend's words, it appears you are indeed formidable. Thus, I must insist on learning from you. Rest assured, I shall not make this difficult for you, merely a few exchanges." However, when the man heard Xin Fan's response, he was instantly consumed by rage. It was merely a suggestion for his junior sister to spar with Xin Fan. A subtle hint at restraint. However, the words were spoken through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Xin Fan glanced towards the distant figure of his junior sister practicing her martial arts. The thought of using his skills against her felt akin to an adult battling a mere child, an act of sheer dominance. In other words, it would be utterly unjust for a master-level practitioner to engage with someone of her caliber, purely bullying. If he were to gain renown in the future, the tale of this encounter could prove detrimental. Turning back to the man, Shun Fan sheepishly scratched his head and said, perhaps we should forego this. She wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move from me." The man's anger reached a boiling point upon hearing this. He had never encountered such audacity in his life. The audacity to assert that his junior sister could not endure even one of Shun Fan's moves was outrageous. This was the epitome of a boastful braggart. At this moment, the man ceased to feign his mysterious demeanor and no longer indulged Xin Fan and his companion. Pointing directly at Xin Fan, he gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, kid, you think you're impressive. But after all this talk, merely boasting won't suffice. You claim my junior sister is incapable? I have won more martial arts championships than she has. How about I demonstrate just how formidable your skills truly are? Let me show you that there are always greater forces at play." As he spoke, the man adopted a robust martial arts stance, seemingly awaiting Xin Fan's attack. The atmosphere thickened, as if a disagreement could erupt into a confrontation between two martial arts masters at any moment. Xin Fan, however, was unfazed. He perceived the man as somewhat weaker and was reluctant to engage. Conversely, Xia Qingxue felt differently. She feared Shun Fan's youthful exuberance and propensity for confrontation. If a scuffle ensued, it could lead to undesirable consequences for both parties. Thus, she hurriedly pulled Xin Fan back, while simultaneously urging the man, "Please, sir, calm down. We'll take our leave. There is no need to continue this. You cannot defeat him." The man's heart sank upon hearing Xia Qingxue's final words, feeling as if he had been struck by an unseen blow. Years of battling heart disease nearly flared up due to his frustration. The reason was simple. This couple had been engaged in a war of words from the outset, consistently gaining the upper hand. Yet when it came time for a real challenge, Shun Fan's retreat and his words only added to the man's ire. Finally, the man could no longer contain himself. He resolved not to wait for Shun Fan to strike first. Clenching his fists, he prepared to step forward and teach Shun Fan a lesson. Meanwhile, Shun Fan, feeling Xia Qingxue tugging at his arm, wore a pleading expression as she urged him to leave. He perceived Summer Qingxue's feelings. She genuinely disdained his penchant for fighting. Meanwhile, Shun Fan, feigning indifference, felt a stirring in his heart, suddenly grasping the importance of empathy. Were he in Summer Qingxue's position, he too would undoubtedly detest witnessing himself constantly embroiled in various skirmishes. Was this not the age-old adage, a virtuous wife curbs her husband's misdeeds? Upon this realization, Shun Fan merely nodded at Summer Qingxue, signaling his compliance with her wishes, and chose to remain silent thereafter. However, despite his silence, Shun Fan harbored no intentions of allowing that man to continue his arrogance unchallenged. He was determined to impart a lesson. As he resolved this, just as he was about to turn with Summer Qingxue, he stepped onto a brick, applying a slight force. Utilizing the foundational skills of Baguazhang, he propelled himself, stomping down with a sudden force. A faint crack echoed, and to his astonishment, the brick beneath his foot shattered into pieces. Without pausing, he mounted his bicycle, taking Summer Qingxue along with him. Meanwhile, the man left behind, witnessing Shun Fan's retreat, felt a surge of anger. Not only had he insulted his junior sister, but he also had the audacity to provoke him and attempt to leave unscathed. This was intolerable. He resolved to teach that insolent boy a lesson, ensuring that this young couple would think twice about their words in the future. As Shun Fan turned to leave, the man attempted to intercept him using the technique known as 8 steps to catch the cicada. However, as he took his first step, his pupils dilated, and his entire body froze. He lost his balance and fell to his knees with a thud, staring blankly at the shattered brick beneath Shun Fan's foot, utterly motionless. In his fury, he had not noticed Shun Fan's effortless display of strength, which shattered the brick with a mere press of his foot. The man felt as if struck by lightning, his mind blank as he knelt before the remnants of the brick, rendered speechless. It wasn't until Shun Fan had ridden off with Summer Qingxue that the man's junior sister, glancing back, noticed her senior brother. To her surprise, he was kneeling on the ground, staring vacantly at something, a peculiar expression on his face. She rushed over, asking, "Senior brother, what happened to you?" Only then did the man regain his senses, mumbling in disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? His junior sister, puzzled, pressed him further. "Senior brother, what do you mean? What is impossible? Please, tell me." Once she had finally roused him from his stupor, the man sighed deeply, reflecting on his earlier dismissive words about Shun Fan. Ultimately, he realized he was the true fool in this scenario. Alas, junior sister, I recently encountered an extraordinary individual. If my assumptions are correct, his martial prowess has ascended to the realm of a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, the junior sister gasped in astonishment. My elder brother has never jested with her. If he asserts its veracity, it must indeed be true. However, it raises the question, how could such a master exist in this modest city when her own master has yet to reach that level? The man, aware of the junior sister's skepticism, pointed to a shattered tile on the ground. This was the result of a single step he had taken. Such tiles, several centimeters thick and laid upon the earth, could not be crushed without the skills of a grandmaster. The junior sister, witnessing this, was equally astounded, and then recalled the young couple she had seen sitting on the bench moments ago. They appeared to be students. This thought sent chills down her spine. How could it be? A student achieving the status of a grandmaster? With lingering questions, she slowly turned her gaze toward her kneeling senior brother. However, he merely nodded solemnly in response. Then, why did you not stop him? She inquired. The man's expression turned bitter. He had attempted to thwart Shun Fan in the most extreme manner possible, but alas, he had failed. As the junior sister processed this revelation, a mix of surprise and excitement washed over her. Since they had encountered a grandmaster, they must return swiftly to inform their master and seek a chance to spar with him. The man, feeling utterly embarrassed at the prospect of facing Shun Fan again, waved his hand dismissively and told her, "Junior sister, you need not concern yourself with me. Go back on your own. I am currently reflecting deeply upon this broken tile, and I feel an epiphany approaching." His words left the junior sister utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Shun Fan had returned to school with Xia Qingxue. Chapter 68. Which student achieved such remarkable results? When Xun Fan and Xia Qingxue arrived at the school entrance, they followed their customary arrangement. Xun Fan would ride his bicycle into the school first, and then Xia Qingxue would enter on her own. Furthermore, they adhered to the prior agreement of refraining from holding hands while on campus. Naturally, Xun Fan complied with Xia Qingxue's requests, which filled her with a sense of happiness at his obedience. Soon, the first class commenced. However, prior to the lesson, the students exhibited signs of intense anxiety. The first class was mathematics, and more importantly, the results of the math examination taken the previous day were to be revealed today. Undoubtedly, the interval leading up to the class was torturous for the students, particularly those who felt uncertain about their performance. The classroom buzzed with discussions. "How did you fare on the exam yesterday?" one inquired. "I certainly did poorly. I anticipate the math teacher will explode with fury once he arrives. I also did not perform well. Many questions were unfamiliar to me, and I even dozed off for a while." As we awaited the arrival of our mathematics teacher, we were acutely aware of his expression. If he entered with a smile, all would be well. But who are we kidding? Our mathematics teacher has seldom smiled. The more my classmates speculated, the more anxious we became, and even as the bell for class was on the verge of ringing, the chatter persisted. It was at this moment that our class monitor, Sun Jiping, abruptly stood and bellowed, "Have you all said enough?" Indeed, as soon as those words escaped his lips, the entire classroom fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned towards him, and rather than feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, he seemed to relish the role of a teacher admonishing his students. "Look at you all. You rarely study diligently, and your exam efforts are lackluster. Now, as the results are about to be announced, you're all in such a frenzy. What good does it do? Where were your efforts before?" Sun Jiping's remarks, while certainly valid, ignited a desire among the students to confront him physically. Yet, such thoughts remained mere musings. After all, Sun Jiping had maintained this demeanor for 3 years. In the presence of teachers, he behaved like a student, but anywhere else, he assumed the role of an authoritative figure, akin to a head of the disciplinary department. Consequently, the rest of us had grown accustomed to overlooking his behavior. However, this habitual disregard allowed Sun Jiping to become increasingly verbose. "Look at those high achievers. When have they ever been in a frenzy like this before the answers were revealed? You don't study attentively in class, yet you're eager to visit the internet cafe. Now you suddenly wish to exert effort? It's futile." His words, while effective in silencing the class, left Xun Fan with an unsettling feeling. Why did it seem as though Sun Jiping was targeting him? Upon reflection, the two had shared little interaction over the past 3 years. To be frank, one was dedicated to his studies while the other indulged in leisure. Yet, what was this sudden feeling? Was he merely overthinking? As he shook his head, he reassured himself that he was indeed imagining things and decided to dismiss the thought. Meanwhile, the majority of the class remained tense, save for Xia Qingxue, who was anxious yet tinged with anticipation. Her anxiety stemmed from her own subpar performance the previous day, leading to a sense of regret. The anticipation, however, hinged on Xun Fan's exam paper. She was genuinely curious about what the mathematics teacher would say regarding his results. In her eyes, Xun Fan had certainly answered the questions correctly. Thus, the class, each harboring a myriad of emotions, awaited the mathematics teacher. At last, the bell rang, and a profound silence enveloped the corridor and the entire building. As the students perked up their ears to listen, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of polished shoes echoing through the hallway. They knew that the mathematics teacher had arrived. Indeed, when the classroom door swung open, the students beheld their teacher entering with a hefty stack of papers in hand. However, the moment they caught sight of the teacher's face, astonishment washed over them. For he was smiling. Yes, every student was taken aback to see the mathematics teacher wearing a smile, a sight so rare that they could hardly recall the last time he had walked into the classroom with such a demeanor in the past 3 years. In this unexpected moment, a wave of relief surged through most of the students, leading them to believe that the impending crisis had been averted. Each student thought that as long as the tension had dissipated and the teacher remained calm, they could accept whatever he had to say. Just as they were mulling over this, the mathematics teacher gently placed the stack of papers on the lectern and, still smiling, addressed the class. "Are you all eagerly anticipating the results from yesterday's exam?" Upon hearing this, the students looked at the teacher's beaming face and couldn't help but respond with smiles of their own. However, the teacher continued, "You needn't ponder too long. The results are quite disappointing. As your mathematics teacher for the past 3 years, I am exceedingly dissatisfied." The students were nearly left aghast. wondering why the teacher had entered with a smile only to deliver such disheartening news. Then, the teacher's next words left the entire class in a state of bewilderment. Although your overall performance was lacking, there was one individual whose results truly surprised me, so much so that I struggled to sleep well last night. The students gasped collectively, curious about who could have provoked such a reaction from the mathematics teacher. Who could possibly be in such trouble? Only Xia Qingxue understood that the teacher's surprise was undoubtedly due to Shun Fan's performance. Sure enough, upon seeing the astonished expressions on his students' faces, the mathematics teacher quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood. My surprise is not born from anger. Rather, I was referring to the exceptional performance of one student in our class, which brought me joy." As the teacher concluded, the entire class began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about which student had excelled so remarkably. Eventually, they all concluded that it must be their class leader, Sun Jiping, who had consistently ranked first in mathematics throughout their 3 years together. At that moment, Sun Jiping, having just admonished his peers, felt a renewed sense of confidence, only to be caught off guard by the teacher's forthcoming praise. Instantly, he sat up straighter, a hint of smugness gracing his lips. Praise me, shower me with compliments. Let those who do not take their studies seriously take a good look and see just how vast the chasm between us truly is. At this moment, not only was Sun Jiping basking in his growing sense of superiority, but even his classmates could not help but turn their gazes towards him. This sensation of being the center of attention elevated Sun Jiping's spirits further. However, the words of the mathematics teacher that followed caused his confidence to plummet. Chapter 69. Shun Fan must have cheated while Sun Jiping was reveling in his triumph. The mathematics teacher inhaled deeply and gradually spoke. I imagine everyone is eagerly anticipating the identity of that student, are they not? Well, I shall reveal it to you now. As the teacher pointed towards Shun Fan, he declared, that student is none other than Shun Fan. Upon hearing this, the classroom fell into an abrupt silence, as if a spell had been cast. Many students were momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp what they had just heard. A hushed murmur ensued. Shun Fan? Surely the teacher must be mistaken. How could it possibly be Shun Fan? He consistently ranks at the bottom of the class, and the math teacher hardly acknowledges him. How could he have performed well today? It's impossible. I refuse to believe it. If what the teacher says is true, there are only 2 explanations. 1, Shun Fan cheated, or 2, someone else helped him cheat. I see your point. Have you noticed that ever since Xia Qingxue and Shun Fan started sharing a desk, they have been inseparable? Could it be that Xia Qingxue assisted Shun Fan? That makes sense. It must be that Xia Qingxue, out of affection for her partner, provided him with the answers. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, every classmate came to the consensus that Xia Qingxue had indeed aided Shun Fan, which explained the impressive score that astonished the mathematics teacher. The students continued to chatter among themselves, yet none felt more bewildered than Sun Jiping. As the class representative for mathematics, consistently achieving the highest scores and receiving praise from the teacher, Sun Jiping had anticipated that this time the accolades would again be directed towards him. Just moments prior, when the teacher was about to announce the identity of the student, he impulsively considered standing up to showcase his stature before his peers. In truth, it was not a requirement for the named student to rise. Rather, Sun Jiping, in a moment of excitement, yearned for all to behold his impressive figure. However, upon the teacher's utterance of Shun Fan's name, he was already poised to stand, only to find himself frozen in shock, staring blankly at the teacher, unable to process the revelation. It was only as the classmates continued to discuss the matter that Sun Jiping seemed to rouse from his stupor. His first thought mirrored that of his peers. Shun Fan performed well? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. How could a student, who neglects his studies in favor of frequenting internet cafes, suddenly achieve such commendable exam results? Furthermore, the situation was undeniably awkward for him, as he remained in a half-crouched position, poised to stand. At this thought, Sun Jiping abandoned all pretense and discreetly glanced around at his classmates. He realized they were oblivious to his presence, engrossed in discussions about Shun Fan. Thus, he gradually and inconspicuously settled back into his seat, finally exhaling in relief once he was fully seated. Fortunately, his previous actions had gone unnoticed, otherwise, it would have been mortifying. Yet, all his resentment was now directed towards Shun Fan. If his classmates suspected Shun Fan of copying from Xia Qingxue, he too had come to the same conclusion. He had observed the unusual behavior between Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue over the past few days, which only fueled his jealousy. In truth, Sun Jiping harbored feelings for Xia Qingxue, but he chose to bury those sentiments deep within. The reason was simple. He took pride in his role as class monitor. He believed that with his academic prowess and decent looks, it was only natural for girls to pursue him. Indeed, he had received love letters from girls in other classes. But he dismissed them, insisting they should focus on their studies instead. This attitude, however, only led to growing disdain from his female peers, who labeled him as peculiar. Sun Jiping was the type of individual who presumed that if girls were aware of his existence, they should naturally be enamored with him, even going so far as to shower him with love letters. This would then grant him the opportunity to chastise them for their misplaced affections. He applied this same reasoning to Xia Qingxue, who, regrettably, had never acknowledged him. However, ever since Xia Qingxue and Xin Fan began sharing a desk, Sun Jiping's jealousy intensified as he observed their closeness and pretense of studying together. What shocked him even more was the revelation that Xia Qingxue, the model student of their class, had stooped to allowing Xin Fan to copy her exam paper. Sun Jiping could no longer tolerate this, especially after narrowly escaping an embarrassing moment earlier. Thus, he resolved to unveil the true reason behind Xin Fan's surprising academic success in his capacity as class monitor. Yet, instead of confronting Xin Fan directly, he opted for a more subtle approach. He decided to hint at his suspicions to the math teacher, stating, "Teacher, Xin Fan's previous grades consistently placed him at the bottom of the class. Yet since sharing a desk with Xia Qingxue, his performance has remarkably improved. Shouldn't we all be pleased for him? As the class monitor and math representative, I share in the joy for Xin Fan." In fact, the mathematics teacher at the podium was about to continue speaking when he was abruptly interrupted by Sun Jiping. This sudden disruption rendered the entire class silent, as such behavior from Sun Jiping was utterly out of character. Although he often took on a teacher-like role during breaks, offering guidance to classmates, he had never dared to act out in class, especially not during math lessons. What could have prompted such a change in Sun Jiping today? While the classmates were left bewildered, Sun Jiping continued, stating that, based on my recent observations, classmate Xia Qingxue had been assisting Xin Fan with his math studies. It is indeed essential for classmates to help one another. Even during problem solving, it is perfectly acceptable for Xin Fan to seek Xia Qingxue's guidance when he struggles. I genuinely hope that Xin Fan can independently complete a math paper in the future and achieve such commendable results. At this point, Sun Jiping retained a teacher-like demeanor, which evoked a wave of discomfort among the other students. Nevertheless, his words made it clear to everyone, including the math teacher, that Xin Fan's impressive score was likely the result of copying from his desk mate, Xia Qingxue. Consequently, this revelation only intensified the disdain classmates felt towards Sun Jiping, who remained unfazed by their scornful glances, as he had long grown accustomed to such reactions. His primary concern was that his goal had been achieved. The teacher was now aware of the situation regarding Xin Fan's paper. Subsequently, Sun Jiping exhaled with a sense of satisfaction, believing that Xin Fan was now poised to face the teacher's wrath. However, he was taken aback to find the math teacher displaying no reaction whatsoever, still wearing a benevolent smile. What was going on? Chapter 70. Copying to the top of the class as Sun Jiping pondered the math teacher's unusual demeanor. The teacher finally spoke. After glancing at Sun Jiping, he offered a nod of acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Sun Jiping, as the math representative, you have observed quite attentively, which brings me great comfort. However, some classmates may indeed suspect that Xin Fan copied from Xia Qingxue. Although the students did not openly agree, they silently acquiesced to the teacher's assessment. What a jest! If Xin Fan could achieve such excellent results without any foul play, I would wager my paper on it. Observing the resolute expressions on his classmates' faces, the math teacher felt a twinge of reluctance to continue. Yet, he wanted to convey that Xin Fan not only performed exceptionally well this time, but also secured the top score in the entire class. After the teacher finished speaking, a sudden silence enveloped the classroom. The students, increasingly perplexed, began to murmur amongst themselves. What had the teacher just said? Xin Fan had actually ranked first in the entire class? How could that be possible? Even Xia Qingxue's mathematics scores could not place her at the top. How then had Xin Fan managed to excel? Indeed, if Xin Fan had not merely copied from Xia Qingxue, he should have at best matched her score. How could he have achieved first place? In an instant, the entire class was in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Sun Jiping, however, was even more confounded. Upon finishing his statement, he realized that the mathematics teacher's words seemed somewhat amiss. By the time he reached the last sentence, he was so astonished that he nearly popped his eyes out. Shen Fan had indeed secured the top position in the class? With this thought, Sun Jiping felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He shook his head vigorously, trying to assure himself that he was not dreaming. The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. If Shen Fan was first, what of his own standing? Moreover, had he not copied from Xia Qingxue? How could he possibly claim the top spot? It suddenly dawned on him that he had just informed the entire class and the teacher that Shen Fan had cheated. At that moment, Sun Jiping felt an intense heat rise to his face. Shock, disbelief, and a myriad of other emotions overwhelmed him. In a burst of agitation, Sun Jiping leapt to his feet and vehemently denied the claim. Impossible. He came in first? How can that be? I meticulously reviewed every question. Aside from the final challenging problem, which I could not answer, I tackled all others without error. How could he possibly have achieved first place? Did he somehow solve the last question? What a joke. At last, shedding his facade of false piety, Sun Jiping prepared to confront Shen Fan. His outburst reached a point where even the mathematics teacher could no longer overlook it. With a calm smile, the teacher gestured for Sun Jiping to sit down before addressing him. Sun Jiping, you performed admirably as well, ranking second in the class. Furthermore, I can confirm that Shen Fan indeed answered the final question correctly. Additionally, I must correct you on one point. Although you answered all but the last question, you did not get them all right. 3 of your answers were incorrect. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Sun Jiping felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing beneath the desk. It was as if he finally understood that when the mathematics teacher declared Shen Fan as the first, it was undeniably true. He had unwittingly brought disgrace upon himself, and the slap to his face was both resounding and profound. Throughout this ordeal, Shen Fan had remained utterly silent. However, Sun Jiping was too preoccupied to notice these matters. Primarily perplexed as to how he could have answered 3 significant questions incorrectly. Reflecting on his earlier confidence, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Wishing desperately for a hole to hide in, he hunched over, his face betraying an indescribable expression of dismay. Yet, he remained baffled as to how Shen Fan had managed to achieve this feat in just a few days. He not only shared a table with Xia Qingxue, but also outperformed him in mathematics. It was as if he had captured both beauty and applause. Sun Jiping could scarcely tolerate this. It was one thing to concede that a woman was beyond his reach, but to have his long-held pride in being the top mathematics student usurped was simply intolerable. Thus, he resolved to seize an opportunity to demonstrate his superiority over Shen Fan. However, being in the mathematics teacher's class, he understood that he must refrain from any inappropriate behavior. Consequently, he buried his resentment towards Shen Fan deep within his heart. At that moment, the classmates gradually regained their composure. Initially astonished by Shen Fan's achievement of the highest score in the class, they soon turned their disdain towards Sun Jiping due to his earlier antics. When the mathematics teacher remarked that Sun Jiping had overestimated himself, the students recalled his earlier self-assured stance. Instantly, they regarded him as a mere joke or a clown seeking attention. Some couldn't help but laugh aloud, further intensifying Sun Jiping's humiliation. Typically the one instructing others, he found himself on the receiving end of a lesson today. The bitterness he felt was redirected entirely towards Shen Fan. Clenching his hands tightly beneath the desk, he silently vowed, Shen Fan, just wait. I will uncover how you cheated. And then I shall ensure the entire school knows of your deceit. What Sun Jiping contemplated was unbeknownst to his classmates. Yet, with a wealth of experience and insight, Shen Fan could easily discern Sun Jiping's current mindset. Nevertheless, for someone of Shen Fan's caliber, such a person was merely a trivial nuisance, hardly worth fearing. Subsequently, Shen Fan began to relish the accolades bestowed upon him by the mathematics teacher. The teacher did not disappoint, showering Shen Fan with praise, referring to him as a prodigy, a genius, a master, and so forth. He even held up Shen Fan's paper for all to see, seemingly as proof of his integrity. As the classmates observed the neat handwriting and coherent answers on Shen Fan's paper, they finally conceded to his capabilities. Soon, they cast envious and resentful glances towards him. Their jealousy and animosity stemmed from the fact that Shen Fan had not only won the affection of a beautiful girl, but was also a hidden academic powerhouse. After the mathematics teacher concluded his commendations and offered a few encouraging words, the matter of Shen Fan being first in the class was set aside. However, what lay ahead remained uncertain. When the mathematics teacher presented another paper, An instant shadow fell across his face, his expression gravely serious. At this moment, I must express my particular criticism towards the student Xia Qingxue. The classmates, who had previously appeared relaxed, fell silent upon hearing the teacher's words, turning their heads involuntarily towards Xia Qingxue. As for Xia Qingxue, she was already aware that Shun Fan would receive the teacher's commendation, and she silently basked in the praise bestowed upon him, much like Shun Fan. Alas, he was indeed the most academically gifted individual, and she felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. No, it was not a mere happenstance. This treasure had come knocking at her door. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of happiness illuminated her face. Overcome with joy, she suppressed a smile, lowering her head to avoid detection. It was at that very moment that she suddenly heard the teacher announce he would be specifically criticizing her. Startled, Xia Qingxue abruptly raised her head. What? Chapter 71. You stand in punishment. I will find a way to accompany you. Xia Qingxue did not anticipate that during her most relaxed moment, the mathematics teacher would call her out for criticism. Consequently, she gasped in shock, which startled the entire class, prompting all eyes to turn towards her. The classroom erupted in laughter. Xia Qingxue, in her dismay, had already risen to her feet in response to her surprise, feeling it would be inappropriate to sit back down. Thus, she stood there, enduring the teacher's critique. The mathematics teacher began to focus his remarks on her, retrieving Xia Qingxue's paper from a stack. Holding it aloft, he addressed her directly. Xia Qingxue, I was quite upset when I saw your paper. Your answers to the true or false and fill-in-the-blank questions were quite satisfactory. However, when it came to the long-form questions, you only attempted 2, and those were lackluster. Your actions leave me perplexed. Have you become complacent due to your previous commendations? Just a few days ago, you basked in praise from both the teacher and your classmates, and now you seem to have forgotten who you are. It was evident that the teacher's tone was quite serious. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue stood frozen in place, unable to move, simply listening. Deep down, she felt somewhat wronged. Yet upon reflection, she understood that she was, in fact, at fault. After all, it was she who had hastily submitted her paper and rushed out to find Shun Fan. She recalled her reasoning at the time. If she didn't understand something, no amount of repetition would help. Yet now, she found herself regretting her decision, wishing she had taken the time to work through the problems more thoroughly. Xia Qingxue's thoughts drifted, while her classmates remained oblivious to her internal turmoil. However, at present, the other classmates have been utterly bewildered by the ongoing series of reversals. In their perception, under ordinary circumstances, it should be Xia Qingxue receiving praise, while Shun Fan ought to be the one facing criticism. Yet, as the situation unfolded, how did it culminate in the current scene? Meanwhile, Shun Fan occasionally cast furtive glances at Xia Qingxue beside him, his heart brimming with incredulity. He realized he could offer no assistance to her, as the mathematics teacher's words held merit. After all, they were still students, and the existence of rewards and penalties was a normative aspect of their environment. For Xia Qingxue, this was inconsequential. After all, he was currently tutoring her. Having undergone this trial of rebirth, he firmly believed she would astonish everyone upon her resurgence. On the stage, the mathematics teacher continued to admonish Xia Qingxue. Xia Qingxue, you have been exceedingly negligent this time, and I am profoundly disappointed. If this were any other student, I might merely express my thoughts. However, you are different. Today, you must be penalized to instill some sense of memory. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Xia Qingxue tensed up, her mind racing with speculation about her impending punishment. Yet, the teacher's subsequent statement left her in disbelief. Xia Qingxue, to help you remember better, you shall stand outside for 15 minutes. Huh. Xia Qingxue was genuinely taken aback. Never in her academic journey had she encountered such a punishment, not even during her high school years. Yet, surprisingly, here she was, a senior, facing the prospect of standing as punishment. Not only was Xia Qingxue astonished, but her entire class wore expressions of sheer disbelief. What was happening? How could a student as diligent as Xia Qingxue be subjected to standing as punishment? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you hear the teacher? This is meant to help Xia Qingxue remember better. It's akin to the teacher showing concern for her. Goodness, how double-standard can one be? Those who struggle academically are punished, while those who excel are simply shown care. Indeed, one could argue that if one desired to be cared for, the teacher might not even take notice. In that moment, all the classmates began to discuss the incident of Xia Qingxue's punishment. However, from their conversations, it was evident that even in punishment, Xia Qingxue had somehow become the most fortunate among them. Nevertheless, Xia Qingxue felt somewhat disheartened. Her inherently introverted nature made the prospect of standing outside for 15 minutes in front of everyone rather daunting. The thought of walking out into the open and then re-entering the room under the gaze of her peers rendered her momentarily paralyzed. Shen Fan seemed to perceive her distress and, in an attempt to console her, silently conveyed his thoughts. "My dear, do not be afraid. Bravely step outside. This punishment is but a fleeting moment. I believe that with my tutoring, your grades will gradually improve. Let us discreetly study mathematics together, and when the time for examinations arrives, we shall astonish everyone." Upon hearing Shen Fan's heartfelt encouragement, Xia Qingxue indeed felt a shift in her mindset. Thus, she mustered her courage and prepared to step outside to face her punishment. However, what she did not anticipate was that Shen Fan's thoughts penetrated her mind. "Don't worry, my dear. Just stand there for a moment. I will find an excuse to join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue's pupils constricted, and she quickly halted her steps, her mind racing with thoughts. What? Shen Fan is going to come out to keep me company during my punishment? Surely not. What if the teacher sees him? "Shen Fan, please don't come out. I'm no longer afraid of standing here. Truly, you must believe in me. I can manage this on my own." Ultimately, Xia Qingxue began to fervently pray within her heart. However, as time slipped away, the mathematics teacher grew increasingly displeased. "So, Xia Qingxue, it seems you are somewhat defiant?" The teacher's remark elicited laughter from the other students. Regaining her composure, Xia Qingxue sensed that if she did not step outside now, she would be at a loss for words. Thus, she strode out of the classroom and positioned herself behind a door. In truth, as she left the classroom, she felt a wave of tension wash over her, a multitude of emotions swirling within, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Yet, to her surprise, as she stood against the wall, observing the emptiness around her, her mood instantaneously lightened. What is happening? Am I truly no different from those unruly students? That cannot be. Consequently, Xia Qingxue's mind began to wander. Meanwhile, after the mathematics teacher reprimanded her, the other students fell silent, for their own academic standings remained unchanged, leaving little to discuss. All right, now let us distribute the test papers and begin our review. A collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom as the papers were handed out. However, upon receiving his test paper, Shen Fan's mind raced, contemplating how to sneak out and accompany Xia Qingxue. He could not allow his beloved to stand alone. That would be quite disheartening. Moreover, what if she felt disheartened? Surely he ought to go out and provide her with some comfort. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Just as the mathematics teacher began to explain the first question, Shen Fan suddenly contorted his face in pain, clutching his abdomen, and struggled to raise his hand to speak with the teacher. "Ahem, teacher," he gasped. "I'm feeling quite unwell. It's rather embarrassing, but I need to use the restroom." His expression was one of genuine distress, as if he could no longer hold it in. As these words escaped his lips, the surrounding classmates recoiled in alarm. The teacher turned to Shen Fan, puzzled, and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Teacher, I had breakfast outside this morning, and I think I may have eaten something unsanitary. I truly need to use the restroom." After listening, the teacher furrowed his brows, not out of displeasure, but rather in concern for Shen Fan. The reason was simple. Shen Fan had begun to showcase his true capabilities. This meant that the teacher had to intensify his vigilance over Shen Fan, ensuring that he did not become complacent. Even matters as trivial as an upset stomach were suddenly taken with utmost seriousness by the teacher. "All right, you may go," he said. Shen Fan, being a seasoned individual with past experiences, feigned urgency upon receiving permission to leave for the restroom. He stood up, appearing as though he could barely contain himself, eliciting a chorus of amused expressions from his classmates. Yet, once Shen Fan stepped out of the classroom and turned a corner, he reverted to his normal demeanor, inwardly reveling in his thoughts of Xia Qingxue. "My dear, I am on my way to you. I shall share both joy and adversity by your side." As Shen Fan searched for Xia Qingxue, he soon spotted her standing by the wall behind the door. Upon their eyes meeting, Xia Qingxue was startled, nearly gasping in surprise. "Shun," she began, but before she could finish, Shen Fan swiftly approached her, covering her mouth with his hand while shushing her with a gesture. He could see the shock in her widened eyes, realizing that he had genuinely startled her. Fortunately, Xia Qingxue quickly regained her composure. Once her mouth was covered, she ceased to struggle, her expression of surprise fading. However, Shen Fan soon became aware that in his flustered state, He had inadvertently committed an act that was quite embarrassing. As he pressed his body against Xia Qingxue while covering her mouth, he had inadvertently pinned her firmly against the wall, rather solidly, at that. Not only that, but while his right hand covered her mouth, his left hand had somehow seized both of her hands and lifted them high. Thus, he found himself in a position where his body was tightly pressed against hers, his grip firmly holding her delicate hands while muffling her voice. If an unsuspecting observer were to witness this scene, their first thought would undoubtedly be one of mischief, perhaps even labeling it as shameless behavior. Time seemed to stretch on, and as Xia Qingshue's heart rate began to normalize, she gazed into Shun Fan's eyes with her adorable, wide eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Perhaps it was the proximity between them that caused her heart to race, leaving her almost devoid of coherent thought. Yet, the question lingered, what exactly felt out of place? As a result, the perplexed Xia Qingxue, with her lovely big eyes, was clearly filled with numerous little question marks. Gradually, she began to sense something and comprehend the situation. To her astonishment, she realized that she was being held down by Shun Fan. Her entire body, her hands, and even her lips felt excessively intimate. It was undeniably too suggestive. Furthermore, due to Shun Fan's hands being occupied, the only gesture he could make to signal silence was with his lips pouting. In Xia Qingshue's eyes, Shun Fan leaning in with his pronounced lips was not an indication for her to quiet down. Good heavens! The implication was unmistakable. Shun Fan was indeed very audacious. As Xia Qingxue pondered this, Shun Fan also sensed that something was amiss. The fragrance enveloping him felt soft and fluffy, akin to lying on a cloud in space. As he contemplated, suddenly his pupils constricted, and he realized what he was actually doing. How could he ever engage in such behavior? It wasn't that Shun Fan disliked it, but he feared causing psychological trauma to Xia Qingxue, this little hedgehog. If such a moment were to happen again, he could not predict when it might be. Shun Fan even noticed that his lips, while attempting to signal for silence, were inching closer to Xia Qingxue, which felt rather improper. Thus, the two exchanged a glance for a fleeting second. In the next moment, it seemed they both simultaneously sensed the inappropriateness of the situation. Consequently, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue abruptly separated, each retreating a step. They remained gazing at each other intently, as if the scene had been frozen in time. After an indeterminate duration, it appeared that both of their eyes grew weary. Thus, they each blinked simultaneously while instinctively shifting their gaze elsewhere. Yet, both harbored the same sentiment: awkwardness, an overwhelming sense of profound awkwardness, particularly for Shun Fan, who recognized that his impulsive actions had crossed a line. Consequently, Shun Fan felt it imperative, as a man, to initiate an explanation to prevent any misunderstanding from Xia Qingxue. However, he could not speak loudly. What if their math teacher overheard? Thus, Shun Fan decided to approach Xia Qingxue quietly to clarify the matter. However, as he took a small step forward to reach out, Xia Qingxue reacted like a startled little hedgehog, suddenly tensing up and inching away against the wall. With her adorable big eyes wide open, she cautiously fixed her gaze on Shun Fan, clearly fearful that he might repeat his earlier actions. From the expression in Xia Qingxue's large eyes, Shun Fan could discern that she was indeed a frightened little hedgehog. Even the slightest hint of excessive movement from him would cause her to bristle with defensive quills, protecting herself fiercely. Thus, Shun Fan found himself in an even more awkward predicament. Reflecting on the earlier conversation with the teacher, he had originally intended to joyfully accompany his wife. He had even envisioned a scenario reminiscent of a film, where they would stand together in the open, exchanging smiles and engaging in heartfelt conversations, gradually deepening their bond. What a splendid prospect! However, how had the situation devolved into this? He contemplated offering further explanations, but upon witnessing the tense demeanor of Xia Qingxue, he realized that an opportunity for clarification was no longer afforded to him. Shun Fan initially wished to remain and continue supporting Xia Qingxue, but his spirits dampened. He decided it would be best to retreat to the restroom for a while. Bowing his head, he averted his gaze from Xia Qingxue and turned towards the men's restroom. Xia Qingxue, on the other hand, was taken aback, perhaps even frightened, by Shun Fan's abrupt departure. As he walked away, she cautiously followed his silhouette, fearful that he might suddenly turn around and confront her yet again. At this thought, she felt as if the entire corridor had become unsafe. Fortunately, just then, the mathematics teacher emerged, casting a sympathetic glance at Xia Qingxue and letting out a sigh. Xia Qingxue, do you understand your mistake? Upon seeing the teacher, Xia Qingxue felt as though she had found a lifeline, eagerly nodding her head in affirmation. Yes, yes, teacher, I understand my mistake. Please allow me to return. The mathematics teacher was momentarily taken aback by her response. From his perspective, Xia Qingxue was not the type of student to display such behavior. She would typically remain silent even when acknowledging her faults. What, then, was the situation? Nevertheless, appreciating her earnest admission of guilt, he nodded in satisfaction and permitted her to leave. It was only when Xia Qingxue settled back into her seat that she was able to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, after the earlier incident, the peculiar images in her mind grew increasingly vivid. Moreover, she noticed that her hand, which held the pen, was trembling slightly. What could be the cause of this? Chapter 73. You misunderstand. I do not need those 20 points after spending some time in the restroom. Xin Fan returned to the classroom. During this lesson, both he and Xia Qingxue adhered to the rules, outwardly appearing quite earnest. Soon enough, as the class drew to a close, the mathematics teacher seemed to recall something and addressed the class. Sun Jiping, please compile a list of the students from our class who will be participating in the Mathematics Olympiad and report back to me. Those who are eligible should make every effort to participate, as it can add 20 points to their college entrance examination score. After speaking with Sun Jiping, the rest of the class, despite their disdain for him, could not help but cast envious glances in his direction. The reason was simple. Sun Jiping was indeed qualified to participate in the Olympiad, and most importantly, he could potentially gain an additional 20 points on the college entrance exam. What did those 20 points signify? Every student was well aware. As Sun Jiping felt the gaze of his classmates upon him, the sensation of superiority swiftly returned. Indeed, mathematics competitions were the cornerstone of his confidence. Sun Jiping had harbored a fondness for mathematics since childhood, beginning his journey into mathematical Olympiads as early as elementary school. By the time he reached high school, he had transformed this passion into his secret weapon. He was utterly convinced that his prowess in mathematics could secure him an additional 20 points in the college entrance examination. At that moment, he wore an air of haughty pride, certain of his undisputed supremacy in this year's mathematics competition. However, a thought of Xin Fan suddenly crossed his mind. It was he who had embarrassed Sun Jiping earlier by claiming the top position. Hadn't Sun Jiping been contemplating how to demonstrate his superiority over Xin Fan? This opportunity in mathematics might just serve as the perfect chance. With this in mind, an idea struck him. Seizing the moment before the math teacher exited the room, he stood up and declared loudly, "Teacher, may I have a word?" This proclamation halted not only the teacher's steps, but also drew the attention of all his classmates. Sun Jiping, what is it? The teacher inquired. Oh, teacher, I had actually compiled the competition roster yesterday. However, I was surprised to discover Xin Fan's exceptional talent in mathematics. Therefore, I thought it would be prudent to allow Xin Fan to participate as well. After all, he is undoubtedly the best in our class. His words immediately caught the attention of the math teacher, who turned to Xin Fan and said, "Ah, Xin Fan, I nearly overlooked you. Would you like to give it a shot? You could earn an additional 20 points. While the teacher's suggestion was well-meaning, Xin Fan, who had been enjoying a leisurely moment, sensed the underlying intent in Sun Jiping's remarks. The notion that Sun Jiping was now targeting him was palpable, akin to the annoyance of a persistent fly. Nevertheless, Xin Fan decided to graciously decline the offer. He smiled politely before stating, "Thank you, teacher, but I shall pass on the mathematics competition. Perhaps this opportunity would be better suited for other classmates." Upon hearing this, the teacher said nothing further and began to turn back to the office. Yet, Sun Jiping was relentless, having devised a plan to deal with Xin Fan. His strategy was clear. First, propose Xin Fan's participation in the Olympiad. Should Xin Fan accept, he would elevate him to great heights only to relish in his downfall during the competition. And even if Xin Fan, recognizing his own limitations, chose to decline, Sun Jiping would seize the opportunity to belittle him, illustrating what true competence entailed. At that moment, Sun Jiping's true nature emerged. As he cast a scornful glance at Xin Fan and scoffed, "Humph! What's this, Xin Fan? I thought you were the top student in mathematics? Do you lack even this modicum of courage? Or was your so-called first place merely a product of copying?" Upon uttering those words, not only was the mathematics teacher taken aback, but the entire class was equally astonished. No one anticipated that Sun Jiping, who typically adopted a condescending and authoritative demeanor, could exhibit such a flustered side. In that moment, every student, including the mathematics teacher, rallied behind Xin Fan. Even if Xin Fan had resorted to copying, they were indifferent, for Sun Jiping had thoroughly disgusted them all. Besides Xin Fan, Xia Qingxue gazed at Sun Jiping with growing disdain, particularly because he had persistently targeted Xin Fan. With a look imbued with animosity, she fixed her eyes on Sun Jiping, even forgetting the earlier incident in the corridor. Xia Qingxue felt an urge to rise and retaliate against Sun Jiping, yet she knew that, given her status as Xin Fan's deskmate, it would be inappropriate. She recalled the previous night when Xin Fan had fiercely confronted the robber, wishing she could deliver a similar blow to the class monitor. Tempers flared among the students, yet they hesitated to voice their frustrations. Consequently, they turned their attention to Xin Fan, eager to see how he would respond. However, Xin Fan maintained an air of tranquility, having encountered such juvenile tactics from Sun Jiping many times in his previous life. He offered a slight smile, tinged with disdain yet exuding grace. "I believe you are mistaken. I simply do not require those 20 points. At these words, the collective outrage that had simmered among the students dissipated into sheer astonishment. Did Xin Fan truly say he had no need for those 20 points? What immense courage it took to utter such a statement. It was commendable. Why resort to underhanded methods for extra credits like Sun Jiping when one could simply excel in the college entrance examination? While this was all well and good, one couldn't help but wonder if Xin Fan was being overly confident. Nevertheless, the sentiment echoed throughout the room. Xin Fan had indeed delivered a solid retort. What was Sun Jiping in comparison? Various murmurs filled the air. But the most significant realization was that each student could see on Xin Fan's face that he was not merely acting out of spite. He genuinely did not need those 20 points. The most vexed of all was Sun Jiping, rendered speechless by Xin Fan's rebuttal. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to undermine Xin Fan and demonstrate to their classmates what true ability looked like. Yet, he was unprepared for Xin Fan's disdain for the Olympiad mathematics competition. With Xin Fan's declaration, what more could he possibly say? It felt akin to striking a fist against a cotton pillow, utterly ineffective. Sun Jiping remained unwilling to concede, on the verge of hurling another biting remark. However, his unpopularity among the class became evident as students began to jeer at the sight of him attempting to speak. "Bravo, Xin Fan. Support Xin Fan. Xin Fan is remarkable. Those 20 points mean nothing. Only the inept seek to augment their scores through dubious means. Xin Fan is determined to showcase what true strength really is. Indeed, when the time comes, he will strive to excel and defeat those who seek to gain advantages, leaving them with no face to confront him." The students' uproar grew increasingly boisterous. By now, it was not only Sun Jiping, but even the other students preparing for the mathematics Olympiad who bore expressions of bitterness. Some even secretly cursed the class monitor in their hearts. Meanwhile, the mathematics teacher observed quietly from the side, particularly noting the indescribable expression on Sun Jiping's face. Choosing not to comment, he left the classroom with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 74. Xia Qingxue voluntarily asks to learn cooking. The mathematics teacher, lost in thought, returned to the office with a smile still lingering on his face. Inside the office, Xin Fan's homeroom teacher, upon noticing the math teacher's unexpected smile, teasingly inquired, "What day is it today that has put you in such a delightful mood?" The math teacher chuckled softly, then looked at the homeroom teacher with a knowing glance. "You missed a spectacular scene earlier in our class," he remarked. Intrigued, the homeroom teacher awaited further elaboration. The math teacher, with an air of mystery, continued, "In the future, keep an eye on Xin Fan from our class. He is truly exceptional. Do not be misled by his usual laziness or his position at the bottom of the class during exams. If I am not mistaken, he will undoubtedly astonish everyone on the day of the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed the homeroom teacher's face. The reason was simple. He had long given up on Xin Fan. It was not that he did not wish to intervene. He simply could not control him, as Xin Fan spent his days in internet cafes. Even seating Xia Qingxue at the same table as Xin Fan was an attempt to keep him in check until graduation. However, hearing the math teacher's remarks about Xin Fan prompted him to nod in agreement, deciding to pay closer attention to Xin Fan from that moment on. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the fervor that had just filled the air had dissipated. Only Xia Qingxue remained, occasionally casting admiring glances at Xin Fan. "Xin Fan, I believe in you. You truly do not need those 20 points. Moreover, your retort to the class monitor was incredibly satisfying. I felt like chiming in myself, she said. Xin Fan noticed Xia Qingshua's cheeks had flushed, likely from the earlier excitement. Nevertheless, it made her appear even more endearing, especially when she concluded with a small fist pump. Looking adorably fierce, he felt an urge to affectionately ruffle her hair, but ultimately decided against it. After all, it seemed Xia Qingxue had already forgotten about the incident in the corridor. To act impulsively might lead to another awkward situation. Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and turned to Xia Qingxue. Thank you for your support, Xia Qingxue. Now, please take out your math test paper. I shall explain another problem to you. Initially delighted, Xia Qingxue pouted upon hearing the news, cursing Xin Fan in her mind as she retrieved her papers. Was this not excessively harsh and tyrannical? Xin Fan, you rascal. The day swiftly came to a close amidst the hustle of supplementary lessons. Although exhausting, this day brought Xia Qingxue immense joy, primarily because she could spend time with Xin Fan. No matter the activity, she could never get enough of his company. After school that evening, Xin Fan rode his bicycle to escort Xia Qingxue home. Following their cheerful farewell at the community's back gate, Xia Qingxue skipped home in high spirits. Upon entering, she greeted her mother, Lu Wenhui, who was seated on the sofa, in a particularly mischievous manner. Hi, beautiful. I'm back. Seeing her daughter's radiant smile, Lu Wenhui reflected on how Xia Qingxue had transformed since that night when she discovered her daughter returning home with Xin Fan. Her daughter now exuded happiness and no longer fretted over her studies. Contemplating this change, Lu Wenhui recognized that her daughter's joy was indeed a positive development. Then an idea struck Lu Wenhui. She recalled her earlier intention to teach her daughter how to prepare breakfast. Seizing the opportunity, she thought it would be prudent to encourage Xia Qingxue to learn the skill, as it would undoubtedly be beneficial in the future. As Lu Wenhui observed her daughter bouncing towards her, she pondered how best to broach the subject. To her surprise, Xia Qingxue approached her, grinning broadly, and exclaimed, "Mom, didn't you say you'd teach me to make breakfast? Can I start learning tomorrow?" Taken aback, Lu Wenhui found herself momentarily speechless. She had been contemplating how to persuade her daughter, yet here was Xia Qingxue, eagerly volunteering to learn. How could her daughter's attitude shift so dramatically from reluctance that morning? Lu Wenhui was momentarily lost in thought, noticing her mother's silence. Xia Qingxue perceived a question lingering in Lu Wenhui's eyes, wondering why her daughter had suddenly changed her mind. Reflecting on her earlier boast to Xin Fan about her culinary abilities, Xia Qingxue felt a pang of regret. Such a claim was hardly something she wished to share with her mother. Thus, she promptly wiped the smile from her face and gazed at Lu Wenhui with her adorably large eyes. What's wrong? Didn't you say yesterday that you would teach me breakfast making? Are you having second thoughts? If so, that's fine. Lu Wenhui, still in a daze, felt her resolve strengthen upon hearing Xia Qingxue's words. Knowing her daughter well, she surmised that Xia Qingxue must have inadvertently boasted in front of Xin Fan. Quickly, Lu Wenhui replied, No, I would be delighted for my daughter to learn how to make breakfast. Moreover, you have my genetic talent. I have complete faith in your cooking abilities. This reassurance ignited a spark of confidence in Xia Qingxue. Mom, really? I share your sentiments. Shall we commence our studies tomorrow morning? Certainly, that sounds splendid. It just so happens that you have been rising early these past few days, affording me the time to instruct you. Thus, the mother and daughter came to this agreeable resolution. Motivated, Xia Qingxue indeed took the initiative to venture into the kitchen the following morning to begin her lessons. After accompanying Xia Qingxue home, Xin Fan also rode his bicycle back. Upon arriving home, his first thought was to ascertain whether his parents had indeed gone shopping as he suggested. However, upon entering, he quickly discerned from their demeanor that they had refrained from spending money and likely did not go shopping after all. Nevertheless, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo were elated to see Xin Fan return. Our son is back. Come, enjoy some watermelon. We purchased several today. Upon hearing this, Xin Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this what his parents consider a lavish lifestyle? With 100,000 yuan, they bought several watermelons. Subsequently, instead of indulging in the watermelon immediately, Xin Fan opened his computer to check his stock trading software, eager to see how much he had earned today. He then inquired, Mom, you didn't skip shopping yesterday, did you? Yang Shuhua glanced at Shun Jiangwo and quickly refuted, Of course we went. My son earns money for us to spend. How could we not? She then gently tugged at her neck, revealing a gold necklace, and waved it before Xin Fan. Look, I even bought a gold necklace. Isn't it beautiful? From a distance, Shun Fan turned to look, only to find himself unable to discern the necklace's presence. It was so slender it resembled a hair strand, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the stock trading software had opened, and Shun Fan's pupils constricted upon seeing the account balance rise to 1.7 million. However, unlike the excitement he felt the previous night, he now seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He closed the computer and approached his mother, Yang Shuhua, speaking calmly. I've just earned another 100,000. If you hesitate to spend, there will be even more money in the future, and it will merely become decorative. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhua and Xin Jiangwo were immediately taken aback. What? Chapter 75. One moment discussing profound principles, the next contemplating purchasing a villa? Yang Shuhua and Xin Jiangwo, upon hearing that Shun Fan had once again earned 100,000, exclaimed in astonishment. What? What did you say, son? You earned another 100,000? Observing his parents' expressions, Shun Fan felt only mild surprise, devoid of the previous excitement, having laid his concerns to rest. You heard correctly. I earned another 100,000 today. I've told you. I am a genius at stock trading. Do you believe me now? After he spoke, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo stood in stunned silence for approximately 10 seconds before finally regaining their composure. They firmly believed in Shun Fan, for earlier that day, the two had indeed visited the bank and confirmed that the card's balance was a staggering 100,000. Their joy was palpable. They even chose a quaint little restaurant for lunch. Who could have anticipated that in just one day, they would earn another 100,000? Oh my, is this truly my son? At that moment, Yang Shuhua gazed at Shun Fan with an expression of disbelief, even reaching out to cradle his head, examining him closely. The look in her eyes resembled that of someone gazing upon a precious gem. Even Xin Jiangwo was overjoyed. Shun Fan, recognizing that their exuberance could not last indefinitely, felt it necessary to intervene, knowing that such excitement could elevate their blood pressure. Thus, he interrupted them with a hint of exasperation, saying, Mom and Dad, look, you now have 200,000 in your hands, and it's merely pocket money from me. Surely you can now shop with peace of mind. Indeed. Yang Shuhua ceased her protests and nodded vigorously at her son's words. All right, I will listen to you, and tomorrow we shall go shopping. Whatever you say, I shall buy. A television, a washing machine, and all the furniture that needs replacing. We will acquire it all. Shun Fan clapped his hands in delight. That's the spirit. Let us purchase everything of the finest and most expensive quality. Oh, by the way, it's anticipated that we might earn a similar amount tomorrow, he added. At this, both Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo gasped in astonishment. What? Ultimately, under Shun Fan's steady persuasion, Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo ceased to be astonished by Shun Fan's financial successes. Yang Shuhua even resigned from her job at the woolen mill. However, Shun Jiangwo held a sentimental attachment to his current position and was contemplating whether to resign. Consequently, the quality of life for Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo underwent a remarkable transformation. After all, in this era, possessing 200,000 placed them in a league above many families living in moderate comfort. In no time, their home was adorned with the latest and most fashionable appliances and furnishings. Yang Shuhua and Shun Jiangwo's attire also underwent a significant change. Under Xin Jiangwo's encouragement, Yang Shuhua indulged in numerous cosmetic purchases to enhance her appearance. As Shun Fan observed his parents sharing laughter and engaging in lively conversation, their bond seemed to have strengthened, prompting a satisfied smile to appear on his face. This was precisely what Shun Fan had longed to witness. Yet, his aspirations extended beyond this. He was destined to become a wealthy magnate, while his father, Xin Jiangwo, was fated to be a renowned businessman and philanthropist. His mother, Yang Shuhua, would undoubtedly transform into a dignified and affluent matron. As for himself, he envisioned becoming a crown prince. At this juncture, Shun Fan had firmly established his ambitions. In the following days, it seemed that everything fell into place. Each morning, Xia Qingxue would bring homemade meat sandwiches prepared by her mother to share with Shun Fan. However, while they were together, Xia Qingxue appeared to still bear the shadow of that previous punishment, maintaining a certain distance from Shun Fan. During the day, they diligently utilized every spare moment to study mathematics. In the evening, Shun Fan would routinely ride his bicycle to escort Xia Qingxue home. During this period, the progress of the system-assigned task, Perfect Romance, had increased to 9. Upon returning home, Shun Fan would promptly check his stock trading app to see how much he had earned. Initially, his parents, Yang Shuhua and Xin Jiangwo were astonished by his earnings. But as time passed, they quickly became indifferent. Even when Yang Shuhua went shopping, she no longer inquired about what Xin Fan wished to purchase. Instead, she formed her own preferences. Over time, as their finances continued to grow, the progress of the system-assigned task, Tycoon, also rose to 8. As time went on, when Xin Fan returned home after evening study sessions, he habitually glanced at the items his parents had bought. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss, despite their newfound wealth. His parents' taste seemed unchanged. Finally, Xin Fan realized that the clothing his parents purchased remained rather unfashionable. Confused, he posed a question to his mother, Yang Shuhua. Mom, we have so much money now, why don't you buy some stylish clothes? Isn't that Tang suit in vogue? A complete set shouldn't cost much, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Shuhua quickly waved her hand. Oh son, let's not talk about clothing. Look at our neighborhood, everyone shares a similar standard of living. If your father and I suddenly donned such fashionable and expensive attire, adorned head to toe in designer labels, it would stand out starkly against our neighbors. While it may not seem significant, we've maintained good relations with them for many years. If we flaunt our newfound wealth before them, it would be nothing short of ostentation. That would truly hurt feelings. You're too young to understand some matters. Beside them, Shun Jingwo nodded in agreement with Yang Shuhua's perspective. Xin Fan, too, having been single in his previous life and having a small social circle, had not placed much emphasis on such matters. However, he found himself unexpectedly schooled by his parents in this life. Thus, Shun Fan sighed, seemingly grasping the wisdom in their words, and remarked, Mom, you truly understand the ways of the world. Now that you mention it, it's time to consider purchasing a villa. As soon as Xin Fan uttered this, his once gentle parents suddenly sputtered, spitting out the water they had just sipped, choking in surprise. Both Yang Shuhua and Xin Jiangwo stared in disbelief at Xin Fan, rendered momentarily speechless. Just a moment ago, he had been imparting profound life lessons. Now, he was discussing the purchase of a villa. What on earth had he understood? Who had imparted such wisdom to him? Xin Fan, witnessing his parents' astonishment, seemed equally taken aback and chose not to utter another word, retreating directly to his bedroom. That night, Xin Fan resolved to retire early, for an early rise awaited him the following morning. Earlier that day, Xia Qingxue had shared with him her intent to prepare breakfast for him, a meal crafted by her own hands. The mere thought filled Xin Fan with a delightful sense of anticipation. After all, it was Xia Qingxue, his future wife, who would be making breakfast for him. Surely, it would be delicious and infused with love. Indeed, he vowed to shower her with compliments without reservation. Thus, lost in these pleasant thoughts, Xin Fan drifted into slumber. The next morning, at Xia Qingxue's home, a flurry of urgent exclamations erupted from the kitchen. Oh no, Mom, I put the eggs in before the pan was heated. What should I do? Upon hearing her daughter's distressed inquiry, Lu Wenhui felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. After all, her daughter had been learning for quite some time, yet she still struggled with the basics of breakfast preparation. At times, Lu Wenhui wondered if her daughter might be somewhat slow-witted. However, her academic prowess belied such doubts. While Lu Wenhui pondered her daughter's abilities, Xia Qingxue called out again, prompting Lu Wenhui to respond. If the pan isn't hot, then don't touch the eggs. Just wait until the pan is heated. And remember, after frying the eggs, be sure to drain the excess oil. Lu Wenhui's advice to drain the oil stemmed from her awareness that her daughter had been struggling with the proper amount of oil to use while frying eggs. In truth, this morning marked Xia Qingxue's official debut in the kitchen. It was her first time preparing breakfast for Xin Fan, and she was determined to do so independently, instructing her mother to remain in the living room while she assumed complete control of the kitchen. However, upon entering the kitchen, she found herself in a flurry of activity, ultimately placing the eggs in the pan before it had even warmed up. Initially, Xia Qingxue had resolved not to consult her mother. Yet, when faced with the pressing moment, she found herself seeking Lu Wenhui's guidance, albeit only to receive verbal instructions from the living room. Once Xia Qingxue completed her cooking, Lu Wenhui cautiously inquired if she could enter the kitchen. Upon receiving permission, she stepped inside, only to grimace at the sight. The eggs were oozing oil, rendering them inedible, and the bread forming the so-called Chinese hamburger was burnt around the edges. As for the layer of greens and roasted meat in the middle, nothing else seemed apparent. Xia Qingxue turned to her mother, Lu Wenhui, and inquired about her cooking skills. Lu Wenhui could only offer a vague compliment. Without needing to ask, Lu Wenhui, drawing from years of culinary experience, could tell at first glance that Xia Qingshua's dish was unappetizing. However, admitting this would be a blow to her daughter. So she decided to wait and let Xia Qingxue taste it for herself. At that moment, Xia Qingxue, gazing at the Chinese-style hamburger, expressed her discontent. What a pity. After all this hustle and bustle, I've only managed to make one. This one is for Shun Fan. I'll just make do with your Rujiamo. Upon hearing Xia Qingshue's lament, Lu Wenhui's eyes nearly bulged in surprise. It turned out that the Chinese hamburger was meant for Shun Fan, sending a shiver down her spine. She thought to herself that Shun Fan would certainly be in for a surprise. Nevertheless, Lu Wenhui maintained her composure and, as Xia Qingxue was about to leave, carefully packed the breakfast into a bag for her daughter. She also handed Xia Qingxue a cup of soy milk, watching her depart with a sigh as she admired her daughter's delighted figure. Soon, Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue met at their usual spot. Since Xia Qingxue had informed Shun Fan the previous day that she would prepare breakfast for him, he was filled with anticipation. As soon as he spotted Xia Qingxue approaching with 2 breakfast items, his eyes lit up. He then led Xia Qingxue to a quieter location to enjoy their meal. Once seated on a long bench, Xia Qingxue eagerly presented the Chinese hamburger she had made for Shun Fan, placing it before him. Look, I made this just for you. Isn't it beautiful? Shun Fan gazed at the hamburger in the bag, finding it indeed quite appealing. Though the surface of the bread was overly golden, the vegetables, meat, and egg inside appeared fresh and appetizing. Shun Fan nodded eagerly, accepting the food bag. As he opened the bag and was about to take a bite, he was touched by the contents. Firstly, there was a generous piece of roasted meat, and secondly, he noticed that the egg Xia Qingxue had fried was shaped like a heart. It was evident how much thought Xia Qingxue had put into preparing this breakfast for him. The realization deepened Shun Fan's emotions. He then glanced at Xia Qingxue, who was savoring her rujiamo, and turned back, unable to contain his eagerness. Took a hearty bite of the hamburger. However, this bite brought him to a standstill, leaving him utterly stunned. The expression of heartfelt gratitude on Shun Fan's face slowly faded, transforming into one of dismay. The first thought that crossed his mind was, this is so salty, truly. So very salty. Subsequently, the sensation of grease began to drip slowly from the corners of his mouth. Goodness! The burgers crafted by Xia Qingxue were not only salty, but also excessively oily. It was impossible to swallow, utterly inedible. What on earth was happening? Previously, when Xia Qingxue had confidently proclaimed her culinary skills, she seemed so assured. Yet, how could these be so unpalatable? As Shun Fan pondered this, he caught a glimpse of Xia Qingxue joyfully relishing her rujiamo, prompting a flicker of doubt within him. Was Xia Qingxue intentionally playing a trick on him? Just as Shun Fan was lost in thought, Xia Qingxue leaned over, a delighted and affectionate expression gracing her face, and inquired, "How is it? Tasty, right?" Upon hearing her words, Shun Fan's pupils contracted. It dawned on him that Xia Qingxue herself was oblivious to the quality of her cooking. However, reflecting on the fact that this was an earnest breakfast prepared with care by Xia Qingxue, he felt it inappropriate to bluntly express his distaste and hurt her feelings. Thus, regaining his composure, Shun Fan continued to chew on the burger, nodding vigorously. Delicious, truly delicious. Internally, Shun Fan felt a pang of bitterness, yet he remained silent. More crucially, he had devised a plan the previous night to sincerely praise Xia Qingxue's cooking. But what was he to do now? Not complimenting her was out of the question. Consequently, while fervently consuming the Chinese-style burger, Shun Fan ultimately made a decision. Since he had already prepared the compliments in his mind, he would simply feign sincerity. He then concentrated and began to voice his thoughts. The breakfast made by my wife is indeed delightful. It embodies the taste of love. And this heart-shaped egg is simply irresistible at first glance. In the future, when we are married, I will have her prepare this for me every day. Xia Qingxue, upon hearing Shun Fan's thoughts, was overwhelmed with joy, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey. She instinctively leaned closer to Shun Fan, elated yet at a loss for words. Really? That is wonderful. If you wish to have more, I can make it for you again tomorrow. However, upon hearing this, Shun Fan's pupils widened in alarm, and he quickly turned to Xia Qingxue, waving his hands dismissively while mumbling, "No, no, that's unnecessary." Yet as soon as he spoke, he felt he had misspoken, especially given the pained expression etched across his face, which was decidedly out of character. Indeed, Xia Qingxue, who had been attentively observing Shun Fan, noticed the sudden shift. The sweet and blissful smile vanished from her face in an instant. Chapter 77. No, please don't. In truth, Xia Qingxue had been intently focused on Shun Fan's evaluation of the burger's taste. When she mentioned preparing another meal for him the next day, only to be met with his hasty rejection and distressing expression, her sensitive instincts sensed something amiss. Consequently, the sweet smile that had adorned her face disappeared abruptly, as a troubling thought crossed her mind. While preparing breakfast in the morning, I was so busy that I didn't even have a chance to taste what I had made. With this thought, my gaze was drawn directly to the hamburger held in Shun Fan's hands. In the blink of an eye, I swiftly reached out and snatched the hamburger away. After Shun Fan had declined my offer, I felt as though I had misspoken. Then, noticing that Xia Qingxue was staring intently at the hamburger in my grasp, I realized her intentions. However, it was too late to react. I watched as Xia Qingxue quickly pinched a bite from the hamburger and popped it into her mouth. Almost immediately, her pupils dilated and her eyes widened in shock, as if she were enduring some form of torment. The next moment, unable to bear it any longer, she turned her head to the side and spat out the hamburger, her face contorted in disgust, as if she had just consumed something vile. It dawned on Xia Qingxue that the hamburger she had crafted was utterly inedible. Not only was it excessively salty, but it also oozed grease with every bite. She regretted not tasting it after she had finished preparing it. This led her to wonder how Shun Fan had managed to consume half of such a colossal hamburger. Had he merely been accommodating her feelings, suppressing his true thoughts to spare her feelings? Overcome with emotion, tears began to well up in her eyes as she gazed at Shun Fan and choked out, knowing it was so salty. You still ate it? At that moment, Shun Fan, witnessing her heartfelt reaction, continued to chew on the hamburger, mumbling through his mouthful, "It's delicious, quite tasty." Xia Qingxue noticed that he was still chewing and quickly held the plastic bag up to his mouth. "Stop eating that, spit it out." However, Shun Fan had already swallowed it, then flashed a classic silly grin. Observing his antics, Xia Qingxue was unable to contain her tears any longer, and all she could manage to say was, "You're such a fool." Yet, it was then that Xia Qingxue realized her culinary skills were genuinely lacking. If she continued to force herself in this manner, she would only lead Shun Fan astray. With her head bowed, she sighed in frustration, "I'm sorry. I'm just not good enough. I've spent several days learning from my mother, but still haven't improved." Shun Fan leaned closer to Xia Qingxue, gently stroking her head and offering soft words of comfort. "Silly girl, you were just too eager to make me breakfast. Consider this. Some chefs train for 3 years before they can even master a simple fried rice. It's perfectly normal that you haven't learned it in just a few days." As Xia Qingxue absorbed Shun Fan's words, memories of her mother's advice resurfaced. Cooking isn't a skill learned overnight. Patience is essential. Now, Xia Qingxue finally comprehended this wisdom, and with Shun Fan's encouragement, she began to regain her confidence. She blinked twice, struggling to hold back her tears, and then looked at Shun Fan with a serious expression. "All right, I will start learning from the very basics. For instance, when I prepare breakfast for you each day, I will assist my mother in the kitchen." At that moment, Shun Fan found Xia Qingxue's earnest demeanor to be utterly charming. Especially the way her brows were furrowed in concentration and the determination gleaming in her eyes compelled him to lean in closer, affectionately ruffling her hair. Thus, Shun Fan gazed into her enchanting large eyes, inching closer to her face. However, just as he was about to make a tender gesture, his hand hovered in midair, suddenly pausing. For as they locked eyes at such proximity, he realized that Xia Qingxue appeared even more beautiful up close. Her fair skin, bright eyes, and radiant smile were flawless, leaving Shun Fan momentarily entranced. Moreover, each breath she took wafted a unique fragrance toward him, igniting a restless flame within his heart. Simultaneously, the atmosphere around them became thick with a palpable tension. Shun Fan gradually withdrew his affectionate expression, first studying the charm in Xia Qingxue's eyes, then allowing his gaze to drift to her delightful lips. Unconsciously, he leaned in, pressing his lips closer to hers. At this moment, Xia Qingxue noticed the fondness on Shun Fan's face, sensing he was about to ruffle her hair again. Yet, having experienced such moments numerous times, she welcomed it rather than resisting. However, as she awaited his touch, she noticed Shun Fan's hand had halted in midair. Confused, when she looked back at him, the atmosphere seemed to shift. Observing Shun Fan retracting his affectionate expression, a smile faded from her face. It seemed she could sense his restlessness. especially as his breathing became slightly hurried, a distinct masculine scent enveloping her, making her feel unsteady. Just then, she realized Shen Fan was slowly leaning in closer. Shen Fan was so handsome. It was only now that Xia Qingxue understood how much more captivating he appeared from such proximity. His eyes, deep as the galaxy, captivated her entirely. In that moment, surrounded by a warm, suggestive air, Xia Qingxue anticipated what was about to transpire. Watching Shen Fan's lips draw nearer, she instinctively turned her face to the side, her voice barely a whisper. "No, please don't." Meanwhile, Shen Fan, eyes nearly closed as he approached her lips, was taken aback when Xia Qingxue turned away. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment washed over him. As Xia Qingxue turned her head away, her long hair brushed against Shen Fan's nose. A delicate fragrance wafted into his lungs, causing Shen Fan to unconsciously take a deep breath, inwardly reflecting that it was no wonder Xia Qingxue had refused him. Indeed, he had been too hasty. Moreover, they had previously agreed that their first kiss must be imbued with a sense of ritual, requiring ample romance to forge beautiful memories for the both of them. Perhaps, it might even enhance the progress of their romantic endeavor. With this thought in mind, Shen Fan quickly withdrew, picking up his thermos to sip on soy milk. Once the unsettling factor had departed, Xia Qingxue let out a long sigh, striving for clarity. After the commotion, she found herself unable to continue eating the half of the rujiamo in her hand. With her face flushed, she held onto the meat bun in silence. Observing her reluctance to eat after taking a sip of soy milk, Shen Fan inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" "I can't eat anymore," she replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Fan's eyes lit up as he reached over and seized the remaining half of the rujiamo. First, he discreetly inhaled its aroma, which heightened his appetite. And then he began to devour it heartily. Xia Qingxue, initially bewildered by the sudden appropriation of her food, soon realized that Shen Fan was consuming the half she had left. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that Shen Fan was eating my leftover rujiamo? Wasn't he that tantamount to an indirect kiss? As this notion crossed her mind, Xia Qingxue instinctively wanted to stop him, but her hand halted midway. Watching Shen Fan, with his mouth wide open like a starving wolf, bite into the very spot she had eaten, her heart tightened, feeling as though he had bitten into her own being. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, even feeling her breath become slightly unsteady. Ultimately, Xia Qingxue bashfully turned her head away. The meal proceeded with its ups and downs, yet it was consumed swiftly. Once Shen Fan finished the half of the rujiamo and drained the soy milk, he stood and looked at Xia Qingxue. "Let us go. It's time for school." However, upon noticing Xia Qingxue's flushed cheeks, he furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Xia Qingxue, are you coming down with a cold?" His question left Xia Qingxue momentarily stunned. No, I'm fine." Despite her denial, Shen Fan sensed something was amiss given her reddened face. "Then why is your face so red?" His innocent inquiry threw Xia Qingxue into a fluster, as she was all too aware of the reason for her blush, especially after the series of events that had transpired, particularly witnessing Shen Fan eat so voraciously. However, how could one reveal the true reason to Shen Fan? She hastily changed the subject and glanced up at the sky. "All right, let us hasten our departure. I sense that rain may be imminent." Shen Fan also directed his gaze skyward, observing that the clouds were sparse at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled whether it had rained on this very day in his previous life. Indeed, it had. On the morning of this day in his past, it had indeed rained quite significantly, causing many classmates to arrive late to school. Furthermore, he remembered that in his previous life, Xia Qingxue and Meiling, who walked to school, had encountered the rain halfway to their destination, arriving almost completely drenched. Although this memory surfaced, Shen Fan chose not to share it with Xia Qingxue. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. If they were to encounter rain along the way, they could seek refuge, granting them precious moments of solitude together. Not only would they enjoy the intimacy of being alone, but perhaps it would also allow them to draw closer to one another. Once he resolved to act on this notion, he quickly shook his head, dismissing Xia Qingxue's concerns. With only a few clouds in the sky, how could it possibly rain? "I suggest we make haste to school. By the way, I was thinking last night that after tutoring you for such an extended period, it is time for a little assessment." Xia Qingxue's suggestion of rain was merely a fleeting intuition, yet her mind lingered on the sweet moments shared with Shen Fan. However, upon hearing about the test, she felt a surge of anxiety. The most pressing concern was Shun Fan's prior warning that poor performance would result in punishment. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Nonetheless, Shun Fan had already led Xia Qingxue along the path, and as she gazed at his back, she mustered the courage to plead, could the test be a bit easier? This marked the first occasion Xia Qingxue had taken the initiative to negotiate with Shun Fan. Yet, she was met with his unwavering refusal. No. Disappointment washed over her. Her cheeks puffed in defiance, and she pouted slightly. In a fit of playful indignation, she raised her little fist behind him and muttered, "You big bully." As they continued on their way, while Xia Qingxue playfully jabbed at Shun Fan's back, a single drop of rain fell, landing squarely on her fist. She scrutinized her fist, then looked up at the sky, her pupils dilating in alarm. Unbeknownst to her, the few clouds had coalesced into a dense mass, darkening ominously, as if they were poised to descend. Shun Fan, look. The sky appears to be on the verge of rain. As Shun Fan rode his bicycle, he meticulously calculated potential shelters from the impending rain. After hearing Xia Qingshue's words, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he glanced up at the sky, nonchalantly remarking, "It's fine, let it rain. I'll ride faster. If it does pour, I can always find a place to take shelter. If the rain is heavy and I arrive late to school because of it, it certainly won't be an issue." Upon listening to Shun Fan, Xia Qingshue's previously furrowed brow relaxed immediately. She recalled instances when she had been late to school due to seeking refuge from the rain. Her mind wandered back to a recent occasion when she and Myling were walking to school and were suddenly caught in a downpour. Initially, they paid no heed, believing it to be a mere drizzle that they could easily brave. However, the rain intensified, forcing them to seek refuge in a narrow, dark alley. Myling, with her spirited nature, pretended to be a man while they huddled together, teasing Xia Qingxue in a playful manner. Even now, Xia Qingxue vividly remembered that scene. Myling had jokingly suggested removing her clothes to provide shelter, playfully taunting, "Little beauty, are you hiding from the rain? Come here, I can shelter you under my clothes." Xia Qingxue, amused by Myling's antics, had retorted, "No way." Yet, Myling, with a mischievous grin, inched closer, saying, "Don't be shy, little beauty. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Thus, amidst their playful banter, the torrential rain passed. Reflecting on that day still brought a smile to Xia Qingshue's face, even causing her to chuckle foolishly. However, as she laughed, a realization dawned upon her, and her smile faltered. Sheltering from the rain? Together? Me and Shun Fan. The thought struck her. Should it rain heavily, she would likely find herself huddled with Shun Fan. Her mind raced back to the playful exchanges with Myling, and she envisioned the scenario of seeking shelter with Shun Fan, causing her heart to flutter. Surely it won't rain heavily, she thought. Chapter 79. Please, don't do this. The prospect of potentially sharing shelter with Shun Fan filled Xia Qingxue with both nervousness and a hint of anticipation, quickening her heartbeat amidst a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, instinctively, she wished for a light rain, hoping to reach school swiftly. Alas, fate had other plans. As Xia Qingxue fervently wished for the rain to cease, it appeared that the droplets fell with increasing intensity. Eventually, the rain cascaded down like pearls, each drop striking her with a twinge of pain. The more prudent passers-by had already halted their vehicles, seeking refuge in the nearest shelter from the downpour. In this moment of resignation, Xia Qingxue lowered her head, yet the tension in her shoulders seemed to affirm her final defiance. At last, when Shun Fan maneuvered his bicycle beneath a grand tree, the rain had intensified considerably. He promptly halted, glancing towards a narrow alley nestled between a row of houses. The alley was completely shielded by the expansive eaves on either side, rendering it impervious to the invading rain. Thus, it was an ideal sanctuary from the storm, precisely the destination Shun Fan had calculated. He first removed his shirt, using it as a makeshift shield for his head, and then approached Xia Qingxue, offering his clothing as a barrier against the rain. This resulted in their bodies drawing closer together. Simultaneously, Shun Fan gestured towards the alley and spoke to Xia Qingxue, suggesting they seek refuge there as the rain continued to pour. At that moment, Xia Qingshue's thoughts wandered back to the playful banter she had shared with Myling earlier. When she turned to see Shun Fan approaching with his shirt held above his head, his tall figure and outstretched arms resembled a grand umbrella, enveloping her entirely. Soon, she felt a wave of warmth drawing near, a result of Shun Fan's proximity and the warmth radiating from him. This proximity sent her heart racing, igniting a flurry of bashfulness within her. Suddenly, A phrase echoed in her mind. A man's body is like a small furnace, capable of warming an entire neighborhood. Just as she pondered this, Shen Fan suggested they head into the alley to escape the rain. Xia Qingxue instinctively moved forward, but upon glancing at the alley, she hesitated. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Isn't it a bit too dark here?" However, her words went unheard by Shen Fan, who urged her onward. "Hurry. The rain is only getting heavier." In truth, Xia Qingxue was still sheltered under Shen Fan's figurative umbrella, and thus, with a reluctant bow of her head and fidgeting fingers, she followed him into the alley. Upon entering, she quickly realized that the space was even narrower than she had initially perceived. The overcast sky rendered the alley dim, and it was only now that Xia Qingxue discerned that it was not truly an alley, but merely a corner of a house. The confined space could only accommodate two individuals huddled together to avoid being drenched by the rain outside. However, at this moment, Xia Qingxue, having gained clarity, entered alongside Shen Fan. Before she could steady herself, Shen Fan gently shielded her, pressing her against the wall. Simultaneously, he lowered the garment draped over his head, enveloping himself in it. Consequently, Shen Fan positioned himself as a barrier against the rain, ensuring that not a single drop could reach Xia Qingxue. In truth, Shen Fan's actions were motivated partly by a genuine desire to protect Xia Qingxue's attire from the rain, as her clothing could easily become transparent if soaked, given her gender. Yet, the other half of his motivation sparked a sense of pride within him. After all, this was an opportunity to cultivate intimacy with his future wife. Nevertheless, Shen Fan reassured himself that his intentions were undoubtedly justified in the context of seeking shelter from the downpour. As Shen Fan pressed Xia Qingxue against the wall, she remained momentarily oblivious. However, once she realized that he had unfurled his garment to shield her from the rain, the meaning of his actions became apparent. He was willing to endure the elements to keep her dry. Just as Xia Qingxue felt a wave of gratitude, an unexpected sensation of heat enveloped her. It dawned on her that the source of warmth was none other than the cozy figure standing closely beside her. Simultaneously, a gust of wind slipped through the fabric of Shen Fan's clothing, carrying with it the distinctive scent of a man, which washed over Xia Qingxue, leaving her lightheaded. She felt as though her feet had momentarily lost contact with the ground, and she began to slide downward, prompting a swift reaction from Shen Fan. Sensing her instability, he instinctively reached out to catch her, but his hands were occupied in shielding her from the rain. In a moment of urgency, he draped the garment over his head, freeing his hands to firmly grasp Xia Qingxue, narrowly preventing her from falling. To further stabilize her, Shen Fan pressed himself closer, inadvertently restricting her breath. As he supported her, Xia Qingxue instinctively lifted her head to meet his gaze. The corner they occupied was already shrouded in darkness, and with Shen Fan's garment obscuring his face, she found herself unable to discern the location of his eyes. In this dim and confined space, being in the company of someone dear caused Xia Qingxue's heart and mind to falter momentarily. More significantly, Shen Fan exerted a slight pressure to prevent Xia Qingxue from losing her balance, inadvertently making her breath more labored. This prompted her to recall a recent incident when, after being reprimanded by the mathematics teacher, Shen Fan had come to accompany her. The moment he grasped her hands and covered her mouth lingered vividly in her mind. As she reflected on this, her face flushed in the darkness, radiating a warm glow. Bashfully, Xia Qingxue wished to avert her gaze from Shen Fan, yet found herself unable to do so, ultimately turning her head away instead. This, however, proved inconsequential, as Shen Fan's steady breaths brushed against her cheek and ear, causing her once clear mind to swirl in confusion and uncertainty. Her body weakened involuntarily, threatening to collapse. Sensing her instability, Shen Fan grew anxious and instinctively supported her, pressing her gently against the wall. At this point, Xia Qingxue could no longer endure and softly pleaded, "Please, I beg you, don't do this." Chapter 80. No one but me can touch you, not even the rain. While Shen Fan was holding Xia Qingxue close, he suddenly heard her faint voice. Realizing she was indeed resisting, which softened his heart. In a world so vast and a life so lengthy, there inevitably exists that one person whom one wishes to treat with tenderness. Consequently, Shen Fan ceased to apply pressure and leaned in closer, speaking gently. What's wrong?" The moment he released his grip, Xia Qingxue felt as if she had broken free from shackles, exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Shen Fan's inquiry, she lifted her head and, peering past his clothing, noticed the rain outside was beginning to cease. "Look, the rain has stopped," she remarked. Upon hearing her observation, Xin Fan seemed to finally notice the diminishing sound of the rain. He promptly removed his shirt from over his head and turned to gaze outside. In an instant, a ray of sunlight illuminated a nearby tree, its golden leaves casting a radiant glow all around. A refreshing breeze wafted in, carrying with it the scent of moist earth, instantly dispelling the restlessness in both Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua's hearts. Why has it stopped raining? Xin Fan uttered this thought aloud, initially unaware of how it revealed his innermost feelings. After all, the closeness they had shared moments ago had been a tender haven for him. At this pivotal moment, when the rain ceased, he expressed his reluctance, allowing his feelings to escape. Xia Qingxue, understanding his sentiment, couldn't help but smile at his adorably foolish charm. Tenderly embracing Xin Fan, she suggested, "Let us go outside first." "All right," he replied. Xin Fan, feeling helpless, followed Xia Qingxue out of the alley. As soon as they emerged, Xia Qingxue noticed that Xin Fan's clothes and trousers were drenched from the rain. Realizing that he had gotten into such a state for her sake, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Although they had previously distanced themselves, she instinctively moved closer once more. As she reached out to wipe the water from Xin Fan's clothes, she remarked, "Goodness, your clothes are completely soaked. What shall we do? Are you cold?" At that moment, Xin Fan was taken aback by Xia Qingshue's genuine concern for him, her expression radiating empathy. Was this not what he had longed for? It was simply exquisite, especially with the morning sun illuminating her lovely face, her mere smile capable of purifying all. He fervently wished to embrace her tightly, to claim her as his own. While lost in admiration of Xia Qingxue, Xin Fan suddenly noticed a leaf caught in her hair. "Don't move," he exclaimed, leaning forward, his face gradually approaching hers as he reached out to pluck the leaf away. At the same time, Xia Qingxue was on her tiptoes, gently brushing the rainwater from Xin Fan's shoulder. Remarkably, their movements mirrored each other perfectly, Xia Qingxue lifting her face toward him, and Xin Fan bending down to gaze at her. The morning sun was somewhat blinding, and to any onlookers, the scene appeared as if a couple was sharing a tender kiss. In that moment, even the air seemed sweet. Passers-by indulged in their romantic display, whispering enviously about the enchanting pair before them. What fate has brought them together? They are truly well matched. A perfect couple. It makes me want to fall in love. I suddenly feel so healed. Just moments ago, I was anxious and restless, but now I feel remarkably calm. Xia Qingxue, however, was oblivious to the murmurs around her, as she too was momentarily lost in thought. Earlier, she had been restless and her breath unsteady in the alley, but now, under the warm sunlight, witnessing Xin Fan inch closer filled her with a sense of happiness. Perhaps it was the public setting that reassured her. Or maybe she understood that this was all a misunderstanding, igniting within her a fleeting impulse for a gentle kiss. In any case, as Xia Qingxue gazed at Xin Fan's slowly approaching lips, she found herself utterly captivated. Xin Fan, noticing her reaction, was resolute in his decision not to kiss her in such a place. He swiftly plucked the leaf from her hair and said, "There was a leaf in your hair, but it's all taken care of now." His reminder jolted Xia Qingxue back to reality, and she quickly turned away, distancing herself from Xin Fan once more. After the rain, the sky cleared, and Xin Fan continued to ride his bicycle, taking Xia Qingxue to school. However, upon arriving at the school gate, he noticed that the deepest part was completely flooded with water. This situation had persisted for several years, and both students and parents had raised concerns. Yet the school administration had failed to address it. Now, many students were wading through the puddles to enter the school. Observing this, Xin Fan furrowed his brow. The bicycle, which had initially slowed down, picked up speed once more. At that moment, Xia Qingxue also realized they were nearing the entrance and urgently urged Xin Fan to stop. "We're almost at the gate, Xin Fan. You must halt the bike. I want to get off." To her surprise, Xin Fan not only refused to stop, but spoke with an undeniable authority. "Stay still. Just sit there. There's a puddle ahead, and I will take you through it." Xia Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Although Xin Fan's tone was not particularly forceful or commanding, it was the first time she had heard him speak this way. However, when she comprehended that he intended to carry her through the water, she felt a surge of anxiety. If a teacher were to see them, it would be troublesome. Just as she anticipated Xin Fan might be acting recklessly again, she suddenly heard his inner thoughts. "If a teacher sees us, there are countless excuses to explain it. But letting my woman wade through water like this? Absolutely not. From now on, apart from me, no one else can touch you, not even the rain. Hearing Xin Fan's thoughts filled Xia Qingshua's heart with warmth, rendering her momentarily speechless. She even sensed the bicycle accelerating, causing her to involuntarily lean against Xin Fan's back. Finally, as Xin Fan pedaled faster, he lifted both feet high just before the puddle, and with a swift motion, they soared through it, successfully entering the school grounds. At that moment, students both inside and outside the school had already spotted the duo. Observing Xin Fan's increasing speed, they realized he was preparing to leap over the puddle. Consequently, the students all stepped aside, clearing the way for him. In truth, their actions were more than mere courtesy. Those who had previously been unaware of Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua's relationship displayed expressions of astonishment. As they watched Xia Qingshua nestled against Xin Fan's back, the scene unfolding felt akin to a romantic spectacle, leaving the ground littered with the metaphorical dog food of their affection. Students gazed on with envy, even perceiving the splashes from Xin Fan's bicycle as sweet. Unbeknownst to them, they were consuming the metaphorical dog food with every passing moment. Not only had the classmates witnessed Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua in such an endearing embrace, but Xin Fan's homeroom teacher had also observed this tender moment unfold. Chapter 81. The last in class giving extra lessons to the first? Is this a joke? Xin Fan's homeroom teacher consistently arrived earlier than both colleagues and students. He had a peculiar habit of standing by the office window upon arrival, sipping tea while observing the students at the school gate. For him, it was merely a routine. However, today, this very habit led him to uncover a significant secret within the class. He witnessed Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua riding a bicycle together, brazenly entering the school grounds. The homeroom teacher, who had been savoring his tea, was so taken aback that he spluttered, spraying tea onto the glass. This was his immediate reaction. Subsequently, he doubted his own vision, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Once he cleaned the glass with his sleeve and looked again, he confirmed it was indeed Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua sharing a bicycle, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. It was unmistakably Xin Fan, that mischievous boy. But why would such a good student as Xia Qingshua choose to associate with him? The homeroom teacher recalled what the math teacher had mentioned some time ago, referring to Xin Fan as an extraordinary talent who would astound everyone in the college entrance examination. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. It appeared that Xin Fan was indeed no ordinary student. He had intended for Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua to sit at the same table, yet here they were, riding a bicycle together. The more he observed, the angrier he became, especially when he noticed the affectionate glances exchanged between Xin Fan and Xia Qingshua. The teacher was convinced that something was amiss between them. Unable to bear it any longer, the homeroom teacher flung open the window, intending to call out to Xin Fan, only to see him and Xia Qingshua turn a corner and vanish from sight. Glancing down, he spotted a student from the class and shouted, "Hey you, wait a moment." The startled student paused and looked up, realizing the homeroom teacher was addressing him. The teacher, with an irritable tone, instructed, "Go back to class and tell Xin Fan to come see me as soon as he arrives." Sensing the teacher's annoyance, the student did not dare to argue and promptly dashed away. Just outside the classroom, he encountered Xin Fan and relayed the homeroom teacher's message and tone. Xin Fan's heart raced at the realization that he had likely been seen entering the school with Xia Qingshua. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied himself, having mentally prepared for this moment when they rushed through the gates. Thus, Xin Fan turned and made his way to the homeroom teacher's office. As Xin Fan arrived at the office door, he paused momentarily to adjust his attire and took a gentle breath before reaching out to knock. Upon the sound of the knock, he heard the homeroom teacher's cold voice from within, commanding him to enter. Without hesitation, Xin Fan gently pushed the door open, peering inside to confirm that only the homeroom teacher was present before stepping in. Maintaining a smile, which had become his signature expression following his mistake, he addressed the teacher. "Teacher, what do you need from me?" The sight of Xin Fan's cheeky grin infuriated the homeroom teacher. Pointing an admonishing finger at him, the teacher retorted sharply, "How dare you ask me that? Are you unaware of what you just did? Xin Fan, I am fortunate to have caught you. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to your capabilities. No wonder the math teacher claims you are exceptional, even suggesting you could astound everyone during the college entrance examination." It seems the math teacher's words hold true. These remarks left Xin Fan feeling somewhat bewildered. Upon reflection, he realized that the math teacher would not have spoken in such a manner based solely on his performance in class. Thus, With a bitter expression, he attempted to clarify. Teacher, I believe the math teacher's words were not meant in the way you interpret them. The homeroom teacher, upon hearing Xin Fan's attempt at justification, became even more irate. Not meant that way. I consider my understanding quite thorough. Xin Fan, as for classmate Xia Qingxue, I have been particularly vigilant, fearing someone might take an interest in her. I never anticipated that you would be the one to succeed. Listening to the homeroom teacher's words, Xin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, as if struck by 1,000 arrows. But, teacher, am I really that terrible? Surely not. Although his plea sounded somewhat aggrieved, the homeroom teacher perceived it as mere obstinacy. With gritted teeth, the teacher pointed at Xin Fan. Ah, Xin Fan, not only are you argumentative, but you've also learned to divert my attention. Now, explain to me why Xia Qingxue arrived at school on your bicycle. Sensing that her words lacked sufficient weight, she narrowed her eyes and added, if you do not provide a clear explanation today, you will bring your parents in tomorrow. Upon hearing the teacher's final statement, a hint of bitterness crossed Xin Fan's face. It was evident that the teacher was serious this time. If he did not clarify the situation earnestly, the consequences could be severe. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Xin Fan instantly shed his playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. His newfound seriousness prompted the homeroom teacher to calm down and prepare to listen attentively to the explanation. Finally, with utmost sincerity, Xin Fan stated, the truth is, I have been tutoring classmate Xia Qingxue in mathematics over the past few days. In gratitude for my selfless dedication, classmate Xia Qingxue presented me with a gift. However, when I approached her to collect it, unexpectedly, it began to rain. Xin Fan, enough is enough. Upon hearing this, our homeroom teacher became utterly incensed, his face flushed with anger. He had anticipated that Xin Fan would reveal the truth, but instead, the narrative became increasingly convoluted, with Xin Fan speaking nonsense. Initially, upon hearing about the tutoring, I assumed Xia Qingxue was tutoring Xin Fan. However, upon further scrutiny, it became apparent that Xin Fan claimed to be tutoring Xia Qingxue. Our homeroom teacher nearly lost his composure. How could the last-in-class tutor the top student? This was a novel occurrence, even for someone with his extensive teaching experience. Eventually, the homeroom teacher could no longer contain himself and slammed the desk, insisting that Xin Fan's parents be summoned. Realizing the severity of the situation as the teacher pounded the table, Xin Fan hastily attempted to defend himself. Hey, teacher, you must believe me. Yet, the homeroom teacher was unwilling to entertain Xin Fan's words, determined to call his parents regardless. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, both Xin Fan and the homeroom teacher heard a gentle cough from the doorway. They instinctively turned toward the sound and were surprised to see that the mathematics teacher had entered, seemingly having observed the situation for quite some time, only interrupting when the homeroom teacher was about to call for Xin Fan's parents. The first words spoken by the mathematics teacher left the homeroom teacher utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 82. The homeroom teacher's vigilance. The homeroom teacher, the mathematics teacher, and Xin Fan exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Xin Fan, reacting swiftly, perhaps aware that the mathematics teacher was coming to his rescue, turned to greet him. Teacher, you've arrived. The mathematics teacher smiled and nodded in response, then bypassed Xin Fan to stand before the homeroom teacher. He positioned himself between Xin Fan and the homeroom teacher and said, Old Hong, you might have misunderstood Xin Fan. In truth, he has indeed achieved the top score in mathematics, just as he mentioned earlier. The homeroom teacher stared in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. Anticipating the skepticism, the mathematics teacher continued with a smile. Do you recall when I advised you to keep an eye on Xin Fan? This kid is extraordinary. Perhaps you misconstrued my intent. I meant he is genuinely exceptional. He often turns in blank exam papers, yet unexpectedly, he scored the highest in the recent test, even surpassing Sun Jiping from our class. As the mathematics teacher's revelations unfolded, the homeroom teacher's astonishment grew, and by this point, he began to accept the truth. Yet, in that moment, the homeroom teacher gazed at Xin Fan with an incredulous expression, at a loss for words. The mathematics teacher continued to elucidate, affirming, thus, Xin Fan's claim of tutoring Xia Qingxue in mathematics is undoubtedly true. I can assure you of that. At this point, the homeroom teacher, utterly devoid of any anger, let out a long sigh, nodding in agreement as he settled into his chair. However, after the mathematics teacher's assurance, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned sharply to Xin Fan, exclaiming, Ah, now I comprehend. No wonder Xia Qingxue could effortlessly answer that math problem, which stumped the entire class. It was you who assisted her from behind the scenes. Xin Fan was taken aback by the mathematics teacher's astuteness. Having deduced that he had been the one aiding Xia Qingxue with that particularly challenging problem. Yet, given the current situation, there was nothing left to conceal. Xin Fan could only chuckle foolishly, scratching his head in silence. As a result, the mathematics teacher's satisfaction with Xin Fan grew. I believe in your capabilities. Your tutoring of Xia Qingxue is indeed a commendable endeavor. I hope that, with your assistance, she achieves commendable results in mathematics. I am rooting for both of you. Subsequently, the mathematics teacher gestured for Xin Fan to exit first, indicating that he would handle matters with the homeroom teacher. Xin Fan, sensing the underlying message, understood that the mathematics teacher was aiding him in evading a difficult situation and felt a surge of gratitude. He then quietly slipped out of the office, careful not to attract the homeroom teacher's attention. Once Xin Fan had left, the mathematics teacher approached the homeroom teacher with a chuckle. All right, Lao Hong. There's no need to be upset. In truth, Xin Fan excels in mathematics, and his tutoring of Xia Qingxue can only be beneficial. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher remained somewhat irked. You didn't witness how that boy brought Xia Qingxue into the school. It was evident to anyone that they were romantically involved. The mathematics teacher merely smiled indifferently in response. Well, you see, we have all been young and naive, prone to mistakes at this age. However, his ability to assist Xia Qingxue outweighs any potential drawbacks. As for whether they are truly involved, you can simply keep an eye on them. At this juncture, the homeroom teacher appeared to agree, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, it seems we must proceed this way. I shall keep a close watch on that mischievous boy Xin Fan. Thus, the storm of anger subsided. Meanwhile, Xin Fan returned to the classroom just as the bell rang for the next period. However, the students soon noticed that their English teacher was conspicuously absent, leading them to speculate that the teacher would not be coming at all. Consequently, the atmosphere in the classroom grew relaxed, and whispers filled the air as Xin Fan took his seat. Beside him, Xia Qingxue wore an anxious expression as she gazed at Xin Fan. In truth, she had already sensed something amiss when Xin Fan was summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher. She surmised it was likely related to the incident of him escorting her through the school gates. Thus, she had been waiting for his return to the classroom. Now that Xin Fan had entered, Xia Qingxue quickly glanced around to ensure no one was observing her, then lowered her voice to inquire. Did the homeroom teacher call you to the office? Did she say anything? Are you all right? Observing the worried look on Xia Qingxue's face, Xin Fan recognized her fragile composure. He knew that if he were to recount the events truthfully, it would greatly distress her in the coming days. Therefore, with a smile, he shrugged and replied, It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong? She merely advised me to refrain from visiting the internet cafe for a while. That's all. Xia Qingxue regarded Xin Fan with a hint of skepticism, but ultimately felt relieved. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly noticed Miling looking back at her, a playful smile adorning her face. Miling then began to tease her. Oh, so that's why our little Xue has been ignoring me these past few days. Her heart is all aflutter over a handsome boy. You've only been together for a few days, and you're already so concerned? Though Xia Qingxue and Miling were friends, she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment upon hearing Miling's words, rendering her speechless as she lowered her head and rested it on her desk. Seeing Xia Qingxue shy away, Miling chuckled and turned back. In fact, the teacher had not yet arrived, so it was perfectly acceptable for Xia Qingxue to rest her head down for the duration of the class, especially with Xin Fan present, allowing her to slumber peacefully without a care. However, at that moment, Xin Fan caught a glimpse of a figure outside the back window of the classroom. Upon realizing this, he refrained from turning around, relying on his past experiences to deduce that it was the homeroom teacher. He could even sense that her gaze was directed towards him. Xin Fan thought to himself, It seems the homeroom teacher has taken an interest in me. Indeed, he was correct. From this point onward, the homeroom teacher had indeed set her sights on him. Just moments ago, after being admonished by the mathematics teacher, she felt somewhat reassured. Yet her concern for Xin Fan lingered. Having resolved to keep a watchful eye on him, she decided to commence her vigilance immediately. Once the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher rose and proceeded to the classroom, well versed in the art of observing her students. She approached the last window in the classroom, pausing to steady her breath and posture. Gradually, her demeanor shifted, and suddenly, she sprang into action, her eyes gleaming with intensity. In a flash, she appeared at the window, directing her gaze towards Xin Fan and Xia Qingshue's desk. As fate would have it, Shun Fan happened to notice her presence. Shin Fan was aware of the homeroom teacher's presence behind him. He glanced at the slumped figure of Xia Qingxue before discreetly nudging her with his elbow. Chapter 83. Forced to submit the paper after a single glance at Shin Fan. Although Xia Qingxue was resting her head on the desk, she was not asleep. Just as she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, she suddenly sensed Shin Fan's elbow gently tapping her 3 times. This served as a silent signal, instantly conveying to Xia Qingxue that a teacher was approaching. Without uttering a word, she swiftly picked up a book and slowly raised her head. Their synchrony was remarkable, Xia Qingshue's movements flowing seamlessly. Thus, the homeroom teacher, observing from the rear window, remained oblivious to any wrongdoing. Most importantly, the teacher did not catch wind of any conversation between Shun Fan and Xia Qingxue, which was a relief. After making a round in front of 2 windows, the homeroom teacher commanded silence among the students. It was only after a brief period that the teacher departed. Once the students fully realized that the teacher had vanished, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Xia Qingxue, who had been tense, finally exhaled in relief. Astute as she was, Xia Qingxue could easily deduce that the homeroom teacher was likely targeting her and Shin Fan. However, she remained unperturbed, confident in the secrecy they maintained within the classroom. The teacher would undoubtedly remain oblivious. With this thought, Xia Qingxue felt increasingly at ease. Yet, at that moment, Shin Fan's words plunged her into despair. He casually remarked, "Xia Qingxue, with the teacher absent, it seems the perfect time to assess your mathematics skills." Xia Qingxue froze momentarily, her heart racing in response. The primary concern that crossed her mind was the fear of performing poorly on the test. What? She instinctively thought of resisting, wishing to forego the assessment. But this is still class time. Shin Fan, while rummaging for the test paper, continued, "Though it's class, the teacher isn't here, so I can proceed." At that moment, he produced the test paper and extended it towards Xia Qingxue. Seeing him genuinely holding out the paper, she pouted and wrinkled her nose at him, a gesture that could only be described as an adorable display of affection. It was the first time she faced Shun Fan with such a charming expression. Shun Fan gazed at her, his expression unchanged, yet his heart melted at her cuteness. She was simply too adorable. He longed to pinch her delightful little cheeks. However, for the sake of the test, he restrained himself and maintained his impassive demeanor, urging Xia Qingxue to take the paper. Realizing that her charm offensive had failed, Xia Qingxue reluctantly reached out to accept the test, her expression turning bitter as she gazed at the paper. "This is quite a lot." Shin Fan seemed to have anticipated that Xia Qingxue would respond in such a manner, thus he patiently encouraged her. "Focus diligently. The paper I have chosen for you consists entirely of fundamental concepts. However, if you are unable to answer these questions correctly, I may have to resort to discipline." Although Shin Fan merely mentioned discipline without specifying its nature, Xia Qingxue understood that failing to perform well would result in a punishment. Nonetheless, for Xia Qingxue, grappling with these basic principles posed no challenge. She feigned a pout, adopting an air of grievance, before earnestly beginning to tackle the questions. During this class, the teacher was absent, and the students engaged in various activities. Yet, Xia Qingxue remained fully concentrated on her work. Shin Fan, too, was serious. Though his attention was fixated on Xia Qingxue, it seemed he could never gaze upon her adorable face enough. Particularly captivating was her intense focus on the task at hand, her slightly furrowed brow, and every delicate movement she made. Reflecting upon his previous life, he recalled that although they had shared a desk, he had never openly watched her in such a manner. Shin Fan was acutely aware that their life paths diverged, and no matter how much they shared, it would ultimately lead to sorrow. However, in this life, Shun Fan resolved not only to observe Xia Qingxue every day, but also to claim her as his own. Imagining a future where she would be at home, accessible to his gaze at all times, during meals, while sleeping, or even in the restroom. Lost in these increasingly distant thoughts, a silly smile crept onto Shun Fan's face. At that moment, he faintly heard a voice calling out to him. Hey, Shin Fan." Gradually regaining his focus, he discovered Xia Qingxue blushing as she looked at him, her voice barely above a whisper. "Shin Fan, what are you thinking? Why do you keep staring at me and smiling?" Upon hearing her inquire about his smile, Shun Fan chuckled inwardly. There was no way he could disclose the nature of his thoughts. Swiftly, he concealed his smile, cleared his throat, and adopted a more serious demeanor. "Shouldn't that question be directed at you?" Why are you not diligently working on your problems and instead gazing at me? Xia Qingxue, feeling challenged by Shun Fan's remark, defiantly lifted her chin and placed her hands on her hips. I've already finished. This set of questions is exceedingly simple, so I was merely observing you. Shin Fan was taken aback. Glancing at her paper, he noted it was filled with her writing. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, You completed it so quickly? Aren't you going to check your answers? Xia Qingshue's eyes widened as if she had forgotten this important step. Check. Is that even allowed? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Since Shin Fan had already brought it up, he resolved to deny her that opportunity. As he reached for her paper, he remarked, Of course you can check, but now it's too late. Seeing Shun Fan attempt to take her paper, Xia Qingxue protested. After all, failing to perform well would lead to repercussions. As such, Xia Qingxue hurriedly attempted to grasp the examination paper, exclaiming, Wait, let me check it once more. However, it was too late. In a swift motion, Shun Fan seized the paper while declaring, Hand it over. Consequently, Xia Qingxue, having merely cast a glance at Shin Fan, was compelled to submit her paper. At that moment, Xia Qingxue glared at Shin Fan, her little tiger teeth grinding in irritation. Yet, it was futile to protest. Shin Fan had already commenced a meticulous evaluation of her paper. Meanwhile, Xia Qingxue anxiously observed Shun Fan's penmanship from the side. However, due to the overwhelming number of questions on the paper and Shun Fan's unfamiliarity with the answers, the grading process took longer than anticipated. By the end of this class, Shin Fan had yet to finish reviewing. Soon, the second class commenced, with Shin Fan still engrossed in the paper while Xia Qingxue attentively listened to the lecture. Finally, as the second class approached its conclusion, Shin Fan had thoroughly examined Xia Qingxue's paper, marking all her errors for future discussion. Once the teacher had exited the classroom, Xia Qingxue, wearing a nervous yet expectant expression, turned to Shun Fan and inquired, How did I do? Was everything correct? After posing her question, she blinked her large eyes, fixating her gaze on him. Shin Fan, turning his head in a mock-serious manner, replied coolly, Not good at all. You should brace yourself. Xia Qingxue shivered at his words. Upon hearing Shin Fan's assessment that her performance was quite poor, Xia Qingxue's body tensed. No way. I felt like I got everything right. Shin Fan nodded in acknowledgement before leaning closer to Xia Qingxue, his expression growing stern. It is precisely because you believe you have mastered the material, feeling confident that your answers are flawless, that I am exceedingly frustrated. As Xia Qingxue gazed at Shun Fan's handsome face drawing nearer, she instinctively retreated, her lips twitching slightly. Look, Shin Fan pointed to a particular question on the paper. This is one of the problems where you failed to double-check your work, resulting in the mistake. Am I right? Following his finger, Xia Qingxue indeed spotted an error marked by Shin Fan. Upon recognizing the incorrect answer, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had indeed made a mistake. From that moment on, she couldn't help but admire Shun Fan's keen insight. He graded with a precision that rivaled their teachers, proving that he was significantly more adept at mathematics than she was. Ultimately, Xia Qingxue found herself with no arguments left to make, pouting as she lowered her head in acknowledgement of her fault. Yet, she softly murmured a question. It seems that I have only made a few mistakes. Surely, I won't be punished for that, right? However, Shun Fan's words startled Xia Qingxue, causing her to instinctively retreat a meter. Shin Fan remarked, Of course there will be a punishment. As I mentioned earlier, your error lies in your lack of seriousness. Thus, a punishment is necessary to ensure you remember this lesson. Yet, upon observing Xia Qingxue's evident fear, he swiftly changed his tone. But do not be afraid. Overall, you performed well on this test, so the punishment will not be too severe. Xia Qingxue, still trembling with apprehension, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Shun Fan continued, Well then, let us proceed with 3 slaps. As he uttered these words, a hint of nervousness crept into his demeanor, for in this era, the phrase 3 slaps might be somewhat ambiguous. He secretly hoped that Xia Qingxue would forget today's incident, lest she feel utterly despondent. This sudden twist, however, took Xia Qingxue by surprise. Having just relaxed, she promptly retreated to her original position. For reasons unknown, her small hands swiftly darted behind her back, as if she feared a sudden ambush from Shin Fan. With her adorable big eyes fixed intently on him, she frowned in earnest concentration, resembling a cautious little girl who had just encountered a dubious uncle. Why 3 slaps? She finally posed the crucial question. She believed that her minor mistake hardly warranted such a punishment. 1 slap would suffice. and even that seemed somewhat excessive. Shen Fan, taken aback by Xia Qingshue's insightful inquiry, was undeterred. He quickly formulated a response, stating, because 3 slaps will produce 3 distinct sounds. Xia Qingxue was left speechless, her indignation rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. You intend to slap me 3 times merely for the sake of 3 sounds? Indeed. Shen Fan replied with a calm demeanor that revealed no sign of fault. Xia Qingxue, utterly bewildered, found herself reluctant to accept such a fate. Thus, she resorted to conversation as a means of stalling. Why are you so fixated on these 3 sounds? Shen Fan pondered her question seriously but struggled to find an adequate explanation, finally responding. As for the reason, Xia Qingxue, you are still young. In time, you will come to understand. What? Upon hearing Shen Fan refer to her as young, Xia Qingxue became immediately displeased, as this has always been a sensitive topic for girls throughout history. Without hesitation, she spat at Shen Fan. Pa, you are the one who is young. Xia Qingshue's words startled Shen Fan, particularly due to the soft tone in which she had spoken. However, the girl's voice was remarkably high-pitched. Even the slightest utterance could potentially be overheard by others. Consequently, Shen Fan hastily raised his hand, signaling for a pause. Oh, such words cannot be carelessly spoken, especially since you currently lack the right to speak. From the beginning until now, Xia Qingxue found herself increasingly bewildered by Shen Fan's words. In fact, she sensed that Shen Fan was acting rather strangely today, as she struggled to comprehend his every sentence, even having to pause thrice to process them. What do you mean? I lack the right to speak? Being small is just being small. Shen Fan nearly choked at her response. He had intended to take advantage of her, but instead found himself in a predicament. It seemed that one should not seize opportunities indiscriminately. Nevertheless, in an effort to promptly terminate this topic, Shen Fan adopted a serious demeanor as he gazed at Xia Qingxue, internally musing, "Oh, how bold you are, making casual remarks about your future husband in such a public setting. Since that is the case, I shall impart a lesson upon you in advance." While contemplating this, he beckoned Xia Qingxue with a wave of his hand and declared solemnly, "All right, Xia Qingxue, it is getting late. Come here and accept your punishment. Obediently allow me to administer 3 playful slaps." Upon hearing Shen Fan's thoughts, Xia Qingxue's pupils dilated in surprise. For some unknown reason, Shen Fan's inner voice possessed an enchanting quality that made her genuinely believe she had erred in her judgment of him. Consequently, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. However, as she observed Shen Fan beckoning her, prepared to reprimand her in front of a crowd, she gazed at him with a look of profound grievance, gradually retreating while softly pleading, "Shen Fan, please, not here. There are so many people." Seeing the pitiful expression on Xia Qingxue's face, along with her biting her lip and shaking her head, Shen Fan inhaled sharply, feeling a surge of agitation rise within him. If anyone unaware of the situation were to witness this scene between Shen Fan and Xia Qingxue, they might mistakenly believe he was genuinely bullying her. Shen Fan endeavored to suppress his restless emotions, yet for reasons unknown, a hint of mischief crept into his otherwise serious expression. "Come here, Xia Qingxue, today. There is no way for you to escape my grasp." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingxue bit her lip even tighter, gazing up at Shen Fan with an expression of distress, occasionally murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, "No, I don't want to go." However, to Shen Fan, it seemed as though Xia Qingxue was incessantly inviting him. "Come on, bully me, hurry up." Unable to restrain himself any longer, he felt on the verge of losing control, eager to approach her and impart a lesson. Just then, the school bell rang. To Xia Qingxue, the sound of the bell felt like a lifeline, illuminating her eyes with hope. In an instant, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the exit, exclaiming, "The class has ended, and I am headed to perform the exercises during the break." Chapter 85, Steady, Accurate, and Swift. Upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, Shen Fan felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. However, the sight of Xia Qingxue dashing out brought an unexpected smile to his face. He then rose and made his way to the playground. Moments later, the broadcast exercise began, and all the students moved in unison to the rhythm. Once the exercises concluded, the classmates gathered together again. After listening to the principal's brief address over the intercom, they dispersed. Yet, once released, the students became quite unruly, wandering around the school, laughing and playing. Shen Fan, however, noticed that Xia Qingxue was standing still, her head bowed. Typically, a girl of Xia Qingshue's disposition would return to class or occupy herself with a book after the exercises. Why, then, was she hesitating to move? Shen Fan pondered and secretly mused. Could it be that she fears I might chase her and tease her? Perhaps. With this realization, a slight smile crept onto his lips as he observed that no one was paying attention to him. He quietly approached Xia Qingxue from behind. At that moment, Xia Qingxue was indeed caught in the very thoughts Shen Fan anticipated. She had intended to return to class, but hesitated upon recalling Shen Fan's resolute gaze. What if he truly intended to strike her and someone witnessed it? Just as she contemplated this, she heard footsteps drawing nearer, a sound that felt eerily familiar. Could it be Shen Fan? Her pupils dilated as she abruptly turned to glance behind her. However, before she could see, Shen Fan spoke softly from behind her. Xia Qingxue, why are you not returning to class? Are you attempting to evade my punishment? I told you earlier, you cannot escape my grasp. Upon hearing Shen Fan's words, Xia Qingshue's heart raced in panic. Surely, he wouldn't strike her now, would he? In her fright, she quickly glanced around, noticing several classmates nearby. What was she to do? Yet, as Shen Fan mentioned his unyielding grip, a thought struck her. In such a public setting, how could he dare to hit her? What if others witnessed it? Surely, he would be concerned about that. She recalled a day when they dined together on the pedestrian street. Shen Fan had been quite sensitive about her speaking loudly. With this understanding, Xia Qingshue's tension eased, and a hint of smugness appeared on her face. She raised her chin defiantly, as if confident in her hold over Shen Fan. Turning to face him, she provocatively declared, Indeed, I do not wish to return, fearing your wrath. What can you possibly do to me? As Xia Qingxue spoke, she glanced around, seemingly signaling to Shen Fan. I refuse to go back. Do you dare to strike me here? Look at all these classmates surrounding us. If you truly dare to hit me, it would be a disaster if they witnessed it. The more she spoke, the more confidence she exuded. Finally, with her head held high, she confronted Shen Fan, scrunching her small nose, vividly displaying her defiance. In Shen Fan's eyes, Xia Qingxue appeared utterly adorable, almost irresistibly so. However, it seemed that he had genuinely been provoked by his future wife. If this continued, wouldn't his standing at home be at risk? Since his wife had such a demand, why not fulfill it? With this thought, Shen Fan exhaled softly, then discreetly surveyed the surroundings, noticing that no one was paying attention to them. He gently touched the bridge of his nose, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and spoke in a tone only the two could hear. Woman, do you realize that you are provoking me? Xia Qingxue, observing Shen Fan's expression and listening to his words, felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. The retort she had intended to deliver caught in her throat. The reason was simple. Shen Fan's mischievous demeanor suggested that if angered, he might indeed do anything. However, Xia Qingxue merely hesitated slightly. After all, they were in a public place, and if Shen Fan truly struck her 3 times, he would undoubtedly be doomed. With this thought, her confidence surged once more, and she defiantly lifted her chin, uttering provocatively, "What's wrong? I am indeed provoking you. If not, why don't you hit me 3 times right now? Come on, hit me." As she spoke, she slightly turned her body, almost teasingly leaning in, as if afraid Shen Fan couldn't reach her. Shen Fan, witnessing this series of actions, gasped in surprise. The proximity of her playful demeanor stirred a restless excitement within him. Resolving to seize this fortuitous opportunity, he steeled himself with determination. He attuned all his senses, keenly observing every student around them, vigilant of their gazes. Simultaneously, he adjusted his physical state, understanding that this was a public setting. Thus, his strikes needed to be precise, swift, and controlled. Finally, once he had calibrated his state to its utmost limit, he noticed that none of the classmates were watching them. In that moment, Shen Fan made his move. He swiftly lowered his oversized school uniform, attempting to obscure the views from both sides and behind him. In that fleeting moment, his hand darted towards Xia Qingshue's exposed skin, delivering a sharp slap that resonated with a crisp sound. The action was executed with remarkable speed and precision. It was only after Shen Fan withdrew his hand that the sound reached their ears. Following this, he turned and walked away. Xia Qingxue had been intently observing Shen Fan's expression, and when she noticed his pupils constrict, a sense of foreboding washed over her. It was highly probable that he intended to strike her. Yet, by the time her mind registered the thought, it was too late for her to retreat. Suddenly, Shen Fan's large hand flashed before her, leaving a fleeting impression before retreating. Moments later, a faint crack echoed, followed by a mild sting that registered in Xia Qingshue's mind. Indeed, she had been struck by Xin Fan. At that moment, her mind was utterly blank. Xin Fan's unexpected and audacious action left her in a daze. Did he truly dare to strike me in public? A soft gasp escaped her lips, and embarrassment surged within her, making her feel as though all her classmates were staring, prompting a desperate wish to vanish into the ground. Moreover, after being slapped, she instinctively covered her skin with her hand. Watching Xin Fan's departing figure, she bit her lip until it turned pale. Chapter 86. Xia Qingxue. Why is your face so red? After delivering the slap, Xin Fan turned and entered the classroom, leaving Xia Qingxue behind, one hand still covering her skin. Her gaze fixed on Xin Fan's retreating silhouette. Her furrowed brows and the look of grievance on her face rendered her undeniably adorable, though her lips were now tinged with white from biting them. This was truly mortifying. This was Xia Qingshue's first thought. Xin Fan, you naughty boy, was her second. Standing there, she was overwhelmed with countless thoughts. Fortunately, she realized that no classmates seemed to have noticed the incident, which brought her a measure of relief. Thus, she continued to cover her skin, making her way back to the classroom. However, upon entering, Xia Qingxue no longer instinctively glanced at Xin Fan. Instead, she kept her head down, returned to her seat, and laid her head on the desk, remaining there without rising again. Xin Fan, seated nearby, noticed but feigned innocence with a shrug, refraining from any further actions. He obediently took out a book and began to read. For reasons unknown, the teacher for that period did not arrive, and the students continued to revel in their freedom. Moreover, under Xin Fan's careful surveillance, he discovered that the homeroom teacher had not monitored him through the window. This revelation brought him a sense of profound relief. However, his gaze fell upon Xia Qingxue, who was still resting her head on the desk, her steady breathing giving away that she had indeed succumbed to slumber. It was quite remarkable that Xia Qingxue, the top student in the class, could find the time to doze off during lessons. Yet, Xin Fan had no desire to disturb her, since he had begun tutoring her. He had seized every opportunity to help her with mathematics during school hours. From Xia Qingshue's perspective, such a regimen must be exhausting. Fortunately, her diligence, coupled with their collaborative efforts, had yielded commendable results in the recent small test. Pleased with this thought, Xin Fan nodded in satisfaction. It was essential to strike a balance. Relentless studying without respite was detrimental, and rest was equally important. Suddenly, Xin Fan noticed that Xia Qingxue appeared to be slightly overheated. Her forehead seemed flushed, and a hint of perspiration glistened at her temples. He then gauged the temperature of the classroom, acknowledging that it was indeed rather warm. Observing the sleeping Xia Qingxue, he reflected that having caused her such distress earlier, it was now his turn to make amends. An idea struck him. If she was feeling warm enough to sleep restlessly, he ought to find a way to cool her down, ensuring her comfort during her slumber. Xin Fan was confident that if he succeeded in this endeavor, he could guarantee that upon waking, Xia Qingxue would be immensely grateful to her husband. With this thought, his resolve strengthened. Yes, that would be the plan. However, to cool Xia Qingxue, he would need a fan to create a breeze. Lacking a ready-made fan, he observed that many classmates simply fanned themselves with their books. Yet, the notion of using a book to fan Xia Qingxue was out of the question. The risk of being caught by the homeroom teacher through the window was too great. This should have been a source of considerable vexation, yet Xin Fan smiled, for the challenge of creating a fan was no obstacle for him. If a book was not suitable, he could fashion a fan from paper. Crafting a paper fan was well within his abilities, having spent countless days in his youth tearing pages from books to make them. Once resolved, Xin Fan retrieved 2 sheets of test paper from his desk. The rationale was simple. The size of the paper was sufficient to construct a sturdy fan with careful craftsmanship. As he extracted the sheets, he was cautious to minimize any noise that might disturb Xia Qingshue's sleep. Thus, he proceeded with utmost care, diligently folding the paper into a fan. Each step felt familiar, and in a matter of moments, he produced a particularly elegant and neatly crafted fan. Xin Fan took a moment to carefully examine the fan. It was a folding design, transforming into a single panel when opened, and collapsing into a slender strip, merely a couple of inches wide and several centimeters long when closed. Its practicality made it easy to conceal. Indeed, it was a splendid accessory for both home and travel, perfect for providing a gentle breeze for his wife. The more Xin Fan observed it, the more satisfied he became. After glancing discreetly at the window behind him and confirming that the homeroom teacher was absent, he finally opened the fan and began to fan Xia Qingxue with subtle movements. In an instant, Shun Fan's gentle gestures and affectionate gaze garnered the envy of several classmates. Unfortunately, his position in the classroom was nearly central, making it difficult to remain unnoticed. However, Shun Fan was unconcerned, as long as the teacher did not see. Those few classmates who did witness this sweet and warm moment inadvertently shared it with others, and within a minute, nearly the entire class was aware. When all the students turned their attention to Shun Fan, their faces were painted with envy and jealousy. Oh, I never knew Shun Fan was such a warm-hearted guy. Xia Qingxue is indeed fortunate to have such a boyfriend. It makes me reluctant to disrupt them. Xia Qingxue was truly happy, oblivious to the countless things Shun Fan had done for her behind the scenes. Soon, the entire class was voicing their envy while indulging in the metaphorical dog food of affection. Once they had their fill, they turned back, ceasing their discussions. Meanwhile, Shun Fan continued to hold the fan, gently and slowly providing a breeze for Xia Qingxue, as the soft wind tousled her hair, occasionally revealing her fair face. He felt an overwhelming urge to lean in and kiss her. Yet, he restrained himself, knowing that what he was doing for Xia Qingxue would eventually come to light. Once she learned of his efforts, she would be touched, and in that moment of emotion, he could naturally lean in for a kiss. Shun Fan even envisioned the scene of Xia Qingxue, moved to tears, leaning in to kiss him. Lost in his thoughts, he wore a silly grin. Just then, as Xia Qingxue stirred in her sleep, Shun Fan, caught in his reverie, immediately became alert. He promptly folded the fan, understanding that to truly evoke her emotions, he needed to present the complete gesture. This way, when Xia Qingxue heard from her classmates about his thoughtful act, she would genuinely be moved. As he hastily closed the fan, he noticed Xia Qingxue slowly raising her head. However, the affection that had previously adorned Shun Fan's face was replaced with surprise upon seeing her expression. He quickly whispered to her, "Xia Qingxue, why is your face so red?" At his inquiry, Xia Qingxue instinctively shivered, her expression momentarily dazed as she blinked her sleepy eyes around the room. Pouting slightly, with an air of grievance, she replied, "I feel so cold. I just had a dream. It seems as though I have found myself standing at the edge of a gusty wind, from which I cannot escape." Eventually, as the chill intensified, I awoke. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan's pupils constricted in alarm, nearly causing him to drop his fan. Chapter 87. The Miracle Cold Medicine. Never catch a cold. Xia Qingxue awakened, but recounted a dream in which she stood in a blustery place, feeling cold and unable to evade it. This revelation startled Shun Fan, who fanned himself, causing him to shiver. He silently lamented, "Oh no. Could it be that my earlier act of fanning her to cool her down has resulted in this?" He had initially hoped that his unacknowledged efforts for Xia Qingxue would eventually move her to tears. However, he never anticipated that he might have rendered her nearly frozen. Previously, he had already offended her by striking her leg, and now, he had unwittingly fanned her and caused her to catch a cold. If Xia Qingxue were to discover this, would she ever speak to him again? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shun Fan discreetly concealed the closed fan behind his back, only to be caught in the act by Xia Qingxue. "Hey, Shun Fan, what do you have in your hand?" "Oh, it's nothing, just some papers I folded." He hastily diverted the conversation. "Xia Qingxue, you might be coming down with a cold. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Xia Qingxue, feeling rather disheartened by his words, sniffled and began to assess her condition. "It's nothing much, just a bit cold, and I still feel a tad sleepy." However, when Shun Fan observed her sniffle, his pupils dilated in panic. "Oh no, this is bad. She must be catching a cold. Her nose is running." Overwhelmed with guilt, Shun Fan instinctively grasped Xia Qingxue's small hand beneath the table. Leaning closer, he inquired with genuine concern, "You must be feeling unwell. Would you like me to fetch you some medicine, or perhaps take you to the infirmary?" Yet, Shun Fan remained oblivious to the fact that his impulsive gesture had raised Xia Qingxue's suspicions. The earlier incident of striking her leg still lingered in her memory, and now he was attempting to grasp her hand. Consequently, Xia Qingxue, disregarding her own potential illness, pouted and furrowed her brow, striving to free herself from Shun Fan's grip. However, for reasons unknown, Shun Fan's hand remained resolute. Ultimately, the ailing Xia Qingxue had no choice but to use her other hand to hold on to Shun Fan's, allowing her to break free. Once liberated, Shun Fan realized he had violated their previous agreement and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, after releasing Shun Fan's hand, Xia Qingxue straightened herself and quietly asserted, "I'm really fine," before independently retrieving her book to study. Observing her demeanor, Shun Fan felt reassured that she was not in dire straits. Despite this belief, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring Xia Qingxue's condition as the fourth period of the morning approached. This particular lesson was physical education, and the physical education teacher was absent, allowing the students to enjoy their free time. Some girls sat and chatted, while others engaged in badminton. There was a myriad of activities taking place. However, Shun Fan was pulled away by his male classmates to play basketball. Ever since he showcased his impressive slam dunk, the boys in the class had become utterly enamored with him. Their invitation to play basketball was merely an excuse to witness Shun Fan's remarkable skills once more. Naturally, Shun Fan relished this moment of adulation. For possessing such a remarkable talent without displaying it would render it meaningless. Thus, he indulged in the game with great enthusiasm. At that moment, Myling suddenly rushed onto the basketball court, calling out for Shun Fan. "Shun Fan, come here quickly. It's urgent." Noticing Myling's distress, Shun Fan hurried over and inquired, "What is going on? Where's Xia Qingxue? Is she not with you?" Myling then recounted the events that had transpired. After the physical education class commenced, Xia Qingxue had been with Myling, yet she appeared increasingly lethargic. Eventually, the other girls suggested inviting both Xia Qingxue and Myling to join in a game of badminton. However, while playing, Xia Qingxue suddenly became dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The classmates were alarmed, and in a flurry, a few girls assisted Xia Qingxue to the infirmary. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Xia Qingxue explained her condition, prompting the school nurse to realize that she had contracted a cold. After taking her temperature, it was confirmed that she was indeed running a fever. Consequently, the school nurse administered cold medicine and antipyretics, advising Xia Qingxue to rest in the infirmary for a while. After a subsequent temperature check, if all was well, she would be prescribed medication and permitted to return home for further rest. Once the female classmates learned that Xia Qingxue was not in serious trouble, they all returned to the playground. However, at that moment, Myling suddenly thought of Shun Fan, feeling that Xia Qingxue would surely be unhappy alone in the infirmary. Thus, she sought out Shun Fan, intending for him to keep her company. Upon understanding the situation, Shun Fan became quite anxious. He regretted his earlier complacency. When Xia Qingxue initially claimed she was fine, he had harbored doubts, worrying that her condition might worsen. He had not anticipated that this minor cold would escalate into something more serious. The most pressing question was, what could he do now? Was he merely meant to keep her company? If only there existed a medicine that could instantly cure a cold and prevent future occurrences, how wonderful that would be. In truth, Shun Fan's musings were merely fleeting thoughts. Yet, just as this notion crossed his mind, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, leading him to recall the system's marketplace. Yes, the system was incredibly advanced. Could it possibly offer the very medicine he envisioned? As Shun Fan contemplated, he swiftly accessed the system's marketplace interface in his mind. After searching diligently, his heart skipped a beat upon discovering the medical section. Indeed, such a product existed. Eagerly, he delved deeper, uncovering a plethora of remedies aimed at treating colds and enhancing physical constitution. These were categorized into primary, advanced, and special effect medications, each varying in price. Shun Fan focused intently on the special effect category. The description read, "This medication is a biopharmaceutical that interacts with white blood cells, endowed with autonomous evolutionary capabilities, concurrently bolstering the body's immunity." It explicitly noted that once modified, these white blood cells would acquire remarkable memory retention and evolve to develop more efficient means of eradication. In essence, this special effect cold remedy could be succinctly described in one word: extraordinary. Shun Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that consuming this medication would essentially render one immune to colds for a lifetime. Upon examining the price, he noted that, although it was pricier than other remedies, for just 100 points, he could procure 6 bottles. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed this price exceedingly reasonable. It would be wise to spend 100 points to acquire 6 bottles of the special cold remedy, administering one to Xia Qingxue, and subsequently gifting one each to his parents, ensuring their immunity against colds as well. Resolute in his decision, Shun Fan promptly spent the 100 points to purchase 6 bottles of cold medication. He then hurried off to the school store,